In countless parallel realms of Earth, the apocalypse surges forth like an overwhelming tide. Extreme temperatures, nuclear radiation, dark matter. Diverse catalysts initiate various apocalyptic scenarios, each forcibly transitioning every 14 months. Lin Sanjiu, an ordinary urban woman, comes to the harrowing realization that her gentle boyfriend harbors murderous intent, plunging her into the abyss of despair. Thereafter, she is compelled to traverse bizarre apocalyptic worlds such as Hell of Extreme Cold and Eden, where the rules of survival are distorted and human hearts inscrutable. Witness how Lin Sanjiu, armed with intelligence and courage, transforms in the face of adversity, seeking the truth of the apocalypse and composing a poignant ode to humanity, trust, and the tenacity of life. Chapter 1. The Fear of Cinderella. I feel like my boyfriend wants to kill me. The McDonald's on a Sunday is teeming with parents and their children, the play area alive with the shrill laughter and gleeful shouts of little ones. In such an environment, the plump and fair Zhu may find it hard to take her friend's words seriously. Don't be ridiculous. Even if you two had a quarrel, there's no need to portray him in such a negative light. Zhu Mei chuckles as she chides her friend. Pausing for a moment, she raises an eyebrow and hesitantly inquires, "That you didn't get physical during your arguments, did you?" The girl sitting opposite her, likely in her 20s, possesses a face that, while relatively delicate, does not stand out amidst the bustling international city. Yet, what captures attention are her slightly upturned large eyes, their pale pupils shimmering with an amber hue reminiscent of a prize feline. Lin Sanjiu shook her head, refraining from elaborating further. It was no wonder that Zhu Mei found such words hard to believe, even she felt a tinge of absurdity upon uttering them. Perhaps it was a result of several restless nights, leaving her mind in a state of unease. Lin Sanjiu took a couple of sips of cola, and in a half-joking manner, she remarked, "If there ever comes a day when the police inquire about the enemies we've made, don't be ridiculous." The teasing tone of her friend instantly dispelled the flicker of doubt that had lingered in Zhu Mei's expression. She waved her hand with a grin, saying, "Honestly, you're complaining after benefiting. Tell me, what flaws does Ren Nan possess?" The latter part of her sentence drifted by like a breeze, failing to reach Lin Sanjiu's ears. Her cat-like eyes swept outside the window, and the outline of her jaw tightened imperceptibly. She lowered her head in a feigned manner and took a bite of her hamburger like tea that moment. The raucous clamor at the entrance of McDonald's suddenly hushed for a few seconds as the light at the door dimmed. A tall man strolled in leisurely, prompting several customers in line to instinctively take a step back, clearing a path for him. With a warm voice imbued with an inherent charm, Ren Nan remarked, "Allow us to see you off, it has been rather hot lately." Zhu Mei, with the heart of a child, responded with a bright smile, "Oh, then I shall not hold back. It is indeed sweltering after just a short walk. I am drenched in sweat even now." Her shirt clung to her back, still damp. With no appetite of her own, Lin Sanjiu effortlessly rose to her feet as her friend finished eating, joining her boyfriend and friend in leaving the McDonald's. Outside, the street was enveloped in a sweltering heat wave that had been baking under the sun for the entire afternoon. Despite it being October, the oppressive heat showed no sign of abating, continuing to dominate this international metropolis. The streets were bustling with passers-by, some shielding themselves with umbrellas while others were drenched in sweat, all displaying expressions of discomfort as the heat was unbearable, even surpassing the peak of summer. Zhu Mei, who detested the heat, had barely taken a few steps before perspiration drenched her. She continuously wiped her forehead. Lin Sanjiu felt the dampness of her hair clinging to her neck, an unpleasant sensation that made her quite uncomfortable. She couldn't help but ask, "Where have you parked your car?" Zhu Mei immediately exclaimed with envy, "Are you planning to give Xiao Jiu a ride? Truly, you are the epitome of a wealthy and handsome gentleman. When was my birthday, my boyfriend only gifted me a bear." Lin Sanjiu merely responded with vague affirmations, her thoughts far removed from the topic of the car. Fortunately, Zhu Mei was an exuberant individual, chattering away with Ren Nan, who seemed blissfully unaware of her distracted demeanor. Approximately 3 months ago, after countless requests from Ren Nan, Lin Sanjiu finally sweetly acquiesced, packing her belongings, relinquishing her apartment, and moving into his abode in the city center. The flowery words he employed left Lin Sanjiu feeling rather peculiar. Unsure of how to respond, she hurriedly handed him a can of cola. As he pulled the tab, The beverage erupted with a cacophony of fizzing bubbles. Perhaps in an effort to elicit her delight, Renan downed nearly half the can in one go. Hiding behind the open refrigerator door, Lin Sanjiu tensed her body, straining her ears to catch even the faintest sound. The room fell into a silence that lingered for half a minute. Seconds ticked by until Renan, with a smile, shattered the stillness, asking, "What are you searching for in the fridge?" Lin Sanjiu felt her heart plummet into her stomach. She closed the door, feigning nonchalance as she scrutinized Renan. No response. Despite consuming a freshly opened can of carbonated cola, Renan showed no inclination to burp, as if the drink had been swallowed into a dark, stagnant pool. "Nothing much, just checking if there were any snacks," she replied, forcing a smile. Having cohabited for 3 months, she had never witnessed Renan burp. Upon reflection, she wasn't even certain she had seen him use the restroom. "You hardly ate anything earlier. Why don't we dine out tonight?" Renan suggested, pulling her hands towards him and planting a kiss on her neck. A shiver cascaded down her spine, leaving her with a trail of goosebumps and "oh, I want." "I'm too lazy to move. Besides, I wish to retire early tonight, as I must rise early tomorrow. Then I shall personally take to the kitchen and prepare salmon for you," Renan replied with a smile. Lin Sanjiu hurriedly nodded in agreement. Renan's culinary skills were as impeccable as his character, leaving no room for criticism. After indulging in the meticulously prepared dinner, the sun outside the glass wall of the living room began its gradual descent. The sky darkened slowly, ultimately yielding to the embrace of night and the emergence of stars. The persistent, abnormal heat across the globe has now persisted for 104 days. After tidying the dishes, Lin Sanjiu feigned interest in the news as she turned on the television, desperately avoiding any eye contact with Renan. Following the heat-related fatalities in regions such as Africa, India, and Southeast Asia, the number of heat-stroke deaths within our country has tragically reached 67. Experts advise. She sensed Renan approaching and taking a seat beside her. The sofa sank deeply under his weight. An arm casually draped over her shoulder, causing Lin Sanjiu to stiffen momentarily, as if a serpent were regarding a frog with intent. Chapter 2. The Sweltering Steak Night. What distinction lies between the temperatures at midnight and 1 o'clock? Ordinarily, one might scarcely perceive any difference. Yet tonight is evidently different. The sun has long since vanished from the horizon, yet the oppressive heat in the air seems to intensify with each passing minute. Even more troubling is the fact that not a whisper of wind has graced the atmosphere for several days. What drifts outside the window is not mere air, but rather a suffocating mass of scalding vapor poised to envelop one's face at a New York moment. If a directive had been issued, the last few households in the city, which for various reasons had refrained from turning on their air conditioning, have now succumbed to the relentless hum of outdoor units springing to life in rapid succession. Those without air conditioning can no longer endure the sweltering heat, seeking refuge in bars, 24-hour convenience NCE stores, and corporate offices anywhere that offers a hint of coolness. 30 minutes later, with a soft click, the night vision lights in the apartment on the 38th floor abruptly extinguished. The dwelling was plunged into an absolute darkness, and the faint hum that had lingered in the bedroom quietly ceased at some unknown moment. The central air conditioning had ceased to circulate air. Not long after the cooling stopped, Lin Sanjiu, in the throes of sleep, restlessly turned over. Deprived of the comfort of a constant 26 degrees, a layer of clammy sweat quickly formed upon her skin, enveloping her like a stifling shroud, and before long, she was roused from her slumber by the oppressive heat. The remote control seems to be on the bedside table. This thought flickered through her hazy mind, and just as she was about to reach out, a sudden sense of disquiet halted her hand. Lin Sanjiu immediately stilled, remaining motionless for a moment before slowly squinting her eyes and gazing upward. A snow-white visage loomed directly above her face, 2 cavernous black eyes fixated upon her. Here it comes again. A piercing scream erupted in Lin Sanjiu's mind, yet her throat was parched, rendering her voiceless. Her heartbeat quickened, resounding louder. The pale face tilted slightly as if it were straining to listen, then suddenly surged closer to Lin Sanjiu. 2 weeks prior, she had been awoken in the dead of night by thirst. Rising from her slumber, she collided with that very face. In her fright, Lin Sanjiu had gasped, hastily turned on the light, and discovered that it was none other than Ren Nan. Ren Nan had inexplicably taken a seat beside her, his expression devoid of emotion amidst the darkness, staring at her for an indeterminate span of time, much like tonight. At that moment, Ren Nan had confessed that he often sleepwalked since childhood. Had Lin Sanji not harbored doubts, she might have believed him. Now, grappling with her fear, she feigned a lack of wakefulness, rubbing her eyes, and tremblingly inquired, "Ren Nan, are you sleepwalking again?" In the darkness, Ren Nan's face silently split into a grin, his words articulated with clarity, "Yes, I've succumbed to my old habit again." "I didn't frighten you, did I?" A little Lin Sanjiu nearly fled from the bed, finding herself at the doorway. This sensation of being able to escape somewhat steadied her, yet she soon became aware of the stifling heat enveloping the room. "Why is it so hot? Did you turn off the air conditioning?" Ren Nan remained silent, merely extending his hand to draw back the heavy curtains, revealing a vast expanse of floor-to-ceiling windows. Typically, through this very window, Lin Sanjiu would behold the resplendent nightscape of half the city. Yet tonight, this metropolis had relinquished its formerly unquenchable brilliance. Even the stars had receded, leaving only an abyss of darkness. Within the tightly shut confines of the house, the stifling heat rendered breathing laborious. "The power load is excessive. It seems the entire city has succumbed to a blackout," Ren Nan remarked, his voice still laced with mirth, exuding an air of nonchalance. As he spoke, he gradually rose, maneuvering around the foot of the bed, approaching the doorway step by step. To her astonishment, this lavish apartment, which should have been adorned with a vibrant hue, lacked a backup power system. The backup generator only supports the corridor lights. They neglect the elevators, especially the private ones. A familiar voice echoed from behind, one she had been hearing for teach. He passed 6 months. Ren Nan's tone remained gentle, yet as he enunciated his words, Lin Sanjiu perceived a subtle sound akin to water. It was as if Ren Nan could not suppress the salivation in his mouth. In the enveloping darkness, the indistinct silhouette representing Ren Nan advanced towards her, ultimately halting at the center of the living room. Lin Sanjiu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her intuition had proven correct, and an overwhelming sense of regret surged within her. What do you intend to do?" Unbeknownst to her, her tightly clenched fists trembled incessantly. "Xiaojiu, in such sweltering heat, have you been sweating much?" Ren Nan suddenly inquired, posing a question that seemed entirely unrelated. Lin Sanjiu was taken aback, instinctively touching her arm. Although she had only broken a light sweat, she wondered what prompted such a question at that moment. Ren Nan seemed quite pleased, nodding in the darkness. "Xiaojiu is truly exceptional. It was worth my efforts in nurturing you for half a year." What on earth was he talking about? She couldn't comprehend a single word. Lin Sanjiu opened her mouth, intending to say something, only to realize her jaw was trembling violently. The thoughts that had been weighing heavily on her heart for days compelled her to utter a phrase she once believed she would never speak. "Do you intend to devour me?" The shadowy figure emitted a satisfied exclamation. "What a keen intuition you possess." Lin Sanjiu was incensed by his demeanor. Fear, indignation, and confusion swirled within her. She no longer felt entirely helpless, and her words began to pour forth like a tidal wave. "Stop joking. Who are you really? Why have you chosen me? I warn you, do not act recklessly. All my friends know I reside here." She deliberately raised her voice, secretly hoping someone would hear her, while quietly making her way towards the open kitchen on the side of the living room. "Paean insight. After all, you've kept me company for 6 months, so I'll grant you a clear answer before your demise." With that, he raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a glass wall in the living room shattered into countless shards, accompanied by indistinct screams from outside. A wave of intense heat, unlike anything Lin Sanjiu had ever experienced, surged in along with the glass fragments, engulfing the apartment. The last remnants of coolness left by the central air conditioning evaporated in an instant. Why is it so unbearably hot? It feels as if the entire city has been placed upon a blazing fire. Before Lin Sanjiu could fully comprehend the situation, Ren Nan's gentle voice resonated once more. "From this night onward, this world is no longer the earth you once knew. In this new realm, According to your measurement, the temperature is now, 59 degrees Celsius. Look, I have nurtured you for only a few months, and you have already developed heat adaptation and keen instinct. Truly worthy of being the potential seed I recognized at first glance. If only this new world hadn't arrived so soon, I would have loved to nurture you for another 2 years before reconsuming you. There was a hint of regret in Ren Nan's tone. He audibly swallowed and approached Lin Sanjiu. Little Gio, it has been far too long since I savored a good specimen. After the glass wall shattered, the living room was slightly illuminated by the residual light. With this faint glow, Lin Sanjiu could discern Ren Nan's face. The once striking features of a male model were now increasingly obscured by his gaping mouth. Clear saliva, unrestrained, flowed incessantly from the corners of his lips, and at that moment, Lin Sanjiu found herself cornered in the kitchen. I still don't understand. What exactly are you? Why do you want to consume me? Furthermore, what about evolution and abilities? Can't you explain that to me? Even delaying for a minute could provide a sliver of opportunity. Lin Sanjiu seized the moment to stealthily reach for the knife rack behind the countertop. The creature paused momentarily, its mouth narrowing slightly, revealing some of Ren Nan's original features that how foolish you are. Of course, I am human. Ren Nan is my name. However, I'm not like your primitive kind. I hail from another new world. In that realm, humans who survive evolve distinct abilities. Mine are beyond your wildest imagination. Ren Nan wiped his damp chin. I advise you to put down the knife. My eyesight is quite sharp. It would be best if you let me consume you. I assure you, it won't hurt. Shut your mouth. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Sanjiu, filled with both fear and anger, lunged forward wielding a sharp knife. The gleaming, bone-cutting knife moved with incredible speed, slicing through the darkness like a streak of light. Just as the tip of the blade was about to pierce Ren Nan's chest, he merely stepped aside. Lin Sanjiu missed her target, stumbled over a shard of glass at her feet, and lost her balance, crashing heavily to the ground. A mouth, split open to the cheeks, offered her no chance to rise. Like the wind, it surged towards Lin Sanjiu, in her panic, she could only roll over and forcefully fling the bone knife from her hand. Ren Nan, caught off guard, managed to evade slightly, yet still sustained a shallow cut from the blade. With a clang, the knife fell to a distance. Fuming with indignation, Ren Nan forcefully pinned Lin Sanjiu to the ground, her gaze fixated on Lin's black pupils, which had nearly shrunk to the size of pinpricks. A steak should resemble a steak. In the dim light, Lin Sanjiu despaired as she watched the shadow lunge towards her throat.
Chapter 3. An absurdity of cards. The young woman's tender flesh yielded beneath Ren Nan's ravenous bite, her lifeblood, tinged with the metallic tang of iron, staining his chin crimson. With a mere increase in pressure, Lin Sanjiu's fragile existence would be extinguished forever. Yet, Ren Nan remained motionless. It wasn't a matter of reluctance to devour the promising seed before him. Rather, he found himself utterly paralyzed. Embedded deeply in the back of Ren Nan's skull was a chef's knife, driven in up to its hilt. A trace of elation lingered in his glazed eyes. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend how Lin Sanjiu's seemingly empty hands, with their futile gestures, had brought about his demise. For a fleeting moment, Lin Sanjiu was consumed by the thunderous rhythm of her own heart, pounding beneath the oppressive weight of the corpse. Enduring the agonizing pain in her neck, she mustered the strength to shove Ren Nan's lifeless body off of her. With a resounding thud, the heavy cadaver crashed onto the ground. The knife, dislodged by the impact, protruded from Ren Nan's gaping mouth. Clutching her neck, Lin Sanjiu's hand became saturated with blood. Gasping for breath, she delivered a savage kick to the corpse, her voice a hoarse whisper of defiance. Who said I only evolved 2 abilities? The mere utterance of those words sent a jolt of excruciating pain through her throat, rendering her nearly incapacitated. As she recoiled from her impulsive kick, a sudden wave of darkness threatened to engulf her. The debilitating effects of blood loss were far more rapid than she had anticipated. Forgetting all else, her immediate priority was to staunch the bleeding. Staggering, she located a towel and pressed it firmly against the wound. Gasping for breath, she collapsed back onto the floor, pressing the towel down with all her might. The piercing wail of sirens echoed through the city in a cacophony, vaguely accompanied by the screams and cries of people, which only accentuated the deathly silence within the 38th floor apartment. Setting down the glass, Her gaze fell upon Ren Nan's grotesquely contorted corpse, still lying motionless on the floor. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Sanjiu dragged her leaden limbs over to the body. With a trembling hand, she placed it upon the corpse and whispered in a hoarse voice, "Gather it up for me." As soon as the words left her lips, a flash of white light emanated from her palm, and the body with the embedded knife vanished. In its place, a playing card-sized card fluttered to the ground. Lin Sanjiu retrieved her phone, illuminating the card's surface. As she had anticipated, a crudely drawn image in crayon depicted a man with a gaping mouth and a knife plunged into his head. Below the image, a line of bold text read, "Ren Nan's corpse." Ren Nan's corpse name. Are you incapable of reading the card's title? Race, human status. Deceased potential value, 204 suspect. Lin Sanjiu basic abilities. Extreme temperature adaptation, physical enhancement, body modification advanced abilities. I'm okay, you're okay, we're all okay. Nutritionist, what on earth is all this? Lin Sanjiu stared at the card, momentarily speechless. This peculiar object was the third ability she had evolved, and it had saved her life just tonight. With a mere inclination, Lin Sanjiu possessed the ability to transmute any object her hand alighted upon into a card, storing it within her being. When the need arose, a simple thought would suffice to restore the card to its original form upon her palm. Her previous act of seizing a boning knife and flinging it towards Ren Nan was a mere feint, a stratagem to lull him into a false sense of security. The true coup de grace came when Ren Nan bit into Lin Sanjiu, and in her struggle, she placed her hand behind his head. In a fleeting moment, the chef's knife card, concealed within Lin Sanjiu's body since morning, materialized into a sharp blade, piercing Ren Nan's brain with deadly precision. After days of experimentation, Lin Sanjiu discovered that she could now only convert items 4 times a day at most. Despite her familiarity with the cards she created, she had never encountered one so richly detailed. She hastily turned over Ren Nan's corpse, and indeed, the back of the card was covered in a dense array of small characters. Ren Nan, male, 28 years old, from another new world. Introverted since childhood, unpopular with girls, he even received a confession from a male senior in college. After the advent of the new world, he struggled to survive, blah blah blah. In short, after arriving in the world of criminal suspect Lin Sanjiu, Ren Nan devoured a billionaire with a potential value of 2, took over his assets, and deliberately approached criminal suspect Lin Sanjiu. Just as he was about to devour Lin Sanjiu, he was killed by her instead. Hello, me, hello everyone. In the vast sea of people, discerning seeds with high potential value. Through intimate physical contact such as kisses and embraces, this ability can stimulate the potential within ordinary humans, accelerating the evolution of various powers. It is a mutually beneficial exchange. Nutritionists posit that consuming a person maximizes the extraction of nutritional value, enhancing the evolution of abilities and physical attributes. A balanced dietary intake is paramount for ensuring a promising future. Note: the chef's knife in my mind is of German origin, possessing a sharp blade, lightweight design, and robust construction, acquired for 599 yuan from Jingxi Mall. Were it not for the ability of acute intuition, Lin Sanjiu would likely have mistaken this for a dream. She muttered an expletive under her breath, holding Ren Nan's corpse, unsure of how to proceed. She was unwilling to store a corpse within her body, and after some contemplation, she reluctantly stuffed it into her pocket. Ren Nan's card clearly delineated his abilities. She wondered if her own card would similarly detail her powers and provide an introduction to this so-called new world. While this was an idea, Lin Sanjiu couldn't very well transform herself into a card. An idea sparked in her mind, and she plucked a strand of hair, whispering, "Store it." A flash of white light occurred, and a card materialized in her hand. Hair owner. Lin Sanjiu quality. Black, healthy, with slightly dry ends. Function. Tends to adhere annoyingly to brooms. Note: based on the condition of the hair root, the owner may experience hair loss around the age of 40. Damn it. Utterly useless. Lin Sanjiu dejectedly waved her hand, and with a flash of white light, the hair vanished into the darkness. A torrid new world. She mused, somewhat absent-mindedly, at 59 degrees Celsius. Even someone like herself, who had evolved a tolerance for high temperatures, was nearly overwhelmed by the heat. She wondered what it must be like for ordinary people. Suddenly, Lin Sanjiu was jolted with a start, leaping up from the sofa. Zhu Mei! How could she have almost forgotten her best friend? Realizing Zhu Mei might be in danger, Lin Sanjiu disregarded her own injured state, hastily grabbing a backpack. Rushing into the kitchen, she stuffed all the bottled water and beverages from the refrigerator into the bag. After changing into comfortable sportswear, she found her keys, unlocked the apartment's emergency exit, and plunged into the dark stairwell. Despite simply descending, Lin Sanjiu found herself breathless after rushing down 38 floors. Wiping sweat from her forehead, she took a sip of water and continued toward the underground level. Renan's car, or rather, the car of the person he had consumed, was parked there. Zhu Mei's house was a 20-minute drive away, and in this extreme heat, Lin Sanjiu had no intention of walking. However, the moment she stepped into the parking lot, Lin Sanjiu was nearly knocked off her feet by the intense heat wave. Staring at the scene before her, Lin Sanjiu wordlessly switched off the flashlight on her phone. At least a flashlight wasn't needed here. Everyone who could reach the parking lot had come. With the city's power grid down, those unable to withstand the severe heat had instinctively sought refuge in their cars, now the only means of survival thanks to their air conditioning. After only a few steps in the scalding air, Lin Sanjiu felt the back of her clothes become completely soaked with sweat. As she passed the vehicles, each window revealed a visage of anxiety and unfamiliarity. Some were desperately attempting to make phone calls. Others held their children tightly, weeping uncontrollably. A few had succumbed to slumber, perhaps having been dehydrated en route to the parking lot. There were also those who stared at her in bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend how she could still walk. Despite being enveloped by the car's air conditioning, a faint veil of despair lingered on the faces of many. The air conditioning merely delayed the inevitable. Once fuel and power were depleted, under the oppressive heat outside, it was unlikely that anyone in this parking structure would survive. Lin Sanjiu was acutely aware of her inability to assist those trapped within the vehicles. Her backpack contained only 5 bottles of mineral water, 3 cans of cola, and a few packages of adhesive bandages. Such meager provisions left her uncertain about how long they would last. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed her compassion and resolutely sought out the familiar Audi, hastily diving into the vehicle. In stark contrast to the stifling underground parking lot, the outside air, though a sweltering 59 degrees, provided her with a modicum of relief. Surprisingly, the streets were nearly devoid of traffic, perhaps a testament to the collective reluctance to squander precious fuel and electricity. The cars parked along the roadside, much like those in the parking lot, remained idling. The occupants within these vehicles resignedly savored the last vestiges of cool air. Just as Lin Sanjiu sped past a red Mazda, a shadow suddenly soared in from the right, crashing soundly against the door of the Audi with a resounding thud. Chapter 4. 10 minutes with Mother, I'll obliterate you shameless dogs. Accompanying a dull thud against a car door, an inarticulate roar erupted from the roadside. Startled, Lin Sanjiu momentarily lost her bearings. She slammed on the brakes, the tires emitting a piercing screech as the car narrowly avoided colliding with the roadside barrier. Glancing back, she saw a shirtless man, drenched in sweat, furiously hurling bricks at a red Mazda that had just passed, yelling, "You're all scum. Get out here." Before he could finish, he collapsed backward, unconscious. It was clear she had been an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. Taking a deep breath, she accelerated, heading straight for the residential complex where Zhu Mei lived, a place she had visited numerous times. 20 minutes later, as the headlights illuminated the words Rongjuan Residential Complex, Lin Sanjiu brought the car to a gentle halt and switched off the engine. Removing the keys, slinging her bag over her shoulder, and activating her flashlight, she began walking toward the entrance. The complex was located in a rather isolated area, usually deserted, but at this hour, it was as silent as a ghost town. However, just as she was about to reach the iron gate, a sudden tremor ran through her, and she stopped abruptly. Scanning her surroundings, she found nothing amiss. She cautiously waited for another 2 minutes, and when everything remained unchanged, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her keen intuition was not always infallible. Glancing at her watch, Lin Sanjiu noted that it was precisely 2:30 in the morning. She stepped forward and shook the heavily locked iron gate, the weighty brass padlock clanging against the gate, producing an exceedingly jarring sound that lingered for a while before gradually fading away. Yet the surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. With a sigh, she acknowledged that this was to be expected. Lin Sanjiu looked up at the iron bars above the gate, designed to thwart any attempts at climbing. Despite the age of the community, the gate had been recently installed, robust enough to dispel any illusion of hope. Hesitating, she placed her hand upon the iron gate. "Withdraw," she murmured, and once more, a white light flickered to life in her palm. However, this time, the light seemed to struggle, flickering several times within her grasp, yet the gate remained unyielding. This was Lin Sanjiu's first attempt to transform such a substantial and weighty object, and she felt her heartbeat quickening, gradually becoming breathless, her muscles beginning to ache as if she were burdened with thousands of pounds of iron. Her arms began to tremble. Just as she was on the verge of collapsing under the strain and withdrawing her hand in defeat, an indeterminate flash of white light extinguished with a sharp crack. The iron gate vanished, transmuting into a card that fluttered to the ground. The card bore a child's crayon drawing of two chaotic iron gates, with a note in the corner reading, "Iron gate installed in the Rongjuan community in 2012, weighing approximately 300 kilograms. Function: nothing particularly special. Cannot stand when not embedded in the wall." Lin Sanjiu had nearly grown accustomed to this useless, tattered card. With a swift motion, she tucked it into her pocket and hurriedly made her way towards Building 2, where Zhu Mei resided. The guardhouse behind her remained enveloped in an eerie stillness. Upon reaching the door of room 401, she found herself panting as if she were a beleaguered beast of burden. The effort of closing the iron gate had truly drained her, and having ascended 4 flights of stairs in one breath left her voice trembling. Zhu Mei, are you there? Please open the door, it's Xiaojiu." Room 401 was equally silent. A wave of dread washed over Lin Sanjiu, sinking her heart into her stomach. What if Zhu Mei had fainted inside? She felt utterly lost. Since midnight, she had transformed 3 items: Renan's corpse, hair, and the iron gate. Only 1 quota remained, yet Zhu Mei's home possessed 2 barriers. Reluctantly, Lin Sanjiu continued to call out, banging on the door with increasing urgency, her anxiety mounting. She had noticed upon her arrival that the temperature seemed to be steadily rising. Judging by her own discomfort, it was certainly above 59 degrees. Could an ordinary person like Zhu Mei withstand such heat? "Zhu Mei, how are you?" Lin Sanjiu exhaled in relief and hastily shone her flashlight towards the door. However, the figure that appeared was not Zhu Mei, but a middle-aged woman in her 40s with an oval face. The woman was momentarily blinded by the light and instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Yet that fleeting moment was sufficient for Lin Sanjiu to take a clear look. With a loud thud, Lin Sanjiu's phone slipped from her grasp and crashed to the ground. She fixed her gaze on the half-visible face peering through the crack of the door, her trembling hands fumbling to illuminate the area with her phone's flashlight once more, finally managing to find her voice. "Mom? Xiaojiu." The middle-aged woman was on the verge of tears as she hurriedly flung open the door, urging her daughter to enter. "Thank goodness you're all right. I was so worried." A question slipped from her lips. "Mom, how did you end up at Zhu Mei's? Where is Zhu Mei?" Lin's mother wiped away her tears and gestured for Lin Sanjiu to sit down as she pulled out a chair. Once her daughter was settled, she choked out, "Ever since the weather turned so unusual, I've been frantic with worry. When I heard that the power grid here had collapsed tonight, I rushed over. I couldn't reach you by phone, so I came to Zhu Mei's to see if I could wait for you. But it seems that Zhu Mei may not make it." Lin's mother sobbed softly, saying, "She was a good child. I know you two were close. Please don't grieve too deeply." Lin Sanjiu remained motionless, silent for a moment, before turning off the flashlight on her phone. The room was once again engulfed in darkness. "I had prepared myself for this on the way here. If heaven has chosen to take her, there is little we can do. Fortunately, Mom, you are safe, and that is what truly matters," she murmured in the dark. Lin's mother, fully aware that her daughter could not see her, nodded nonetheless. She wiped her face and smiled, saying, "Your father is also fine. He is resting in the house. I was about to summon him when I turned to leave." Lin Sanjiu quickly rose to her feet. As Lin Mama walked, she nodded and reached out to push open the bedroom door. Old man. Just as she began to speak, a sudden rush of wind swept past her, and before she could react, a heavy blow struck her head, causing her to crumble to the ground, revealing the figure of Lin Sanjiu behind her. With arms raised high, Lin Sanjiu struggled to maintain her grip on the chair, eventually lowering it but refusing to release her hold, tightly clutching the armrests as if facing a formidable enemy, her gaze fixed intently on the direction of the bedroom. In that moment, the once tranquil room was filled solely with the sound of her labored breathing. Soon after, footsteps echoed from behind the bedroom door, which was suddenly thrust open. A broad-shouldered, tall man stood at the threshold, his eyes wide with shock and fury as he took in the scene before him. With the faint glow of the outside light, one could barely discern that he bore a striking resemblance to Lin Sanjiu. "Xiaojiu, what are you doing?" "That's your mother," he bellowed. The face opposite him, so similar to his own, wore a cold expression. "Let's dispense with the trivialities," Lin Sanjiu interjected, taking a deep breath as the muscles in her arms and thighs twitched from exhaustion. "My parents died in a car accident 10 years ago. I handled everything from identifying the bodies to their burial. Who are you two? And where is my friend?" Chapter 5. The Crisis in Pursuit. That last blow was indeed somewhat painful. The woman curled up on the floor suddenly let out a low moan, shattering the tense atmosphere in the room. Observing Lin's mother as she rubbed the back of her head and stood up, Lin Sanjiu felt an ominous twitch at the corners of her eyes. 2 against 1. Not to mention the towering man on the opposing side. She was currently so exhausted that her limbs felt like jelly, leaving her incapable of even defending herself. Lin's mother straightened her posture, cracking her neck with a series of pops. When she turned her face back, she had transformed into the appearance of a stranger, a youth of around 17 or 18. Oh dear, how unfortunate. Amongst countless families blessed with both parents, we are the ones to encounter an orphan. The youth didn't even spare Lin Sanjiu a glance. Instead, he first voiced a complaint to his companion. Lin's father, in silence, nodded and took a couple of steps out of the bedroom. After 2 steps, he transformed into a middle-aged white woman with red hair. She inquired in fluent Chinese, "She didn't hurt you, did she?" The youth smiled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "Of course not. Her strength is too feeble." Witnessing their nonchalant demeanor, Lin Sanjiu felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She quietly retreated a step, her voice trembling as she asked, "Are you also from the New World?" Upon hearing this, the youth seemed suddenly intrigued. "Oh, so you know quite a bit, don't you? I underestimated you. No wonder your actions were so decisive just now. I have just noticed that you seem to have evolved somewhat. Your potential must be exceedingly high." The young man's tone was particularly lively and cheerful, reminiscent of someone discussing a beloved game. Were it not for the fact that this youth had transformed into the visage of his deceased mother, drawing him into the room, Lin Sanjiu might have truly let down her guard. "My friend has truly passed away?" The boy exaggeratedly shrugged his shoulders. "The body is in the bathroom. It appears to have suffered severe dehydration, perhaps yearning for water. However, the reservoir in this place has nearly evaporated, and there is not a drop of water left in the pipes. By the way, your friend's corpse is as desiccated as a packet of instant noodle vegetables. I advise you against looking." Tears streamed uncontrollably down Lin Sanjiu's face, and she hastily wiped them away, fixating her gaze on the 2 individuals before her, retreating a step. She had already encountered one so-called evolved person from the New World, Renan. Now faced with 2 more, her vigilance surged to its peak. "If my friend was not slain by you, why are you here? Why did you deceive me into coming in? And how did you impersonate my parents? How do you know about them?" It was evident that this young man was particularly loquacious. Within this brief exchange, he had divulged a considerable amount of information. Lin Sanjiu contemplated her next move and deliberately inquired further. A sudden Mitali, she offered a smile, remarking, "I was merely curious to observe the extent of humanity's evolution." Almost instantaneously, as the crimson-haired woman's nails flickered into view, Lin Sanjiu abruptly thrust the chair forward, obstructing their path, and swiftly spun around to flee. Fortunately, she had left the door ajar upon entering, providing her with an avenue of escape. Subsequently, All sound faded into oblivion as a singular imperative consumed her thoughts. Survival. Her lungs burned with an excruciating intensity, as if devoid of oxygen. Each desperate gasp drew in searing air, scalding her trachea. Though Lin Sanjiu remained undeterred, discomfort was unavoidable. Compounded by her existing injuries and weakening limbs, her pace faltered, and as she neared the entrance of the residential complex, the piercing sound of metal cleaving the air reached her ears. With gritted teeth, Lin Sanjiu executed a swift roll, narrowly evading the crimson-haired woman's elongated steel nails. A white object was flung into the air, and as she willed it, two massive iron gates materialized, plummeting from the sky with tremendous force, crushing the youth beneath them amidst a pained cry. Lin Sanjiu's legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground. Despite the youth's incapacitation, she felt no elation, for the most formidable threat, the crimson-haired woman, remained unscathed, standing just beyond the iron gates. However, her strength was utterly depleted, rendering her incapable of further flight. Each transmutation of cards exacts a toll on one's physical reserves. The recent conjuration of the Iron Gate had depleted Lin Sanjiu's last vestiges of strength. Now prostrate, unable to even stand, she glared balefully at the auburn-haired woman, her heart brimming with resentment. Unexpectedly, the red-haired woman heaved a sigh, refraining from pursuit, and instead seated herself on the ground. With furrowed brows, she turned towards the youth beneath the iron gate and inquired, "Are you daft?" The red-haired woman scoffed, retorting with a sneer, "A plethora of flab, indeed. How you've managed to survive with such sluggish movements is beyond me. Mind your own affairs. I am, in fact, a nascent prodigy." Lin Sanjiu stared vacantly at the two pursuers in the distance, now engaged in a war of words, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Are you not going to attempt to kill me?" The youth's head emerged from between the iron gate's bars, regarding her with astonishment. "Madam, did you genuinely believe we intended to kill you? No wonder you fled with such frantic haste. I've been calling out to you incessantly, yet you persisted without pause. I have undergone significant evolution. What benefit would I derive from slaying a fledgling such as yourself? Madam, would you be so kind as to remove the iron gate? It's compressing me rather uncomfortably," the youth mumbled, piqued by the lack of response. Lin Sanjiu glanced askance at the red-haired woman seated on the ground, perplexed by her passive observation. After a pause, she stated icily, "I shall, but first you must introduce yourselves." "Certainly, certainly. My name is Lu Zhe. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Would you care to shake hands?" The young man leaned his head against the fence, perhaps having caught a glimpse of Lin Sanjiu rolling her eyes. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Oh, right, this is my other persona. Her name is Master." Lin Sanjiu's eyes widened. Another persona. Indeed, before the new world arrived on my side, I was the second confirmed case of dissociative identity disorder globally. Lu Zhe's tone suddenly swelled with pride as he lifted his chin. Later, I evolved and was able to differentiate Master. However, for now, we cannot stray too far apart. Well, as for my abilities, I shan't divulge too much. And don't inquire how I know your parents. That too is part of my capabilities. Realizing he had almost revealed too much, he quickly covered, in any case, Master is a life scientist who is quite intrigued by newly evolved humans, which is why she seemed a bit anxious earlier. Lin Sanjiu shifted her gaze to see Master nodding seriously. But why does she have such long nails? Lin Sanjiu pondered, staring at Master's nails. Under the flashlight's glow, her fingers appeared perfectly normal, short and rounded. For blood extraction, after drawing blood, can yield some basic data. This is a capability Master developed herself, lacking practical combat value, Lu Zhe admitted candidly. Wait, are you saying not only can you evolve abilities, but even the persona you differentiate can as well? Lin Sanjiu was truly astonished. Lu Zhe indeed lived up to the title of a potential young king. At this rate, wouldn't you alone be equivalent to an entire legion? It's not that simple. Lu Zhe replied with a troubled expression. Currently, this ability was utterly useless. Apart from her nails, Ma Se couldn't even injure a person. All right. Revealing too much about our abilities could be fatal. Please let me out first and we can discuss our issues slowly. Shall we? Before she could finish her sentence, a peculiar sound, akin to an agu, suddenly emanated from the nearby guardroom. Ma Se, who had been sitting quietly, abruptly sprang up, her face grave as she whispered, "This is bad." Chapter 6. The First Battle. We run away. You are a newcomer. You may not yet be aware, Ma Se said hurriedly, her words flowing much faster than before. In order to adapt to the new world, humanity has developed two distinct evolutionary paths. Agu! A sound that seemed to be squeezed from the throat, tinged with confusion, echoed from the guardroom. You, me, Lu Zhe all belong to the first evolutionary path. The second path is what we refer to as the fallen species. As Ma Se's tone grew increasingly urgent, the doorknob slowly turned under the beam of Lin Sanjiu's flashlight, emitting a creaking sound as the door opened. Ma Se took a deep breath, and her words spilled out like popcorn popping. As long as we can survive, the fallen species are free of restrictions. Right now, I possess no combat capability, so defeating this fallen species relies entirely on you. Otherwise, we shall not survive. Scarcely had the words left her mouth when, before Lin Sanjiu could even react, she leaped with agility and ascended into a nearby tree. Lin Sanjiu stared in astonishment at the spot where Martha had vanished, then glanced down at Lu Zhe on the ground. Lu Zhe offered a helpless smile, revealing his pointed rabbit-like incisors. I'm immobilized, elder sister. Cease your gazing upon me. The fallen has emerged. She had never before beheld such a repulsive entity. This being, which hardly resembled a person any longer, was clad in a security guard's uniform, though the garment was far too large for its current form, and soon it slipped off, discarded to the ground. The fallen's eyes, devoid of eyelids, swiveled, its gaze fixating upon Lin Sanjiu. Gu, you are all so comely. From the mosquito-like proboscis, a buzzing sound emanated, forming itself into human speech. Your skin is so supple. Surely it is quite moist? Lin Sanjiu stood transfixed. Suddenly, a soft voice arose from the ground beside her. Elder sister, I am relying entirely upon you. It seemed that one of Lu Zhe's abilities was shapeshifting, and the form he assumed was likely influenced by his target. This notion flashed through Lin Sanjiu's mind, and with indignation she retorted, I too am an injured party, you know. She hastily retreated a few steps. This movement exposed Lu Zhe behind her, his small face awash with the appearance of imminent tears in the dim flashlight beam. Upon seeing Lu Zhe, the desiccated, mosquito-mawed fallen paused noticeably. Lin Sanjiu subtly shifted her position. The desiccated corpse lurched forward abruptly, causing Lin Sanjiu to recoil a meter in alarm, fully alert. However, the cadaver ignored her, its exposed eyeballs fixated solely on Lu Zhe. Sister, what are you doing here? The cadaver was so close that spittle from its mouthparts dripped onto Lu Zhe's face before the sentence was even finished. Lu Zhe visibly shuddered in disgust, but his expression remained perfectly controlled. Brother, I came to find you. Save me. The iron door is crushing me. Tears welled up in the young girl's clear eyes. Brother, help me remove the iron door. I want to remember. Sister, you shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have come. After a pause, the cadaver, seemingly lost in thought, ignored Lu Zhe's plea and sighed in a low voice. Noticing that the cadaver's attention was completely engrossed, Lin Sanjiu quickly waved at Martha in the tree, making several gestures while quietly retreating. Martha silently leaped to a nearby tree, slid down the trunk, and swiftly ran towards Lin Sanjiu's position. Fortunately, the creature retained its sanity and humanity. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult to manage. The thought had barely surfaced in Lin Sanjiu's mind when the desiccated corpse tilted its head back and emitted a series of intense buzzing sounds. Its sharp proboscis flicked nimbly in the air several times, scattering saliva in its vicinity. This sudden action startled the trio present. No one had anticipated that Lu Zhe would abruptly become so vulnerable. As the desiccated corpse excitedly raised its proboscis, Lu Zhe cried out in alarm, Mathers, save me. No. Lin Sanjiu was unable to intercept in time, and Mathers had already surged forward from behind her. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and immediately turned to run in the opposite direction. However, Mathers' reaction proved correct. Just as the sharp proboscis was about to pierce Lu Zhe's chest, her long, steel-clad hand collided with it forcefully. The proboscis was deflected, and Mathers' fingernails, though formidable in appearance, were only suitable for drawing blood and shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. Encountering a minor impediment, the desiccated corpse's exposed eyeballs swiveled toward Mathers. It showed no interest in her whatsoever, buzzing, "Get out of the way! Fake blood, fake flesh. Sister, I'm coming." Lowering its head again, it paused. "Huh? Who are you? Where's my sister?" In the span of a breath, Lu Zhe on the ground had transformed into a shriveled, deep brown desiccated corpse with a massive mosquito-like proboscis. The two desiccated corpses stared at each other for a few seconds. "Did you absorb my sister?" Witnessing the imminent feast of familial flesh vanish into thin air, the desiccated cadaver, presumably of limited cognitive capacity, commenced an agitated, high-frequency vibration of its proboscis, emitting guttural sounds of rage. HRRR. "Ah! JHRRR. Ah! I shall slay you." This time, the proboscis ascended with remarkable celerity. As Mather reached out to parry, the cadaver delivered a swift blow, sending her hurtling through the air, where she landed heavily some distance away. As the pointed appendage descended once more, Luther resigned himself to his fate, quietly awaiting death. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air, yet the anticipated impalement never materialized. Luther opened his eyes to behold Lin Sanjiu executing a sharp maneuver, bringing the vehicle to an abrupt halt mere inches from the iron gate. The cadaver, having been struck with such force by the Audi, was propelled backward several meters. Lin Sanjiu alighted from the vehicle, placing her hand upon the iron gate while vociferously urging Mather in her direction. "Mather, quickly drive the car." A fulgent light emanated ceaselessly from her palm, as if Lin Sanjiu were standing beneath a showerhead, her entire being drenched in perspiration. Her arm trembled with increasing intensity, yet the iron gate remained impervious to her efforts. Mather lunged into the vehicle, hastily opening the rear door, and urgently implored, "Quickly, quickly, it is approaching. I am endeavoring." Lin Sanjiu uttered each word with arduous effort. Finally, with a surge of white light, the iron gate dematerialized for a fleeting moment or two, only to crash heavily back into place, raising a cloud of dust. "I am unable to persevere," she gasped, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Enter the vehicle with haste." Luther's voice resounded unexpectedly from behind. At the moment when the iron gate vanished, Lu Zhe swiftly rolled out. He hurriedly climbed into the back seat. Just as he turned around to see the mouth of the corpse nearby suddenly elongate, shooting towards Lin Sanjiu. "Quick, dodge." As the corpse lunged once more, Mather sharply turned the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding the creature, which emitted a chilling sound of compression as it passed. With a firm press on the accelerator, the Audi rapidly distanced itself from the corpse. Once the door was shut, the occupants of the car finally regained their composure, taking a moment to catch their breath. Lin Sanjiu's phone had long since fallen at the entrance of the community, and now Lu Zhe and she leaned over the back seat, peering behind. In the dim light of the phone's flashlight, they saw the corpse sway as it pursued them for a few steps. Realizing the gap was widening, it finally relented. It appeared to pause, contemplating, before turning to retreat into the community. It seemed that there would be no survivors in Rongjun community. "It appears that the primary weakness of your fallen kind is their sluggish speed," Mather remarked, glancing at the rearview mirror and wiping away the sweat. Lin Sanjiu distributed bottled water from the car, gulping down half a bottle herself, momentarily at a loss for words. The events that had transpired in just a few short hours felt utterly dreamlike. "And it seems our synergy is rather impressive," Mather said, raising an eyebrow with a smile reflected in the mirror. Observing two individuals who, despite being strangers, had fought side by side once, Lin Sanjiu genuinely smiled for the first time in days. "Indeed. Shall we discuss this wretched world? Are there any enthusiasts who find this theme captivating? Apocalypse fanatics, please raise your hands." Chapter 7. This new world under Lin Sanjiu's guidance, Master drove the vehicle to the foot of the 38th floor apartment, finding a secluded spot to rest. "After all, it is true. I am unaware of how many people inhabit your world. In ours, there are a total of 3 billion individuals. Each choice made in a person's lifetime spawns a new dimension. If you chose the left path this morning, then in another dimension, your counterpart chose the right path. Furthermore, Every individual in this new dimension will continue to generate new dimensions ad infinitum. When one contemplates the total number of worlds, the figure becomes unfathomable, an infinite expanse. Initially, we all lived comfortably within our own dimensions, destined never to encounter someone from an alternate space. However, for reasons unknown, certain parallel dimensions began to mutate. Much like this one, seizing the opportunity while Master paused, Lin Sanjiu hurriedly inquired, "Does it mean that all such places have transformed into high-temperature environments?" Responding with an unusually grave expression was Lu Zhe. "Not necessarily. In our world, it was due to a catastrophic viral experiment leak. Over half of the population perished from the ensuing plague." Lin Sanjiu suddenly realized that he must have lost friends and family in his own world as well. The compartment fell silent for a few seconds until Ma Si broke the stillness. Continuing, "No one can definitively say how many parallel dimensions have simultaneously undergone mutations, but one thing is certain, that number is far from negligible. Initially, we survived the virus and evolved, believing that as long as we endeavored to survive, everything would be fine." Ma Si paused, seemingly weighing his words carefully. By the 14th month, Lu Zhe and I had adapted to that new world, rife with plague and degenerate beings. However, it was at this juncture that he began to have the same dream repeatedly. Lu Zhe interjected at the opportune moment. "Every night, I dreamt of a place that was perpetually engulfed in conflict. A myriad of wars, fierce battles with real weapons, fighter jets, and biological assaults. The inhabitants there were all consumed by bloodlust, each faction branding the other as the degenerate species. No one knew the truth, yet they relentlessly plunged into new wars. Those unwilling to join the battlefield were swiftly branded as enemies of humanity, hunted down to death by people from all corners of the world." A sense of foreboding stirred within Lin Sanjiu. Indeed, no sooner had Lu Zhe's words faded than Ma Si nodded and remarked, "The 14th month has passed, and on the first day of the 15th month, Lu Zhe and I awoke to find ourselves on a battlefield. Can you imagine that? As we merely opened our eyes, still bewildered by our surroundings, a bomb was cast down merely 50 meters away. After enduring 13 arduous months in that war-torn realm, I found myself dreaming once again." Lu Zhe offered a wry smile, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Sanjiu. Within the cool embrace of the air conditioning in the vehicle, a bead of sweat trickled down Lin Sanjiu's forehead. "This time, you dreamt of a world engulfed in sweltering heat. Am I right?" Lu Zhe sighed and nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. Today marks the first day of the 15th month, which for us signifies the inaugural day of our first month in this new world." Lin Sanjiu opened her mouth, poised to speak, but Lu Zhe seemed to anticipate her words. "It is not solely I who experiences such dreams. Among all the evolved humans I have encountered across both worlds, nearly all have dreamt during the 14th month. Furthermore, each individual envisions a different place." Her heart raced, thumping wildly, as Lin Sanjiu found it hard to believe. "So, after 14 months, I too shall enter another new world," Master asserted with conviction. "Perhaps it is due to my fragmented persona that I have never dreamt, merely following Lu Zhe's lead. And one more thing you ought to know," Lu Zhe added. "On the first day of the 14th month, you shall experience a dice dream. Within this reverie, an immense, indistinct die is cast skyward, its descent revealing the name of the next world one is destined to traverse. The first inscription I beheld was 'Blood dyes the land black,' succeeded by 'Infernal heat.'" "Infernal heat? Dice? A decision made by the roll of dice?" A cascade of unimaginable tidings flooded Lin Sanjiu's mind, requiring a moment of contemplation before comprehension dawned. "Wait. You mentioned that the destinations dreamt by each evolved human differ, implying that this die makes its selection at random from an infinite array of parallel universes. More than that, it signifies that upon the lapse of 14 months, Lu Zhe and Maser shall be transported to realms unknown, potentially severing our paths indefinitely. Having just encountered two individuals worthy of trust, to be immediately confronted with the prospect of separation evokes a peculiar sentiment." A fine mist of condensation had already veiled the car's windows, a testament to the escalating temperature outside. Lin Sanjiu tempered the air conditioning, her silence punctuated by a sudden realization. "Hold on, within the construct of parallel universe theory, there exist countless iterations of myself. Ergo, Is it conceivable that I might encounter an alternate version of myself in another world? Unexpectedly, Masseur offered a resolute denial. Much like Darwin's theory of evolution, the parallel universe theory is merely the most cogent explanation we currently possess for this aleatory world, rather than an immutable truth. However, your preceding statement precisely highlights a deficiency within this theory, for in an alternate reality, there would be no corresponding version of yourself. A degree of bewilderment washed over Lin Sanjiu. The sheer volume of information divulged this evening was overwhelming. She reclined against the chair, her mind preoccupied with all that she had learned about the new world, and for a moment, she was lost for words. Suddenly, a soft, rasping sound echoed within the vehicle. She raised her gaze to observe that Mather's fingernail on her index finger had metamorphosed into a lengthy, metallic talon. Mather was regarding her, a glint of anticipation in her eyes. Now, would you permit me to draw your blood? Chapter 8. An inauspicious dawn amongst evolved humans. There exists an unspoken convention to refrain from inquiring into the abilities of others. Given the extraordinary and often unimaginable nature of evolved powers, any seemingly insignificant ability could serve as a trump card in saving one's life. Therefore, it is only natural that no one wishes to reveal their ace in the hole. Indeed, even utilizing one's abilities in the presence of others is generally considered taboo unless absolutely necessary. Lu Zhe had already apprised Lin Sanjiu of this. Why then, was Mather making such a request? Don't misunderstand, Mather said with a smile, perhaps sensing that her request was somewhat inappropriate. The smile accentuated the faint lines etched upon her face, betraying her years. With my present capabilities, I cannot ascertain your advanced abilities, only analyze some fundamental data. Understanding one's fundamental data can indeed be beneficial. Of course, it ultimately depends on your choice. Shall we give it a try? Very well. Lin Sanjiu readily agreed, extending her arm. I trust that your intentions are not malevolent. Moreover, during the prolonged encounter with the fallen species, both she and Lu Zhe had already revealed considerable aspects of their abilities. They are not foolish. If she can surmise Lu Zhe's general capabilities, then he must have already formed an estimate of his own abilities, rendering further concealment unnecessary. She let a drop of her round blood bead fall into the palm of her hand, and it promptly vanished. Subsequently, Ma Si closed her eyes. Upon Lin Sanjiu's inspection, she noticed that the incision on her arm was exceedingly fine and had long since stopped bleeding. Ma Si's current capabilities were still rather rudimentary. Thus, the process of reading your data might be somewhat sluggish. Lu Zhe seemed a tad embarrassed as he elucidated. All advanced abilities gradually enhance with usage, and you will come to understand this in due time. Lin Sanjiu contemplated her peculiar ability. Does this imply that these wretched cards can also evolve? What form might they take? At the very least, they should allow her to transform items without limitation, right? This thought led her to recall that she had successfully absorbed 2 iron gates, albeit the second time only lasted for a fleeting 1 or 2 seconds. Yet, she wondered if today's quota had already been exhausted. It seems I must discover a suitable opportunity to experiment. While awaiting Martha's data retrieval, Lin Sanjiu, driven by curiosity, engaged in wide-ranging conversation with Lu Zhe, having experienced 2 additional worlds. His tales were novel to her, eliciting astonishment, amusement, and trepidation in turn.
Lu Zhe,
too, seemed to relish the uninhibited exchange, fostering a newfound camaraderie between them. As their conversation waned, Lin Sanjiu observed Martha, still in her previous state, eyes closed and silent. How much longer will Martha require to process the data? Lin Sanjiu inquired at last. It appears it will take at least another couple of hours.
Lu Zhe replied, somewhat awkwardly.
Martha didn't seem to take this long when analyzing my data before. What's wrong? Why the long face? Daybreak is imminent.
Lin Sanjiu murmured, turning to Lu Zhe.
It's already so hot at night. Once the sun rises, the car will be baking in direct sunlight. Imagine the temperature then. Lu Zhe was rendered speechless by her question, and the two exchanged uneasy glances. Lin Sanjiu, rubbing her temples, said wearily, in another 2 hours, I fear we'll be roasted like ducks in an oven. You're familiar with this area. Is there any solution? Lu Zhe's previously carefree demeanor grew somber. there is indeed one recourse. Near this apartment community lies the city's most opulent shopping center. The building itself has lost its value, as the shopping center has designed a towering tropical plant forest to achieve a transparent and natural visual effect, with the ceiling constructed entirely of transparent tempered glass. In the past, strolling amidst the lush greenery under the warm sunlight was indeed a delightful experience. However, now it has become perilous. Yet, on the basement level of the shopping center lies an expansive imported supermarket. Not only is there an absence of direct sunlight, but also an abundance of fresh water. Upon hearing about the center situation from Lin Sanjiu, Lu Zhe immediately became exhilarated. A supermarket? How marvelous! You cannot imagine. Mather and I haven't eaten anything fit for human consumption in over a year. In the last New World, we subsisted on compressed biscuits and military rations, and during the direst times we even gnawed on tree bark. Oh, the agony of constipation was unbearable. It felt as though stones were lodged in my stomach. Lin Sanjiu raised an eyebrow at him, and Lu Zhe realized he had overshared, quickly clearing his throat awkwardly. You are right. None of us can predict how much the temperature will rise during the day. We should indeed make early preparations. After a brief and quiet discussion, the two swiftly reached a decision. They would first drive the car to the entrance of the shopping center, find a shaded spot to park, and then Lu Zhe would carry Mather as they descended together into the supermarket. The food section in the imported supermarket occupies a significant portion of the area, and with the inventory in the warehouse, there should be more than enough provisions for the three of them. Moreover, the supermarket is situated in an exceptionally advantageous location. If fortune were to smile upon them, one might even establish a refuge within its confines, thereby enjoying a tranquil year. However, Lin Sanjiu was acutely aware that her optimism might be somewhat misplaced. The reality was unlikely to be as idyllic as she envisioned. Yet, she could never have imagined that even the initial step of arriving at the entrance of the center would presently appear to be a nearly insurmountable challenge. The shopping center boasts a prime location, nestled on the main artery of the city's heart. This small vicinity is renowned as a sleepless city, dazzling through the night with a ceaseless flow of traffic. Coincidentally, this month marks the 5th anniversary of the shopping center, with it operating 24 hours a day throughout the month. As the temperature soared last night, countless individuals sought refuge in this haven of coolness. At this moment, the vehicles on the main thoroughfare had coalesced into a thunderous serpent, pushing Lin Sanjiu's car far to the rear. Every car still operational was revving its engine, squinting towards the shopping center. One could only faintly discern the fountain at the front entrance, where a multitude of people lay sprawled across the ground. It was clear that attempting to drive forward was no longer an option. Frustrated, Lin Sanjiu slammed her hand against the steering wheel, intending to reverse. Yet, as she lifted her gaze, she realized that in the brief interlude, new vehicles had appeared in the rearview mirror, effectively ensnaring their Audi in the heart of the traffic jam. The power had been out for several hours. How could there still be so many people heading in this direction? Amidst the cacophony of countless roaring engines, the disadvantage of a broken window became painfully apparent. The meager coolness emitted by the air conditioning was utterly insufficient to counteract the sweltering heat that surged in through the crevices of the shattered glass. Lu Zhe's fair skin began to flush with an unseemly redness, rendering him uncannily rabbit-like. Lin Sanjiu sighed, pondering the possibility of escaping the city. This thoroughfare led to several intercity highways. Let us wait a moment. The vehicles behind us will surely need to depart as well. In the distance, a newly arrived car hastily veered off, fleeing in a panic. Apart from the oblivious Ma Si, the two occupants of the car sighed in resignation. What other recourse do we have? We must abandon the vehicle and proceed on foot. The sky had transformed into a duck-egg hue. Though it lacked the brightness of daytime, visibility was no longer an issue. How much water do we have left? Lu Zhe licked his parched, cracked lips, concern etched upon his face. Lin Sanjiu glanced into her backpack. Even without looking, she knew it was devoid of bottled water, containing only 3 unopened cans of cola, still warm to the touch. Considering their physical condition, she tossed a can of cola to him. Perfect, we have 3 cans left. Drink up. We need to replenish both water and sugar. Our exertion will soon be considerable. To her surprise, Lu Zhe took a sip and was momentarily taken aback. burping as he inquired, "What is this?" It turned out that in his previous world, the Coca-Cola company did not exist. Watching him savor the drink, Lin Sanjiu discarded her own empty can and asked, "Are you ready?" Lu Zhe nodded in affirmation. She took a deep breath, opened the car door, and stepped out into an atmosphere that seemed 100 times hotter than before, the scorching air abruptly assaulting her senses. Am I still dreaming? Are you biting me? Chapter 9: The Supermarket of the Apocalypse. It is unbearably hot. Such heat is unimaginable unless one is immersed in it. Sweat barely begins to surface before it evaporates instantly, only to be replaced by another layer of perspiration. Lin Sanjiu felt as though her body had transformed into a feeble, gasping old dog, struggling for survival in the sweltering air. In contrast, Lu Zhe appeared significantly more robust. Despite carrying the hefty mather on his back, he seemed considerably more composed than Lin Sanjiu. He noticed this himself and called out loudly, "Hey, are you strong?" "What?" Lin Sanjiu raised her voice in response. The roar of car engines around them was overwhelming, and even though Lu Zhe was merely on the other side of the vehicle, she struggled to hear him clearly. "I said." Lu Zhe stepped around the car and approached her. The mather on his back was taller than he was, its feet dragging along the ground. "Haven't you undergone physical enhancement?" After just uttering a couple of words, Lin Sanjiu felt her tongue had dried up, lodged firmly in her throat. She dared not speak further and merely shook her head, signaling Lu Zhe to hurry along. Lu Zhe, taken aback, seemed as though he wanted to say something, but now was hardly the time for idle chatter. He quickly nodded and began to laboriously navigate through the stream of vehicles that were relentlessly expelling hot air. Every few steps, Lin Sanjiu had to lift her hand to wipe her eyelids. She was sweating profusely. Just moments ago, droplets had dripped into her eyes, stinging with discomfort. She couldn't help but begin to doubt herself. Could it be that the adaptation to high temperatures had a time limit? Otherwise, how could it be that she felt so cool at the onset, only to now be drenched in perspiration? Would she be able to reach the supermarket before succumbing to dehydration? In silence, the two surveyed their surroundings, where a barrier divided the road into two directions. Yet, when a crisis looms, few adhere to the rules of the road. Vehicles on both sides were entangled in chaotic disarray, some moving forward while others reversed. To cross the barrier would not only burden their bodies but also complicate the task of carrying Marshall, which meant navigating through a sweltering stream of traffic, a perilous endeavor. Unanimously, they began to walk toward the end of the traffic jam. Behind the wheel of a Land Rover sat a gaunt woman. As they passed by, Lin Sanjiu noticed that she had slumped over in her seat, her eyes sunken, oblivious to her surroundings. It was likely that she had been severely dehydrated, leading to her disorientation and subsequent crash. In the small car that had been struck by the Land Rover, the air conditioning was undoubtedly non-functional. However, thanks to the previous cool air, the middle-aged man driving it miraculously remained conscious, fixating intently on them as soon as they stepped out of their vehicle. As Lin Sanjiu walked past his car, the overweight man suddenly pounded on the window several times. Honestly, Lin Sanjiu was not a heartless person. However, at this moment, she was on the verge of overheating, and how much longer she could endure was uncertain. She could scarcely muster any empathy, merely furrowing her brow as she cast a glance at the rotund man. Through the glass, the man's voice was muffled. "It's hot outside. Can we leave?" Lin Sanjiu likely understood his intent and shook her head, stepping away. The heat emanating from the vehicle made an already dire situation even more unbearable. She simply could not linger in front of the car engaging in idle chatter with a stranger. As she began to depart, the plump man suddenly grew frantic. Flinging open the car door, "I'm talking to you. Stop. Weren't you just outside?" Before he could finish his sentence, he emitted a piercing shriek. The sound of his agony diminished significantly, and it appeared that his burn was no longer worsening. Lin Sanjiu exhaled, exchanging a look of shock with Lu Zhe. It turned out that her abilities had not waned. Rather, the outdoor temperature had escalated to a terrifying level. Ordinary individuals exposed to such air would suffer immediate burn reactions. Lin Sanjiu could hardly fathom the current temperature. Enough thinking, let us move. Even the typically loquacious Lu Zhe had become succinct. The two hurriedly navigated through the line of cars, distancing themselves from the hundreds of engines, and only then did they feel a slight reprieve. Crossing the road and stepping onto a tree-lined sidewalk, they dared not linger, hastening toward the shopping center. The leaves along the roadside had long lost their verdant hue, each leaf now charred and shriveled, curled beneath the trees. Periodically, Lin Sanjiu would catch sight of motionless figures sprawled on the ground, every inch of their skin scorched, their bodies devoid of any rise and fall. However resilient she may have been, it was the first time Lin Sanjiu had witnessed so many deceased, and a sense of dread washed over her. She swallowed, a wave of nausea rising in her throat, yet her mouth remained parched, devoid of any moisture. "Let's finish the remaining cola," Lu Zhe's parched voice rasped from behind. After discarding the cans and walking for a while longer, the main entrance of the shopping center gradually came into clear view. The once perpetually flowing fountain pool was now arid and cracked, as if it had never known moisture. However, several bodies lying face down in the pool indicated that this fountain had once been their last glimmer of hope. The corpses, their skin further scorched post-mortem, were strewn haphazardly across the landscape, a ghastly sight to behold. Lin Sanjiu lowered her head, carefully avoiding the bodies on the ground as she hopped forward. Occasionally glancing up, she noticed that Lu Zhe, carrying Masaru on his back, had somehow moved ahead of her. Just as she wondered how he had moved so swiftly, the answer became apparent. Lu Zhe, seemingly unconcerned, stepped onto the back of a corpse resembling a young mother, traversing into the shopping center's entrance as if walking on level ground. Lin Sanjiu hastily quickened her pace, catching up to him and delivering an irritated, heavy pat on his arm. "Couldn't you show some respect for the deceased?" she demanded, her throat aching with dryness after uttering just a few words.
Luce,
Startled by her action, wore a faintly bewildered expression before finally understanding. Oh, that. I apologize, I've seen too many dead people. I suppose I've become somewhat desensitized." He flashed a sheepish grin, revealing a prominent incisor. "I'm new to this as well, just like you." Observing his affable demeanor, Lin Sanjiu suppressed her discomfort and shifted the conversation. "Head that way. An elevator will take you down." Lu Zhe nodded, then gazed up at the shopping center, murmuring with admiration, "This place is indeed quite beautiful." Without pausing, he trailed closely behind Lin Sanjiu as they made their way toward the supermarket. This shopping center was reputedly designed by a renowned French architect, encompassing 5 stories with a central atrium teeming with lush tropical flora. Apparently stratified, the tropical trees had grown to the height of the 5th-floor elevator, creating the sensation of wandering through a primeval forest. However, time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity for leisurely appreciation. Lin Sanjiu cast a swift glance, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it, and shook her head as she rushed toward the elevator. Upon beholding the supermarket, both of them audibly gasped. The situation was even more dire than Lin Sanjiu had anticipated. She was not the only one who thought of the supermarket, but the state of the supermarket was still unexpected. The supermarket was obviously open when the temperature rose abnormally last night, so it was crowded with people. Of course, these people can't move or speak at this time, and they have fallen to the ground and turned into corpses. The chaos of the previous night seemed to have been frozen in time. Empty bottles, mineral water bottles, beverage bottles, scattered everywhere, and patches of dry juice and beverage stains splattered on the beige floor. The beverage rack resembled the aftermath of a robbery, with the last few bottles of water haphazardly strewn about. On the ground, several lifeless bodies clutched a multitude of drinks tightly in their grasp. Most striking was the cashier, whose cause of death was evidently not dehydration. Her skull had been severely caved in, and the cash register before her stood wide open, devoid of any contents. Lu Zhe clicked his tongue, remarking, "The robber must feel rather foolish now, assuming he is still alive." Lin Sanjiu, parched and desperate, extracted a bottle of water from the arms of a corpse by the door and unabashedly gulped down half of it before passing it to Lu Zhe. It appeared that despite the supermarket being strewn with bodies and the ensuing chaos, sustaining drinking water for the 3 of them was still manageable. Weary from carrying masse, Lu Zhe set her down on the floor, muttering, "How can something that isn't truly flesh and blood be so heavy?" Lin Sanjiu, resting at a cashier station devoid of corpses, could no longer contain her curiosity. "I've been meaning to ask, When Ma Se was here, I hesitated to bring it up. That fallen being claimed she was false flesh and blood. What did she mean by that? Lu Zhe replied while sipping water. She is a persona I have manifested, an independent entity in a certain sense. However, her authenticity relies on the extent of my abilities. Currently, my powers are insufficient, which is why many aspects of Ma Se are still imperfect. Lin Sanjiu nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries. After replenishing their fluids and resting for a while, the two began to feel the discomfort of their empty stomachs. Shall we head to the food section? Proposed Lin Sanjiu. Wait, Lu Zhe interrupted, glancing around before asking, is there anything handy here that could serve as a weapon? Chapter 10. The calm before the storm. You see, in a place like a supermarket, abundant in supplies, unexpected events often unfold. Lu Zhe and Lin Sanjiu cautiously navigated through the dimly lit aisles, occasionally casting glances behind them. Each held a bottle of red wine. It was the only item with any semblance of potential lethality at the supermarket entrance. Of course, using red wine against the fallen was somewhat impractical, but throwing it and making a swift escape was certainly feasible. Masa had been deliberately laid flat between the two corpses at the entrance, appearing lifeless at first glance. Whether she would curse upon awakening was solely Lu Zhe's concern. We've reached the deli section, Lu Zhe whispered. Just as he intended to suggest they start sampling from the deli, a strong stench wafted through the air. Reluctantly, he picked up a container of vegetable potato salad, only to discard it immediately. It's all spoiled. Turned to liquid. Isn't that obvious? Though Lin Sanjiu's expression was hidden, her tone was laced with exasperation. Despite the absence of direct sunlight, the underground supermarket was engulfed in darkness. Do you know where we might find a flashlight? Lu Zhe felt a bit vexed. Ever since he arrived in this extreme inferno, he had remained shrouded in darkness. Let's search for a while, he suggested, uncertain if anything was available, considering it was an upscale imported supermarket. While Lin Sanjiu spoke, they had already reached the food section, each clutching several indistinct packages of food in their arms. However, he recalled that they sold scented candles. As long as there was light. As he whispered to Lin Sanjiu, Lu Zhe fumbled to open a package. Ah, these are potato chips, he exclaimed with delight, but was abruptly interrupted by a voice breaking the tranquility of the supermarket. Lu Zhe, come out. It was Ma Se's voice. Lu Zhe hurriedly chuckled and offered explanations, attempting to appease Ma Se with the chips in his hands until she huffed through her nose, seemingly letting the matter slide. She then turned her gaze towards Lin Sanjiu, hesitating as if she wanted to say something. Lin Sanjiu, sensing an unexpected tension, set down her food and inquired, is there an issue with my data? Not exactly a problem. Perhaps my previous samples were insufficient, Ma Se replied with a comforting smile. Your data differs from what I measured before. In what way? Lin Sanjiu pressed for clarification. Words alone cannot convey it. You should see for yourself. As soon as Ma Se finished speaking, her fingernail elongated, and unlike before, it shimmered with a faint golden glow at the tip. Martha glanced around, seeking a somewhat dimly lit spot, and gestured for the two to follow her. Then, with her index finger, she began to inscribe letters in the air, each character shimmering with a faint golden hue, suspended in the atmosphere. Lin Sanjiu endeavored to suppress her astonishment, though she was not particularly successful. The values on your left, Martha elucidated as she continued to write. I will also inscribe Lu Zhe's for comparative purposes. Lin Sanjiu's fundamental abilities, high-temperature adaptation, capable of withstanding environments of up to 145 degrees. Keen intuition, occasionally unreliable, yet more often accurate. The third fundamental ability is currently being generated. Lin Sanjiu's physical metrics, height, 168 centimeters, weight, 56 kilograms, average 100 meters speed, 11.6 seconds, average 200-meter freestyle speed, 3 minutes 24 seconds, maximum load within 10 minutes, 35 kilograms, neural reaction speed, relatively swift, vision, 5. 0 body fat percentage, 18. 5 muscle mass percentage, 45. 7 potential value. Hi. Martha swiftly completed her writing, prompting Lu Zhe to exclaim in surprise. Huh? which caused Lin Sanjiu's heart to leap. Martha shot him a sidelong glance before addressing her. Your metrics extend beyond these. I have merely selected the most significant ones. Once we conclude our comparisons, I shall detail the rest for you. Lin Sanjiu nodded in agreement, rapidly perusing her data. She had always possessed commendable physical abilities and exhibited notable agility. During physical education, a class dreaded by most girls, she invariably excelled, even augmenting her college entrance examination score through her athletic prowess. Of course, throughout her formative years, she had endured the occasional jeer from boys about her being all brawn. In essence, aside from a potential value, she regarded her other statistics as quite ordinary. As Lin Sanjiu was musing, Lu Zhe's data materialized in the air before them. Lu Zhe's basic abilities: extreme climate adaptation, capable of surviving in exceedingly high and low temperatures; physical fortitude, enhanced physical fitness and strength; optimized speed, significantly more agile than before; eagle eye, greatly increased visual range, improved clarity in darkness; climbing and leaping, agility akin to that of a feline. A sixth basic ability is currently being generated. Lu Zhe's physical statistics: height, 174 centimeters weight, 70 kilograms speed, 120 strength, 89 fortitude, 101 potential value, 192 after reviewing only a few items. Lin Sanjiu understood. Seeing her comprehension, Martha ceased filing her nails. You perceive it now, don't you? Lu Zhe's statistics are the result of my ability to highly conceptualize, much like a video game character. Lin Sanjiu nodded, her gaze lingering on the potential value line. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, your statistics cannot be conceptualized, or rather, there is no necessity to do so. Each of your data points is a tangible measurement, a conclusion that can be derived from physical fitness tests. But that's not all. The most critical aspect is the potential value, Martha explained calmly. Everyone I have encountered possesses a potential value that is represented by a specific number. Unless one stumbles upon a rare opportunity, this figure remains immutable. Yet you are the first exception. Lu Zhe's score of 192 continues to emit a faint glow in the air. Lin Sanjiu furrowed her brow, while Mather's voice persisted. Among evolved humans, Lu Zhe's potential is considered relatively high, suggesting that you should at least be on par with him. 204. Lin Sanjiu abruptly raised her head. Run Nan's potential value is 204. I utilized my abilities on his corpse, thus revealing many of his details. This implies that my own value is indeed quite different. Lu Zhe seemed as though he had been struck in the stomach, exclaiming, how could that guy's potential be higher than mine? Impossible. I am the little king of potential. You might as well be the little fool of potential, Mather sighed lightly, turning to Lin Sanjiu. Indeed, now you understand, don't you? Your information is remarkably unusual. I cannot provide you with a rational explanation at this moment. It's all right. Lin Sanjiu smiled. She had never fully grasped the concept of these values and abilities, and upon learning that her own data was distinct, she pondered for a moment before setting it aside. Just as she was about to invite Mather to join her for a meal, Lu Zhe suddenly seemed taken aback and inquired, you mentioned, you still have Renan's corpse? Indeed, Lin Sanjiu replied, reaching into her pocket as she spoke. She suddenly realized that before her departure, she had changed into a different outfit, likely leaving Renan's card in the pocket of her previous trousers. What's happening upstairs? Lu Zhe exclaimed as he slapped his thigh with enthusiasm. Wonderful. The sun has emerged. Let's take a moment to regroup and then head up tonight to search for his remains. The thought of Renan's peculiar demise made Lin Sanjiu feel a twinge of discomfort. Why do we need to search his body? Under the faint golden glow of the words, her amber cat-like eyes appeared even lighter and brighter. Lu Zhe, brimming with pride, responded, of course. We must see what he left behind. Someone like him, having traversed several worlds, typically carries valuable items that might prove useful. You eliminated the person, so naturally, the belongings are yours, Ma Si added, seemingly concerned that she might misinterpret his intentions. Lin Sanjiu, however, was unconcerned by this. She smiled and said, all right, let us take a look tonight. What about now? As she spoke, she handed Ma Si a packet of digestive biscuits. Ma Si took two and remarked, This place seems quite pleasant, with provisions and shelter from the sun. Soon, let us find something for illumination and clear out the supermarket. She gestured toward the nearby corpse, acknowledging the dry air, yet under such high temperatures, none could guarantee that the body would remain unspoiled. The three were both parched and famished, and in a whirlwind akin to a tempest, they devoured a small pile of food, washing it down with some water. Lu Zhe was the first to leap up, exclaiming, "Let us go in search of those aromatic candles." Having already discerned that the supermarket posed little danger, their movements were markedly swifter this time. Before long, the gentle glow of candlelight illuminated the supermarket, accompanied by a soft, fragrant aroma that filled the air. Having traversed two worlds, this was the first that exuded such a romantic ambience. As Lu Zhe walked, he chuckled at Lin Sanjiu, the lifeless shoulder he carried swaying slightly in his grasp. "Can you truly feel romance while transporting a corpse?" Lin Sanjiu retorted, lifting the feet of the cadaver, a mix of laughter and exasperation in his tone. "Come on, Heavenly King, these were once living souls." Lin Sanjiu felt a pang of sympathy, sighing inwardly as he inquired, "How many more?" "Not many, just 2 or 3 left near the skincare section," Lu Zhe replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, his fair skin flushed. As they spoke, the trio descended the escalator, heading towards the skincare area. Chapter 11. The people behind the door indeed. There was no one earlier. Who knows where the hell they came from? Lu Zhe muttered under his breath. At that moment, each held a kitchen knife, with Lu Zhe leading the way, while Lin Sanjiu and Mars kept watch on either side as they cautiously approached the origin of the earlier crashing sound. The knives had been procured by Lin Sanjiu from the deli section, likely intended for slicing delicacies, and were probably not very sharp, still carrying a faint, unpleasant scent of marinated meats. Regardless, the acquisition of the blade instilled a newfound confidence in the trio. A resounding thud reverberated through the air once more. This time, they pinpointed the precise direction and promptly advanced towards the right front. "Here," Martha declared, gesturing with her hand. In the distance, bathed in the dim glow of a candle, a door bearing the sign staff only stood silently. The three exchanged glances before Lin Sanjiu nodded and spoke. A young woman's voice, she reasoned, might disarm any potential occupants. "Who's in there? Come out immediately." A moment of silence hung in the air. Just as Lin Sanjiu was about to repeat her demand, a distinct sob echoed from behind the door. A clear voice then timidly inquired, "Who are you?" The three regarded each other in surprise, a collective sigh of relief escaping their lips. Not only did the voice belong to a girl, but it also possessed a childlike quality, suggesting that the person behind the door was no older than 14. "Little sister? How old are you?" "We're not bad people," Lin Sanjiu cautiously probed. "Are you alone behind the door?" The girl, her voice thick with tears, responded in the affirmative. "I'm 11 years old." At this, the three lowered their cleavers. Martha even went as far as to conceal her blade with a towel from a nearby shelf, seemingly apprehensive about frightening the girl. She gently inquired, "How are you here all alone? Where are your parents?" The little girl's sobs grew noticeably heavier. My daddy works here. He brought me with him last night. And then a lot of people rushed in, stealing things. My daddy locked me in here and told me to never go outside." A look of compassion flashed across the faces of those present. There was no need to inquire. The girl's father had undoubtedly transformed into a lifeless corpse, perhaps one of those they had carried away. "Little sister, what is your name? Would you kindly unlock the door for us?" Moss gently rapped on the door. The others were visibly moved. Such a young child. One could only wonder how she had endured a night like this. Lu Zhe quietly gestured to Lin Sanjiu. "You should say something to comfort her." Lin Sanjiu instantly appeared quite troubled. As she noticed Moss speaking to the door while casting her an encouraging glance, she reluctantly cleared her throat and mustered, "Wang Sisi, be strong." As soon as the words left her mouth, the other two glanced at her as if she were a strange creature. Lin Sanjiu helplessly exchanged glances with them, signifying her lack of ability to assist. Despite being a girl, she had been raised like a boy from a young age, making her ill-equipped to handle children. Moreover, given the child's trauma, it was a delicate time. Her aim was merely to avoid inflicting any psychological scars. Wang Sisi was immediately silenced, her voice stifled by Lin Sanjiu's blunt remark. Ma shot Lin Sanjiu a disapproving look and whispered to the others. This child has likely developed a capacity for high-temperature adaptation. Keeping her locked inside is not a solution. She immediately raised her voice. Sisi, your father does not allow you to come out because it was unsafe outside. Now that it is safe, why not join me in waiting for your father? Behind the door, Wang Sisi seemed hesitant, making a few non-committal sounds, unable to decide. At that moment, the maternal affection overflowing from Mather melted her heart upon hearing Sisi's murmurs, prompting her to approach the door and gently continue. You have been here since last night. You must be hungry. Auntie has plenty of food. What do you like to eat? I'm so hungry. I love the fish my mother makes. Wang Sisi timidly replied. And chocolate bars. Mather's eyes shimmered with a hint of moisture as she wiped the corner of her eye and eagerly said, All right, let's open the door. And Auntie will take you to eat something. Shall we? Seeing her handle the situation quite well, the two idle onlookers began to whisper among themselves. Lu Zhe softly remarked, Mather has mentioned that she was married once before, but they divorced because they were unable to have children.
No wonder.
Lin Sanjiu felt a bit dizzy upon hearing this. It seems that the fragmented personalities indeed possessed their own complete experiences. While the two were engaged in their idle chatter, Wang Sisi, under Mather's persistent coaxing, finally agreed to come out. Auntie, I will go out now.
Wang Sisi timidly responded.
Then there came the sound of the lock clicking from behind the door, and the doorknob turned slightly. However, the door remained immovable. Huh? Mazer glanced down in surprise and asked through the crack of the door. Sisi, did your father lock the door before he left? The little girl's voice immediately turned anxious. I think so, but I can't remember. This revelation made everyone furrow their brows. This supermarket, catering primarily to upscale clientele, prided itself on the quality of materials used. Even the door to the staff room was remarkably sturdy. Mazer, eyeing the keyhole, reluctantly shouted, Sisi, step back. Auntie is going to kick the door. Before the others could intervene, she had already delivered a forceful kick. A sharp intake of breath escaped Mazer as she immediately sat on the ground, cradling her foot. The door barely trembled. Lin Sanjiu opened her mouth to speak but quickly closed it again. Perhaps she could have managed to open the door if she had previously dealt with the iron gate. But that would mean she would only have one transformation left for the day, and it was only 7:30 in the morning. Moreover, whether she truly had another opportunity today remained uncertain. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Sanjiu ultimately chose to remain silent. After all, there were alternative methods to unlock the door, and if there was indeed another chance, it might be best to preserve it for everyone's sake. When they had previously moved the deceased, they had encountered several employees of the supermarket still dressed in their uniforms. Lu Zhe pondered for a while before speaking, which allowed Lin Sanjiu to breathe a sigh of relief, her guilt somewhat alleviated. Lu Zhe glanced towards the door, hinting to the others, perhaps the person with the key is lying right there. Indeed, if Wang Sisi's father locked the door, he must possess the key. Her daughter was in the supermarket, so she couldn't have gone far. Presumably, she perished in the supermarket, only to be carried upstairs by those individuals. With this realization, the trio's spirits were reignited, and they huddled together to deliberate. As daylight had already broken, and the temperature was presumably sweltering, Lin Sanjiu, the only one among them without a robust physique, was left behind to guard the entrance to the staff room. Moss seemed apprehensive, and before departing, she cautioned, refrain from uttering anything inappropriate. Don't frighten the child. Lin Sanjiu nodded, her face flushed with awkwardness. As soon as the two had left, the supermarket was once again enveloped in tranquility. Wang Sisi, as if aware that only the unyielding, resolute woman from before remained on the other side of the door, remained silent save for the occasional sob. Lin Sanjiu sat on the floor, idly toying with the cleaver in her hand. Now that Lu Zhe and Moss were gone, it was the opportune moment to attempt the final opportunity of the day. However, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Aside from the faintly odorous cleaver in her hand, she had nothing of value to store away. To squander the last opportunity would be a source of inconsolable grief. She pondered and hesitated for an indeterminate amount of time, until she heard footsteps approaching from the elevator at the entrance. Lin Sanjiu rose to her feet and saw that it was Lu Zhe and Moss. So quickly, she inquired, perplexed. Lu Zhe flashed his 2 rabbit teeth at her, smiling, and said, "We were fortunate. The first woman we encountered was the manager of this supermarket. I discovered a set of keys in her pocket. Raising the jingling keys in my hand for Lin Sanjiu to see, I was grateful that the manager had affixed a label to them, which would certainly facilitate our task." Lin Sanjiu paused for a moment, her gaze drifting towards the doorway. "Where is Wang? Her father, were you not?" She lowered her voice. "Wasn't it found on her father's corpse? Ahem, as long as we have the keys, it doesn't matter if we didn't find. Well, whoever it was, is not necessarily a bad thing." Lu Zhe casually handed the keys to Ma Si. At the instant the key in her hand turned in the lock, Lin Sanjiu's heart skipped a beat. Before she realized what she was doing, a flash of white light flickered in her palm, transforming the earlier kitchen knife into a card, which she gripped tightly. Lin Sanjiu gazed at the card in her hand with surprise, too caught up in her impulsive action to regret it. Just then, the metallic sound of the key unlocking echoed from the staff room door, followed by Ma Si gently pushing the door open. "Cici, Auntie has opened the door." In that fleeting moment as Ma Si stepped forward, Lin Sanjiu suddenly lunged, forcefully pushing her to the ground. "When the 28th comes around, it seems we won't be signing any contracts this month. The updates won't cease. Everyone can just watch." Chapter 12. Surviving alongside Wang Cici? In an instant, chaos ensued. With a forceful shove from Lin Sanjiu, Martha's elbow scraped against the ground, erupting in a fiery sting. The question of "what are you doing?" remained unuttered, suspended in her throat, as Lu Zhe's resounding shout echoed behind them. He brandished his blade, charging forward and slashing it through the air in their direction. A sharp, metallic clang reverberated as a slender, agile, ebony shadow grazed Martha's face before Lu Zhe deflected it with a strike. Blinking, she realized it was the proboscis of a fallen. Lin Sanjiu executed a swift roll, springing back to her feet. Martha followed suit, a sudden warmth spreading across her face. Touching it, she discovered the proboscis had indeed breached her skin, drawing blood. Crimson droplets splattered onto the ground, staining a small patch of vivid red. "Goo. Auntie, can Cici drink this?" a tender, childlike voice inquired hesitantly. The 3 individuals present remained motionless, their countenances grim. The employee room's door stood wide open, unleashing a powerful wave of nauseating stench. A fallen, masquerading as a little girl in a light pink floral dress, it would be a disservice to call it a little girl, was standing in the doorway. Lin Sanjiu suddenly understood why Wang Cici appeared plumper than the security guard. Her body was indeed filled with a person's bodily fluids. "I understand now. Who witnessed you attacking your father? The manager here? She must have been terrified. While you were feeding, she used the key to lock you in this room, correct? The door's quality was too high. A desiccated corpse like you couldn't break free." Lin Sanjiu stated, her muscles coiling in anticipation, poised for action. "Upon our arrival, the realization dawned upon you that our voices presented an opportunity to deceive us into releasing you. It is quite astonishing that your atrophied intellect still possesses such potency." Provoked by her acerbic words, Wang Csi emitted an ear-splitting drone, screeching with resentment. "Do you presume your abundance of moisture makes you superior?" Simultaneously, her proboscis lunged at Lin Sanjiu without warning. Due to Wang Csi's diminutive stature, her proboscis was correspondingly shorter. However, Lin Sanjiu, anticipating the attack, rolled towards Lu Zhe, causing the initial strike to miss its mark. Without a moment's hesitation, the sharp proboscis swung back towards the 2 of them, emitting a piercing sound as it cut through the air. Lu Zhe hastily raised his cleaver to parry the blow, and with a resounding clang, the proboscis was deflected. In that brief instant, however, the cleaver was sent flying, leaving both of them unarmed. Wang Csi clicked her tongue twice, lamenting that the person who had fallen before her was, regrettably, unappetizing. Before Mather, who was on the ground, could fully comprehend the situation, the proboscis had already buzzed towards Lin Sanjiu once more. Instantly, the layers of skin on Wang Csi's face folded upon themselves, as if in great delight. "Haha, fool, I can extract blood from your hand as well." Lu Zhe and Mather were simultaneously alarmed, and were about to rush forward to assist, when suddenly a flash of white light erupted. Immediately following, Wang Csi emitted a piercing shriek, shaking her head incessantly, writhing and struggling. The sheer volume of her anguished cries nearly caused the items on the shelves to topple. Everything transpired in a flash of lightning, and even though Wang Csi had overheard the plan, it was all too late. A shadowy figure darted forward with incredible speed, delivering a forceful kick to the chest. A series of cracking sounds suggested that Lu Zhe had fractured her sternum. Meanwhile, Martha, who had anticipated this, rushed forward instantaneously and seized the doorknob. At that moment, a clear, childlike voice filled the room, filled with plaintive urgency. "Auntie, I was wrong. Auntie, please don't lock me up. Wah. It hurts so much. Auntie Martha, I'll never do it again." Martha hesitated momentarily. Then, she muttered under her breath, "To hell with you. I'm not your aunt." No sooner had she spoken than she slammed the door shut and reached for the lock. The key ring was still in the door. With 2 quick turns, the door was securely locked once more. Only then did Lin Sanjiu exhale deeply, her strength completely spent, and collapse onto the floor. With a thud, Lu Zhe also fell to the ground beside her, looking equally exhausted.
Wang Xi's sorrowful cries persisted,
alternating between pathetic sobs like a little girl and incessant pleas and promises to Martha. When these proved ineffective, she erupted into piercing shrieks. But no matter how she screamed or pounded on the door, the 3 outside acted as if they heard nothing. "What are we going to do?" Lu Zhe smiled wryly, grabbing a few towels and tossing them to Lin Sanjiu and Martha. "Are we really going to settle down in this place with a fallen?" Lin Sanjiu's heart continued to race fervently. She wiped the blood that had oozed from her palm with a towel and sighed, suggesting, "Let us gather some shelves to barricade the entrance. Otherwise, aside from this place, where can we possibly go?" Ma Se nodded in agreement, recalling, "When we ventured out to search for the key earlier, we nearly succumbed to the heat." Her voice turned somber as she added, "It is disheartening to consider that these fallen beings retain their senses yet can inflict such cruelty upon their kin." The trio quenched their thirst and took a brief respite, collaboratively pushing several nearby shelves to fortify the entrance. They secured the door tightly, ensuring that even the formidable Wang Cixi would find it nearly impossible to break through. Exhausted from their efforts, Lin Sanjiu felt utterly drained. Since being awakened by the stifling heat in the dead of night, a mere 5 or 6 hours had passed, yet her world had been irrevocably transformed. She had never engaged in a brawl before, yet now the act of killing seemed trivial. As the supermarket lacked bedding supplies, Ma Se retrieved a stack of large towels and spread them on the ground, improvising them as sheets. Lin Sanjiu cautiously used half a bottle of water to cleanse herself of the foul sweat before collapsing onto the towels. The roller shutter at the supermarket entrance had been lowered, secured with the late manager's key. Outside, the sun blazed with a ferocity that could be lethal, while within the subterranean supermarket, a dim sanctuary remained, allowing them a chance to survive. 3 individuals reclined side by side on a towel, listening to the distant, sharp, and helpless cries of Wang Cixi. Gradually, the surroundings blurred, and the sounds faded. Lin Sanjiu succumbed to sleep. "I must apologize to everyone. Yesterday, I inadvertently misplaced my power adapter, rendering my computer unable to charge from the outlets in France. Consequently, I was compelled to refrain from posting for an entire day. However, I have procured a new one, and I can continue to share my writings now. Rest assured, this article will not be abandoned. I assure you of my integrity." Chapter 13. Another evolution with a sudden jolt. Lin Sanjiu opened her eyes, momentarily believing she would once again behold a pallid face. She swiftly turned over and sat up, shaking her head to clear her thoughts, and, aided by a faint glimmer of light, surveyed her surroundings. The once vibrant and attractive supermarket, where she occasionally indulged in imported snacks, now appeared lifeless, shrouded in darkness, tranquility, and disarray. A slender Caucasian woman nestled her face within her abundant red hair, soundly asleep. On the opposite side, a fair-skinned, delicate youth stirred at the sound of Lin Sanjiu's movements, slightly opening his eyes. "Are you awake?" mumbled Lu Zhe, still drowsy. He glanced at the clock on the supermarket wall and remarked, "Oh, It is already past 6 in the evening? Awakened by the conversation, Ma Si wearily rubbed her eyes and sat up. No wonder I feel famished. Lin Sanjiu heard her stomach emitting a persistent grumble. Taking a sip of water, she murmured, "That little dry corpse has finally quieted down, hasn't he it?" Indeed, the employee lounge exuded an air of tranquility, with shelves effectively barricading the entrance, as if Wang Sisi had never graced the place with her presence. Upon awakening, the anxiety and tension that had enveloped them the night before had nearly dissipated, allowing the three individuals to relax comfortably in a circle, indulging in snacks while engaging in lighthearted conversation. I remarked, "You hardly resemble someone who has experienced the battlefield." Lin Sanjiu discovered a packet of cookies she had long cherished. Her spirits lifted as she playfully teased Lu Zhe. Upon hearing this, Master snorted, "Don't even mention it. Ever since we joined the army, I've been subjected to relentless training every day, while he, on the other hand, enjoys a life of ease, taking advantage of his ability to transform." "Oh, do tell me more," Lin Sanjiu urged with a laugh. Hearing their chatter, Lu Zhe, with his mouth full, found himself utterly unable to defend himself, frantically gulping down water in an effort to swallow his food, nearly choking in the process. Suddenly, the long-lost sound of laughter echoed through the supermarket, as the group, amidst their jovial banter, felt as though this new world was not so terrifying after all. Hearing the laughter from outside, Wang Sisi, filled with frustration, banged against the door, emitting a sharp cry. The trio had become accustomed to her presence. Having fallen asleep to her screams that morning, they nonchalantly continued their meal, unfazed, while Lu Zhe, still somewhat dissatisfied, smacked his lips, lamenting, "If only we could enjoy some stir-fried rice." This remark reminded Lin Sanjiu, who suddenly clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Aren't we supposed to head upstairs to search for Renan's body soon?" Within the abode, a stove was present, suggesting the possibility of preparing sustenance. The proposition to bring rice, sufficient for a modest repast such as meat porridge, garnered immediate approval. Lu Zhe, with newfound vigor, eagerly escorted Martha on numerous trips within the emporium, procuring provisions such as Thai rice, potable water, and vacuum-sealed meat. Regrettably, a thorough search of the establishment yielded no portable luminaries. The trio, thus, equipped themselves with individual lighters, serving as makeshift illumination. After several hours of repose, surmising that the exterior had descended into complete darkness, the individuals, laden with their belongings, departed the supermarket, securing the roller shutter as a precautionary measure. Upon entering the elevator, the sun had indeed vanished, leaving the ground floor lobby in a state of somber lifelessness. Unexpectedly, due to the unique architectural design of the commercial center, the thermal energy bestowed by the sun had been entrapped within the structure. Devoid of the customary air-conditioned coolness, the ground floor lobby had transformed into a veritable inferno. The oppressive heat, intensely pervasive, caused perspiration to dampen the backs of the three individuals within mere moments. Furthermore, the accumulation of cadavers, relocated earlier in the day, had begun to emanate a subtle malodor under the elevated temperature. Consequently, Lin Sanjiu, disinclined to linger on the ground floor, promptly exited the shopping center, where a gentle breeze caressed her epidermis. It appeared imperative to devise a strategy for the disposal of the corpses at the earliest opportunity. This morning, the traffic jam that she and Lu Zhe had navigated remained ensnared before the shopping center. However, unlike the earlier hours, a significant number of vehicles had exhausted their fuel and electricity, now lifelessly silent. Only a few cars, clinging to existence, still emitted the faint hum of their engines. The queue resembled a dying serpent, motionless under the sweltering heat. Lin Sanjiu led the two swiftly across the road, not casting a glance at the vehicles, for she had grown weary of the dead. The neighborhood where she once resided with Renan was not far from the shopping center, and after approximately 10 minutes of walking, the trio arrived at the base of the 38th floor apartment. With the onset of the heat wave, the unprepared populace had perished in droves, leading to the total collapse of the power grid, which had failed to reignite. Now, the few remaining individuals had no choice but to ascend the 38 floors on foot. As the only male, Lu Zhe took it upon himself to shoulder the heavier burdens of rice and water, trailing behind the two women as he huffed and puffed up the stairs. despite all three being what one might call evolved humans. By the time they reached the 25th floor, fatigue had begun to take its toll. Lin Sanjiu, who had not undergone physical enhancement, was the first to collapse onto the stairwell, shaking her head emphatically. "I can't go on, I can't. Let us take a break. Catch our breath, have some water." Ma Se cautiously illuminated the surroundings with her lighter, ensuring there was no unusual activity, before finally unscrewing a bottle of juice and handing it to the two exhausted individuals sprawled on the stairs. The sweet, luscious flavor of blueberries flowed down his throat into his being. Just as Lu Zhe was about to commend the drink, the door to the stairwell on the 26th floor creaked open. "Is anyone there? Honey, is that you?" A quivering voice, tinged with fear, resonated through the air. In an instant, the three individuals sprang to their feet, utterly vigilant. The lessons learned from Wang Sisi were still fresh in their minds, and without further ado, Maze issued a stern command. "Stay right there and do not approach. Who are you?" The woman on the 26th floor seemed taken aback by the presence of others below, gasping in surprise before she stammered. I live here. I came out to look for my husband." "Who are you?" The trio exchanged glances. Lin Sanjiu pondered for a moment and raised his voice. "I am also a resident here. Slowly make your way to the side of the staircase and reveal your face for us to see." "Why do I have to do that?" The woman protested, yet she complied, cautiously advancing to the stairwell's edge. The three of them craned their necks, peering upward into the flickering light of Maze's lighter. In the warm orange glow, a normal, clean face of a human woman emerged beside the railing. She appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a scarlet nightgown, her features possessing a certain allure, though her eyes were swollen and red, betraying her evident panic. The moment her gaze fell upon Lin Sanjiu, she seemed to exhale in relief, exclaiming, "Ah, it's you. I saw you downstairs." However, Lin Sanjiu felt no recognition of her at all. However, since they were not fallen beings, the few of them lowered their guard and ascended the stairs. This remark brought tears to Kong Yun's eyes. Last night, we had shared the same bed, yet, in the dead of night, the power suddenly went out, awakening me from my slumber. When I looked around, my husband was nowhere to be found. Only his nightclothes remained on the bed. He must have left, but I do not know where he has gone. During the day I dared not move. Perhaps it had been ages since I had seen a living soul, as Kong Yun felt an overwhelming urge to express her emotions. How could this dreadful weather turn so terrifying? I went downstairs in search of the security personnel, only to find them sprawled on the ground, unconscious or perhaps lifeless, which frightened me immensely. Just as Ma Se leaned closer to Lin Sanjiu's ear, Lu Zhe seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, stepping forward at the perfect moment to shield her, ensuring that Kong Yun noticed nothing amiss. It seems that a familiar face speaking carries considerable weight, as Kong Yun readily assented. "By the way, do you need to replenish your fluids?" Lin Sanjiu cast a glance at her parched lips and reached for the remaining half bottle of juice. Not to mention the two who had been through the battlefield. Even Lin Sanjiu, who had traversed the brink of life and death, felt a heightened sense of awareness. With Kong Yun presenting such a demeanor, the three couldn't help but fixate on her. Chapter 14, Robbing the Corpse. Who knows? Lu Zhe glanced at the items he was holding, speculating that perhaps she had stocked up on numerous crates of water, fearing that we might attempt to seize them. In any case, let us be vigilant when we descend shortly. Ma Se concluded. A group of individuals engaged in conversation ascended a winding staircase, eventually encountering a grand 38. Lin Sanjiu stood at the staircase's entrance, inhaled gently, and pushed open the slightly ajar door, stepping into the room. The residence led to an emergency exit adjacent to the maid's quarters. Emerging from the corridor before the maid's room, they found themselves in the living room. As they entered, their gazes swept the space, and Lu Zhe was the first to exclaim in astonishment. "Xiaojiu, what did you do before? This apartment is astonishingly spacious. Does your living room truly have a private elevator?" Lin Sanjiu glanced around the living room, which remained unchanged, the exquisite and sturdy hardwood floor strewn with shards of glass, the sofa askew, and chaos reigning throughout. Even the bone cleaver she had used during her initial assault on Ran Nan lay undisturbed in its original place. It appeared that since her departure, no one had returned. "This is not my home," she replied coolly, nudging the shards of glass aside with her foot. "Renan deceived me into coming here. This is not his residence. He has usurped the original owner's space, having consumed their very essence." Strangely, she found herself remarkably composed when recalling this incident. Observing Lin Sanjiu as she entered the bedroom, Lu Zhe flung himself onto the sofa, sinking into its wide, soft embrace with a contented sigh. "Ah, this is truly comfortable. Far superior to the bath towels at the supermarket. Why don't we take a nap here?" Ma Si emitted a derisive snort. Listening to the voices outside the room, Lin Sanjiu smiled faintly. She picked up her pajamas from the bed and reached into her pocket, where she indeed found a card. Renan's corpse. Gazing at the simplistic drawing on the card, she couldn't help but shudder at the memory of the pale face that watched her every night in this nightmarishly familiar setting. Hastily, she tucked the card away. The outfit she wore was so worn that it felt as if even a slight movement could cause salt particles to fall. She could hardly fathom how much sweat she had produced throughout the previous day. With a silent sigh of exasperation, she quickly changed her clothes and rummaged through her belongings, packing 2 bags with comfortable attire and shoes for ease of movement. Once prepared, she stepped out to find the 2 individuals in the kitchen. The rice bag had already been opened. Lu Zhe was attempting to dissuade Ma Si from cooking. "Ma Si, it's not easy to haul water and rice." No, I'm not saying your cooking is unpalatable. It's just that porridge is rather simple, a sledgehammer to crack a nut." Lin Sanjiu let out a soft laugh, and the faint chill that had lingered around her moments ago evaporated instantly. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Zhe exclaimed, "Ah, little Joe is out. Let us first examine the body, and then we can discuss food, shall we?" Ma Si, frowning, dropped the pot with a clang and strode into the living room. Lu Zhe seized the opportunity to gesture behind her, mouthing to Lin Sanjiu, "Please don't let her cook, I beg you." Lin Sanjiu stifled a laugh, turning her face aside and clearing her throat, saying, "Should I just leave him here?" The other 2 nodded in agreement. With a flash of white light, a shadowy figure fell from Lin Sanjiu's palm, landing heavily on the floor with a resounding thud. Its eyes gleamed with excitement, its gigantic mouth stretched into a grotesque grin, and a blood-red blade protruded from its maw. A day later, upon encountering the corpse again, Lin Sanjiu felt a shudder run through her, and she averted her gaze. Yet, she compelled herself to turn back, striving to maintain her composure. Lu Zhe gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this truly considered handsome? It seems your world's standards differ greatly." Lin Sanjiu, somewhat at a loss for words, placed her hand on the blade protruding from the corpse's mouth, bemusement evident in her expression. With the incident involving Wang Sisi, she had come to realize that her ability allowed her to transform 4 items each day, rather than merely 4 times. Noting that the time had yet to reach midnight, she thought it prudent to keep the chef's knife since it could serve as a weapon. With a focused intent, a brief flash of white light enveloped the knife, and it vanished from her grasp. The corpse, now devoid of its weapon, appeared somewhat less unsettling. "I checked the room earlier. He had no backpack or suitcase," she remarked. "Having resided here for several months, I have not seen him carry any bag." Summoning her courage, Lin Sanjiu resolutely sat down. From the corner of her eye, she noticed the enormous mouth still frozen in a grimace. "You simply don't understand," Lu Zhe said, licking his rabbit-like teeth with a grin. "Allow me to give you a lesson." With that, he suddenly reached out to undo the collar of the corpse's clothing. "In this new world, we may all have the chance to acquire certain valuable and extraordinary items by sheer fate. However, do not display them to me. That kitchen knife hardly qualifies as a treasure, nor does taking a life." Lu Zhe's nimble hands swiftly explored the neck and chest of the corpse, his eyes gleaming with excitement, resembling a peculiar individual. "If you happen to possess a few exquisite items, remember, you must not carelessly stow them in your bag and wander about. Otherwise, should you encounter someone with ill intentions, the loss of your possessions might be the least of your worries. The true danger lies in threats to your life." Lu Zhe chattered incessantly, his hands never still. Soon, he reached towards Renan's ear, and Lin Sanjiu's gaze followed his delicate fingers to a pair of obsidian earrings. These earrings had been a gift from Lin Sanjiu shortly after they began their relationship, prompting her to smile and remark, This is hardly a treasure. But before she could finish her sentence, Lu Zhe had already snatched the obsidian earring away. In an instant, a burst of silver light erupted, and with a sharp sound, the earring clattered to the ground. The silver radiance continued to shimmer in Lu Zhe's hand, illuminating half the living room with its brilliance. What is this? Lin Sanjiu leaned in, her face a picture of astonishment, only to realize that Lu Zhe was holding a transparent vial containing a swirling mass of silver light. Lu Zhe squinted at the dazzling silver light, articulating each word. Ability polishing agent. Note: not applicable for initial evolution. Observing the perplexed expressions of Ma Se and Lu Zhe, it was evident that they were unfamiliar with this polishing agent. Despite their confusion, the name alone hinted at its purpose. It likely served to enhance or elevate one's abilities. Lin Sanjiu mused while admiring the exquisite silver vial. Although the item appeared impressive, the three individuals present were not particularly seasoned in practical combat, and all were at the nascent stage of evolution. Though Lu Zhe stubbornly refused to acknowledge this, they paid it little mind and casually set it aside. How peculiar. I gifted him this earring, yet it concealed such an object within? Lin Sanjiu, observing Lu Zhe's continued search, inquired of Ma Se in bewilderment. All precious items emerged only after the advent of the New World. Thus, they possessed a curious trait. They could entirely merge with another object at a molecular level. When retrieved, they would re-emerge in molecular form, undergoing reassembly to revert to their original state. While they could be hidden within any item, for safety reasons, it was customary for everyone to store valuable items in portable belongings. Ma Se endeavored to explain this process in simpler terms, gesturing towards Lu Zhe as she said, "Look." Hearing this, Lin Sanjiu, momentarily dumbfounded, turned his gaze toward the indicated direction. With a sense of reverence, Lin Sanjiu picked up his wallet and opened it cautiously. The wallet was modest in size, merely the span of a hand. Devoid of the typical cash compartment found in ordinary wallets, it resembled more of a card holder. Upon perusal, she discovered that apart from a paper-like item, there was nothing else within. Utilizing a polishing agent as illumination, Lin Sanjiu extracted the slip of paper. The three individuals instinctively huddled together, their gazes fixated upon it for less than a minute. Lin Sanjiu gasped, a mixture of disbelief and confusion washing over her as she glanced at the other two, only to involuntarily lower her eyes once more to reread the line of text. Indeed, it was absolutely certain. Ma Si and Lu Zhe also comprehended the significance of what lay before them. Ma Si's voice trembled slightly. "I must be mistaken, right?" Suddenly, a loud bang resonated from the direction of the emergency exit, interrupting her words. Chapter 15. Kong Yun almost instantaneously with the sound, the three sprang to their feet. In less than half a second, Lin Sanjiu flipped her palm, firmly gripping the chef's knife, and demanded in a sharp tone, "Who is it?" Her clear voice, imbued with an air of menace, pierced through the darkness. "Ah, don't be alarmed. It's me, Kong Yun from downstairs," came the response from the dimly lit corridor before the nanny's room. Kong Yun's voice bore a hint of fatigue yet conveyed a sense of relief. "Thank goodness. You have a flashlight here." Without awaiting an invitation from the three inside, she stepped into the room. "A flashlight? From where did you come?" Instantly, the three of them realized what Kong Yun was referring to, and their hearts sank in despair. The ability enhancer appeared to be exceedingly bright, so much so that even Kong Yun, who was at the emergency door, could perceive its brilliance. At that moment, the sound of Kong Yun's slow footsteps approached from the direction of the emergency door. In a moment of panic, Ma Si kicked the ability enhancer toward the sofa. Just before the small bottle collided with the sofa, it transformed into countless specks of light, swiftly merging into the fabric, plunging the room into darkness. "Why did you turn off the flashlight?" "I can't see." Kong Yun expressed her dissatisfaction. Lin Sanjiu furrowed her brow slightly, a sudden thought striking her. She quickly replied, "That was my phone earlier, and it has conveniently run out of battery now." "Sister Kong, weren't we supposed to have you wait at home? How did you end up here?" After a brief pause, a look of confusion crossed her face. "By the way, how did you know I lived here?" Seizing the moment of conversation, she placed her hand on the corpse's leg. A flash of white light revealed an empty space on the ground. Just as the card was firmly grasped in her hand, Kong Yun, navigating in the dark, stepped into the living room. The instant her footsteps crossed the threshold, Lu Zhe ignited his lighter. In the amber glow, Kong Yun appeared somewhat disheveled. Beads of sweat adorned her face and body, and strands of hair clung to her forehead. Sensing the gazes of the others, she shyly smiled at Lin Sanjiu. The security guard informed me earlier that you two were here. Sister Kong, it's fortunate you arrived, as it saves us the trouble of calling you down later. Look, we brought some rice water up with us specifically to prepare some porridge. Would you like to join us for a bite? Lin Sanjiu silently applauded in her heart, recognizing the wisdom of this rationale. Otherwise, it would indeed feel rather unnatural for the three of them to gather idly in the living room. Kong Yun appeared momentarily taken aback, glancing at the rice before breaking into a smile. That's splendid. Although this rice isn't suitable for porridge, it's still quite delightful. You all rest. Allow me to take charge of the cooking. Very well, I shall assist you, said Mather, as he hoisted the sack of rice and made his way toward the kitchen. Kong Yun, unable to suppress her curiosity about Mather, hurriedly followed, inquiring as they walked, "Your Chinese is remarkably good. Where are you from?" As the two engaged in conversation and entered the kitchen to prepare the porridge, Lu Zhe discreetly handed Lin Sanjiu a hard object. It turned out he had picked up the crumpled pieces of paper from the floor at some point without her noticing. Let us see how it unfolds. Perhaps she has her own ideas and doesn't require us to make decisions for her, he remarked. Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Zhe's furrowed brow and offered a few comforting words. It appeared that Kong Yun was the one who typically handled the cooking at home. Despite the dim lighting, her deft movements transformed 2 packages of vacuum-sealed salted chicken into small pieces, which she seasoned slightly before simmering with the rice for half an hour, filling the air with a delightful aroma. After more than a year without tasting a home-cooked meal, Lu Zhe's mouth watered profusely. Come, it's time to eat. Mather placed the pot of porridge on the dining table, retrieved several sets of utensils, and served 4 bowls of steaming porridge. The freshly cooked porridge exuded steam, and the snow-white grains shimmered brilliantly in the light of the lighter. A few individuals, while gently stirring with their spoons, eagerly awaited the moment when the congee would be ready to savor. As soon as it was deemed fit for consumption, they could hardly contain their excitement and scooped a spoonful. Though the congee was hot, it brought a delightful warmth that flowed through their bodies, leaving a lingering taste of savory, sweet, and salty chicken congee on their lips and tongues. Remarkably, just under 24 hours prior, Lin Sanjiu had indulged in a far more exquisite meal of salmon. Yet for reasons unknown, this humble chicken congee, consumed in the aftermath of the world's demise, evoked a sense of nostalgia, as if it belonged to another realm entirely. Mazer took a sip of the congee and, maintaining a calm demeanor, inquired of Kong Yun, "You spent yesterday all alone. How did you manage?" Lin Sanjiu, unable to restrain herself, interjected, "Did you notice anything different about yourself?" What do you mean by different?" "I haven't noticed anything. What are you referring to?" Kong Yun seemed taken aback, her spoon clattering against the bowl. Her words suggested a lack of awareness regarding the dire consequences of waiting indefinitely for sustenance and water, ultimately leading to death. Perhaps it was not ignorance but rather a willingness to embrace this peril, even if hope was but a faint glimmer. The atmosphere at the table suddenly grew somber. After a prolonged silence, Lin Sanjiu finally spoke. "If you find yourself in need of food, we shall bring you some." She wished to avoid shattering this woman's fragile support too swiftly. The loss of hope, much like the harshness of the outside world, could be equally fatal for humanity. Kong Yun expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. In no time, the small pot of congee was devoured. Following Kong Yun's earlier remarks, the three of them promptly tidied up and accompanied her downstairs. It is a potted plant, or rather, a few pots of soil that were once meant to nurture greenery. Now, the plants have vanished, leaving behind only a series of depressions in the earth, faint traces of roots still visible. A fleeting thought darted through my mind. The shelves of the refrigerator were nearly barren, cluttered with a haphazard stack of plastic wrap, the kind typically used by supermarkets to encase vegetables. One piece of plastic bore a price tag, proclaiming premium organic carrots, $14.98. To my left, a neat row of beverages stood untouched. With a mere glance, Lin Sanjiu could ascertain that these drinks had not been disturbed. It was at this moment that a somewhat flustered voice from behind broke the silence. "No, that's all right. I'm not thirsty, thank you." Chapter 16. Your husband has been found, Masa. Lin Sanjiu endeavored to maintain a pleasant demeanor, controlling her facial muscles as she said, "Could you come over for a moment? I would like to ask if you've seen my silver bottle?" Upon mentioning the silver bottle, the immediate association was, of course, with the ability-enhancing agent. Masa remained stationary. A look of confusion etched on her face as she replied, "Didn't I place it on the sofa?" As she spoke, she absent-mindedly patted Kong Yun's back. She had left the agent upstairs due to her departure with Kong Yun, a fact Lin Sanjiu was well aware of. With a somewhat exaggerated motion, Lin Sanjiu slapped her thigh. "Oh dear, I forgot to take it." She then turned to Kong Yun and smiled. "It's all my faulty memory's fault. I'll have them accompany me upstairs." "Kong Dejie, would you mind waiting here by yourself for a moment?" Kong Yun was taken aback. Without giving Kong Yun a chance to speak, Lin Sanjiu hurriedly pulled Lu Zhe towards the door, turning back to wave at Maze. "Come quickly, I feel frightened going upstairs alone." Maze, momentarily perplexed, followed her lead and exited. "Sister Kong, do not be afraid. We will be down shortly." Lin Sanjiu forced a smile while pulling the door shut. Kong Yun sat in the living room, her expression impassive as she observed her. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, shrouding Kong Yun's face in darkness. As soon as the door was firmly closed, Lin Sanjiu swiftly turned and dashed upstairs. The remaining two, bewildered, hurriedly followed suit. Lu Zhe was the first to react, whispering in a hushed tone, "What is going on? Did you notice something amiss?" "I hope it's just my overthinking," Lin Sanjiu replied, her voice trembling with urgency. "Let me confirm something first." Within minutes, the trio had ascended with all their might. In the oppressive, sweltering heat of this hellish environment, even the evolved individuals found themselves in a state of mild dehydration, necessitating occasional hydration. Despite possessing a supermarket, every drop of water was immensely precious to them. The previous porridge had been entirely consumed, yet Kong Yun's bowl remained half-filled with glistening, pale broth. Stirring it with a spoon, Lin Sanjiu noticed that the broth had been thoroughly picked clean, with not a single grain of rice left. Even the chicken pieces that were simmered within had been devoured. Only in the new world did the most precious moisture remain intact, preserved by Kong Yun. Why does she not drink water? Lu Zhe furrowed his brow, his crimson lips tightly biting into a mark. Lin Sanjiu observed Lu Zhe's and masteress expressions, noting the unease in her own countenance. If her intuition was correct, Kong Yun posed a far more formidable challenge than any fallen being. She spoke slowly,
Woord by woord, say lied.
She has undoubtedly developed at least one advanced ability. And if my assumptions are accurate, I believe I know what it is. Chicken, rice, plants, goldfish, the vegetables in the refrigerator. Setting down her bowl of porridge, her gaze swept across Lu Zhe and Master, her tone laden with gravity. Kong Yun's ability likely enables her to convert all forms of living beings into the nutrients essential for her survival. I surmise that once she touches her target, she can swiftly absorb it entirely without a sound. How long did we spend eating? Every grain of rice and piece of chicken vanished as if they had never existed. With a sharp intake of breath, Master gasped. All living beings? She can absorb them just by touching? This is beyond mere survival capabilities. If applied in combat, it would be a death sentence upon contact. It seemed that her ability had transformed her body, rendering her incapable of absorbing moisture like us. For her, it is likely that all moisture and nutrients must be derived from other life forms. Lin Sanjiu was unsure why she felt such unwavering certainty, yet she was profoundly convinced. Having spent nearly half a day in her company, it seems improbable that we would have survived this long had she harbored any malice, muttered Martha. Lin Sanjiu nodded in agreement, echoing Martha's sentiment and a glimmer of hope within her own heart. Her apprehension lay in the possibility. The thought had barely surfaced, not yet articulated into words when Kong Yun's voice echoed once more from the darkness. "Why does it take you so long to retrieve an item?" The trio froze, momentarily stunned. Such a long time? Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but glance at the time on her digital watch. From the moment they ascended the stairs until now, A mere 10 minutes had elapsed. What could possibly be the reason for Kong Yun's relentless pursuit? Noticing the silence of her companions, Martha swiftly responded in a raised voice, directing her words toward Kong Yun's location. "Just wait for us at the entrance. We'll be out shortly." Kong Yun responded with a soft "oh." Yet her feet seemed to defy her words as she slowly, deliberately, shuffled into the room. An unsettling atmosphere descended upon them. Martha forced a smile and said, "Hey, we're just about to leave. There's no need for you to come in." Kong Yun replied softly, "I'm just scared to be alone. I prefer to be with people. You don't mind, do you?" As she spoke, she approached the three of them, offering a smile and reaching out to take Martha's arm. Lin Sanjiu's heart leaped in her chest, but before she could intervene, Lu Zhe had already swiftly moved, pulling Martha away from Kong Yun with a speed that resembled a fleeting shadow. As Martha regained her balance, Lu Zhe's low growl filled the air. "What exactly do you want?" His voice resonated with undisguised indignation, a side of the fair-skinned youth that Lin Sanjiu was witnessing for the first time. "You've actually developed your ability long ago, haven't you? We're aware of it. Tell us, why have you been persistently following us?" A little dazed, Kong Yun seemed momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she said with embarrassment, "There are indeed some peculiar aspects about me I initially hesitated to inform you, fearing that you would be frightened of me." "So you were already aware?" Mather observed her with caution, seeking reassurance with a tentative tone. "You don't intend to harm us, do you?" Lin Sanjiu felt a twinge of vexation. Mather was admirable in many ways, but at times, she placed excessive trust in others. If Kong Yun harbored malicious intentions, would she honestly reveal them? "Harm you?" Kong Yun paused, then uttered something that caught Lin Sanjiu completely off guard. No, just one will suffice. I don't wish to absorb 3 people. That would be far too cruel." Her words acted as a freeze, solidifying the atmosphere. Observing the expressions of shock on their faces, Kong Yun seemed to steel herself, sighing, "Actually, I have no desire to absorb living beings, but my body is weak. I've absorbed everything I could at home, even the security guard downstairs, but I still feel weak, unbearably weak." Lin Sanjiu was uncertain whether to be angry or amused. Perhaps noticing her expression, Kong Yun wiped away tears. "When I first saw you, the thought of absorbing you never even crossed my mind. As time progresses, I find myself increasingly unable to endure." "Can you genuinely assert that if taking a life could secure your own, you would not act upon it?" "Master Luz, did you not encounter her just yesterday?" "Merely acquaintances." A semblance of a maniacal grin surfaced on Kong Yun's face. "Without this girl, you would continue living as you always have, suffering no loss whatsoever. You have indeed orchestrated matters quite well for us." Lin Sanjiu chuckled coldly, avoiding the gazes of Luz and Master, while an insidious rage surged within him. Feeling a sudden release, Lin Sanjiu turned to the two beside him and smiled. "Indeed, how?" Just as a thought was only partially articulated, Kong Yun noticed Lin Sanjiu's expression, her countenance instantly paling to a ghostly white. With a vengeful grin, Lin Sanjiu revealed a row of pearly teeth, his gaze firmly fixed upon her face. "Bingo, your husband has been found." Chapter 17. The pursuit. She regarded the woman seated on the ground with an air of trepidation. Just how potent must this ability be, to have completely absorbed an adult in the fleeting haze of consciousness? Not even a single hair remained. Kong Yun stood there, dazed, her expression a curious mix of sorrow and mirth. With an almost grotesque snarl, she let out a sound, yet tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "What nonsense are you spouting? What do you understand? You merely wish to avoid being consumed by me, hence your nonsensical ramblings. Is that so? Then allow me to inquire, upon regaining consciousness, do you still feel thirsty?" Lin Sanjiu quietly inquired, her words akin to the final straw on the back of a camel, suddenly crushing Kong Yun's spirit. In an instant, she let out a piercing wail that startled several onlookers, causing them to instinctively recoil. Yet, almost immediately, she buried her face in her arms, curling up on the ground, her body swaying back and forth as if seeking solace, sobbing uncontrollably. I don't know," Kong Yun cried amid her tears, her face drenched, her words fragmented and indistinct. "Everyone says he is unworthy of me. It is I. who am unworthy of him. I am unworthy of him. He is such a wonderful person. So wonderful. Her cries resonated like torn fabric, imbued with profound anger and anguish, evoking an involuntary shudder from those who heard her. Listening to the anguished lament of the woman, Lin Sanjiu momentarily opened her mouth, at a loss for words. What are you still doing here? Suddenly, her arm was tugged, and turning to see it was Master. In an agitated tone, she urged, if you don't leave now, do you intend to wait until she regains her senses to absorb you? It was only then that Lin Sanjiu comprehended the gravity of the situation. Glancing around, she noticed Lu Zhe, his expression tense, already inching away from the sofa, nearly escaping the living room. Upon catching sight of the two still rooted in place, his frustration nearly boiled over, and he silently mouthed, "Are you both foolish?" The two hastily quickened their pace, slipping past Kong Yun. The latter seemed to have forgotten her surroundings, unconsciously howling while her fingers clutched the sofa tightly, digging deep holes into the soft leather, completely oblivious to the movements of those around her. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries, several individuals silently fled down the stairs. The hurried footsteps roused the dying souls within the vehicle. Many struggled to sit up as they passed, desperately and feebly pounding on the glass. Though still alive, their eyes mirrored death, devoid of any glimmer of life. Lin Sanjiu cast a reluctant glance at the dozen or so arms raised behind the car window, uncertain how many would endure and successfully evolve. Wait, the leader, Lu Zhe, suddenly halted, turning to Ma Se with a command. Keep an eye on the rear. Do not let Kong Yun catch up. Xiaojiu, hand me your knife. A flash of light appeared as Lin Sanjiu handed over the chef's knife, questioning in puzzlement. What is it? Lu Zhe gestured toward a white Bora with a grave expression. That one over there is about to transform into a fallen creature. Following his indication, Lin Sanjiu was instantly covered in goosebumps. Behind the windshield of the Bora, a dark brown face, indiscernible in gender, pressed tightly against the glass. The moisture had nearly evaporated, leaving only layers of wrinkled skin piled on the cheeks. The mouth arched high as if a mandible would soon break through the skin. One eyelid had fallen, while the other eye wobbled precariously in F. Those two snowy orbs were fixed upon the trio with unwavering intensity. Holding his breath, Lu Zhe warily approached the vehicle, the eyes within shifting in tandem. With a resounding crash, the driver's side window shattered. Before the occupant could react, Lu Zhe, with a burst of force, plunged his blade into the brain of the semi-human, semi-fallen creature. The entire sequence unfolded with lightning speed, leaving Lin Sanjiu scarcely able to process it. A stifled groan, as if wrenched from the depths of its throat, marked the moment the body within the car slumped into lifelessness. Lin Sanjiu nodded, sheathing her blade. Whether overcome by grief or not, Kong Yun had not pursued them. The three made their way into the supermarket without further incident, swiftly securing the iron gate behind them. Once bolted from the inside, Lin Sanjiu slid down against the door, exhaling a sigh of relief. Martha retrieved several bottles of water, distributing them among the group. She also produced the ability polishing agent she had managed to procure, placing it on a nearby shelf to serve as illumination. Indeed, it proved far superior to candlelight, instantly bathing a corner of the supermarket in a radiant glow akin to that of a fluorescent lamp. As she spoke, she produced the slip of paper. The others immediately focused their attention, their gazes converging upon the paper. The inscription on the slip was clearly visible in the silvery light, its four corners creased and crumpled from Lin Sanjiu's initial shock. The effective date of the visa is 6 months prior to the arrival of the extreme temperature hell. It is a single-entry visa, prohibiting multiple entries. This visa is issued by the highest diplomat of the Black Death City. Even after having seen it once, Lin Sanjiu remained momentarily speechless as she handed the visa to Lu Zhe and Ma Se, both of whom wore expressions of utter confusion. I do not comprehend. When we arrived, there was no visa, yet we entered without issue, Lu Zhe murmured repeatedly, examining the visa in his hand. Upon reflection, Lin Sanjiu paused, deep in thought. You and he are not the same. You must remain for a full 14 months before entering another space that has already mutated. However, when Ren Nan came to my world, it had not yet changed. It appears that a visa not only designates a destination but also permits entry before mutation occurs. Ma Se pointed to the inscription journey performed on the back of the visa and quietly explained, Ren Nan truly relied on this visa to arrive here. Have you never heard of diplomats or visas? Despite the apparent lack of hope, Lin Sanjiu inquired once more. It was indeed a perplexing notion, leaving her filled with disbelief. Under normal circumstances, if one applies for a visa to a certain country, it can only be issued by that country's embassy. However, glancing at the scrap of paper on the ground, it is evident that this rule has not been adhered to. Visas for a specific destination are issued by diplomats from the point of departure. Regardless of how that individual named Ren obtained the visa, entering 6 months in advance certainly provides an advantage. Lu Zhe clicked his tongue and remarked to Lin Sanjiu, you can commence your preparations while everything is still calm, whether it be stockpiling supplies or engaging in physical training. Your chances of survival are considerably higher than those of others in that world. That may be true, yet I believe this visa is more beneficial for Ren Nan. Even with our thorough preparations, we cannot guarantee absolute safety. His abilities, with an additional 6 months, translate into a wealth of potential. Recalling the foolish mistake he made during that half year, a wry smile crept onto Lin Sanjiu's face. Lu Zhe sighed, maturely patting Lin Sanjiu's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. We have no means to inquire about how he acquired the visa, he lamented. Ma Si, still vexed, fiddled with the paper in his hand. Observing that his background appeared modest, he did not seem like someone who had traveled extensively. Suddenly, Lu Zhe's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed with a smile, if we could locate the diplomat from the extreme warm hell, perhaps we could all survive together, avoiding separation by the whims of chance. Struggling for survival in an endless expanse, each individual around them was like drifting weeds, coming and going. Indeed, this was a wearisome experience. To encounter like-minded individuals is rare, and the prospect of forming a partnership would be nothing short of splendid. The question arose as to how to locate this diplomat, and the thought simultaneously crossed the minds of several individuals. Just as Lin Sanjiu was about to speak, a gentle yet firm knock echoed at the supermarket's iron gate. Are you in there? Open the door. Kong Yun's voice bore a trace of hoarseness and nasal tone, remnants of recent tears, yet her demeanor had grown considerably more composed. Chapter 18. A delicate condition, the three remained silent, rising quietly to their feet, their faces betraying a sense of wariness. Indeed, she resided nearby and likely frequented this place for her purchases, thus recognizing the source of the imported rice at a glance. They had yet to formulate a response when her cries inadvertently roused Wang Sisi from the staff room. Following a piercing shriek, the door to the staff room was slammed with a resounding crash. Unable to contain herself, Lin Sanjiu abruptly approached the iron gate. It seemed that Wang Sisi's voice had momentarily stunned Kong Yun, as silence lingered outside the gate for several seconds. After a pause, Lin Sanjiu, suppressing her irritation, inquired, what exactly do you intend to do? Is it the girl from upstairs? Kong Yun retorted, what do you want by following me here? Lin Sanjiu demanded emphatically, do you think I would meekly allow you to siphon off my life like your husband? On the other side, Kong Yun fell into a profound silence. After a moment, her voice drifted through the iron gate, soft and distant. I merely wish to come and talk. To be honest, I need to express my gratitude. Lin Sanjiu bit her lip, remaining silent. Had you not awakened me, I might have continued to wait indefinitely, surrounded by an absence of souls to absorb, ultimately leading to my demise. Yet, I must confess, I harbor a profound resentment towards you. Kong Yun's voice trembled with instability, oscillating between highs and lows, rendering it quite distressing to hear. What right do you, a youth who has never even tasted love, have to snatch away my hopes? Do you truly comprehend the agony of losing a beloved? Have I solicited your opinion? Mind your own business. Even Lin Sanjiu scoffed, and just as she was about to interject, Kong Yun spoke again. Forget it. I shall say this, but you will never grasp its significance. Your refusal to open the door changes nothing. In gratitude, I shall disclose to you the vulnerabilities of my abilities, and then I shall depart far away. However, my hatred for you is overwhelming. Do not let me encounter you outside, or I shall assuredly absorb you. How about this, a chance at survival which I deem quite fair? Lin Sanjiu was so incensed that she nearly burst into laughter, a torrent of scornful jibes pent up within her with no avenue for release. Yet, it seemed Kong Yun was aware of the thoughts swirling within the room, as she relentlessly continued. Listen closely. I will only say this once. I can only activate my abilities once within an hour. To me, a living being's essence is far more potent than the energy of a lifeless corpse, and humans surpass all other entities. Moreover, during the absorption process, I must remain motionless for 10 minutes. Regardless of whether my movement is voluntary or involuntary, should I stir, all efforts will be rendered futile, and I shall have to wait until the next hour to absorb again. However, in the nascent stages, the sheer volume I need to assimilate is so immense that I cannot afford to be incapacitated for hours on end. It dawns on Mathers with a gasp of realization. No wonder you've been stalling all this time since you had the chicken kanji. It's not that you didn't want to attack us. It's that you simply didn't have the opportunity. The moment anyone sensed something amiss, you would have exposed yourself and squandered an hour. As her words trailed off, Luther uttered a distinct and vehement curse under his breath. Though visually impaired, Lin Sanjiu somehow sensed a smile gracing Kong Yun's face. I was originally waiting for one of you to become isolated, but I never anticipated it would turn out this way. You're remarkably candid, revealing your hand so readily, Lin Sanjiu remarked with a skeptical sneer. What does it matter if I speak? The worst-case scenario is merely my demise. Kong Yun's tone ascended in pitch. Do you think I fear death? If you were to kill me, I would be reunited with my husband. I would even thank you at that point. Lin Sanjiu paused, momentarily taken aback. Just then, a piercing shriek erupted from Wang Sisi within the employee room behind her. What is that? The inhuman wail possessed an unnerving power. A moment of silence ensued outside the iron door before Kong Yun's voice echoed once more. Lin Sanjiu would never be so charitable as to impart knowledge about fallen species safety protocols to someone intent on killing her. It's nothing. That's just what people sound like when they're on the verge of death. If you do not leave promptly, I shall certainly open the door and end your life, allowing you to scream as I have. Aware that she was merely speaking nonsense, Kong Yun nonetheless chuckled softly and remarked, Very well, I hope we shall never meet again. She was quite decisive. No sooner had her words fallen than the footsteps outside the iron door gradually receded, ascending the elevator until they faded into silence. Despite Lin Sanjiu's earlier display of bravado, the sound of her departure ultimately brought a sense of relief. You two may go. Lin Sanjiu felt utterly exhausted, lacking any desire to move. She waved her hand and said, Let me indulge in some petulance. Mei smiled, patted her head, and then rose to join Lu Zhe as they departed. The ability enhancer shimmered within its small vial, casting a silvery glow upon the surroundings. Were it not for Wang Sisi's collision and piercing shrieks disrupting the atmosphere, this moment could indeed be deemed tranquil and beautiful. After lying there for a while, Lin Sanjiu realized her mind was overcrowded with thoughts of Ren Nan, the new world, her abilities, her deceased parents, Zhu Mei, and Kong Yun. A multitude of figures swarmed through her consciousness, rising and falling like a tide, nearly rendering her breathless. Had she known it would be like this, she would have preferred to find something to occupy herself. After tossing and turning several times, Lin Sanjiu finally grew annoyed and sprang to her feet, intending to join the other two in checking their supplies of food and water. However, just as she lifted herself off the ground, a sudden rush of heat surged from her head to her toes. In that instant, Lin Sanjiu felt every muscle in her body quivering rapidly, her blood coursing through her veins like a tempest, even her jaw clenched in a fierce tremor. She had never before experienced such a peculiar sensation of losing control over her own body, prompting her to utter a soft exclamation. Coincidentally, Wang Sisi had just paused, and the sound carried across the supermarket. Immediately following, Martha inquired urgently, What's wrong? Lin Sanjiu desperately wanted to speak, but her muscles and tongue were entirely unresponsive. She could only hear the sound of her teeth clattering together violently. Let's go see, Lu Zhe exclaimed. The sound of their footsteps as they rushed towards her was indistinct to Lin Sanjiu until they knelt beside her, and she could feel Martha's chilling presence. What's happening? Lu Zhe's voice sounded frantic. Her face. No, her whole body. What's going on? At that moment, Lin Sanjiu appeared to be a colossal humanoid jelly, quivering and undulating under some external force. Her skin, hair, and muscles rippled intensely like waves. After more than 10 minutes, this strange trembling gradually subsided, and her body slowly regained its composure. As Lin Sanjiu opened her eyes, she saw two large faces close to hers, watching her with concern. What just happened to me? She asked, bewildered, as she pinched the skin on her arm. The taut skin of the young woman seemed normal, and the muscles, bones, and blood beneath appeared to have returned to their usual state. Lu Zhe and Ma Se found themselves at a loss for words. Ever since they arrived in this world, they suddenly realized that their previous experiences were woefully inadequate. Let me draw some blood for a test, Ma Se suggested, extending her fingernail to make a small incision on Lin Sanjiu's arm. Lin Sanjiu, equally intent, watched anxiously as her second drop of blood vanished into Ma Se's palm. Perhaps due to the data from the previous encounter. This time her anxious wait lasted barely 20 minutes before Ma Se opened her eyes. She glanced at Lin Sanjiu, a broad smile spreading across her face, with fine lines of mirth appearing at the corners of her eyes. Congratulations, Xiaojiu, you're expecting. With a sudden burst, Lu Zhe, who was drinking water nearby, sprayed Lin Sanjiu from head to toe. Lin Sanjiu's vision darkened, and her face turned ashen, water droplets on her brows and lashes forgotten. What did you say? No, it can't be. I was very careful. This is absolutely impossible. Very careful? Lu Zhe's expression shifted to one of realization, as if she had just discovered the true nature of the adult world. She looked at the two with their mouths agape, utterly perplexed. Moreover, the third foundational ability is a high-level physical enhancement ability. Wait, Lu Zhe, why aren't you stopping her? Ouch, that hurts. Chapter 19. Who disturbed my mountain of corpses? The last two steps of the elevator were bathed in a warm, orange sunlight. The intense light acted like an eraser, wiping away the darkness that had cloaked the space, revealing the true essence of the objects within. As sunlight filtered into her light amber pupils, Lin Sanjiu squinted slightly, her eyes unaccustomed to the sudden brightness after 48 hours in darkness. Perhaps due to the rarity of such a comprehensive amplification, Martha had only mentioned its potency the previous night, unable to articulate its specific effects, nor could Lin Sanjiu herself. Blinking, Lin Sanjiu endeavored to acclimate to the high-definition vision granted by her third ability. Not far off, the ground was spattered with patches of brownish-red blood, grime, pus, and fragmented flesh, each detail vividly clear. She had barely furrowed her brow, on the verge of disgust, when realization dawned upon her. Her eyes widened, and she exchanged a glance with Lu Zhe beside her, both simultaneously drawing in a sharp breath. Their task for the day was to clear away the corpses. Since the previous day, the mountain of bodies piled at the elevator entrance had begun to emit a faint, foul odor. The decaying corpses were practically at their doorstep, and if they started to spread diseases, even their enhanced physiques would be of little avail. Thus, during the intense daylight, Lin Sanjiu intended to incinerate the pile of bodies. However, both were now somewhat dumbfounded. Where a mountain of corpses had once stood, only foul blood and fragmented flesh remained. What happened to the bodies? Lu Zhe murmured, taking a few steps, oblivious to his souls sinking into the fetid liquid. Could it be that Kong Yun had absorbed all the corpses the previous night? Despite Kong Yun's assertion that living beings are more potent than the deceased, the sheer magnitude of the cadaverous mountain before them made it impossible to ascertain whether she might be tempted to absorb it entirely. How can you be so certain? Several factors contribute to this conclusion. Firstly, the accumulated corpses here number no fewer than 20 or 30, yet only a dozen or so hours have elapsed since Kong Yun's emergence last night. She lacks the temporal capacity. Secondly, while she can completely assimilate the bodies, what of the garments? Where have the clothes upon the corpses vanished? Lin Sanjiu endeavored to maintain composure, averting her gaze from the external streetscape. Through the expansive glass doors of the shopping center, the congested vehicular queue on the thoroughfare was readily visible. The third reason. Observe the exterior. Lu Zhe narrowed his eyes, his hawk-like gaze penetrating the vehicular throng. Almost instantaneously, he apprehended Lin Sanjiu's implication. The previous evening, during their passage through the traffic, Numerous individuals had beseeched assistance from within their vehicles. Yet now these cars stood vacant, devoid of occupants. Some car windows were shattered, others had doors ajar. Lu Zhe discerned a gray men's shirt and jeans discarded upon the road, their sleeves positioned as if the wearer's actions had been frozen in time. Lu Zhe recalled the attire. It had adorned a young man with a fashionable hairstyle the night before. Indeed, they had overlooked this detail. An entire street was blockaded with automobiles, the majority of which still contained living occupants. To Kong Yun, this likely resembled an all-you-can-eat buffet. A shiver ran down Luther's spine, a visceral reaction that chilled him to the bone, despite his extensive exposure to death. I truly didn't anticipate her depravity, interjected Lin Sanjiu, seldom resorting to profanity. To extinguish a life every hour. How could she bring herself to do it? Perhaps we should venture out and ascertain if there are any survivors? Luther inquired. We can deliberate on the appropriate course of action then. Leaving them exposed outside fills me with trepidation that Kong Yun might be lured back tonight. Lin Sanjiu added with vexation. It's exceedingly peculiar. If Kong Yun isn't responsible, where have all the corpses vanished to? Luther followed, taking a few paces, intending to summon Martha to witness the scene as well. Suddenly, a squelching sound emanated from beneath his foot, causing him to abruptly lose his footing. In a flurry of panic, he desperately attempted to regain his equilibrium, but the slickness underfoot proved insurmountable. With a resounding thud, he plummeted heavily into the contaminated blood, eliciting a revolted cry. The source of his misfortune skittered away. Lin Sanjiu cast her gaze upon it, a wave of nausea surging within her. It was a human eyeball, half pulverized by Luther's misstep. Luther, too, caught sight of it. He hastily scrambled out of the putrid blood, coughing and frantically shaking his hands and stamping his feet, visibly repulsed. Enough! Cease your flailing, Lin Sanjiu interjected, recoiling from Luther's vicinity. Let us descend and procure a moist towelette to cleanse yourself. Lin Sanjiu's subsequent words were abruptly curtailed, her body frozen in place, as if transfixed. Luther, nearly submerged in the cadaverous fluid, couldn't help but be drawn to her peculiar behavior. What is it? What are you doing? He inquired. Lin Sanjiu remained silent, raising her hand to point into the distance, her fingertip directed upwards. Confused, Lu Zhe followed her gesture but was momentarily unaware of anything amiss. The golden sunlight cascaded down the stairs like molten gold, illuminating the scene. Lin Sanjiu was reluctant to remain alone in the peculiar place where the corpse had mysteriously vanished, so she hurriedly followed, exclaiming, "Wait for me. Do you understand?" Before she could fully articulate her thoughts, a sudden gust of wind surged from the air, enveloping a long shadow and striking towards the two on the stairs like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 20. Lin Sanjiu's tactical maneuver. This unexpected onslaught caught everyone off guard. As Lu Zhe felt the powerful wind approaching, he nodded slightly to Ma Se and dashed towards the elevator. They quickly entered the lift, but just as they were about to emerge, Lu Zhe abruptly halted. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously peeked his head outside. The scene was eerily tranquil, devoid of any unusual occurrences. The terrifying green vine from earlier had vanished, and the central tropical foliage stood still and unyielding. Lin Sanjiu was nowhere to be seen, and as Lu Zhe scanned the second floor, he noted its stillness. Had it not been for the damaged stairs from a few moments ago, he might have doubted whether the previous events were merely a figment of his imagination. Lu Zhe felt a bitterness in his mouth and murmured, "I don't know either." He recounted the entire sequence of events to Ma Se, his anxiety mounting with each passing moment. What if Lin Sanjiu inadvertently suffers a mishap and is struck by that serpentine vine, leading to a fate akin to a mountain of corpses? Lu Zhe, startled, hurriedly glanced toward the tropical plant grove, where he noticed the tallest coconut trees in the center suddenly rustling their leaves, as if a person had heard a sound and turned to look. Perhaps it was due to the two of them hiding in the corner of the elevator leading to the basement level, that Mather's shout had not attracted any attacks. This realization eased his mind, prompting him to join Mather in calling out. Suddenly, amidst the sound of a door being pushed open, Lin Sanjiu's voice emerged from an unknown source. "Did you get the wine?" "I'm fine. Don't worry. Where are you?" Mather quickly searched for the source of the voice. How did you end up there? Lu Zhe questioned, puzzled, as going upstairs implied facing greater danger. However, upon examining the staircase leading to the second floor, it appeared relatively intact. I had no choice. When I took cover in a shop, that cursed vine smashed it to pieces. If I hadn't thought to hide in the staff-only staircase, I wouldn't have made it this far. Lu Zhe then noticed that, indeed, the opulent storefronts on the second floor had been severely damaged. In any case, hearing that Lin Sanjiu was safe brought him a sense of relief. It seemed this was a genuine oversight. In the bustling shopping center, patrons typically utilized the external staircases and escalators. However, for transporting garbage or pushing a cleaning cart, it was impossible to squeeze through with customers, necessitating a dedicated backup passage. It was purely fortuitous that Lin Sanjiu stumbled upon the employee access. After setting down the copious bags of liquor, the duo circumspectly reconnoitered the emporium, discovering naught but a sequestered rear exit. Ergo, the employee access must lie beyond this portal. Mazer jiggled the brass padlock securing the door. We must gain entry, lest she find herself locked out upon arrival, she declared. Upon sighting the hammer, Mazer's countenance visibly relaxed. Lu Zhe, being endowed with superior strength, was promptly implored to commence the task. With a series of resounding blows, the hammer unleashed a cascade of sparks upon the lock. Albeit the lock sustained considerable damage, the door remained resolutely shut. The reverberations of the impacts were amplified manifold within the cavernous supermarket. Wang Cc, seemingly roused by the cacophony, emitted a series of piercing shrieks. Just as the pair was about to resume their efforts, a familiar voice cut through the din. Blast it all! This old woman has made it into the employee area. The advent of the third fundamental ability, materializing unexpectedly the previous night, proved exceptionally timely. In the murk, Lin Sanjiu adroitly evaded a cleaver hurled from the employee area, inwardly expressing gratitude for divine providence. Had it not been for the comprehensive enhancement of her physical capabilities, she might not have been able to evade the swift and unpredictable attacks of Green Vine, let alone the odorous cleaver abruptly hurled by Wang Cc. The cleaver clattered to the ground a short distance away. Seizing the opportunity afforded by Wang Cic's missed strike, Lin Sanjiu nimbly leaped backward and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud, thwarting its offensive. Only then did she hear a dragging sound emanating from the other side, followed by the indistinct voices of Lu Zhe and Martha. Despite the barrier of two doors, the anxiety in Martha's voice remained palpable. Little Joe, are you all right? Get out of there quickly, we don't have a key to get in. I'm fine. I'm already out. Lin Sanjiu hastily responded in a loud voice. The little dried corpse just pulled the knife off its mouth parts and threw it at me. But I wasn't injured. Wang Cc emitted a furious shriek, and Lin Sanjiu immediately felt the door she was leaning against shuddering violently, as if being repeatedly struck with great force by something, presumably Wang Cic's mouth parts. She quickly retreated a few steps from the door and relocked it with the key. Listening to Wang Cic's resentful screams, she then retrieved her lighter from her pocket and ignited it. Since acquiring the physical enhancement, her ability to see in the dark had also improved considerably. Even without light, she could discern about 60 or 70% of her surroundings, no longer needing to grope around blindly like a moth. A mere 10 paces away from her stood rows upon rows of shelves, each towering at least 2 people high. These shelves, unlike those found in supermarkets, nearly reached the ceiling, and each tier was laden with neatly packaged cargo boxes. Her gaze swept across the scene, immediately discerning that beverages and food constituted the majority of the inventory. She suppressed her elation and hastened to the shelves, unable to resist gently caressing the cases of mineral water. So this is where the warehouse was hidden, Lin Sanjiu murmured to herself, her eyes gleaming with delight. Concealed away here, with a desiccated corpse as your gatekeeper. The pink plastic encasements, cradling bottles of life's essence, remained silent in the flickering light of the lighter. Gazing upon the abundant supply of Evian, Lin Sanjiu, parched and weary, promptly opened a case and quenched her thirst. I'm unharmed. I've located the supermarket's storage facility. Lin Sanjiu responded, settling down at the entrance of the staff room, intending to rest and recuperate. Her voice resonated with a resilient confidence. Faint murmurs emanated from the far end of the staff room, as if 2 individuals were offering her some words of advice, before falling silent. At this moment, Wang Cece, behind the door, was likely formulating a strategy of her own. Lin Sanjiu took a sip of water, relishing the cool liquid as it flowed down her throat. While pondering the situation, the diminutive cadaver was not to be underestimated. Earlier, in her haste to unlock the door, she had created quite a commotion. However, Wang Cece had managed to hold her breath and remain utterly silent, preventing Lin Sanjiu from realizing that she was opening the back door of the staff room. If not for the sudden stench of decaying flesh that wafted out as the door opened, alerting her to the danger, she might have been unable to evade Wang Cece's assault. The so-called dilemma of choosing the lesser evil lingered for an indeterminate duration, until Lin Sanjiu finally resolved to take action. She silently rose from the shadows, setting aside an assortment of items such as a lighter and a water bottle. Taking a moment to rub her hands together, she exhaled softly. It was time to ascertain the true extent of this comprehensive physical enhancement. The key was gently inserted into the lock, turning right with a faint metallic click that resonated startlingly in the profound silence surrounding her. Following this, as if to affirm her thoughts, a series of low, guttural sounds suddenly emanated from the room, and Lin Sanjiu sensed something approaching from behind the door. She remained silent, cautiously twisting the doorknob, allowing the door to slowly part by a width sufficient for a person. The oppressive darkness maintained its silence, as if even the air had ceased to flow. In a swift motion, a slender shadow abruptly darted through the crack of the door, aimed directly at the space behind the doorknob. The speed was astonishing. Even with augmented physical capabilities, Lin Sanjiu felt certain she could not evade it. Yet, this seemingly assured strike ultimately missed its mark. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wang Cece cautiously stepped toward the entrance, her voice chiming sweetly, "Sister, where are you? I don't want to fight. Please let me go, one to you?" The absence of Lin Sanjiu's presence was palpable, as if no one had ever been there. A hand, withered and almost unrecognizable as human, reached out from the gap, appearing as though it might push the door, but it hesitated and then withdrew. After a while, a grotesque figure stealthily squeezed through the crack of the door. It was Wang Cece. Having not been seen for a few days, she had become even more emaciated, her skin resembling that of the security guard, all wrinkled and crumpled. Due to the kick from Lu Zhe, her chest had formed a deep indentation, erasing the last vestiges of her human form. The gap in the door was small, yet it was sufficient for Wang Cece. Her metallic, glistening mandibles suddenly pierced the air. "Are you planning to drain your mother as well?" A faint, mocking voice echoed from above. Noticing that the desiccated corpse on the ground remained motionless, Lin Sanjiu finally exhaled. She had been crouched quietly at the narrow door, maintaining absolute silence, ready to pounce at any moment, an endeavor that had proven exceedingly difficult. Before the arrival of this new world, she had never envisioned herself capable of such ninja-like feats. Cautiously pinching her nose, she gingerly maneuvered past the lifeless body and opened another door to the staff room. As the door swung open, the silvery light of the ability-enhancing agent poured out like moonlight, illuminating Lin Sanjiu entirely. The shelf that had blocked the door had just been moved aside by two others, Lu Zhe and Master, one standing and the other seated, patiently awaiting her. Chapter 22. On the road. To the naked eye, the blazing sun that hung high in the sky appeared no different from the summers of yore. The dazzling sunlight cascaded from the azure heavens down to the earthly realm, revealing a sight that was utterly shocking in its malevolence. Every thoroughfare was rife with human corpses, each a testament to searing burns, shriveled and huddled into grotesque agglomerations. Buildings, rent asunder by the intense heat, bore witness to the inferno's wrath. Structures of inferior quality had long since succumbed, collapsing into mountainous heaps of debris. The parched earth was a tapestry of fissures, occasionally graced by the presence of a relatively robust fallen, prowling amidst the ruins. A mere month had sufficed to expunge all vestiges of human presence from the outside world, rendering it scarcely believable that this had once been a thriving human civilization. The air hung thick and arid, the whereabouts of evaporated rivers and lakes a haunting enigma. As far as the eye could perceive, verdure was non-existent. The passage of trucks stirred up towering plumes of ochre dust, obscuring visibility. Seated in the truck's driver's seat, Lin Sanjiu couldn't resist casting a glance in the rearview mirror. Behind her, another truck of the same model followed, succeeded by a long bus. However, her gaze was fixed on a plume of black smoke rising in the distance, emanating from the shopping center that had sheltered them for a month. Upon Lin Sanjiu's serendipitous discovery of the fully stocked supermarket warehouse, the trio was elated beyond measure. A cursory glance sufficed to ascertain that the warehouse's provisions would undoubtedly sustain them for over a year. Residing in the underground supermarket, shielded from direct sunlight, was an ideal arrangement. The sole concern remains the small patch of tropical foliage in the lobby. Humans, after all, are innately inclined towards comfort. A few individuals conferred and concluded that, given the current circumstances, as long as they remained confined within the subterranean supermarket, the external plant life posed no threat. Coincidentally, the past few days had been fraught with tension, depleting their energy reserves. Under the guise of recuperation, the trio decided to establish a temporary residence within the supermarket. This surplus of body fat, akin to a wake-up call, did not stem from Lin Sanjiu's vanity regarding her appearance in the face of impending doom. Rather, it evoked a phrase from her high school Chinese class: born of adversity, perishing in comfort. Upon reflection, she realized that in the past 2 to 3 weeks, she had not developed any new abilities, and her existing advanced skills remained stagnant, devoid of any semblance of evolution. While generating abilities is indeed challenging, during the initial days of the New World's arrival, amidst numerous crises, she had swiftly acquired a comprehensive enhancement in physical capabilities, indicating that the current duration was decidedly anomalous. With this notion in mind, Lin Sanjiu conferred with her companions and promptly resolved to dispatch 2 individuals for patrols each day, both for safety and to engage in self-improvement. The idea was commendable, yet they were unprepared for the bewilderment that awaited them upon opening the iron door. As they did so, around 4 in the afternoon, the elevator leading to the lobby was still shrouded in profound darkness. Lin Sanjiu stared ahead, bewildered, and whispered, "Could it be that the sun sets this early now?" Lu Zhe was rendered speechless, caught in a state of shock. Suddenly, Martha extended her hand, pointing and exclaiming, "Look!" Following her gesture, Lin Sanjiu and Lu Zhe cast their gazes in the indicated direction, whereupon a chill permeated their very core. The darkness enveloping the elevator seemed to sense something, stirring slightly. With this single movement, a ray of sunlight pierced through, instantly revealing the verdant tapestry of intertwined branches and leaves. It then dawned upon the trio that the impenetrable darkness beyond the iron gate was solely attributed to the dense vegetation obstructing their view. The green vines lashed against the iron gate with a resounding crackle, causing the robust barrier to buckle inward in several places. It appeared that, with just a few more such assaults, the iron gate would inevitably succumb. Upon returning to the supermarket, the 3 wore expressions of profound dismay. Little did they anticipate such a swift transition from proactive seclusion to an inability to escape. "We cannot remain here," Lin Sanjiu remarked with a wry smile. "What do you suggest we do now?" "Even if we depart, we must take the provisions from the warehouse," Martha asserted through gritted teeth. "Transporting the goods is not the challenge. We can procure several large trucks and transport as much as possible. The predicament lies in our means of egress," Lin Sanjiu lamented, her brow furrowed with concern. "Our only passage is entirely obstructed by those infernal vines." After a moment of contemplative silence, Lu Zhe suddenly exclaimed. His body propelled into a nimble leap. He spun around and dashed toward the rear of the supermarket, shouting as he ran, "The elevator is not the sole passage. Sanjiu, grab the keys. There's another door in the back." This prompted Mathers, who clapped her hands together, her countenance immediately brightening. "Indeed, how could I have forgotten that?" She tugged on Lin Sanjiu, and they hurriedly followed. While silently praying, she unlocked the door. Fortune seemed to favor them, for behind the door was a narrow incline. Emerging from the slope, they found themselves alongside a row of enormous trash bins, at the rear of the shopping center. This appeared to be the area where supermarket employees cleaned tools and disposed of waste. Stepping out from there, they soon spotted a small road. Gazing through the glass at the shopping center overgrown with verdant shoots, they felt for the first time that the cracked and blackened road was endearing. The subsequent course of action was clear. First, they needed to procure 3 vehicles. Finding vehicles was not difficult, as almost 80% of the population had perished, leaving the city littered with cars, keys still in the ignition, abandoned after their fuel and electricity had been exhausted. With little effort, the trio located 2 large freight trucks and a bus. After retrieving batteries from an auto repair shop and filling several canisters with gasoline from a gas station, the vehicles were finally operational. They drove the 3 large vehicles onto the small road in one breath, parking them side by side with considerable difficulty. The supermarket's food and water filled the 3 vehicles to capacity, yet a substantial amount remained in the warehouse. However, the group was not avaricious. The supplies on the vehicles were sufficient. The remainder was stacked on both sides of the street, left for other survivors. Before departing, Lin Sanjiu carried several barrels of gasoline, while Lu Zhe and Mathers prepared an entire case of liquor. "Are you ready?" Lin Sanjiu clutched a hefty brick and smiled at her companions beside her. Upon receiving their nods of affirmation, she called out, "All right, let the throwing begin." With Lu Zhe's exhilarating shout, an array of bricks, stones, chairs, and various objects cascaded like a meteor shower towards the glass doors of the shopping center, adorned with verdant foliage. A succession of crisp sounds echoed through half the street, as shards of glass descended from the heavens like raindrops, twinkling with countless glimmers in the dark night sky. The vines draped over the glass, startled, swayed uncertainly, unsure of whom to target in retaliation. However, before they could trace the source of the disturbance, bottles of spirits and barrels of gasoline came hurtling through the shattered openings, splattering across the plants in a chaotic frenzy. The final act of arson required a deft touch. Among the trio, the swiftest and lightest Ma Si grasped 4 or 5 polished ma. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Sanjiu experienced a long-lost exhilaration. She laughed heartily a few times, gesturing animatedly to the 2 individuals beside her, proclaiming joyfully, "Let us withdraw." Without hesitation, she took the lead and dashed out first. As they had scarcely traversed the street, a tremendous explosion resounded, and the glass of the shopping center's uppermost floor collapsed, descending with an unstoppable force, engulfing half the structure in flames. Trucks and buses had been parked at a considerable distance. Each of the 3 commandeered a vehicle, setting forth into the unknown, illuminated by the final glimmers of starlight before dawn. Shaking her head, Lin Sanjiu cast aside the haunting memories of the previous night. With a grave expression, she glanced once more at the rearview mirror before activating her brake lights. The large truck gradually slowed, pulling over to the roadside. Behind her, Lu Zhe's truck and Ma Se's bus also decelerated in unison, coming to a halt. "What's wrong? Why aren't we moving?" Lu Zhe shouted through the open window towards Lin Sanjiu. She thrust open her car door, leaping into the middle of the road, wielding a baton. "Someone is following us," she remarked, furrowing her brow as she braved the dust-laden air. Chapter 23. A new member joins under the blazing sun. The earth was scorched mercilessly. The moment she exited the vehicle, the searing heat rendered breathing a laborious task. Even in this infernal temperature, there was a semblance of wind, though it was more oppressive than a mere absence of air, each gust akin to a cascade of red-hot coals, mercilessly cascading upon one's skin. Upon disembarking, Lu Zhe and Ma Si immediately furrowed their brows tightly, covering their mouths and noses. Ever since the once lush vegetation had perished, the soil had succumbed to desiccation under the sweltering heat, and thick clouds of yellow sand ravaged the landscape, driven by the relentless wind. Granules of sand clung to their eyebrows and eyelashes, rendering it nearly impossible to open their eyes, forcing them to squint in order to discern their surroundings. As soon as Ma Si attempted to speak, she was choked by the sand, coughing several times before managing to utter, "Are you certain? I was at the back just now, but I didn't notice any other vehicles behind us." When Lin Sanjiu exited the car, she had instinctively seized a t-shirt, which she now fashioned as a mask across her face, affording her slightly better protection than her companions. The scalding yellow sand incessantly battered her exposed skin, and through the pain, Lin Sanjiu quietly asserted, "I am certain. That vehicle has followed us the entire way. However, due to the severity of the sandstorm, it is quite distant, hence it appears intermittently. Wait, it's coming." No sooner had she spoken than a cloud of dust erupted in the distance, revealing a Citroën so caked in grime that its color was indiscernible, surging forth from the swirling sands. To their astonishment, upon spotting the three large vehicles halted ahead, and with Lin Sanjiu and the others standing in the middle of the road, the Citroën unexpectedly slammed to a halt, its front end veering as if it intended to flee. As the front dipped, the Citroën seemed to panic. Its tires emitted a piercing screech, and a faint voice from within could be heard shouting something. Lin Sanjiu was jolted by the sudden movement of the vehicle, but she quickly steadied herself, leaning over the hood and shouting into the car, "Get out!" In the briefest of moments, Luther and Mathers had already surged forward, effectively encircling the Citroën. The vehicle came to a halt, its engine silenced. Through the grimy windshield, Lin Sanjiu could only vaguely discern a figure seated within, their gender and age indiscernible. She couldn't fathom how anyone could navigate under such obscured visibility. After a moment's pause, she impatiently rapped the windshield with her baton, reiterating her signal for the driver to exit the vehicle. If her observations were correct, this car had been tailing them since the shopping center. The driver's side door creaked open, and a man clad in a rumpled suit emerged, wiping beads of perspiration from his brow. The man appeared to be no more than in his late 20s, of modest stature, with coarse, dark skin and a round, fleshy face. His once white shirt had been stained a dingy yellowish black. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Sanjiu couldn't shake the feeling that, were he to don a pair of whiskers, he would bear a striking resemblance to a field mouse. His suit, though seemingly of decent material, appeared ill-fitting. The trousers were excessively long, rolled up high to reveal a pair of grayish-white, high-waisted socks. "Who are you? Why have you been following us?" Mathers inquired, his brow furrowed in suspicion. The field mouse-like man darted his small, dark eyes around in alarm, casting a glance at the trio before stammering, I didn't mean to." Luther scoffed derisively. "So, you're telling us you inadvertently, accidentally followed us all this way?" Lin Sanjiu alighted from the car, gripping her baton, and stood silently before the Citroën. "Get to the point." Perhaps embittered by the relentless sandstorms outside, Martha's tone grew sharp as she rebuked him. Yes. In essence, we were marooned at the shopping center, afraid to disembark, subsisting on a case of beverages for 2 days. I did observe you all on several occasions coming and going. You seemed to adapt rather quickly. Quite impressive, indeed," the man added with a fawning tone, seeking favor. Noticing their lack of response, he spat out a mouthful of grit with a disgruntled expression and continued, "Alas, one evening, a rather comely woman appeared, offering water at her residence, and beckoned my client to follow her. I momentarily lost focus, and my client vanished. The woman then proceeded to the next vehicle." The trio's countenances darkened perceptibly. It seemed Kong Yun had indeed exploited the living souls on the entire street. Observing their expressions, the man tentatively continued, "I dared not remain in the vehicle any longer, so I sought refuge in the convenience store across the street, managing to survive until now. Upon discovering your departure this morning, I grew fearful and decided to follow you." "What is your name?" Luther inquired, his patience wearing thin due to the man's incessant rambling. "I am Tian Minbo, though I am commonly known as Field Mouse," the man responded with a hurried smile. "It seems I am not alone in this sentiment." Lin Sanjiu mused inwardly, her expression remaining unchanged. She fixed her gaze upon him and inquired, "What do you seek by following us?" The field mouse paused momentarily and hurriedly said, "I harbor no ill intentions. Truly I have provisions on my vehicle as well. I merely seek a companion for the journey. Furthermore, I have some advice to share with you." "What advice?" "Your vehicle has been in motion for nearly an hour, has it not?" the field mouse remarked, casting his gaze upon several cars. "I would advise you to refrain from driving any further until nightfall." "Why?" Lu Zhe furrowed his brow, surveying their surroundings. The place where they had halted was far from pleasant. Once this area had been a central park, a vast expanse of woodland and greenery, arguably the most delightful spot within the city. However, over the past month, the park's essence had vanished entirely, leaving behind only swirling dust and the charred remnants of blackened trees, tossed about by the wind. On the horizon, faint shadows resembling fallen seeds flitted about. The sky was shrouded in a desolate yellow hue, accompanied by a blistering sun. The heat was unnaturally oppressive. If they continued, the engine would surely overheat. Do not dismiss my warning. I have previously had a vehicle, an esteemed Mercedes, rendered inoperable, nearly igniting in the process. The field mouse wiped the sand from his face, revealing a sincere expression beneath. Honestly, you may check the engine for yourselves. Upon hearing this, Lin Sanjiu let out a deep sigh and called out to Ma Se, who was turning to leave. No need to go. It is indeed true. Just moments ago, my Citroën was so hot it burned my feet. It is worth noting that she was clad in a pair of exquisite Tiamulan shoes. Despite the thick soles of their shoes, the heat was still palpable. The three exchanged glances, a sense of helplessness washing over them. If even the Citroën was struggling, the bus from the Zhengzhou factory was undoubtedly more perilous. It seemed they had no choice but to remain with this field mouse until the engine cooled down. However, Lin Sanjiu felt a strong aversion to their surroundings. The vast expanse of the Central Park, sprawling over several thousand square meters, had become desolate, leaving their line of sight completely unobstructed. If any danger were to arise, the four of them would have no place to take refuge. Ma Si sighed, it appears we must wait. Indeed, came the reply. It's simply too hot outside to converse comfortably. Why don't you all come into the vehicle? We can have a proper chat and perhaps forge a friendship. Seeing that his words had swayed them, the field mouse eagerly opened the car door and offered a bottle of water to Ma Si. I have no particular destination, merely a desire for companionship. Where are you all headed? If you wouldn't mind, could I accompany you on your journey? The three exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After the incident with Kong Yun, caution was indeed warranted. However, they could not allow one misfortune to deter them entirely. With that thought in mind, Lin Sanjiu spoke up, you may join us, but first you must divulge your abilities. The field mouse's mouth fell open in surprise. Though the words were spoken, there was an evident hesitation as Lu Zhe and Ma Si exchanged a glance, their expressions tinged with difficulty. If someone genuinely prefers not to reveal their abilities, they can't necessarily be faulted. Yet, unexpectedly, the vole nodded with scarcely any hesitation. So, you were already aware. Very well, I shall demonstrate for you. As he spoke, he retrieved a mobile phone from his trouser pocket. The phone's surface was a layer of seemingly inexpensive plastic, giving it a rather counterfeit appearance. The vole pressed the phone a few times before turning the screen towards the three of them. The screen displayed a call interface, the contact being 110. This phone is my ability. 110 is currently the only number I can dial. If I am attacked, as long as I dial 110, all attacks against me will become ineffective within 5 to 10 seconds. Of course, the ability activates much faster than that. The vole seemed somewhat timid as he inquired, is this satisfactory? Subsequently, she extended a hand towards the vole, smiling gently. From now on, we shall assist each other. Ah ha. I've managed to borrow a spare computer, and updates can finally resume at a fixed time. Chapter 24. The protagonist must die trope? Something was causing a dull ache at the back of Lin Sanjiu's head. It had been bothering her for quite some time. She was extremely drowsy and reluctant to move, so she merely turned over in a haze. Just then, a burst of "You are my little apple" suddenly erupted from somewhere, shattering the tranquility of the night and sounding particularly jarring. Whose ringtone was playing so loudly? To be audible even on the 38th floor, it was quite a disturbance. Lin Sanjiu, battling drowsiness, opened her eyes to behold a row of orange-yellow circular handles. This is not the apartment on the 38th floor, but rather the new world. She sat up, her gaze falling upon bus seats piled high with various cardboard boxes. On the wall beside her, a green slogan read, "Priority seating for the elderly, disabled, and pregnant." The rare glimmer of starlight outside the window illuminated the contours of the sign. Above the disembarkation door, a large sheet resembling a route map was affixed, though only the number 3 was discernible. Suddenly, the bus door was rapped upon urgently, and the melody of Little Apple crescendoed, accompanied by the voice of the field mouse. Hey, it's already 10 o'clock. Wake up, everyone. We must depart. Lin Sanjiu rubbed her eyes, as memories of reality surged into her consciousness like a tidal wave. She shot a disgruntled glare at him. Aren't you going to turn off that alarm? What if it attracts the fallen? Besides, it's far too loud. The field mouse quickly responded with a couple of O's, hastily silencing the phone. As the song faded away, Lin Sanjiu felt the world suddenly quiet down significantly. The field mouse, smiling, inquired, "Where's Miss Mays? And little Lou, have they risen?" "They are at the back," Lin Sanjiu replied. Just then, Mays strolled over, yawning, rinsing her mouth with bottled water, and took her seat at the wheel, still bleary-eyed. Lu Zhe nodded at the field mouse, rubbing his eyes as he ambled toward the truck, his demeanor equally lackluster. Everyone seemed rather fatigued. Lin Sanjiu mused, stifling another yawn. After a brief freshening up, Lin Sanjiu settled into the truck, and gradually, the fatigue that had engulfed her began to dissipate, ultimately allowing her to awaken fully. She glanced at the map beside her, seeking the route to the western suburban industrial area, and promptly started the vehicle. The western suburbs are renowned in this city as a significant industrial zone, home to a multitude of factories and processing plants. Within the confines of these factories, concerns regarding backup power, supplies, and suitable shelter would surely be alleviated. The three vehicles trailing behind her began to move in tandem. It must be acknowledged that enlisting the help of Tianshu was a prudent decision. Not only was he adept at vehicle maintenance, but to everyone's surprise, he also produced several sets of walkie-talkies from the truck. Although their effective range was limited, the vehicles could now communicate while on the move. A cheerful voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, resting on the seat beside her. "Xiao Jiu, how far are we from the industrial area? Let us assess the traffic. If we aren't caught in a jam, we should reach via the shortest route in about an hour. Once we climb this hill, the sign will come into view." Just as Lin Sanjiu was speaking, a sudden gurgling sound emanated from her stomach, and she inwardly cursed her misfortune. Lu Zhe promptly seized upon the sound. "Ha! What was that? Do you need us to stop and give you some time to sort it out?" Laughter erupted from the walkie-talkie, unmistakably belonging to Ma Se. "Be quiet. I'm merely hungry," Lin Sanjiu retorted sharply. "You little rascal. You truly lack the grace to spare a lady's dignity." As she spoke, she angrily reached for a packet of cookies, tore it open, and consumed a piece, allowing the others to laugh merrily over the intercom. It was somewhat fortunate that the vehicles along the route had generally complied, obediently parked at the roadside. Occasionally, we encountered roads obstructed by abandoned vehicles, yet we managed to squeeze by the edges. Currently, due to severe sand accumulation, the boundaries between the roadway and the sidewalk had become indistinct. Thus, after about 10 minutes of travel, the convoy of 4 vehicles continued smoothly along the shortcut towards the industrial area. A moment ago, I seem to have heard a loud bang. Did any of you catch that? Suddenly, Mare posed the question. Instantly, the field mouse responded with concern. "Miss Mare, could it be that your engine has encountered a problem? Where did the sound originate? It's too vague for me to ascertain. However, it has ceased now. If it occurs again, I shall inspect your engine for you." Upon hearing this, Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but glance back through the rearview mirror. The bus, trailing closely behind the second truck, was operating smoothly, and she could faintly see Mare's figure in the driver's seat. Everything appeared normal. Nonchalantly, she rolled down the car window, and the scorching night breeze rushed in, causing her long hair to billow in the air. Almost abruptly, a high-pitched scream echoed through the intercom, originating from Lu's. However, what he uttered was utterly incomprehensible. A jolt of trepidation coursed through Lin Sanjiu's very core. The inquiry of his well-being remained stifled in her throat when a piercing screech of brakes erupted behind her, succeeded by a thunderous crash akin to a collision. Her heart plummeted, and braving the gale-force winds buffeting against the window, she craned her neck to witness a scene that nearly arrested her heartbeat. Within the fragmented tableau carved by her dark hair, Lu Zhe's truck had veered sharply, positioned almost perpendicularly across the road. The bus trailing behind, caught in a desperate plight, had rammed headlong into the truck's front, instantly unleashing a plume of thick smoke. Lu Zhe's body was ejected from the driver's seat with violent force, amidst a maelstrom of shattered glass, only to become frozen mid-air. A lengthy, pointed proboscis impaled his abdomen, its origin concealed within the truck's confines. The entire sequence unfolded with lightning rapidity, faster than a mere blink of an eye. Lin Sanjiu's eyes welled with crimson intensity as she emitted a vehement cry. Slamming on the brakes, She brought the car to an abrupt halt and lunged out, sprinting towards Lu Zhe. However, before she could draw near, the bus's front end detonated with a deafening roar, unleashing a torrent of smoke, flames, and a hailstorm of glass shards that erupted from the epicenter of the catastrophe. These projectiles rained down upon Lin Sanjiu's exposed skin, lacerating her flesh and drawing blood. The concussive force of the explosion sent her sprawling to the ground, her body riddled with wounds. Yet, she remained transfixed, seated in stunned disbelief. For she had witnessed, amidst the descending debris, fragments of flesh and streaks of familiar red hair. This had to be some sort of cruel jest. The Citroën, which had nearly collided with the bus, came to a halt, and the field mouse, stepping out, turned pale with fright, exclaiming, "What happened? How could this be?" Lin Sanjiu stood dazed for a considerable time before managing to rise from the ground. Without uttering a word, her eyes ablaze with intensity, she made to rush toward the truck once more. The breathless field mouse hurriedly grasped her arm, imploring, "Calm down." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden shadow loomed overhead, causing him to look up in bewilderment. The very vehicle that Lin Sanjiu had halted moments before, seemingly having slipped out of gear, had inexplicably glided to block their path. Releasing his hold on Lin Sanjiu, the field mouse turned to flee, but the truck was too close. As he barely lifted his foot to run, the massive steel shadow enveloped them both. Chapter 25. The Law of Inevitable Demise for Protagonists. In the depths of darkness, Lin Sanjiu felt a dull ache at the back of her head from some unseen object. Time seemed to stretch, and she felt an overwhelming fatigue, reluctant to move, merely turning over in a daze. Suddenly, she bolted upright, gasping for breath, the realization dawning. Was it all just a dream? Rising from the ground, she still felt her limbs cold and her body weak. The instant of her death, when every bone and organ had been crushed, and she plunged into an abyss of endless darkness, such an almost surreal agony. She shivered violently. Was it all merely a dream? She climbed to her feet, opened the car door, and stepped out into the world beyond. She was in urgent need of inhaling some fresh air to clear her mind. As soon as she stepped onto the ground outside the car, a piercing sound of "You are my little apple" abruptly shattered the silence of the night. Lin Sanjiu's body paused momentarily. She heard it again, reminiscent of the last time. No, it should be more accurately described as akin to a dream. The cacophonous ringtone did not linger as it did in her dreams. Instead, it was swiftly silenced after only a few notes. The night returned to its previous state of utter stillness. Lin Sanjiu remained motionless, quietly gazing in the direction of the Citroën. After some time had passed, the field mouse still had not emerged to rouse them. Just as her impatience began to brew, contemplating a stroll over to investigate, a hushed gasp resonated from within the bus, followed by Mather calling out, "Lu Zhe, Xiaojiu, I dreamed that we all died." Almost instantaneously, upon their eyes meeting, the three of them spoke in unison. "Not just ourselves." Lin Sanjiu's expression darkened. She confessed, "I dreamt that all four of us perished. Now you share your dreams, just as death tends to unfold." Lu Zhe was the first to speak. "That last dream was unnervingly vivid, wasn't it? I dreamt we were driving towards the industrial area when suddenly, I felt a chill creeping up the back of my neck. In my earlier dream, I encountered something similar. The only difference was that, in the dream, it manifested as a 3, rather than a 2. She cast her gaze over the faces of the three individuals, emphasizing her words. "I have lived in this city for several years, and I have never encountered anything like this. All the buses should display a route map. This indicates that this number must have appeared later." Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Ma Si gasped and covered her mouth. Lin Sanjiu's gravely serious tone seemed to carry a weight of 1,000 pounds. "Do you not comprehend? This means either we are currently dreaming, or the matter of death is not a dream at all." Just as Lin Sanjiu was about to speak, the somewhat subdued voice of Tianshu captured her attention. "It is a number. The first was 3, we died, and then it changed to 2. Is this a countdown? In other words, we have 2 chances left." Since the 4 of them had joined together, it was the first time Lin Sanjiu had seen Tianshu in such a manner. He lowered his head, obscuring his expression, yet there was an indescribable atmosphere surrounding him. She took a deep breath and said, "Actually, I think the same way." The air once again became thick with tension as everyone fell into contemplation. Is there a time limit to this? Lu Zhe, arms crossed, was the first to break the silence. If there is, then we can simply sit here and safely wait for the time to pass before we proceed. Before Ma Si could finish her thought, Tianshu suddenly interjected with surprising conviction. I believe sitting here is certainly not an option. Who knows whether there is a time limit or not? If we continue to wait, will other events unfold? These remain unknown. However, the dangers that lie along the path we previously traversed are all too clear. Thus, I believe it would be prudent for us to embark on this journey with utmost caution. Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but cast another glance at the field mouse. Regardless of how many fallen creatures had been vanquished or from what perilous situations one had narrowly escaped, one undeniable truth remains. Those who are alive have never truly faced death. Yet, just moments ago, Lin Sanjiu had encountered a vivid experience of death. One where both body and spirit cease to exist. The impact of death is unparalleled, overshadowing all else in existence. It is the ominous cloud that looms over humanity from the moment of birth, the ultimate terror that no sage can evade. Yet, the field mouse appeared remarkably composed in analyzing the situation. She couldn't help but commend, "Field mouse, it's truly remarkable that you can remain so calm after enduring such an ordeal." With her praise, the field mouse quickly reverted to her usual demeanor, a slick smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Ah, for someone as insignificant as myself, a mere life, merely surviving to this point feels like a fortune. How could I dare to be fragile?" The field mouse's words swiftly won over everyone. After a brief discussion, they quickly reached a consensus. This time, they would heed the field mouse's advice and proceed with heightened vigilance. With their guards up, it seemed likely that this time they would emerge unscathed. Chapter 26. Challenging the protagonist's inevitable demise 3. First, we must comprehend the movements of the fallen creature from last time. Gazing at his three companions, Lin Sanjiu spoke with a grave expression. Initially, it was Ma Si who heard a thud. Correct? But from where did it emanate? At that moment, 4 vehicles were parked along the roadside in the same sequence as before. The 4 individuals stood by the bus, pondering the nature of the fallen being, who had seemingly chosen them at random. Will it select me once more, or will it arbitrarily choose another? Lu Ziyue lamented, growing increasingly agitated. Damn it, this countdown provides far too little information. We cannot deduce anything. Stop overthinking it. Lin Sanjiu consoled him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I believe avoiding this calamity is not insurmountable. For one thing is certain, the location of the incident. We shall stop the vehicles before we reach that incline, conduct a search in the vicinity, patrol, and eliminate any fallen beings we encounter. I refuse to believe we cannot succeed. Her resolute tone immediately instilled confidence in the others. Indeed, it was just a mere fallen being. Precisely. This time we shall take the initiative. Tianshu chimed in with a smile. With a preliminary plan established, the convoy soon resumed its journey against the scorching evening breeze. The vehicles moved at a slow pace, and silence enveloped the group. Each individual remained acutely attuned to their surroundings, unwilling to overlook even the faintest hint of disturbance. Lin Sanjiu felt parched and swallowed to moisten her throat when suddenly, Ma Si's voice whispered through the intercom. They're coming. All units, halt. With an urgent shout into the walkie-talkie, Lin Sanjiu slammed on the brakes, killing the engine and leaping out of the car in hand. The slope where the 4 had met their tragic end loomed ahead. The vehicles halted at its base. Almost in unison, Lu Zhe, Mazer, and Tianshu burst from the cars, weapons drawn, encircling the bus, their gazes converging on its roof. The night, devoid of human civilization's illumination, was nonetheless navigable thanks to the Citroën's headlights and their evolved night vision. They could clearly discern a dark form clinging to the middle of the bus. The long, undulating proboscis betrayed its identity. A fallen. Realizing it was surrounded, the fallen abruptly rose and fled toward the rear. Lin Sanjiu's eyes widened in shock as she gasped. The fallen's body was not desiccated but appeared entirely human. To achieve such a state, how many individuals would it have had to drain of their fluids? Even its speed was comparable to that of a normal person were it not for the proboscis. Lin Sanjiu might have mistaken it for a human. You think you can escape after killing me? Dream on. Lu Zhe reacted first, gritting his teeth and launching himself forward, covering a great distance in the blink of an eye. Lin Sanjiu and Mazer followed closely behind. The only field mouse, devoid of any combat prowess, trailed behind and, after a few hurried steps, halted, gasping for breath, and called out to the three figures ahead. I will keep watch here. You continue your efforts. Despite the fallen being's speed being akin to that of a normal human, the trio pursuing it were far from ordinary. In less than half a minute, they had successfully encircled the fallen creature, blocking its path. The fallen being remained motionless, fixated on the three, who in turn stood vigilant, neither side willing to make the first move. Upon closer inspection, the trio experienced a wave of revulsion. The fallen being was evidently male, its flesh plump and glistening. If one were to consider merely its physique, it appeared to be an ordinary human. Not only its body but also its elongated eyes, covered with eyelids, and its broad, smooth forehead suggested an unsettling normality, devoid of any repugnant features. However, the only constant was the grotesque mouthpart on its head. Where a mouth and nose should have been, a dark void emerged, from which a massive mosquito-like proboscis extended. This bizarre contrast was almost as if it had been deliberately crafted, compelling Lin Sanjiu to prefer gazing at Wang Sisi instead. Why do you seem so well prepared? The male fallen creature's mouthpart emitted a voice, its eyes gleaming with a hint of nauseating mirth. I just arrived and you decide to halt? Who informed you of my presence? Could there be other fallen beings? I have no desire to converse with non-human entities. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Sanjiu's mind. With a gentle smile, she didn't dwell on it, and with a few flashes of white light in her palm, a stack of cards materialized in her left hand. This was a novel application she had developed after repeated experimentation with her abilities. With a flick of her left hand, 5 slender cards shot forward with precision, swiftly closing the distance to the fallen creature. The 5 cards then dispersed in mid-air, enveloping its face. Indeed, Lin Sanjiu was manipulating the velocity and trajectory of the cards in the air. Regrettably, this potent technique was significantly limited. She could only maintain control for a mere 5 seconds. In the blink of an eye, before the fallen creature could comprehend the situation, the 5 cards accelerated, lunging directly at its vital points. Just before making contact with its skin, the 5 cards simultaneously transformed into keen-edged blades. Despite evasive maneuvers and counterattacks, the 5 blades did not achieve complete success. Yet one blade plunged deeply into the fallen creature's left eye. A piercing shriek echoed through the night sky as its mandibles trembled in the air. Now, take this chance. Lu Zhe charged forward, swinging his baton for a heavy blow. The fallen creature's jaw shattered with a sickening sound. It was almost certain that this fallen creature would meet its end here. Just as this thought surfaced, a glint of reflected light flashed in Lu Zhe's vision. Immediately, a sound like a gunshot erupted, and the glint stretched into a streak, shooting towards Tianshu's chest like a meteor. The field mouse's face paled instantly, and he waved his hand in despair. However, just as he summoned his phone, a cloud of blood mist erupted from his chest, and his corpse, along with the phone, fell heavily to the ground. As the field mouse breathed his last with wide eyes, the phone rapidly dissolved into a beam of white light and vanished. All of this transpired too swiftly for the 3 individuals embroiled in combat with the fallen to react. They stared dumbfounded at the field mouse's corpse. Seizing the opportunity, the fallen, unwilling to linger, somersaulted out of the encirclement and fled. As Lin Sanjiu moved to pursue, a warning bell clamored in her mind. Before she could even process it, her body instinctively rolled aside. Another gunshot rang out, leaving a smoking hole where she had just stood. In that instant, everything became clear. We're being sniped. Find cover, quickly. Moss and Lu Zhe dove for cover behind the bus, while Lin Sanjiu crouched behind the Citroën, all of them gasping for breath. With the loss of their target, the gunfire ceased, and the night reverted to an undercurrent of uneasy calm. Mr. Tian is dead. Moss murmured in disbelief. It must have been an accomplice of that fallen. Lin Sanjiu said, her heart pounding as if trying to escape her chest. We're incredibly unlucky to have encountered a fallen capable of sniping. Lu Zhe cast a complex glance at her, shaking his head. It wasn't the fallen. I saw it earlier. In front of the building to the right, there were numerous floating metallic glints. The bullet that struck the field mouse was but a solitary glimmer. Such a description left the other two wide-eyed. Was that not an evolutionary ability? Undoubtedly, the capacity for evolution was a trait exclusive to humanity. Lu Zhe bitterly remarked, "Indeed, it seems we have encountered a degenerate who has allied with the fallen." Lin Sanjiu struggled to comprehend this notion of partnership. What advantage could one possibly gain from collaborating with a fallen being? Before she could voice her thoughts, a resounding thud echoed from above. Instinctively, she glanced upward and beheld the very fallen creature that had narrowly escaped moments ago, perched atop the Citroën. Its elongated mandibles dangled perilously close to Lin Sanjiu's shoulder. Chapter 27. A restless end. What sort of nonsense is this? Accompanied by a furious outburst, a boot forcefully struck the bus door, causing the passenger entrance to tremble. Yet, when a gentle-voiced man descended from the vehicle, it became evident that the two individuals did not intend to attack. Judging by the fierce gaze of the man across from them, if he truly wished to eliminate them, it would take no more than 30 seconds. The man who had been seated indeed resembled his own description, his smile reminiscent of a blooming peach blossom, his white teeth gleaming brightly. He surveyed the trio, who appeared somewhat disheveled, and suddenly laughed. "You still seem unaware of your predicament, do you?" The three remained silent, until the man bearing the samurai sword spoke up. "Truly, you are both weak and foolish." Lin Sanjiu felt an urge to retort or at least shoot him a glare, but the lingering sense of fear held her tongue, and she ultimately bit her lip in silence. After all, they had only just begun their journey. The Peach Blossom Man intervened, addressing the group. All right. Allow me to recount the events from the beginning. It seems you have not encountered the New World extensively. Have you? Lu Zhe and Ma Se exchanged glances, hesitating before responding. "We have experienced the New World twice, but this is little Joe's first time." Upon hearing this, the Peach Blossom Man was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Twice? Were both of your experiences in an E-level world?" "E-level world? What is that?" Lu Zhe inquired, bewildered. The Peach Blossom Man's expression grew complicated. "Oh dear, I never anticipated I would have to educate you." He continued, "Listen closely. Among the myriad parallel spaces that manifest with the arrival of the New World, they are categorized into 5 levels, ranging from E to A, based on the difficulty of survival. Have you played games? Yes, it's akin to a game. A wise predecessor devised these 5 classifications to help individuals better adapt to the New World. E-level is the most manageable. Upon hearing most manageable, Ma Se's expression shifted dramatically, yet she remained silent. However, Lu Zhe, unable to contain himself, sprang to his feet. His fair skin tinged with crimson as he exclaimed, "Most manageable? In our last war-torn world, we lost countless comrades, with daily casualties exceeding 100,000 soldiers. How can that be deemed manageable? In the realm of war, it is the ordinary people who suffer the most casualties. I remarked that the E rank is the most relaxed. You will come to understand this in due time." The man with the peach blossom smile responded coolly. "For once you surpass the E rank, even evolved humans become as inconsequential as weeds, unable to secure today, let alone tomorrow. Much like your current predicament. What level is the extreme hell?" Lin Sanjiu could not help but inquire. The Peach Blossom Man glanced at her, smiling as he replied, "D rank." Lin Sanjiu's face paled. This place, which had caused them to perish twice in succession, was merely a D rank. What horrors awaited at the C rank and above? The thought sent a tremor through her voice. How is this level determined? In discussing this, it pertains directly to your present circumstances. The Peach Blossom Man restored his previous warmth. All new worlds above the E rank will randomly feature, how shall I put it, regions with corresponding difficulty traps. We refer to them as instances. Instances? The 3 of them echoed in unison. It's merely a name. You may call it a restroom if you wish. In any case, instances typically consist of various life and death crises. Much like a game, where only by surviving and successfully navigating the challenges can you escape the instance. Each death reduces your countdown by 1. Once your 3 chances are exhausted, you will truly perish. So, we currently possess only one opportunity. Lin Sanjiu stated, stunned. Indeed, surprisingly, it was the man with the katana who spoke. Your performances in the previous 2 attempts were lamentably dismal. Lin Sanjiu swallowed his words with great restraint. Indeed, suffering 2 consecutive catastrophic defeats seemed rather excessive. Witnessing the atmosphere plummet to its nadir due to a single remark from his companion, the Peach Blossom Man forced a wry smile and remarked, "You cannot entirely blame yourselves. Your opponents possess far more experience than you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Jijun, and this is Hei's Ji. We have come to offer our assistance." I acknowledge that I had previously boasted about the light romantic elements. Yet, why is it that upon the emergence of Hei's Ji, my heart is set ablaze with such fervor? The author truly adores this archetype of a man. Such audacity. Chapter 29. Speaking of instances of dungeon raids and total annihilations. The peculiar names of these 2 individuals are quite striking. Lin Sanjiu silently scoffed to himself. Are you Japanese? Lu Zhe seemed to have completely forgotten about the earlier suppression. His face alight with curiosity as he inquired of Hei's Ji. What? The latter furrowed his brow in annoyance, wearing an expression that seemed to convey, what are you even talking about? Japanese, well, how should I put it? Perhaps in their world, the conventions for naming differ from ours. We cannot interpret it through the lens of our previous experiences. As the expression on Kurizaki's face grew increasingly grim, Lin Sanjiu feared that if Lu Zidua were to inquire further, he might be met with a violent response. Thus, he hastily shifted the conversation. May I ask how our companion, the one known as Field Mouse, is faring? Kurizaki appeared distinctly displeased. However, the overwhelming aura of pressure he exuded began to dissipate gradually. Lu Zedwa, being a man, stood up without assistance and quietly brushed the dirt from his clothing. Li Jijun signaled for everyone to board the bus and suggested they converse at a leisurely pace, finding a seat for himself and reclining comfortably. Casting a glance around, he casually opened a packet of chocolate cookies, munching on them as he spoke. Your friend, Tian Minbo, managed to escape from our grasp. Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but perk up his ears. To be honest, this unexpected venture into a D-level world had taken them by surprise. Initially, they had intended to treat this challenging new realm as a vacation. Li Jijun smiled and pointed at his companion nearby. However, not long ago, this fellow suddenly decided to exhibit an unusual streak of kindness and insisted on rescuing a man from another instance. Ah, yes, your field mouse. Upon witnessing the disbelief etched on the faces of several individuals, Kurizaki's expression darkened further. The 3 were momentarily taken aback. Given the prowess displayed by Li Jijun and his companion, there seemed to be no reason for them to fabricate such a tale. Thus, it became evident to Lin Sanjiu that he had to consider the implications. Suppressing his frustration, he glanced at Lu Zedwa and Maze. He claims he wishes to find a companion to leave with. Could it be that he intends to use us as mere shields? Gathering her crimson locks, Martha inquired with perplexity. Then where is he now? Why is he not with us in this instance? Li remained silent, casting a glance at his comrade. It is because of the artifact he pilfered, Hayes interjected abruptly, his gaze both frigid and ruthless. It was a unique item I painstakingly acquired, capable of forcibly extracting one from an instance. Upon hearing this, all 3 widened their eyes in astonishment. For individuals like Lin Sanjiu, who possessed but one remaining chance at survival, the immense value of such an artifact was self-evident. To be able to forcibly withdraw from an instance with no prospect of success was tantamount to gaining an additional life. His tone, akin to a predator lurking in the jungle, was both placid and fraught with peril, sending a shiver down Lin Sanjiu's spine. His words ignited the youthful Lu Zhe, who leaped up, his face flushed with indignation. When we find that scoundrel, I'll give him a piece of my mind. Li, if there's anything we can do to assist, just say the word. Lin Sanjiu, observing Li's beaming countenance, rolled her eyes inwardly. She cleared her throat and gently said, Lu Zhe, settle down. Our immediate priority is to survive this instance. Indeed, Li continued, his vulpine eyes narrowing with amusement. As an instance can only be entered once. Hayes and I are now considered illegally trespassing and cannot directly engage in combat. Therefore, we shall provide intelligence and offer assistance where we can. You should formulate a battle plan. Once this copy is completed, we shall require your assistance once more. Lin Sanjiu cast a glance at him, feeling somewhat uncertain. After all, is there truly such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Although this Li Jijun appeared amicable, he bore an air of formidable cunning, leaving her to wonder what tasks they would be expected to undertake in return for such a monumental favor. However, upon reflection, given the circumstances of the three of them, was there really any room for negotiation? Resolute in her decision, she nodded at Lu Zhe and Mather. Let it be so. With their minds made up, the group commenced a hushed discussion regarding their plan. The intelligence provided by Li Jijun and his companion was remarkably comprehensive, as though they were intimately acquainted with the adversary. Allegedly, they had merely circled the incident site a few times yet had gleaned every detail concerning their opponent. Thus far, the woman had developed two formidable abilities, sniping and setting traps. Lin Sanjiu and her companions had already experienced the power of her sniping once. Unlike conventional sniping with firearms, her metallic projectiles bore the precision of bullets, devoid of any mechanical inaccuracies associated with guns. All she needed to do was visually lock onto her target and pull the trigger. No matter how exceptional Lin Sanjiu's physical prowess, she had yet to evolve to a speed surpassing that of a bullet. Moreover, the greatest weakness of a sniper, close combat, was flawlessly countered by her other ability, the traps. What kind of traps are we talking about? Lin Sanjiu inquired, a hint of anxiety in her voice. I have no idea, Li Jijun replied, shrugging his shoulders. As I mentioned, we didn't dare to step on them. Lin Sanjiu cast a resigned glance at him, asking, so, in summary, we are to avoid going upstairs, correct?
Li Jijun nudda la isureli.
How can we strategize without ascending? Lin Sanjiu felt a twinge of dismay. However, there was an important piece of information you ought to be aware of. With a cheerful smile, Li Jijun leaned in, handing a bottle of water to both Lin Sanjiu and Master. Within the instance, only your side retains the previous memories. The three of them immediately lifted their heads. Although you and they have entered the same instance, the attacking side lacks the awareness of being in an instance. They merely continue with their original intentions from the day they entered the instance, which is to hunt. As Li Jijun spoke, his enthusiasm grew. This means that your assault today will still catch them off guard. With careful planning, a successful counterattack is entirely feasible. Perhaps influenced by his calm demeanor, the subtle fear that had lingered in the hearts of the trio began to dissipate. After Li Jijun had outlined various aspects, he noticed it was nearly time to wrap up and called down the drowsy Hei's Ji from the vehicle. Now, it all depends on us. Watching them move away, Lin Sanjiu turned to Lu Zhe and Master with bright eyes, speaking with conviction. We will survive. Chapter 30. The Advance of Lu Zhe. While the first two drives took nearly 20 minutes, Lu Zhe had been on the road for almost an hour. Based on information from Li Jijun, the Fallen One is often seen prowling near his apartment building, seeking out solitary pedestrians. However, Lu Zhe has circled within 500 meters of the building several times without spotting the creature. It seems the fellow is quite cautious, unwilling to stray far. It appears he's rather circumspect, doesn't venture far. Lin Sanjiu's voice resonated thoughtfully over the communicator. In that case, you should approach closer. Remember, when you spot it, be sure to conceal yourself and then you know what to do, correct? Lu Zhe affirmed with a hum. Rest assured, I'm experienced in this regard. Very well, maintain contact. Ending the call, Lu Zhe stowed the communicator and cautiously advanced toward the building where the Fallen One's accomplice resided. He maximized his eagle eye ability. Within this range, he would immediately detect any anomaly. Lu Zhe inhaled slowly, his heart pounding. Today's operation hinged on him, an undeniable pressure. As he warily approached the building, Lu Zhe remembered to constantly seek cover, concealing his movements. It would be a cruel twist of fate to be shot down by the woman upstairs before even spotting the Fallen One. However, thanks to his time in the war-torn world, Lu Zhe had acquired considerable skills in concealment, making him quite adept at this task. The building harboring the sniper stood out in the vicinity. The neighborhood had apparently not yet been demolished, leaving behind numerous 6- or 7-story self-built residential buildings. The street, once bustling with small shops, now appeared lifeless, as if even the corpses had turned to ash. A man's silhouette trailed a long, dark shadow as he unexpectedly emerged from around the corner, moving languidly with a dragging foot. Lu Zhe felt a jolt of alarm and swiftly withdrew to hide behind a dusty, yellowed sign. At this distance, it seemed the fallen creature would be oblivious to his presence. He activated the intercom. "I've spotted it." His voice was barely a whisper. "Xiaojiu, are you certain that the last time he referred to that sniper as his woman?" "Absolutely, I'm 100% sure." "Very well, I shall proceed." As he spoke, Lu Zhe focused intently on the seemingly carefree fallen figure in the distance, silently repeating the word girlfriend. In an instant, he felt a cascade of lustrous, black hair cascading down his shoulder. No matter how many transformations he underwent, each new guise still sparked a sense of novelty within him. He reached out to touch the silky strands, then traced the contours of his delicate, smooth face, realizing his hands had turned fair and tender, adorned with a Cartier bracelet on his slender wrist. "I've succeeded," he mused. "This guy's girlfriend appears to be quite the affluent beauty." Lu Zhe chuckled softly into the intercom, a voluptuous figure with a slim waist and flowing hair, quite impressive on the other end of the intercom. Two women simultaneously scoffed at him, with Lin Sanjiu exclaiming in exasperation, "Can you not be a little more serious?" "Depart forthwith," he urged.
"Này, Yi Yun Li."
"What is thy purpose?" Her exclamation was followed by a scuffle, as if the walkie-talkie had been wrested from her grasp. Then, Ji Jun Li's grave voice resounded. "Do not venture forth." Lu Zhe, who had just extended a foot clad in a crimson mid-heel, froze. Ji Jun Li's anxious tone persisted. "I have beheld the visage of the sniper. She is not comely, but a commonplace woman with cropped hair. Thou hast assumed the incorrect form. Dost thou hear me?" Despite his entreaties, there was no response, for Lu Zhe had silently deactivated the walkie-talkie. Ji Jun Li's admonition had come too late. Lu Zhe's single step had, by unfortunate coincidence, placed him directly in the line of sight of the fallen, who were now charging towards him with palpable excitement. At this velocity, a confrontation was imminent within 10 seconds. Suppressing his trepidation, Lu Zhe remained stationary, swiftly stowing the walkie-talkie. He then embraced himself, emitting a feminine shriek of terror. Predictably, the fallen halted abruptly just before reaching him, its astonishment evident even through its elongated proboscis. "Mia," it uttered. Lu Zhe lifted his head in feigned terror, revealing his current visage of delicate feminine beauty, his fair cheeks streaked with tears. The fallen's subsequent utterance affirmed, Lin Sanjiu's intelligence was accurate. "This is entirely a mischance." "Mia, how did you end up here? Where is your boyfriend?" In that moment, Lu Zhe could only utter a single thought. His ability had a significant flaw that even Lin Sanjiu was unaware of. When Lu Zhe activated his power, he had to articulate the relationship of the other person to undergo transformation. However, in reality, he could only morph into someone that the other person perceived as fitting that relationship. In this case, the fallen being evidently did not regard the sniper above as his girlfriend. Rather, it was this woman named Mai, who already had a boyfriend, that could truly be deemed his significant other. Thus, I absolutely detest those who engage in reckless romantic entanglements. Lu Zhe silently seethed, yet his exterior remained a picture of terrified vulnerability. I have long lost contact with him. But how did you become like this?" The fallen being's eyes darted about as it scrutinized the woman before it. Then it chuckled. "I have evolved a new ability called bodily transformation. Though I may not appear particularly attractive, I am quite formidable." To better harness his shape-shifting prowess, Lu Zhe had devoted considerable effort to his acting skills. Even upon hearing such nonsensical claims, he still seemed somewhat apprehensive, gently nodding while averting his gaze from the creature's mouthparts, weeping softly. "This world is far too terrifying. Tell me, what about your father? A man of such wealth surely must have a backup plan?" The fallen being casually inquired, suddenly becoming fervently curious. "And have you evolved? What abilities have you acquired?" "So that's how it is," Lu Zhe scoffed internally. At this moment, the expression on the fallen one's face began to subtly shift. What initially flickered as disappointment now seemed to morph into an inclination to smile. The muscles beneath the fallen one's eyes gradually tightened, causing them to narrow entirely. "No evolution, huh? Then how did you manage to emerge alone? As he spoke, an unsettling half-smile grew more pronounced. The fallen one adjusted his attire and unexpectedly gestured for the lady to proceed ahead. Like a bashful maiden, Lu Zhe smiled shyly at him and took a step forward. The fallen one promptly followed suit. Do you recall, Mei Yi? When we first met? Suddenly, the fallen one's voice broke the silence behind her. Lu Zhe's heart skipped a beat. His shape-shifting abilities would not provide him with any insights, so he merely responded with a noncommittal The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt you were the only one worthy of being my woman. This fallen one, perhaps due to an abundance of sustenance and ample hydration, surprisingly had the leisure to reminisce. How joyous were the days we spent together. You remember, don't you? Yes, indeed. Because you adored the beach, we explored every corner of Phuket, the Maldives, and Tahiti. Looking back, it truly felt like a dream, didn't it? As the conversation flowed, the tone of the fallen one gradually seeped into something else. If it weren't for your father's insistence on separating us. I admit, during our time together, you did acquire a fair amount of wealth, but I genuinely cherished you. Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of reflection, he feigned a sob and said, I understand. You understand? Do you comprehend why in the end you chose to be with that wealthy heir? Like your father, you believe I am not of your social standing. Do you? The fallen one suddenly raised his voice, startling Lu Zhe. Yet, in an unexpected turn, he laughed. Mei Yi, you cannot fathom how delighted I am to witness the world transformed into this state. A sudden tremor in the air sent a chill across Lu Zhe's back, followed by an ominous rush of wind. He had long been alert to the movements behind him. As the breeze whispered past his ear, he instinctively crouched and leapt to the side, catching sight of a long shadow sweeping over his head. To his astonishment, the attack had missed, leaving the fallen one staring at him in disbelief. Lu Zhe smirked coldly, kicking off his heeled shoes, adopting a combat-ready stance. The tender soles of Mei Yi's feet met the scorching asphalt, the heat searing into him, yet this slight discomfort sharpened his focus. You actually managed to evade that? It seems you have grown complacent, your skills have dulled, Lu Zhe chuckled. Before his laughter faded, the assailant lunged at him again with ferocity. Chapter 31. I apologize, I just spoke a falsehood. On the sun-scorched street, now distorted by the heat, a tall man relentlessly pursued the shadow before him, striking with his weapon. The figure evaded with such alacrity that its features remained indiscernible. Despite nearly 20 strikes, the proboscis failed to graze even the hem of its adversary's garment. Were it capable, the fallen creature would undoubtedly be panting heavily from the exertion. Who are you? You are not Miyako. The fallen one's irate drone resonated with increasing intensity. Seizing an opportune moment amidst its queries, it lunged its proboscis toward Luz's face. Just as the proboscis neared its target, Luz smirked coolly, abruptly transforming into a rural girl of about 10 years old. Her height diminished by nearly 20 centimeters, causing the proboscis to overshoot its mark. Were I in your stead, I would refrain from erratic movements. After all, these bubbles, while some are innocuous, others are volatile and some are corrosive. Even I cannot distinguish them. Remain stationary for me. Ha ha ha. Luz surveyed the surroundings with a grave expression, each bubble appearing identical to the last. Maintaining the transformation would unduly deplete his stamina. Amidst these surroundings, Luz promptly reverted to his original form. Ignoring the fallen one, Luz continued to scrutinize the surrounding space, seeking a pattern among the bubbles. Suddenly, a faint pop echoed, as if a bubble had burst behind him. Almost simultaneously, a sharp proboscis shot forth from behind. The earlier sound had already alerted Lu Zhe. He swiftly turned and leaped backward, deftly evading the mandibles. However, as bubbles floated around him, his elbow inadvertently plunged into a pink bubble, which burst with a pop. Immediately, with a sharp hiss, a cloud of white smoke erupted from his elbow, the searing pain rendering him momentarily speechless. Looking down, he saw his elbow appeared as though it had been scorched, a large patch of skin peeling away to reveal gory muscle beneath. Didn't I warn you not to move? Came the derisive laughter of the fallen. This time it's merely sulfuric acid. Who knows what it will be next? Enduring the agony, Cold sweat broke out on Lu Ze's forehead. The bubble that had burst moments ago seemed no different from the countless others surrounding him. The fallen would not grant him the luxury of time to analyze them. Once again, the mandibles shifted direction and lunged at him. The intent was unmistakable. The attack from the mandibles posed little threat to Lu Ze, who could easily evade it. Therefore, the strategy was to saturate every potential escape route with these perilous bubbles. He faced a dire choice: either be pierced by the mandibles or be harmed by the bubbles. Once more dodging the mandibles, Lu Ze collided with a cluster of bubbles, and this time, 3 or 4 exploded behind him in a cacophony of miniature blasts, the force tearing away the tattered fabric from his back, revealing a gruesome mess of flesh and blood beneath. Just as he bent down, a wave of intense pain shot through his back, leaving him gasping for breath, his expression devoid of emotion. Alas, ill fortune has befallen you, for it is a detonating bubble. The corrupted entity chuckled with the exuberance of a variety show MC. Did I ever mention that besides the innocuous bubbles, there exist 18 other varieties that inflict considerable pain upon contact? TSK, I implore you to permit me to absorb you promptly, lest you squander your precious bodily fluids in vain. Lu's fair countenance was besmirched with the soot of the explosion and his own blood. Abruptly, he lowered his gaze, a delicate smile gracing his lips as if in bashfulness, his rabbit teeth gleaming brilliantly within his rosy mouth. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Is it customary for kept men to prattle on incessantly? Ha! It appears you shall persist until faced with dire consequences." With a piercing shriek from the corrupted entity, its proboscis once more darted forth from Lu's right. He glanced at the approaching appendage, and suddenly, his form flickered, reverting to the guise of the young girl from before. Far from fleeing, he instead propelled himself directly towards the proboscis. With a sickening thud, the appendage pierced the girl's shoulder, eliciting a spray of blood. Before the corrupted entity could gloat, Luz, enduring the agony, accelerated once more. The proboscis swiftly impaled the girl's frail frame, yet he pressed onward as if impervious to the pain. A mere half-second later, Luz created a gaping, sanguineous wound in his own shoulder, simultaneously rupturing the surrounding bubbles, and lunged at the corrupted entity. The bubbles burst in rapid succession, yet nothing transpired. With the transformation undone, Lu Ze did not wait for the astonished fallen one to react. He extended his hand like a claw and grasped its throat, lifting it effortlessly with one hand. If one cannot discern which bubbles pose a threat, then standing beside you would suffice. It is not a difficult task to surge forward through your oral appendage. A charming smile adorned Lu Ze's fair face, his lips a vivid red and his teeth a pristine white. "I am aware that your dwelling is rife with traps," he stated. "I have but one question for you." The fallen one's visage turned a deep shade of purple as copious amounts of fluid seeped from the base of its oral appendage. It had no time to ponder how this youth had acquired such intelligence. It merely sought to flail its appendage, only to despairingly discover that Lu Ze's shoulder had it firmly pinned. "How did you ascend to the upper floors?" Lu Ze inquired softly. I am not foolish," it stammered. "If I tell you, you will kill me." "Incorrect," Lu Ze retorted. "My sole intention is to eliminate that woman. However, if you choose not to divulge, I shall indeed take your life." Lu Ze's obsidian eyes appeared innocent and sincere as he continued, "Your life or hers? Choose one." I will tell you." The choice posed by Lu Ze was so straightforward that the fallen one felt no hesitation in confessing everything. As Lu Ze gradually lowered the fallen one, he tightened his grip, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "You are not deceiving me, are you? And no. If you doubt my words, you may bind me and take me along. Then you shall believe me, yes?" The fallen one's eyes bulged under the strain, and in a moment of desperation, it hastily devised a plan for survival. This, indeed, was a clever solution. Luz nodded thoughtfully, then offered a shy smile. "Forgive me, I misspoke earlier." The fallen one's eyes widened in disbelief. The last sound it heard was the faint crackle of its windpipe shattering. Chapter 32. To kill or not to kill. Since arriving in this world, I haven't properly gazed upon the night sky. Luz blinked slowly, feeling as if his body and thoughts were about to dissolve into a wisp of smoke, merging into the sky. "I recall that Aji possesses rapid-acting emergency medicine. If you wouldn't mind, Perhaps you could utilize his supply? Really? That would be wonderful. Lin Sanjiu exclaimed with excitement, only to be interrupted by a chilling voice. Ruler of departure, since when do you have authority over my possessions? Not a chance. Suddenly, the air seemed to freeze in place. So, the formidable Kurosawa Aji has also arrived. Luz thought groggily. He had been drifting in and out of consciousness, unaware of the conversation. However, recalling the earlier battle, he offered a weak smile and murmured earlier, I transformed into Aji, and shattered its leg. Aji's upper limit is formidable. His speech was slurred due to his severe injuries, yet everyone present understood him. 3 pairs of eyes turned toward Kurosawa Aji. After a long pause, the latter tossed out a small vial with a dark expression, saying in a deep voice, Take it. In the presence of others, none dared to critique his demeanor, swiftly expressing their understanding and gratitude. Haihara let out a dismissive snort, without exchanging a word of greeting, and with a sudden leap, his figure, burdened by the sword, vanished atop another building. Mather administered the medicine into Luz's mouth, and soon enough, he fell into a deep slumber. What are your plans next?
Li Zijun in Kiratsufli.
Having unknowingly moved beside Lin Sanjiu. If that's the case, without his transformation ability, you cannot ascend the stairs at all. Lin Sanjiu glanced at Mather. Although Luz had taken the medicine, Mather still had much to attend to, cleaning wounds, bandaging, and changing Luz's clothes. After a contemplative pause, she turned to Li Jijun with a smile. Mather should remain to tend to the injured. As for the other woman, I have a plan. Li Jijun appeared unfazed. Smiling slightly, what plan? I need you to accompany me in a performance, Lin Sanjiu replied softly. Her idea was, in essence, quite simple. In a world devoid of humanity, an unsettling silence enveloped everything. The stillness was so profound that a faint rustling sound echoed in her ears. It was unclear whether it was the sound of blood flowing past her eardrum or the wind brushing against her ears. In such an environment, Lin Sanjiu felt confident that the sniper on the 15th floor would undoubtedly hear their conversation. Brother, where are you? The young girl's deliberately heightened voice immediately resonated through the night sky. Behind a window on the 15th floor, it seemed the curtain stirred slightly. Don't come looking for me. Conceal yourself and maintain silence. Do you comprehend? It seemed that Li Jijun was genuinely anxious. I severed one of the degenerate's arms just now, but I am uncertain of its current whereabouts. In any case, hasten to take cover. Upon hearing these words, Lin Sanjiu indeed noticed a figure emerging behind the curtains on the upper floor. Although the individual sported short hair, the feminine form was unmistakable. She nodded subtly, maintaining complete silence. Brother, come quickly. The degenerate is here. I severed its mouthparts, but it appears to still be alive. Despite the alarm in her voice, Lin Sanjiu's composed gaze never left the window on the 15th floor. Where are you? I am coming at once. Lin Sanjiu raised her voice again, lest the person upstairs should not hear. I am at a place called Red Heart Cake Shop. Brother, hurry, it is still moving. Almost instantaneously, the woman's figure vanished from the window. The breeze from her departure stirred the curtains, causing a cold smile to play upon Lin Sanjiu's lips. What manner of woman could be so compatible with that degenerate? She mused. She surreptitiously concealed herself further. To make the ruse more convincing, she and Li Jijun had hauled the degenerate's corpse over and deposited it behind the cake rack, leaving only half of its body visible. It would be the first thing one noticed upon entering from the outside. Sniping abilities might not be effective at close range, but if that woman were to carelessly deploy traps, it would be exceedingly perilous. Thus, it was imperative to lower her guard the moment she stepped into the house. Indeed, it was not long before the distant sound of heavy footsteps echoed, a rhythmic thud, resounding with an unusual intensity. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Sanjiu's mind. Was that noise not exceedingly loud? She cautiously peered out, and there, in the distance, a woman was hastily advancing towards her, striding with urgency. Even before the woman drew near, her labored breaths were so pronounced that Lin Sanjiu could hear them clearly. The journey from the building to the cake shop was merely a 7 or 8 minute walk. Jun. The woman finally approached, and before she even crossed the threshold, her gaze fell upon the lifeless body of the fallen. A cry of despair escaped her lips as she quickened her pace, rushing into the cake shop, desperate to reach him. Ajun, are you all right? Unbeknownst to her, a thin card had silently appeared before her. Before she could react, a black cloth was suddenly unfurled with a rustle, enveloping her face entirely. Her scream was instantly muffled beneath the fabric. As she instinctively reached for it, a heavy force collided with her from behind, sending her crashing to the ground. Lin Sanjiu, having leapt down from above the shelves, swiftly placed her foot on the woman's neck, twisting her arms behind her back. The woman, rendered immobile, thrashed about wildly, resembling a floundering fish, her cries echoing. Let me go, Ajun, Ajun. In a desperate struggle, Lin Sanjiu nearly lost her grip. In a moment of urgency, a flash of white light illuminated her palm as she wielded a police baton, striking the woman forcefully on the back of her head, rendering her immediately silent. Would she be dead? Lin Sanjiu's first thought was to quickly check her breathing. Feeling a warm, steady flow of air against her fingertips, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although this woman had previously attempted to assassinate them on 2 occasions, she had ultimately been reset along with the entire scenario. Having only recently emerged from a civilized society a month prior, Lin Sanjiu still bore a considerable psychological burden regarding the taking of a life. It was then that Li Jijun strolled in from the doorway, a smile gracing his face as he exclaimed, "Did you manage to handle her all by yourself, little Jiu?" Quite impressive. Lin Sanjiu wiped the sweat from her brow and exhaled. Her physical condition was far worse than I had anticipated. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Li Jijun approached the woman, flipping her over to reveal a haggard, gaunt face. Despite having presumably evolved to withstand higher temperatures, her sunken eyes, sallow skin, and cracked lips presented a picture of dehydration, making even the fallen species appear more robust in comparison. The woman, who was already of unremarkable appearance, looked even less appealing now. Lin Sanjiu gazed at her face, lost in thought for a moment. What do you intend to do? Li Jijun suddenly leaned in close, whispering in her ear. Huh? What should I do? Lin Sanjiu blinked in surprise. Surely our scenario has concluded, right? Not yet. Li Jijun's fox-like eyes narrowed with significance. If the opponent does not perish, the scenario cannot conclude. Now, do you intend to kill her? Chapter 33. Chen Xiaoyuan's choice. The wind swept through the shattered glass window, stirring the once powder blue sheer curtains. I have always held a fondness for powder blue. For the following week, I donned it to school each day, until the moment arrived when I had to part with it. However, it wasn't long before my father vanished once more. My mother, in her despair, shredded the dress and discarded it. She tugged at my hair and forbade me from crying, insisting that my father had only purchased gifts to deceive her for money. Thus, I resumed wearing my cousin's old sportswear. Yet, none of these events truly affected me. My affection for powder blue remained unwavering. So, when I entered this room and saw the powder blue curtains adorning every corner, my spirits soared. He gazed at me, took my hand, and with a smile that illuminated his face, declared, "I knew you would love this. That's why I specifically chose this room." Regardless of how circumstances may have changed, his gentleness remained constant. What once seemed a mere fantasy had now materialized. Just the two of us, together day and night, as if in a dream. Occasionally, when fortune turned against us, days would pass without a single passerby. Whenever he was compelled to insert his feeding apparatus into my arm, he would do so with tenderness, softly saying, "Xiaoyuan, you are truly a wonderful woman. I will cherish you dearly." He never extracted too much from me. The moment I began to feel light, I had never witnessed such incandescent rage from him. In the aftermath of his furious outburst, he embraced me, his voice thick with emotion, and uttered, "Only with that water can you remain by my side." His frame trembled, his very mandibles vibrating with resonance. Since that day, I have abstained from laundering the curtains. Dismiss it as naivete if you will, but I furtively etched a diminutive umbrella into the corner of the wall, beneath which I inscribed Chen Xiaoyuan and Pei Jun. As I lean against the windowsill, awaiting the opportune moment to snipe at unsuspecting passers-by, my fingers trace those very characters. Within the dwelling resides a pendulum clock, its casing partially molten, yet the hands persevere in their unwavering march. It is scarcely credible that within such a fleeting interval, such a panorama of memories has flooded my consciousness. I shifted my legs, nigh to the point of numbness, and, leaning against the windowsill, discharged another bullet into the ether. It seems that Ajun has been absent for more than an hour. Seldom has he remained away for such an extended duration. Could it be that, as the gentleman asserted earlier, Ajun has been wounded? Elder brother, the fallen is here with me. I have severed its mandibles. Come quickly. Still writhes. Suddenly, the voice of the young woman from before echoed once more. In that instant, what surged through my mind was not the relief of knowing Ajun's whereabouts, nor the apprehension regarding Ajun's loss of mandibles, but rather indignation. Who is she to speak of the gentle and benevolent Ajun in such a manner, as if he were some mere insect? However, such ire persisted for but a fleeting moment, before the pragmatic concerns of the situation ascended to the forefront of my thoughts. It is imperative to hasten to his rescue. Bereft of his proboscis, I could suspend the girl's cadaver inverted, thereby allowing her bodily fluids to trickle into Ajun's mouth. Albeit not entirely fresh, I surmise Ajun would not demur. I promptly rose to my feet, disarming the traps within the stairwell, and hastened towards the Red Heart Cake Shop. Save for my vision, I had not augmented any fundamental abilities. Early in the evolutionary process, I had discerned that something was amiss with Ajun. At that juncture, I privately avowed to myself that, provided I could aid him, even at the expense of sacrificing certain fundamental abilities, so be it. I fancy the heavens heeded my supplication, thus fulfilling our desires. Ergo, the heavens shall assuredly continue to grant us success. Shall they not? Ajun, prostrate behind the cake rack, shall soon, with renewed vigor, rise to his feet, and, with a smile, declare, Xiao Yuan, thou art indeed a virtuous woman. Is that not so? I have no recollection of how many times I vociferated, only that shortly thereafter, a sharp pain assailed the nape of my neck, and the world before me was plunged into darkness. Upon regaining consciousness, I discovered myself to be securely bound, my mouth gagged with a wad of cloth, and my eyes blindfolded. Bereft of sight and speech, only my ears remained capable of distinctly discerning the sounds emanating from the external world. At this moment, the girl who had been calling for her brother downstairs was speaking in a loud voice. She seemed unable to control her emotions, and her tone was extremely agitated. I said no. If it were during combat or to protect oneself or one's comrades and killing were necessary, I could comprehend it. But look at her now. She has essentially lost her ability to act, hasn't she? How could I ever bring myself to slay someone unarmed and defenseless? So, you intend to remain in this realm indefinitely? The gentleman's voice resonated languidly. It seemed they were oblivious to my awakening from unconsciousness. The maiden was momentarily rendered speechless. Even I, bereft of sight, could sense the palpable tension in the air. After a protracted moment, she murmured, I refuse to believe this is the sole recourse. You yourself have stated that not all realms are of this warring faction's nature, so there must be alternative means of concluding this trial. Where is Brother G? I wish to solicit his counsel. Though the nature of this realm eludes me, I perceive that their relationship transcends that of mere siblings. The gentleman uttered something in a hushed tone, his words indistinct. The maiden, unable to discern his meaning, promptly inquired. However, I, in closer proximity, apprehended his utterance with clarity. He voiced his vexation, remarking how bothersome, revealing an acute sensitivity. Verily, I have never been a prodigy, and I am now thoroughly perplexed by their discourse. Whether they choose to slay me or spare me is of no consequence, for I am preoccupied with a singular concern, the well-being of Ajun. Where might he be? The maiden exhaled audibly, her voice tinged with gratitude. Thank you. Let us proceed accordingly. Then let us depart. Martha and the others must be growing impatient. The gentleman seemed to have relinquished his resolve. The maiden assented, and their footsteps gradually receded into the distance. The door creaked open and then shut, plunging the room into silence. A wave of relief washed over me. Am I still alive? A girl's voice echoed from beyond the threshold, urging, then make haste. The man entered, and the air was immediately lacerated by a series of peculiar sounds, as if something was being dissected. Footsteps rapidly approached. Abruptly, the cloth obscuring my vision was yanked away. Fortunately, I had anticipated this and kept my eyes tightly shut. A large hand seized my chin, forcefully wrenching my face to the side with a painful grip. The man's voice resonated in a low murmur. "I know you're awake. Open your eyes and behold." With trepidation, I opened my eyes. The mangled remains of Ajun, dismembered into several pieces and mingled with his fluids and blood, were strewn about before me. His severed head was placed directly in front. His once captivating, slender eyes, reminiscent of a Korean celebrity, now stared vacantly. His mouth parts and arms were still present, yet they were scattered far apart. I heard myself emit a series of inarticulate whimpers, as if weeping. The man with the fox-like eyes and a perpetual smile inserted something into my ear before turning and exiting. It then dawned on me that Ajun and I had been transported back to our apartment. Beside me were the powder blue curtains I adored. "Is she still unconscious?" The girl's voice drifted in from outside. "Yes, still unconscious," the man replied. I had no time to ponder the man's intentions, as the gruesome spectacle of Ajun's disfigurement had consumed my entire field of vision. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the voice of that man resonated in my ears. "His name is Paean, is it not? He has forsaken you, having met his demise alone. Yet, his departure from this dreadful world, alongside a woman he does not love, seemed to be a relief. He does not love you, to ensure you could hunt in his stead. He was compelled to bind himself to you. Such torment makes death a liberation. How pitiable! Abandoned by your father from a young age, devoid of affection, even your mother frequently uttered that you were a burden. Indeed, without you, she would surely find happiness. What an extraneous existence you lead." The voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, entwining with the lifeless form of Ajun before me, creating a surreal, abstract tableau. I wept inconsolably, to the extent that I could not even discern his subsequent words, let alone inquire how he came by such knowledge. Only one phrase, seemingly imbued with life, burrowed into my ears. "I just loosened the rope for you a bit. Check the drawer by the window." Within the drawer floated a metallic bullet, one I recognized all too well.
I am sorry.
I was uncertain to whom this apology was directed. Perhaps it was meant for myself. This world is far too terrifying. I can endure no longer. With a resounding bang, the last thing I beheld was the powder blue curtains, stained crimson by my own blood. Ah! Just as Li Jijun descended the stairs, he halted, his gaze shimmering with concern as it shifted Tawa chapter 34. The scorched earth oasis the instance has concluded, and Lin Sanjiu let out a complex sigh. Having relived the experience 3 times within the instance, it felt as though several nights had passed in succession. However, after an hour of the convoy's slow progress, the pale light of dawn began to illuminate everyone's vision. They had risen at 10 o'clock in the evening, and the sun was likely to ascend around 5 or 6 in the morning. Thus, it could be concluded that Lin Sanjiu and her companions had spent merely 6 hours within the instance. Li Jijun appeared composed as he retrieved a small box in her presence. With an unknown technique, he extracted several streams of yellow light from Chan Xiaoyuan's lifeless form and sealed them within the box. Lin Sanjiu attempted on several occasions to inquire, but he skillfully evaded her questions. Nevertheless, what has transpired is now in the past, and it is prudent not to pry into the affairs of dangerous individuals. The present matters are of utmost importance. The truck gradually decelerated, and leading the way, Lin Sanjiu guided the convoy into an industrial area. This newly established industrial park was well planned, with 5-story gray-white buildings neatly arranged in orderly rows. Although they had endured a month of sweltering heat, these factory structures appeared remarkably resilient compared to the myriad of old and new edifices in the city. "We must take our leave. After all, Tianminbo remains outside," Li Jijun remarked, flashing a white-toothed smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. "Do take care of yourselves." "Huh? Wasn't it mentioned that there was something we needed to attend to?" Lin Sanjiu had been preoccupied with this matter. "Ah, that. I have yet to formulate a plan," he replied. "Consider it a favor owed to me." Li Jijun gently remarked, "Just remember this favor." Mather, standing nearby, nodded in gratitude. Only Lin Sanjiu, who detested being indebted to anyone, secretly sighed. Not only was she in debt, but it was to none other than Li Jijun. Yet, a question lingered in her mind. Once the 14 months elapsed, they would be randomly cast into myriad parallel spaces. What if they never encountered each other again? Would Li Jijun's plans be in vain? To her surprise, it seemed as if Li Jijun had discerned her thoughts, narrowing his eyes. Ah, there is one more thing. You are aware of what a visa is, correct? In every realm, following the emergence of copies, visa officers will subsequently appear. You have 13 months to locate the highest visa officer and each obtain a visa. Otherwise, you will be scattered across the spaces. Lu Zhe immediately erupted in cheers. That's exactly our plan. Do you have any leads, Brother Jun? At present, I know little more than to seek out populous areas, Li Jijun replied, his gaze like rippling water as it swept over Lin Sanjiu, smiling as he added, once you have obtained a visa, your name will be recorded in the database of all visa officers. Later, when you are affluent, you can even seek individuals through the visa officers. Well then, it seems this debt is inescapable. Suddenly, Lin Sanjiu's mind sparked with curiosity, prompting her to ask, who arranges the visa officers? Is there an organization within these parallel spaces? No, the visa officer is a form of evolutionary ability. When an individual possessing this ability ascends to the rank of Supreme Visa Officer, one can approach them to obtain a visa. However, the visa officer is unable to issue a visa for themselves and must solicit another visa officer for that purpose. It can be said that this is a uniquely altruistic ability, designed for the benefit of others rather than oneself. Generally, those endowed with this capability will exchange visas for essential supplies and safety. The three newly initiated individuals listened, nearly entranced. Now strive onward. Seek out the bustling crowds, Li Jijun declared, already turning to depart. His silhouette raised a hand, waving gently in the air. Just as Hei's Ji was about to take a step forward, he abruptly halted, casting a glance at the trio. His features, as chiseled as if carved from stone, softened slightly as he remarked, so frail, be careful not to perish. With a tone as frigid as winter's breath, he concluded his statement and followed his companion, the two leaping away with agility, vanishing into the maze of buildings. The three left behind, burdened with a myriad of complex emotions, prepared to embark on their journey anew. Thus, the immediate priority is to locate the visa officer. As they passed a factory, Lin Sanjiu contemplated inwardly, where could there be a crowd? In the depths of this extreme hell, nearly everyone had succumbed. Where could one possibly find a throng? Just as this thought surfaced, Lin Sanjiu's ears were suddenly filled with a cacophony of vibrant music, the lively dance tunes flooding the desolate streets before him. Almost immediately, amidst the raucous melodies, a voice rang out in jubilant excitement. Newcomers have arrived. I know not. Please, remain calm, she promptly called out. Unlike Lin Sanjiu and the others, whose garments were soiled with sweat, dust, mud, and blood, this group of men and women, clad in clean and vibrant attire, stood ahead on the path, each wearing a joyful expression and waving incessantly. Upon sighting the convoy, they seemed genuinely elated. Two girls in short skirts, their faces alight with excitement, jumped up and down, waving despite their high-heeled shoes. Lin Sanjiu hesitated, refraining from alighting from the vehicle. Whether it was construed as timidity or not, her initial thought upon beholding such a multitude was that they were all evolved beings. The extremity of the temperature within the scorching inferno was beyond reckoning. Those who had endured until now, and remained composed, must undoubtedly have undergone evolution. A cursory glance suggested there were no fewer than 20 individuals. Considering that her party possessed 3 vehicles laden with supplies, should these people harbor ulterior motives? With circumspection, Lin Sanjiu cautiously opened the window a fraction and called out, her voice carrying, "Who are you, and why are you obstructing our passage?" The people before her murmured amongst themselves, and then, seemingly by popular consent, a middle-aged woman was put forward. Appearing somewhat self-conscious, she chided the crowd behind her, saying, "You're embarrassing me," before approaching Lin Sanjiu's truck with a smile. Lin Sanjiu swiftly assessed her. Bearing the hallmarks of a woman in her early 40s, of middling stature, her raven hair was meticulously arranged into a chignon at the nape of her neck. Her mien exuded an air of placid dependability, Yet what piqued her interest was the impeccable cleanliness of the middle-aged woman's attire, the refined harmony of its colors, and the presence of sensible mid-heeled shoes. Even before the advent of the high-temperature world, such an ensemble would have been perfectly appropriate. Not only this woman, but each individual in the throng behind her, bore countenances marked by the serenity that arises from a life of ease. In contrast, Lin Sanjiu's visage was still smudged with a trace of Chen Xiaoyuan's blood, hastily smeared across her cheek in a crimson streak. Her once lovely tresses were haphazardly gathered into a ponytail. A fleeting glance in the rearview mirror revealed a furrowed brow and an expression of wary vigilance. "Greetings, young lady, and welcome to Oasis. My name is Li. You may call me Sister Li." The middle-aged woman's tone was effusive, reminiscent of a leader's chosen speaker at an employee convention. "You need not fear any longer. Once you have arrived at our oasis, all the trials and tribulations will come to an end under the solicitous care of your compatriots." The cadence of her final words soared with impassioned fervor, eliciting a resounding cheer from the assembled crowd. Lin Sanjiu remained silent. In truth, she was at a loss for words. She quietly observed Sister Li, awaiting her further discourse. "What is your name, my dear? You must have a multitude of questions to ask, no doubt. Come along with your elder sister, and I shall regale you with tales of Oasis, and we shall partake in a hearty meal and a cleansing bath. The poor child, look at her. Has it been days since she has had respite?" Sister Li cast a look of pity at Lin Sanjiu, who remained motionless and simply inquired, "What is this oasis?" The walkie-talkie beside her crackled intermittently, indicating that Martha and Luther were listening in silence. As if anticipating her question, Sister Li smiled confidently. "Girl, coming from the outside, you must know what the world has become. So many have perished. Not to mention people, even trees and water are gone. But under the protection of the oasis, we live as we once did, never having to live in fear. Our camp can sustain over 10,000 people. Here, everyone has food, water, children can attend school, and the sick can see a doctor." Her face glowed as she spoke of the oasis. "It already has over 1,800 people. We have vowed to save and protect every human being in this world." Chapter 35. A True Utopia? Lin Sanjiu watched Sister Li and Luther enter the factory gates, leaving her alone in the driver's seat of the truck. The doors were locked, and the windows were securely shut. Nearby, small groups of people, men and women, chatted. Everyone's expression was relaxed and natural, as if the new world had never descended, without a trace of the struggle for survival in despair. Many even nodded and smiled at her when they met her gaze. A young mother pushed a stroller past her truck, and the chubby, fair-skinned child inside, just over a year old, pointed at her and babbled something. Even though she cautiously sent Lu Zhe to investigate the situation, she couldn't help but relax her shoulders upon witnessing the scene. Over the intercom, Mather inquired with palpable concern. "He went with Sister Li alone. Is that all right?" Nearby, Sister Li faintly remarked, "Young man, this place is yours too." Lin Sanjiu sighed. Her worry still lingered over the supplies in the vehicle. She couldn't shake off the feeling that they would demand each person to surrender all their provisions for collective distribution. "Xiao Jiu, Mather, this place is vast. It seems they have cleared out a considerable section of the factory area behind. What are they lining up for?" Lu Zhe's voice suddenly expressed astonishment. "This is the cafeteria." Sister Li leaned closer to the intercom, seemingly eager for the other two to hear. "Every morning at 6 and every evening at 9, we serve a meal in the cafeteria. It's the perfect time. These are the ones who haven't had breakfast yet. You should see our dinner. Each person receives 1 vegetable, 1 meat, and a serving of rice." "How is that possible? With the temperature so high, how can there still be leftover vegetables and meat? Moreover, think about the amount of water required to prepare such a meal." Lu Zhe's incredulous questions echoed Lin Sanjiu's and Mather's thoughts. "Did you not see our roasted corn? Rest assured, we have an abundance of vegetables and meat. Water is not a concern. You haven't joined us yet, so I can't divulge too much. Once you become members of the Oasis, I will gladly explain everything to you." Startled, Lin Sanjiu's curiosity was piqued further. She was inclined to believe Sister Li's words. A mere glance at the individuals outside the vehicle sufficed. Each radiated vitality, possessing supple skin, with lips and nails exhibiting a hale, rosy hue. Despite the fact that Lin Sanjiu and her companions lacked for neither sustenance nor drink, their diet consisted solely of packaged provisions, hardly conducive to proper nourishment. Meals were merely a means of satiating hunger and acquiring calories. In contrast to the inhabitants of the oasis, they appeared positively wan. As she gazed in bemusement at the oasis members, Lu Zhe's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, somewhat intermittently. "Sisterly. My walkie-talkie range is maxed out. I'll go ahead and confer." The group approached the convoy, and Lu Zhe rapped on the car door. Lin Sanjiu lowered the window, scarcely able to believe her eyes as Lu Zhe's buck teeth gleamed in the intense morning sunlight. "Incredible. They have backup generators here. I hear they start supplying electricity in the evening. Their upper floors are covered in reflective fabric, and they've even erected a large light shield in the back. Oh, I didn't expect foreign friends. But foreigners are also human beings. We're all compatriots, all compatriots." With these words, he extended his hand to shake hands with Martha. Lin Sanjiu alighted from the vehicle as well, standing shoulder to shoulder with Martha. "Well, let me briefly explain," Chen Jinfeng declared with a flourish. "The reason the Oasis has been able to save the lives of over 1,800 people is all thanks to Professor Bai. He recognized that something was amiss even before the advent of the New World. Do you all remember that period of over 100 days of high temperatures? Professor Bai initiated an agricultural research endeavor back then. Presently, the crops in our oasis have had their growth cycle truncated to a mere 30 days, and they exhibit resilience to elevated temperatures." Noticing the incredulous astonishment etched upon their countenances, Sisterly appended with a smile, "The roasted corn that little Lu beheld today is but one of our agricultural products. But how is that even plausible? During the day, the temperature is such that even plastics succumb to melting," exclaimed Martha, her hand clasped over her mouth in astonishment. "We constructed a cryogenic greenhouse specifically for cultivating crops," Chen Jinfeng elucidated with a buoyant expression. He scrutinized the trio and remarked with gentle tact, "Having been vagrant for so long, you have not witnessed the potency of collective action. It is natural that you may not fully comprehend it at once. What little Lu witnessed earlier is merely a fraction of what the Oasis is capable of. Our repertoire of accomplishments is extensive." As he spoke, his fervor intensified. "I am cognizant of the dire straits in which humanity finds itself. However, reflect upon the annals of human history, the Great Flood, the Black Death, the Spanish flu. Were these not all cataclysmic events that threatened to obliterate mankind? Yet, we persevered, did we not? The same shall hold true this time. We seek hope amidst adversity, discover avenues of escape, and rescue our compatriots. All that we undertake is for the sake of posterity. When our descendants speak of us in centuries to come, they shall proclaim, the Oasis was the ember of humanity." His eyes gleamed with effulgence, his tone brimming with ardor, his complexion flushed subtly, indicative of his elevated spirits. It is evident that Chen Jinfeng genuinely believes in Oasis and the future of humanity. In comparison to such noble ideals, Lin Sanjiu felt almost ashamed of her own words. I would like to inquire. If we join, how will our own supplies be managed?" Sisterly shot her a disapproving glance, her expression clearly indicating that she deemed the girl's awareness to be lacking. Chen Jinfeng chuckled lightly, acknowledging that the concerns of the youth are indeed a positive sign, reflecting their thoughtful nature. "Rest assured, there are ample resources in Oasis to sustain everyone's livelihood. We will not forcibly take anyone's belongings. You may choose to keep your supplies, donate them, or engage in trade with others. In any case, what belongs to you remains yours." This revelation truly astonished Lin Sanjiu. With over 1,800 individuals already residing in Oasis, it was evident that there had been others who arrived with their own supplies, yet the prevailing tranquility suggested that the community had never encountered discord over such matters. Ma Si posed several additional questions to Chen Jinfeng, all pertaining to the lifestyle regulations within Oasis. Chen Jinfeng patiently answered each one. What was particularly endearing was that, aside from a few essential daily tasks, Oasis members enjoyed the liberty to allocate their time as they wished, allowing for a high degree of freedom. Upon hearing this, Sisterly couldn't help but smile. These young folks often gather here, waiting for fellow travelers. They play music loudly, not only to extend their welcome but also because it is something they enjoy. Lu Zhe and Ma Si exchanged glances before directing their attention towards Lin Sanjiu. Little wine. What do you think? Should we join the oasis?
Ma Si inquired softly.
We are indifferent. Lin Sanjiu bit her lip in silence, secretly lamenting her inability to tap into her keen intuition at this moment. Amidst her contemplation, the words of Li Jijun from last night echoed in her ears. Go to crowded places. Seek out the visa officer. 1,800 people. Surely that qualifies as a crowd? Excuse me. If we wish to withdraw from the oasis, is that possible? She decided to take the plunge, boldly asking all the uncomfortable questions. Unsurprisingly, Sister Li's expression was far from cheerful. However, Chen Jinfeng appeared significantly more composed. He smiled and said, though we do not advocate for it, the oasis is a realm of freedom. One may leave whenever they please. Given this reassurance, Lin Sanjiu hesitated momentarily, glancing at her two companions. Then, shall we tentatively join for now? Chapter 36. The disappearing walkie-talkie. Lin Sanjiu's tentative words did nothing to dampen Chen Jinfeng's enthusiasm. He suddenly clapped his hands, his voice brimming with fervor. That's the spirit. Trust me, every individual in the oasis will one day become a part of history, leaving behind an indelible legacy. A few individuals who had been lingering at the factory entrance, upon catching sight of Chen Jinfeng, erupted into a cheer and rushed towards Lin Sanjiu and her companions, applauding one after another. No one feigned enthusiasm. Each person exerted their utmost effort, and soon, the thunderous applause attracted even more people, as hands joined in unison. Welcome, new members. Confronted by such an exuberant crowd, Lin Sanjiu found herself somewhat at a loss. She glanced over at Lu Zhe and Ma Si, only to discover that these two fair-skinned gentlemen were blushing to the roots of their ears. Noticing her gaze, Lu Zhe hurriedly murmured, "They are just too enthusiastic. I have never been welcomed like this in my life." Lin Sanjiu chuckled softly, resonating deeply with his sentiment. Chen Jinfeng made several downward gestures in an attempt to quell the raucous crowd, but it seemed that a particular remark had ignited another wave of shrieks and cheers. It appeared that the inhabitants of the oasis had discerned the unspoken rules. Under the blazing sun during the day, engaging in any activity posed a peril to life, and the wisest course of action was to simply rest. Sister Li then addressed the group. The factory dormitory is unbearably hot during the day, so we converted the two underground levels into compartments and relocated the dormitory beds inside. Now, please follow me to allocate your sleeping arrangements. Where should the vehicle park? Without hesitation, Lin Sanjiu, undeterred by the prospect of offending anyone, posed the question. Just drive in. There's a vacant space inside that's perfect for parking. Sister Li responded with a gentle smile, showing no signs of displeasure. As they walked further in, Lin Sanjiu began to grasp the vast expanse of the oasis. The walls of the 4 or 5 neighboring factories had been dismantled, creating an expansive area. The oasis comprised around 10 buildings, each with 2 underground levels, now repurposed as residences for its members. Each building is enveloped in vast expanses of reflective fabric, shimmering under the perilous sun, casting a blinding white light. A few individuals trudged along the path, struggling to keep their eyes open. Sister Li squinted, glancing at everyone before breaking into an embarrassed smile. We are almost there. Do you see the building marked 42? All the other buildings are fully occupied. Only that one has available space. But if there are no residents in the building, what purpose does the reflective fabric serve? Lin Sanjiu inquired, puzzled. Professor Bai is conducting a thermal insulation experiment, hoping to lower the indoor temperature to around 50 degrees. Once the temperature drops, we will all be able to move into the building, and we can even engage in soilless cultivation in our rooms. Sister Li continued, then suddenly exclaimed, in the past, the mere mention of 50 degrees would have sent shivers down our spines. Thankfully, thanks to the pills developed by Professor Bai, everyone has become more heat-resistant. The three turned to Sister Li, bewildered. Pills? What was she talking about? Lin Sanjiu hesitated for a moment, ready to ask, but Sister Li had already led them to the entrance of Building 42. The girl with a short ponytail, who had been called Xiaoyu, stood at the door, cheerfully waving and smiling. Sister Li, I have arranged the beds and retrieved some pillows and sheets from the storage. There's no need for that. Do I have any doubts about your capabilities? Sister Li replied. Then turned to the three with a smile. You will follow Xiaoyu from here on. She is in charge of the living arrangements for this building. Please go inside while I have a quick word with her. The three individuals could only nod and smile as they pushed open the door and entered the corridor. Upon stepping into the interior of the building, they immediately sensed a notable drop in temperature. The skin, previously scorched by the sweltering heat, could finally begin to breathe. Although the temperature still undoubtedly exceeded 50 degrees, it appeared that Professor Bai's insulation experiment was progressing satisfactorily thus far. Seizing the moment when Xiaoyu turned away, she discreetly and swiftly placed the intercom in an inconspicuous spot behind the door before striding into the hall on the first floor. Likely due to the hour, the hall was devoid of any occupants, with only Lu Zhe and Master observing her earlier actions. Having shared numerous life and death experiences, the two were somewhat taken aback but refrained from uttering a word, quickly adjusting their expressions to appear nonchalant. Lin Sanjiu took the intercom that was clipped to Master's waist, turned away, and pressed the button. Through the crackling sound of static, Sister Li's voice emerged. Although this time Cadre-chun also made an appearance. But I was the one who discovered it first. And I even took them on a tour. After all, the intercom is not a listening device, and the sound quality was quite poor. The three leaned in closely, their ears nearly touching the device. Regardless, this time should not the three of them be considered mine? They exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, before leaning closer to the intercom once again. Xiaoyu sounded as if she were engaging in a game of Tai Chi. Sister Li, logically, it should be counted as yours. I concur. However, this matter ultimately lies with Cadre-chun. Perhaps you should inquire with him? Finding him? Humph. Alas, how frustrating. It's quite unbecoming of a senior official to constantly usurp credit from their subordinates. Sister Li lamented, then cast a somewhat cautious smile at Xiaoyu. Let's keep this between ourselves. It's best not to mention it to others. After all, it could tarnish our reputation, and Oasis is supposed to be a beacon of positivity. Xiaoyu nodded in fervent agreement. Quick, hide it. Lu Zhe, who had been vigilantly watching the doorway, suddenly urged. It sounds like they're wrapping up their conversation. Lin Sanjiu hastily switched off the walkie-talkie, and Martha clipped it onto her waist. The three of them quickly distanced themselves. Just then, Xiaoyu bid farewell to Sister Li and entered the room. Lin Sanjiu's heart skipped a beat as she glanced at the direction where she had concealed the walkie-talkie. However, there was no time to retrieve it, as Xiaoyu cheerfully greeted them. Follow me, everyone, and take a look at your future dormitories. We've put in a lot of effort to make them as comfortable as possible. Left with no choice, she would have to find another opportunity to retrieve it. Lin Sanjiu deliberately lagged behind, and once again, a flash of white light emanated from her hand. A card flew toward the walkie-talkie, transforming into a piece of black cloth that covered it. Fortunately, Xiaoyu remained oblivious to everything. She was a round-faced girl of short stature, who initially gave off an impression of warmth and straightforwardness. However, after a brief conversation, one could sense a certain worldliness that had developed from entering society too early. Yet, this shrewdness was concealed within her smile, making it difficult to dislike her. Xiaoyu led them down to the basement level, smiling somewhat apologetically as she said, "The lower level is already fully occupied because it's cooler. Please bear with it and stay on the basement level." As she spoke, she pushed open the iron door leading to the basement. The original purpose of the two underground floors was now entirely unrecognizable. The vast expanse of the basement had been partitioned into numerous small rooms by countless white building materials. Each partition bore a rectangular opening serving as a door, adorned with a vibrant array of colorful curtains. These closely clustered rooms divided the space into several large sections, leaving the passageway a narrow corridor. Although there were lights in the basement, they were unpowered, casting an even deeper gloom over the cramped passage. The faint sound of snoring emanated from some rooms, filling the atmosphere with a peculiar, drowsy charm. "Come, Miss Lin, this will be your residence," said Xiaoyu. After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, she lifted the curtain at the entrance of one of the small rooms. Lin Sanjiu glanced up and saw the number 1629 inscribed above her designated space. Peering inside, She noted the small iron-framed bed, upon which lay a thin mattress. The pillow was rather flat, accompanied by a folded sheet that presumably served as a blanket. Under different circumstances, this would have been considered a slum before the dawn of the New World. Yet, for Lin Sanjiu, who had endured a month of sleeping on a hard floor, it was quite satisfactory. Lu Zhe and Ma Se, however, had been assigned rooms much farther away, one at 1734 and the other at 1736, requiring a trek through over 100 rooms to reach them. Xiao Yu explained that due to the increasing number of people in the oasis, the accommodations were tight. If Professor Bai's thermal insulation experiment finishes ahead of schedule, we all might move into the building. I promise to arrange for the three of you to stay together, she uttered with a smile, and as she pushed the door open, a hint of trepidation flickered across her features as she scanned the surroundings, finding them as desolate as before. She hastened towards the entrance, only to discover it devoid of any sign of an intercom. Suddenly, a hand alighted upon her shoulder from behind. What are you seeking? Chapter 37. Just wandering around, a bespectacled stranger stood behind her. He appeared refined, yet his brow was habitually furrowed, betraying an air of severity. Have you misplaced something? He inquired. As long as he wasn't an acquaintance, she could easily deflect the situation. Composing herself, Lin Sanjiu offered an apologetic smile. Indeed, I seem to have dropped something around here, but I can't seem to locate it now. Her appearance was rather fetching, with large, feline eyes that lent her an air of persuasiveness. However, the bespectacled man's brow furrowed even more deeply as he abruptly moved his face closer to hers, his expression somber. Uncertain of his intentions, Lin Sanjiu retreated a couple of steps, regarding him with unease. Unexpectedly, the man scoffed and remarked, "You're not being entirely truthful. Girls these days are all the same." Huh? Lin Sanjiu's eyes widened in surprise. But never mind. The item is indeed yours. You weren't lying about that. The man maintained his grave demeanor regardless of what he said. Very well, since you're the owner, I'll inform you. Approximately a few minutes ago, a man of short stature retrieved the item. The short man. She had just arrived at the oasis and was unfamiliar with such individuals. However, as long as Li Jie and the others remained oblivious, it could hardly be deemed unfortunate. If it were taken by unrelated parties, one could simply consider it lost. After all, more than one set of walkie-talkies had been retrieved from the field mouse vehicle initially. Yet now, Lin Sanjiu's thoughts were far removed from the walkie-talkies. She meticulously scrutinized the bespectacled man before her from head to toe, until he appeared somewhat uncomfortable, at which point she smiled and extended a hand. "Hello, I am Lin Sanjiu. Thank you for informing me. What is your name?" The eyes behind his glasses darted towards her fair hand as she reached out. Yet the man showed no inclination to move. "I am Hu Changzai. A young lady ought not to be so forward." Despite Lin Sanjiu's self-perception as understanding, her smile inevitably froze upon her face. Is extending a handshake considered forward? Are women now forbidden to shake hands? This man ought to be grateful for the new world. Were it not for the collapse of human civilization, he would surely encounter numerous obstacles in society. Is this your evolutionary ability? A remark from the girl behind him halted Hu Changzai in his tracks. Can you discern if others are lying? Lin Sanjiu strolled leisurely to his side, her smile devoid of warmth. Quite impressive, indeed practical. However, if one states it outright, does it not lose its significance? She suppressed her frustration, eager to deliver a biting retort to this individual. Surprisingly, upon hearing her words, Hu Changzai appeared genuinely astonished, his glasses slipping down his nose. He quickly adjusted them and stared at Lin Sanjiu, inquiring, "How do you know about evolutionary abilities?" Lin Sanjiu appeared somewhat dazed. It had been over a month since the arrival of the New World. Surely this was common knowledge. "Ah, I see. You must have just come from outside." Hu Changzai suddenly realized, removing his glasses to wipe them with the corner of his clothing before putting them back on to scrutinize Lin Sanjiu. "How long have you been here? How long have you spent outside? From your tone, do you also possess evolutionary abilities? Why must I endure your incessant inquiries?" Lin Sanjiu rolled her eyes inwardly, countering with a question. "Aren't all the inhabitants of the oasis from the outside? Have the people here not evolved any abilities?" Since she was already aware of the issues surrounding the evolutionary capabilities of Oasis residents, there was no need to pry into this old sage's knowledge. With a population of 1,800, surely there were others she could ask. To her surprise, after taking just a few steps, she heard the sound of footsteps rapidly approaching from behind. Hu Changzai had caught up to her. He called out as he chased after her. "Why is your temper so foul? Hey, slow down a bit. I still have questions for you." "Slow down, all right. I promise to answer everything you ask. Just stop for a moment." "It was only this morning, perhaps about 30 minutes ago," Lin Sanjiu replied after a moment of thought. Fearing that he would continue his relentless questioning, she hastily interjected. "Do the people here lack evolutionary abilities?" Hu Changzai shook his head, his expression grave. The vast majority of Oasis inhabitants are ordinary individuals with little to no potential. Logically speaking, they might not even survive the initial warming phase and would perish like those outside. However, Professor Bai has developed a medication that enables ordinary people, upon taking it, to forcibly cultivate the necessary survival ability to withstand high temperatures. However, it came to a halt there, for without potential, no amount of medication could unlock new abilities. This is hardly a secret. If one lingers long enough, they will surely hear of it. Professor Bai truly is a prodigious genius. Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but marvel, and quickly inquired, "What about your circumstances?" "On the 7th day following the advent of the New World, I entered the Oasis." Hu Changzai, unusually, let out a sigh beneath his serious demeanor. "At that time, I had already evolved my ability of distilling the false to preserve the true, though I had yet to attain any form of physical enhancement. Throughout this lengthy period, I have seldom encountered others who naturally evolved as I did, so hearing you so confidently articulate my ability earlier truly stirred my excitement." As Lin Sanjiu listened, she nodded, only to suddenly realize a pressing question and blurted out, "Wait, you already possessed that ability back then? How did the members of the Oasis respond to you at that time? Were they aware of your capabilities?" Upon voicing these inquiries, she became acutely aware that, deep down, she harbored doubts about Chun Jinfeng's narrative. They likely remained unaware at that juncture. Hu Changzai, taken aback by her abrupt questioning, found himself uncertain of her intent. After all, the discourse directed towards every new member of the Oasis remained consistent. This place safeguarded the embers of humanity. How noble! Hold on. You don't genuinely suspect that these assertions are fabricated, do you? Lin Sanjiu felt a twinge of embarrassment at having her less than noble thoughts exposed, and thus, she adopted a serious expression. "Alas, a girl ought not to harbor such a dark psyche as yours." Indeed, Hu Changzai has once again trotted out his well-worn platitudes. Yet, perhaps having perceived the palpable aura of menace radiating from Lin Sanjiu, he reluctantly altered his discourse. "I employed the phrase preserving the genuine while discarding the false. What they uttered was indeed the truth. After residing here for an extended period, I have come to realize that the inhabitants of the Oasis possess no ulterior motives. They are wholly dedicated to the salvation of humanity." No ulterior motives? Lin Sanjiu recalled Sister Li's words. These three individuals must surely be mine, right? In such a selfless environment, how could it resemble a pyramid scheme recruiting members? However, Hu Changzai suddenly grew somewhat hesitant. "There is something I wish to remind you of. Why are you not going to sleep?" Before Lin Sanjiu could respond, Hu Changzai abruptly exclaimed, "Oh no!" and dashed outside. His movements were remarkably swift as he bolted through the door and into the glaring sunlight. "Hu Changzai, I know it's you. Just wait. I shall certainly inform Cadre Chun." Xiao Yu relentlessly shouted at his retreating figure. Once he vanished from sight, she turned to Lin Sanjiu and brusquely advised, "Miss Lin, you should hurry and get some rest." It is perplexing how Xiao Yu's demeanor has suddenly taken a turn for the worse. Lin Sanjiu followed her into the stairwell, pondering for a moment before attempting to explain in a calm tone. "I happened to encounter him and engaged in a brief conversation to familiarize myself with the surroundings." Xiao Yu, striding ahead with remarkable speed, seemed to be oblivious, offering no response whatsoever. Lin Sanjiu felt a flicker of irritation and chose to remain silent as well. Upon reaching the entrance of the basement level, Xiao Yu glanced at her, the anger on her face not yet fully dissipated, and attempted to muster a stiff smile. "Miss Lin, I apologize for my earlier tone. Please do not take it to heart. There are regulations at Oasis for everyone's safety. We cannot leave the basement once the time arrives. I am a life coordinator on the 42nd floor, and if you do not adhere to the rules, I will be the one penalized. I hope you can understand. Reluctant to start her first day with discord, Lin Sanjiu nodded in acknowledgement. Immediately, Xiao Yu's expression brightened, returning to its previous warmth as they entered the basement together. The atmosphere in the basement was remarkably tranquil. It appeared that the residents of Oasis were well aware of this regulation, as the corridor was devoid of activity, with everyone tucked away in their small rooms, presumably asleep. Lin Sanjiu drew aside the curtain of room 1629, her gaze inadvertently sweeping across the far end of the space, where a silhouette caught her attention, causing her to freeze momentarily. Could it be? Surely she must have misjudged. Chapter 38. Unexpected upgrade. The mattress was quite thin, lacking the luxurious comfort provided by the high-end imported memory foam in the apartment on the 38th floor. She could even faintly discern the creaking of the bed frame beneath her. Lin Sanjiu turned over, and the bed frame emitted a disconcerting squeak that made her teeth clench. Even in the dimness, Lin Sanjiu could perceive everything within her small room with remarkable clarity. The air in the basement was poorly ventilated, carrying a faint scent of dust. A few nails were driven into the wooden panels of the room, presumably for hanging clothes. The conditions were indeed quite rudimentary. She could even hear the sound of the neighbor scratching in his sleep with crystal clarity. Perhaps it was the unfamiliarity of her surroundings that prevented her from falling asleep, despite lying in bed for quite some time. If it were true, as Hu Chongzai had asserted, that the individuals in this place were endowed with abilities through the use of drugs, there would be no reason for her to remain here. After all, her purpose in joining the Oasis was not merely to have food, drink, and a place to sleep. She was in search of the visa officer. However, amidst 1,000 individuals who seemed to be merely ordinary, how could one possibly expect to find a visa officer? Yet, it would be rather impolite to leave so soon after arriving. Lin Sanjiu found herself recalling the elusive figure she had glimpsed earlier. Perhaps it would be wise to stay a few more days to assess the situation. As her thoughts became increasingly disjointed, she lost track of time, gradually sensing her eyelids grow heavy and her consciousness dim. Just as she was on the brink of slipping into slumber, a sudden jolt of electricity surged through her body. Lin Sanjiu's eyes flew open, her entire body involuntarily convulsing. The violent tremors sent the iron-framed bed rattling, the sound echoing loudly in the silence of the space. She attempted to move her fingers, only to discover that she had once again lost control of her body. Although this sensation differed from her previous experience of full-body oscillation, it was not unfamiliar to her. Damn it, why did my abilities evolve at this particular moment? Gritting her teeth, she desperately wished to roll off the bed, as the creaking of the bed frame was alarmingly loud and likely to attract unwanted attention. During the process of evolution, she found herself utterly defenseless. The thought of an unfamiliar intruder entering sent shivers down her spine. Although the oasis appeared relatively peaceful, she had no desire to take any chances. Yet, how could she move when even the slightest shift seemed impossible? Utilizing the trembling of her body as momentum, she managed to push herself a fraction away from the wall, causing her long hair to cascade from the bed. This was far from sufficient, Lin Sanjiu thought with growing impatience. However, time was not on her side. The neighbor next door, who had been sound asleep, suddenly paused in her steady breathing, followed by the unmistakable creak of the bed as she seemingly sat up. Footsteps approached the door of room 1629 and halted just outside the curtain. "Hey! Is it a newcomer?" A disgruntled woman's voice reprimanded softly. "Why must you do such things when everyone is trying to sleep? Have you no shame? Stop immediately." Although her body had lost autonomy, Lin Sanjiu's consciousness remained alert, leaving her momentarily bewildered by the neighbor's words. After a brief pause, realization dawned upon her, and she nearly choked on her own blood. Did she think there was a man and woman engaged in some sort of activity in this room? The bed frame certainly was noisy. Unable to utter a single word, Lin Sanjiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The intruding neighbor was a woman in her 30s, clad in a light yellow Winnie the Pooh pajama set. She was remarkably decisive in her actions, promptly assisting the trembling Lin Sanjiu down from the bed, allowing her to rest her head upon her lap. "Hello, can you speak?" The woman slapped Lin Sanjiu's face repeatedly, the sound echoing sharply. Have you had a seizure? Lin Sanjiu could no longer discern whether her trembling stemmed from the evolution process or from the woman's provocation. The woman maintained a stoic expression and did not leave, instead inquiring, "What affliction do you have? Is it a frequent occurrence? Does it happen often while you sleep? Should I ask Xiaoyu to change rooms?" Lin Sanjiu was nearly amused by her irritation, a flicker of mischief igniting within her. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "It is not an illness. You ordinary people simply do not understand. This is a normal response during the evolution of abilities." "Oh?" The neighbor woman appeared genuinely astonished, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "You have naturally evolved as well. So do I." An overwhelming sense of thwarted vengeance washed over Lin Sanjiu, prompting her to sigh deeply. "Then why couldn't you tell?" "I don't know. I arrived early, and my abilities have never evolved until now. Perhaps the comforts of life in the oasis have dulled them. Well, regardless, thank you for your assistance earlier. My name is Lin Sanjiu. May I know yours?" Lin Sanjiu quickly regained her composure and extended a hand towards the neighbor. The woman merely brushed her hand against Lin Sanjiu's, a gesture that sufficed as a handshake. Then, she said, "I am Fong Dan. Whether you remember or not is inconsequential. After all, you won't be around for long." After uttering such peculiar words, Fong Dan stood up, ready to leave. Are the natural evolutionists in the oasis merely eccentric individuals devoid of social awareness? Lin Sanjiu lamented, almost covering her face in exasperation. "What do you mean by that?" Fong Dan gazed at her innocently and explained, "Those who arrive here with considerable abilities are typically assigned to undertake more challenging tasks, which results in a rather low survival rate." With that, the woman nonchalantly turned away. This person was truly disheartening. Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but wonder if she knew who Changzai. She internally grumbled several times, but Fong Dan's mention of high-difficulty tasks hardly registered with her. After all, she had encountered numerous bizarre and perilous situations in the extreme depths of hell. Could the missions in the oasis truly be more lethal than those in the dungeons? However, it seemed that Fong Dan had already drifted off to sleep, her breathing steady. After sitting in the darkness for some time, Lin Sanjiu cautiously opened her palm. It was time to inspect the abilities she had just evolved. Upon completion of this evolution, she felt a compelling urge to summon a card. It appeared that this evolution would yield a card. With a mere thought, a card silently manifested in her palm. The previous radiant glow had vanished, and this time, the card appeared without a sound. Chapter 39. Cards and humans provide no reprieve. This was a card Lin Sanjiu had never encountered before. It was devoid of the crude crayon illustrations and was entirely black, exuding an exquisite allure. Flipping it over, she discovered it inscribed with silver lettering. "Congratulations on leveling up." Description: a card that appears upon the first occurrence of an advanced ability upgrade. This card will meticulously elaborate on the advanced capabilities of Lin Sanjiu, so it is imperative that this individual safeguard it to prevent any loss or potential information leakage. Advanced ability: flat world upgrade count. 1 next upgrade prediction. Indefinitely distant upgrade benefits. Upon upgrading, you will be able to transform 8 items daily, and the design of the card will become significantly more aesthetically pleasing. Additionally, the remote control ability over the card has been further enhanced. Most importantly, you have now acquired the power to summon the diary card. The black card seems to resonate, as the text gradually fades away, revealing another inscription. Diary card, although it is referred to as a diary card, it cannot be summoned every day. The specific moments when you can call it forth will require your persistent attempts. Experiencing life is the essence of existence. Should I fail to speak of something serious, I might just tear you apart. The text swiftly altered again. Diary card, while it may not be practical in combat, this does seem somewhat intriguing. Lin Sanjiu, suddenly intrigued, set aside the explanatory card, extended his left hand, and softly uttered, "Diary card." There was no response. Diary card. Still no reaction. Is it truly this difficult to summon? Lin Sanjiu muttered in frustration, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the explanatory card. He noticed that the text on the black card had inexplicably changed once more, now boldly stating, "When summoning, please say earnestly, 'I wish to write in my diary.'" What comes forth at a mere call is akin to a dog. Lin Sanjiu endured the throbbing veins on her forehead, struggling to adapt to the unexpected rudeness of the card she had conjured. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "I am going to write in my diary." As she steeled herself, preparing to shout it out like a fool several times, she felt a slight prick in her palm, revealing a pristine white card. It appeared no different in size from her previous cards, yet it resembled a notebook, with lines neatly delineating boxes. After a moment's contemplation, she cleared her throat, and to her astonishment, a line of text emerged on the card. Lin Sanjiu coughs. How intriguing! She chuckled in surprise and, with a flicker of thought, tucked the card away. After all, it could only record for 3 hours, and she had no desire to squander that time now. Content. She reclined on her bed, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. If only she had evolved a day earlier, she could have avoided the risk of using the intercom in the morning. If she affixed this diary card somewhere, wouldn't it serve as a perfect surveillance device? Lost in her musings, she slowly closed her eyes, finally drifting off to sleep on the unfamiliar bed. She had no idea how long she slept, but she was roused from her slumber by the gradual crescendo of voices, footsteps, and clattering sounds around her. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that, unbeknownst to her, the basement had been illuminated. Although only 3 or 5 fluorescent tubes shone in the expansive underground space, Lin Sanjiu, who had not witnessed electric light for over a month, felt a surge of emotion at that moment, as if the flicker of civilization might revive from this meager illumination. "Ah, you are awake." The curtain was abruptly lifted, revealing Fong Dan's perpetually expressionless face. "Get ready. We will have a special dinner tonight to celebrate the arrival of a new member. Everyone has their own tasks to attend to, such as my responsibility in the well maintenance team. Is there a well here?" Lin Sanjiu suddenly realized, understanding why they could prepare meals. It seemed that only surface water was evaporated by the heat, while the groundwater remained intact. But does the well need maintenance? Of course. Unlike in the past, neglecting it now would quickly lead to its drying up. Moreover, we must ensure the water is disinfected, temperature-controlled, and transported to the dining hall. All part of our duties. Fong Dan pondered for a moment before stating, "After dinner tonight, you may be assigned some tasks." Sighing, she lamented, "It's such a pity that just as we had someone new next door, they will be gone again." Her tone implied she regarded Lin Sanjiu as a mere ghost. Lin Sanjiu rolled her eyes in response, intending to inquire further about Professor Bai, when suddenly, a series of sharp whistles pierced the air, causing a stir among the crowd. In no time, a multitude of hurried footsteps surged past the curtain beneath her. Before Lin Sanjiu could voice her thoughts, Fong Dan called out to her, "The dining hall is serving food. Hurry up. Wait. I have 2 friends." Lin Sanjiu had just stepped out of her room, her sentence only half finished when the overwhelming tide of people enveloped her, sweeping her forward. She was unwittingly pushed along for quite a distance, until she found herself at the entrance, where Fontaine, surrounded by a throng, turned to shout something at her, though the words were lost in the cacophony. Despite her superior stamina compared to the crowd, she knew she could not resort to force to clear her way. Lin Sanjiu grimaced as she was jostled out of the building. Once she was finally thrust into the open space before the edifice, she was able to catch her breath. Coming to a halt, she surveyed her surroundings for a moment. The nocturnal oasis possessed a distinctly different allure compared to the daylight hours. Each building's rooftop was adorned with a large spotlight, casting beams that illuminated the entire industrial area. Somewhere, a backup generator rumbled with energy. In the distance, the 3-story cafeteria blazed with light, while the din of the crowd surged like ocean waves. Seeing the electric lights, witnessing the multitude, and occasionally catching the aroma of delicious food, Lin Sanjiu found herself momentarily entranced, forgetting that she was amidst a hellish ordeal. "Xiaojiu." Suddenly, a familiar voice called her name from afar, straining to reach her. "Why is it only you?" She rushed forward, glancing around before asking, "Where's Lu Zhe?" Mazer took a breath before replying. "As we were heading out, Lu Zhe suddenly evolved. I couldn't manage him alone, and when I spotted you, I thought of asking for your help." Chapter 40. Another ability awaits the spot where Lu Zhe collapsed could not have been more unfortunate. He fell right at the entrance. By the time Lin Sanjiu and Mazer arrived, The doorway was encircled by layers of people, effectively sealing off the exit. Among the crowd, there were those eager to leave, others wishing to witness the commotion, some shouting for help, while others hurled curses, and yet more clamored to clear a path. It was utter chaos, an overwhelming tumult. At this moment, Lin Sanjiu could afford no distractions. Anyone who dared obstruct her path was seized by the collar and unceremoniously tossed aside. Before long, amidst a chorus of grievances, she led Master into the heart of the throng. There, she beheld Lu Zhe, pale and sprawled upon the ground, his eyes tightly shut, his body trembling slightly. His garments were covered in dust, and several footprints marred his legs, likely a consequence of having collapsed and being trampled by those behind him. Chun Jinfeng, having arrived at some point unbeknownst to her, now crouched beside him, calling out to the surging crowd behind him, "Make way. Someone has fainted up ahead. Do not approach." As an official, his words carried weight. Those in the crowd who recognized him promptly echoed his pleas, aiding in the dispersal of the throng. Master, filled with gratitude, smiled at him. "When did you arrive, Comrade Chun?" "Thank you so much." Lin Sanjiu nodded in acknowledgement, hoisting one of Lu Zhe's arms over her shoulder. Once they had managed to lift him, Chun Jinfeng brushed the dust from his legs, rising to address them. "It is fortunate that you have come. There is a medical room in Building 38. Please take him there for examination. Do not worry about dinner. I have arranged for it to be delivered to you." With a reserved nod, Chun Jinfeng said little more before departing. Lin Sanjiu nodded in response, carefully laying Lu Zhe down on the bed. Only then did the two beleaguered women find a moment to exhale in relief. As they awaited Lu Zhe's awakening, the two sat on the ground, engaging in light conversation. "This morning, my evolutionary abilities have also upgraded," Lin Sanjiu remarked with a smile. "It seems that experiencing a dungeon significantly stimulates our capabilities." Ma Si nodded silently, suddenly letting out a sigh. "I wonder if mine will upgrade." Ma Si's abilities had always been a shortcoming among the trio. Her nails could only be used for blood analysis, fragile like glass, shattering at the slightest touch. Consequently, in battles, she relied solely on more practical weapons, rarely utilizing her own skills. Over the past month, Lin Sanjiu had discerned a pattern. Evolutionary abilities resembled a blade. Without honing, they would not become sharp. Among the few natural evolvers in the oasis, many, having led comfortable lives without challenges, lacked even physical enhancement. "It seems you must seek more opportunities to practice." Lin Sanjiu pondered thoughtfully. "I happen to know two evolvers. Perhaps they would allow you to conduct blood analysis." She then recounted her experiences from that morning in detail, starting from when the walkie-talkie was picked up by someone to the unusually stern demeanor of Xiaoyu, including the matter of oasis residents using pills to stimulate their abilities. "I can't shake the feeling that I should remain vigilant here," Lin Sanjiu concluded. "Nonsense," a cool voice suddenly echoed in the room. Lin Sanjiu's physical reaction was swifter than her consciousness. Upon hearing those two words, her skin seemed to sense something amiss, and the hairs on her body stood on end. Both she and Mather froze in their expressions, slowly turning their heads. Lu Zhe had awoken at some point, propping himself up with one arm, raising an eyebrow, and gazing at them with a nonchalant demeanor. Lin Sanjiu had never seen such an expression on Lu Zhe's face. Although his features, hair, and everything else remained unchanged, the aura surrounding him had shifted entirely. The youthful and vibrant essence he once exuded had vanished, replaced by a chilling, icy demeanor reminiscent of a dark abyss. If the former Lu Zhe was a loquacious youth, the present one resembled a robotic figure forged of steel, devoid of any human warmth. Even his voice, delivered in a tone markedly different from before, sounded altered. "What are you staring at?" As he spoke, he took an interest in examining his own palm and nails. The atmosphere in the room felt peculiar. After Lu Zhe's question, a prolonged silence ensued, making Mather's audible gulp sound exceedingly loud. Subsequently, she appeared to suffer from a headache, exclaiming in distress as she clutched her hair, lamenting to Lu Zhe, "So it's you next." Lu Zhe seemed utterly oblivious to the confusion etched on her face, sitting up in bed with his hand propped under his chin. A faint, mocking smile began to spread across his face like winter mist. Lin Sanjiu stared blankly at the only familiar face before her. her keen intuition unnecessary as the words escaped her lips. "Who are you?" This time, before Lu Zhe could respond, Mather interjected with a voice that was almost a groan. "Xiaojiu, allow me to introduce. This is Lu Zhe's seventh personality, Feng Qiqi." Suddenly, Lin Sanjiu felt a jolt course through her scalp as she gazed at Lu Zhe. Chapter 41. Let us attend to serious matters, taking a deep breath. Lin Sanjiu sensed that the room had likely been uninhabited for quite some time, and the musty air filled her lungs. Yet she scarcely paid it any mind. The seventh. "Mather, can you tell me how many personalities Lu Zhe actually has?" she inquired, striving to maintain her composure as she looked at Mather. After glancing at the relaxed Feng Qiqi, Lin Sanjiu struggled to regain her bearings. "Then why haven't I encountered these personalities before?" Taking a deep breath, Mather, avoiding any glance at Feng Qiqi, replied solely to Lin Sanjiu. "Among the 11 individuals besides myself, this fellow has the worst relationship with me." Feng Qiqi, seated on the bed, nodded in agreement and added, "We mutually detest each other." Why? Lin Sanjiu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Here was a being without even a defined gender, yet possessing such a disagreeable temperament. Arrogant, haughty, and utterly rude, Mather complained vehemently, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the individual in question. Neither male nor female, yet one wonders what the source of their perpetual pride is, lacking any discernible gender. Lin Sanjiu gaped at Feng Qiqi, lamenting that this was still Lu Zhe's face, rendering it impossible to glean anything. After hearing this, Feng Qiqi maintained an expression devoid of any fluctuation, meticulously grooming her nails as she stated, "In biological terms, gender's sole significance lies in procreation. Masi, you seem quite fixated on a function you do not possess." This remark stirred a hornet's nest. Mase sprang up in indignation, her fists clenched, ready to pounce on Feng Qiqi. Lin Sanjiu swiftly intervened, restraining her as she urgently reiterated, "This is Lu Zhe's body, Lu Zhe's body." After considerable effort, she managed to restrain Mase. Before she could even exhale in relief, Feng Qiqi, as if relishing the chaos, interjected, "Oh, while your abilities may not have evolved, your temper certainly has." Lin Sanjiu finally comprehended the root of the discord between these two. Holding Mase, whose face was flushed with ire, she shot a glare at Feng Qiqi and exasperatedly exclaimed, "Speak of matters at hand, and refrain from indulging in trivialities. Very well, I do have something to discuss." Feng Qiqi arranged her pillows, settling into a comfortable position against the wall before leisurely continuing. "Setting aside the myriad lies about the oasis that I find utterly implausible, what are your plans moving forward? What is your objective?" This inquiry left Lin Sanjiu and Ma Se momentarily speechless. They exchanged a glance, and with a hint of hesitation, one of them remarked, "Let us stay here and observe for a while. After all, we've come this far." Feng Qiqi immediately scoffed disdainfully, and a cryptic smile emerged on her face. Although Lu Zhe's features and physique remained unchanged, his demeanor radiated an entirely different aura. He bent down slightly and quietly addressed the two seated on the ground. "Didn't we come here to find the visa officer? Have you forgotten?" To be honest, while Lin Sanjiu hadn't forgotten, he hadn't given the matter much further thought. Now, under Feng Qiqi's probing question, he found himself at a loss for words. Yet, with the majority present being ordinary individuals, would a visa officer truly appear? Mase couldn't resist needling him. With such a vast pool of 1,800 people, it's worth a shot, Feng Qiqi countered without raising her eyes. "Unless you know of another base inhabited solely by evolved humans."
Mase fell silent, visibly irritated.
"If we discover that none are present here, we must leave promptly." Noticing that both had fallen into contemplation, Feng Qiqi's tone grew resolute. "We still have 12 months and 23 days to address this matter. We cannot squander all our time in this oasis." Lin Sanjiu silently nodded in agreement, realizing that while Feng Qiqi might be eccentric, her mind was quite clear. Just as she was about to speak, a voice called out from outside, "Miss Lin, which room are you in?" It was the voice of Xiaoyu. Lin Sanjiu lifted the curtain and peered in, only to be greeted by the dense array of single rooms on the basement level and the serpentine, narrow corridor. She wondered where Xiaoyu was calling from. Raising her voice, She called out, "Is that you, Xiaoyu? We are in 1734. Is there something you need?" Xiaoyu replied, "Chun, the officer, mentioned that someone is unwell and asked me to bring dinner." As she spoke, she made her way towards Lu Zhe's room, walking briskly and soon arriving with several vintage iron lunchboxes in hand. It appeared she had completely forgotten the minor unpleasantness of the morning, cheerfully thrusting the lunchboxes into Lin Sanjiu's hands. "Who is feeling unwell? We have a medical room here. Why not check it out?" Though the metal did not possess the same melting properties as plastic under extreme heat, it felt quite hot to the touch. Lin Sanjiu hurriedly placed the lunchboxes on the bed and thanked Xiaoyu, saying, "It's just Lu Zhe's old ailment. He'll be fine after some rest. Have you eaten? Would you care to join us?" Suddenly, Lin Sanjiu recalled the conversation with Fong Dan and paused briefly before smiling and asking, "Have you heard what kind of work it is?" Uncertain if it was merely her impression, Lin Sanjiu noticed Xiaoyu's smile had taken on a somewhat ambiguous quality. "You'll find out once you go," she replied. Chapter 42. The mission and the captain. The building housing Chun Jinfeng's office was conveniently located right next to the factory entrance. As the three individuals emerged from the cafeteria, the oasis had already commenced its daily operations beneath the glow of searchlights in the encroaching night. The bustling figures moved about in an orderly fashion, making the leisurely pace of Lin Sanjiu and his companions particularly conspicuous. Of course, their relaxed demeanor was largely attributed to Feng Qiqi, who exhibited a keen interest in everything related to the oasis. He meandered along as if on a sightseeing tour, indifferent to the opinions of the other two, insisting on examining everything in detail. Upon reaching the vicinity of the entrance, he suddenly uttered a soft "Oh, what is it now?" Ma Se shot him an irritated glance. Feng Qiqi, undeterred, smiled and gestured towards the entrance with a slight lift of his chin. Lin Sanjiu followed his gaze. Even on an ordinary day like today, a few burly men loitered at the entrance of the oasis. They guarded the gate, lounging casually with their legs crossed, engaging in idle chatter while two of them leaned against axes. Just as Lin Sanjiu looked over, one of the men pulled a cigarette from behind his ear, rummaged through his pockets, and cursed, "Damn, I forgot my lighter." The man seated beside him chuckled and offered a comment, then raised his index finger. In the dim light, that finger glowed brighter and brighter, and soon the cigarette tip ignited, sending a plume of smoke into the air. The others barely lifted their eyelids, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. This should have been a positive sign, indicating that there were indeed many who had naturally evolved within the oasis, yet Lin Sanjiu found it impossible to feel any sense of joy. Without further ado, what is the purpose of having so many people gathered at the entrance? While pondering this perplexity, she ascended the stairs and found room 306, gently knocking on the door. To her surprise, a voice erupted from behind the door with exuberant enthusiasm, and a tall, unfamiliar boy flung it open. The three were momentarily taken aback. The boy stood impressively tall, approximately 6 feet 3 inches, appearing to be of a similar age to Lu Zhe, clad in a blue hoodie that showcased an athlete's physique. With an amiable demeanor, he ushered them into the room, exclaiming, "Are you newcomers? Welcome, welcome. We shall need to look out for one another shortly." Lin Sanjiu and her companions stepped into the room, only to be startled by the sheer number of occupants within Chun Jinfeng's modest office. A towering, robust man with a dark complexion was seated in the corner, clad in a sleeveless shirt, his eyes closed in repose. Beside him sat a woman of alluring grace, her age indiscernible, with cascading waves of hair that enhanced her charm. She cradled a small girl, appearing to be no more than 8 or 9 years old, who sported adorable pigtails. Among this gathering, Lin Sanjiu recognized a familiar face, none other than Hu Changzai. Together with Lin Sanjiu and her friends, the 8 individuals filled the cramped 10-square-meter room, making it somewhat challenging to turn around. "Are you all here awaiting job assignments?" Lin Sanjiu inquired softly, noting the tall boy's affable nature. "Ah, little Lu, you've arrived too. Excellent, now our small team is complete." The boy merely nodded when Chun Jinfeng's enthusiastic voice suddenly resonated from the crowd. Lin Sanjiu scanned the room but could not discern his figure until a towering man shifted slightly, allowing Chun Jinfeng to laboriously emerge from behind him. He stepped into the center of the room, shook the papers in his hand, and declared loudly, "Attention everyone. Allow me to elucidate the tasks at hand. The cacophony in the room swiftly subsided as 8 pairs of eyes fixed intently upon Chen Jinfeng. According to the reconnaissance team's report from the previous night, a small group of degenerate beings had begun to wander into the vicinity of the original Longhua Road. The journey from Longhua Road to our factory area takes merely 20 minutes on foot, which poses a significant threat to Oasis. Therefore, the mission for your team today is to advance westward, locate this small group of degenerates, and promptly eliminate this menace. I will provide the detailed investigation report to the team leader shortly, who will spearhead today's operation. Now, does anyone have any questions? Chen Jinfeng surveyed the crowd. The task was not overly complex, and the procedure was clear, hence no objections were raised. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Hu Chang glanced around and noticed that no one seemed inclined to speak. After a moment of embarrassment, he awkwardly raised his hand and stammered, Who is the team leader? A fleeting, indescribable expression crossed Chen Jinfeng's face. Suddenly, he cleared his throat, lowering his gaze to the paper in his hands, and said, Allow me to introduce your captain, Su Xiaoyang. She will lead today's operation. Su Xiaoyang? Lin Sanjiu felt a flicker of confusion at this address, only to see the little girl with horned braids stand up, nodding to the crowd, and cheerfully declare, Hello everyone, I am Captain Su Xiaoyang. I will need your assistance during the operation. The room fell silent once more. If the earlier silence stemmed from a reluctance to show off, now everyone appeared utterly dumbfounded. The only two whose expressions remained unchanged were likely Chen Jinfeng and the alluring woman with long hair. The first to break the silence was a burly man with dark skin. He sprang to his feet, his face grim, and glared at Chen Jinfeng, demanding, This blonde girl is the captain? Comrade Chen, you must be joking. Chen Jinfeng kept his gaze lowered, not sparing him a glance. Why would I joke about such matters? This decision was made after our deliberation. Tai Dao, you are to cooperate with Captain Su. The man named Tai Dao scoffed, his voice laced with hostility. I respect you as a comrade, but don't take yourself too seriously. There's no way I'm following a blonde girl into danger. I absolutely refuse. Upon hearing the dismissive remark, Chen Jinfeng's expression darkened, and he quickly shot a glance at Su Xiaoyang, who stood with her head bowed. This fleeting glance fell upon Lin Sanjiu's eyes. Before she could fathom why she was observing Su Xiaoyang, a resounding crash echoed through the room as a thick iron knife was violently hurled against the wall, resembling a mere rag. The wall quivered violently, and a multitude of reflective cloths cascaded to the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, even the iron knife seemed momentarily stunned, forgetting its rage. The one responsible for this forceful act was the silently poised woman with long, slender limbs. Chapter 43. A subtle movement in the suffocating silence. The alluring woman turned to face the assembly, her elongated phoenix eyes devoid of any discernible emotion. Her lips, painted a vivid crimson, parted as she calmly inquired, Who still harbors objections against Captain Su Xiaoyang? Su Xiaoyang, with his head bowed, idly played with his braid, uttering not a single word, as if the unfolding events were of no concern to him. The crowd remained silent, their expressions varied, yet no one dared to speak. At that moment the iron knife, crouched in the corner, struggled to rise. Perhaps feeling an itch upon his face, he dazedly wiped his forehead. Upon glancing down, he was startled to find his hands smeared with thick, crimson blood. This shocking realization seemed to awaken him. With a furious roar, he bellowed an expletive and charged at the woman with the force of a tempest. Despite his imposing physique, once the brawny boy embraced him, he found himself flailing helplessly, kicking and cursing. The room erupted with a cacophony of savage roars, reverberating painfully in the ears of those present. Truly, it was a realm of hidden talents and untapped potential. Feng Qiqi leaned closer to Lin Sanjiu's ear and whispered, We are all part of the same team, yet we are already embroiled in internal conflict before even departing. Noticing that the situation had been brought under control, Chen Jinfeng stepped forward from the back, his expression one of deep concern as he declared, The strength of Su Xiaoyang is evident to all. Our choice to appoint her as team leader is undoubtedly justified. Tai Dao, such an attitude is unacceptable in the Oasis. Tai Dao, recognizing the wisdom of not provoking trouble, remained still, his breath ragged as he was firmly restrained by the boy's arm, casting a fierce glare at Chun Jinfeng. Unfazed, Chun Jinfeng instructed the taller boy, Gao Fei, please assist in taking Tai Dao to the infirmary. He surveyed the surroundings and suddenly pointed at Maze. Miss Maze, since Tai Dao is injured, I kindly ask you to stay behind and care for him. Neither of you will need to participate in today's mission. Lin Sanjiu was momentarily taken aback and swiftly exchanged glances with Maze. Not participating was not necessarily a disadvantage, after all, this place was relatively safe. She lowered her voice and whispered to Maze, but will you be able to remain here alone? She recalled Lu Zhe mentioning that Maze should not stray too far from him. Maze silently nodded. A distance of 20 minutes should pose no issue. As she spoke, she quickly glanced at Lin Sanjiu and Feng Qiqi, bidding them to be cautious before turning to follow Gao Fei out the door. With the departure of the three, the room suddenly felt considerably more spacious. Hu Chang was pale-faced as he quickly distanced himself from the enchanting woman, hastening to Lin Sanjiu's side, where he stood behind her, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he managed a strained smile. You fear her, and so do I. Lin Sanjiu sighed helplessly within her heart. Shifting her gaze, she noticed that Su Xiaoyang had, at some point, taken a seat in the corner of the room, swinging her legs idly while gazing out the window in a state of ennui. Bathed in the white light streaming through the window, her delicate skin appeared as if dusted with powder, her lips pouting like petals, exuding an innocent and youthful demeanor. Her expression seemed genuine and unpretentious, starkly contrasting with Wang Cici's feigned innocence, which was always poised to strike. Yet, could a true elementary school student remain so composed? This thought compelled Lin Sanjiu to steal another glance at the alluring woman, who continued to lower her head, her face impassive, avoiding all eyes. Is it time to depart? Well, then, I wish you all a safe journey and swift success. Chun Jinfeng exclaimed, slapping the documents down with a loud laugh, only to be met with indifference. The captivating woman had already begun to follow closely behind Su Xiaoyang, casting a glance at the others that was laden with stern warning. That single look proved more effective than any words. Hu Chang was the first to follow suit. The group of 6 exited room 306 and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the factory's entrance, before the gatekeeper could utter a word, Su Xiaoyang presented a piece of paper to one of the individuals waiting there. The man cast a meaningful glance at the group as he swept his eyes across the paper before him, then turned to pull open the iron gate. Lin Sanjiu was the last to join the ranks. Just as she was about to step through the gate, she suddenly sensed the man's gaze lingering upon her, and he seemed to click his tongue in a gesture of mild regret. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, and as she exited, Lin Sanjiu murmured something under her breath. Her voice was so faint that even Feng Qiqi, standing in front of her, could not decipher it, prompting her to inquire, "What did you say?" "Nothing, it's insignificant," Lin Sanjiu replied with a smile, steadying herself against the gate as she stepped out of the factory area. It was peculiar how, upon leaving the oasis, she had barely taken 10 steps when the desolation enveloped her like a tangible presence. Behind her lay the bustling human encampment illuminated by searchlights. Ahead, however, was a desolate expanse of crumbling buildings marred by deep fissures. Xiaohui, was she indeed calling that fearsome woman? The thought had scarcely settled in their minds when, to their astonishment, the woman reached into her pocket and produced a hand-drawn map. Before the surprise could dissipate, a young girl's voice suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I think I've dropped something." The eyes of 5 individuals converged simultaneously upon Lin Sanjiu. She appeared unfazed by the attention, unconcerned that a girl, barely reaching her waist and clad in a school uniform, addressed her as captain. With a quick glance at Xiao Hui, who subtly nodded in response, Lin Sanjiu swiftly concealed her diary card within her palm as she spoke. Chapter 44. The girl who was regrettably me, alas, how formidable is your combat prowess? When Hu Changzai leaned in and whispered this inquiry, Lin Sanjiu was poised to examine the contents of her diary card. As they spoke, a group of 6 was traversing towards Longhua Road, their footsteps creating a soft rustling sound upon the thick layer of dust covering the ground. Aside from this, silence enveloped them. The air was saturated with the scorching heat of the sand and the shrill howls of the fierce wind. Hu Changzai lagged behind momentarily, remaining silent for a considerable while. Just as Lin Sanjiu assumed he had relinquished the conversation, he suddenly exhaled deeply and, lowering his voice, confided, I really shouldn't be part of this task force. Lin Sanjiu responded with an "oh," dismissing the significance of his words. She cast a sidelong glance and noticed he was still a bit distant, prompting her to spread her palm against her body. The diary card, inscribed with several lines of small text, lay quietly within her grasp. I have been at the Oasis for quite some time, working in the backup power management team, primarily tasked with cooling down the generators. I don't know how it happened, but I was suddenly reassigned to the action team. Although I have evolved, my abilities are hardly suited for combat. Hu Changzai lamented, expressing his frustration with several complaints. Since his evolution, he had yet to engage in a single fight, and now, being thrust into a battle against the fallen, his concerns were indeed justified. Before him, Lin Sanjiu seemed utterly oblivious, continuing to walk ahead with her head bowed. Hu Changzai sighed and fell silent. Unexpectedly, she suddenly turned her head with a drastically changed expression. Are you saying they suddenly reassigned you today? Lin Sanjiu's face turned ashen. Hu Changzai, somewhat perplexed, adjusted his glasses and replied, Yes, I was puzzled too. Lin Sanjiu's grip on her diary card trembled involuntarily. Diary card time, 10:48 p.m. Location. Entrance of the Reunion Food Processing Plant Scope, 5 meters around Man A. Is this another one? Man B? No way. There's a newly arrived woman in there, quite beautiful. What a shame. Man C? How many spots are available in this team? Man D? Indeed, it's fortunate that we don't have to undertake any missions, and we haven't really intercepted anyone. Man D? Damn. Don't remind me. I spent a fortune. Man D spat on the ground. As Man A remarked, if this team indeed had survival spots, there was no doubt that Captain Su Xiaoyang would secure one. The woman beside her, like a loyal dog, Xiao Hui, would undoubtedly also be on the list of survivors. As for the remaining 4, herself, Feng Qiqi, Hu Changzai and Gao Fei Hu Changzai, who had been abruptly assigned to the small team, was almost certain to be forsaken. Consequently, no matter how she contemplated it, Lin Sanjiu felt that she and Feng Qiqi were destined to be the last 2 left behind. In an instant, Fontaine's words flashed through her mind once more. No wonder. The casualty rate for missions is so high, she murmured softly, quickening her pace as she patted Feng Qiqi's shoulder. Mars did not follow. Among this task force, her closest ally was undoubtedly Feng Qiqi. Observing the puzzled expression that appeared on Lu Zhe's face as he turned to Feng Qiqi, Lin Sanjiu hesitated for a moment before finally gritting her teeth and handing over the diary card. Take a look at this. Her voice was barely above a whisper, instantly alerting Feng Qiqi. He accepted the diary card, carefully concealing it with his palm, and, seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, he quickly glanced at its contents. Meanwhile, Lin Sanjiu slowed her pace, abruptly pulling Hu Changzai closer to her side. Hey, what are you doing? Being a girl and all. Are you done yet? I have something important to tell you. Lin Sanjiu impatiently interrupted him. You go and ask the captain a question, and see if she is lying. What do you mean, what question? You should ask her, Captain, I have an appointment at 6 this morning. Do you think I can make it? As she spoke, Lin Sanjiu deliberately emphasized the word I. Hu Changzai, who had not fully grasped the implication, suddenly wore a bewildered expression, his confusion evaporating as his face turned somewhat grim. Sweat beaded on Lin Sanjiu's forehead as she looked at Hu Changzai, forcing a smile. You're not foolish, are you? Without uttering a single superfluous word, Hu Changzai took a deep breath, composed his expression, and strode purposefully towards Su Xiaoyang, who was leading the group. Their dialogue, carried through the sweltering air, reached Lin Sanjiu, who was trailing at the back, in a muffled manner. Hu Changzai indeed reiterated the question verbatim. After a brief pause, Su Xiaoyang responded with her clear, youthful voice. Who knows? But if it's around 6 o'clock, it should be about right. Hu Changzai shook his head gravely. It was a falsehood, he silently mouthed. Lin Sanjiu felt her heart plummet to the depths of despair. Suddenly, Hu Changzai, who had come to a realization of their predicament, wore an expression so heavy and somber that it seemed capable of wringing water from the air. Feng Qiqi whispered, "Are the remaining to us?" Lin Sanjiu replied coldly, "The girl the gatekeeper referred to as a pity is me. So, do they intend to use the fallen species to deal with us? Or will they take matters into their own hands? I don't know. We can only try to keep our distance from them later. However, you could disguise yourself as one of them to create confusion." At this, Feng Qiqi suddenly averted her gaze, offering a bitter smile. "Transformation is Lu Zhe's ability, not mine. At best, I am merely a physically strong ordinary person." Lin Sanjiu's heart sank, and she instinctively halted her steps. Just as she was about to speak, a sharp cry from Xiao Hui ahead pierced the air. "Everyone, be careful." Since the advent of the New World, this was the first time Lin Sanjiu had encountered such a multitude of fallen. Scarcely had Xiao Hui uttered its warning when it was drowned out by a chorus of excited buzzing. From the windows of buildings lining both sides of the street, a dense throng of fallen emerged. Their proboscises swept through the air, scattering globs of spittle like viscous raindrops upon the group. The scene evoked in Lin Sanjiu's mind the image of a beehive teeming with bees. The sheer number of fallen defied calculation, and there was no time to even attempt it. Surely, even the collective demise of the 6 individuals present would scarcely provide enough blood to sate each of them. "Holy crap! Is this what they call a small group?" Gao Fei muttered, dumbfounded. Indeed, the entire party of 6 stood transfixed, momentarily paralyzed by the spectacle. Amidst the cacophony of shrill buzzing, the nearest fallen agilely descended from a windowsill, swiftly scaling down 2 stories of the building's facade. Feng Qiqi was the first to regain his senses, shouting, "Run! Damn it!" He whirled around, poised to flee, only to nearly collide with Xiao Hui, who had abruptly darted forward. Xiao Hui, face set in a frigid expression, blocked his path, standing unyielding in confrontation. Aside from Xiao Hui, the remaining 4 were incredulous. Gao Fei glanced ahead, stammering, "Captain, you must be joking. The buildings up ahead are crawling with fallen ones." Lin Sanjiu's heart raced as she swiftly scanned the area approximately 50 meters to their right, where 3 or 4 fallen ones were already scrambling to the first floor. Gao Fei's face turned pale as he swallowed hard, and for a moment, silence enveloped them. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as several fallen ones landed on the ground nearby. The situation was indeed dire. They could not afford to delay any longer. Su Xiaoyang called out to Xiao Hui, urging her to move. With a powerful push from her legs, Xiao Hui dashed to Su Xiaoyang's side, scooping her up and sprinting forward. The remaining 4, unwilling to linger, summoned all their strength and followed suit. Xiao Hui's right arm retained its peculiar stance, and as they ran, she swung it a few times, sending the freshly landed fallen ones flying far away. With her clearing the path, the others could focus solely on running. Uncertain of their direction, they sprinted in a single breath down a street behind Xiao Hui. However, as the number of fallen ones blocking their path increased, Xiao Hui alone began to struggle. Eventually, the pursuing fallen ones caught up, and the 6 of them felt as if they were mired in quicksand, their pace gradually slowing. Suddenly, a fallen one leaped down from the awning of a small shop, crashing into their midst. Immediately, Hu Chang, who had fallen to the rear, emitted a blood-curdling scream as he stumbled forward, collapsing at Lin Sanjiu's feet. He had not undergone physical enhancement and could be considered the weakest among them. Lin Sanjiu glanced over and noticed that his calf had been grazed by the appendage of a fallen creature, leaving a gruesome gash, blood oozing from it. Without a moment's hesitation, she instinctively released her grip on Feng Qiqi's hand and swiftly tossed out a card. The card transformed mid-air into a baton, slicing through the air with a whoosh, forcing the fallen creature to retreat. Then, she grasped Hu Changzai by the collar, hoisting him up. "Get your arms up. Endure the pain and try to keep up," she shouted. As for the first runner, Xiao Hui, he had completely vanished from sight. Sensing the dire situation, the fallen creatures slowed their pace, emitting a series of gut-wrenching shrieks, turning to encircle the 2 isolated stragglers. I can't go on. You should run? Thank you." Hu Changzai croaked, his face expressing a tragic resolve. "Even as a ghost, I will protect you." Under the night sky, the distant shadows representing the fallen creatures blurred into a vast, ominous expanse. The encircling throng thickened slowly yet surely, the dry, searing air heavy with a pungent stench of blood. Although the encirclement had not yet closed in, the sheer number of fallen creatures suggested their time was running short. There's no choice. Let us head into that building. Lin Sanjiu gritted her teeth, resolutely dragging Hu Changzai towards a nearby grayish-white structure. She made up her mind to take this gamble. If the fallen creatures had emerged from the building, it should be safe inside, shouldn't it? Even in dire straits, the faintest glimmer of hope can galvanize individuals to summon their utmost strength for survival. With a glance at the edifice, Hu Changzai, despite the throbbing agony and blood loss, tenaciously emulated Lin Sanjiu's advance. Nearing delirium, Lin Sanjiu transmuted a pair of iron rods, furnishing one to Hu Changzai. They relentlessly brandished them, their consciousness fading, as the duo, immersed in a sea of depraved entities, were reduced to primal survival instincts. Their advance was guided not by addled minds, but by the habitual motions of their muscles. Just as Lin Sanjiu resigned herself to never reaching the building, the two, drenched in gore, collided with its entrance. The sturdy glass door roused Lin Sanjiu's dazed mind. She wiped the blood from her face and discerned a dilapidated sign, coated in dust, barely legible. Shanghai Municipal Public Security Bureau, Longhua Branch. Chapter 46. A paragon of valor, Hu Changzai stumbled into the lobby as the piercing drone of the swarm echoed close behind. Find something to barricade the door. I'll hold them off, Lin Sanjiu exclaimed, bracing herself with the iron rod at the entrance. Hu Changzai, cognizant of the urgency, dragged a conference table from a nearby room, his injured leg hindering his progress. This table won't hold for long. We must ascend, Lin Sanjiu urged. Though ascending the stairs offered no true escape, it was the only available recourse. Hu Changzai dared not delay, hobbling after her up the staircase. They had barely reached the second floor when a resounding crash echoed from below, signaling that the table had been overturned. Exchanging glances, they both felt a tightening in their chests. Shall we seek refuge in a room? Hu Changzai, having lost blood along the way, was pallid and visibly struggling to move. Perhaps we could even attempt an escape via the outer wall. That seems to be our only recourse, Lin Sanjiu concurred, taking the lead as she dashed into the corridor. The first room was a washroom, devoid of a door. The second, an office of the Household Registration Department, had a door that was damaged beyond use. Her gaze swept along until she noticed that the third door was intact, ajar just enough to reveal a crack of light. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, "Here," and rushed forward, flinging the door open. Within the room, two towering fallen simultaneously turned their heads, fixing their gazes upon her. For a moment, both humans were frozen as if in a trance. The two fallen, both male in their former lives, stood well over 6 feet tall. Bloated with the flesh of countless humans, their muscles were taut, and their proboscises were alarmingly thick. Compared to the swarming masses outside, they appeared far more menacing. At this proximity, a mere flick of their proboscises could spell their doom. Yet, in the very next instant, both fallen turned their heads away in unison, ignoring the humans completely, and instead locked their gazes upon each other. In the briefest of moments, Lin Sanjiu's back was drenched in cold sweat. She collected her thoughts and soon realized that two fallen beings were glaring fiercely at each other in the room, their eyes resolutely fixed in place. Between them lay an overturned desk, scattered documents charred from heat, and a golden-orange collar. The collar emitted a warm glow upon the grimy floor, starkly contrasting with the surrounding decay and despair. She instantly comprehended the nature of the object and the reason behind the intense standoff between the two fallen beings. Then, she made a move that left Hu Changzai utterly astonished. As the words "Are you insane?" were about to escape her lips, Hu Changzai suddenly noticed that the two fallen beings remained completely still. The room was not large. With just a few steps, she found herself closer to the entrance. Yet, the fallen being near the door, aside from tensing its muscles, did not even shift its gaze, remaining fixated on its opponent. The object on the floor was a special item unique to the New World. It appeared both fallen beings were vying to claim the collar for themselves, too preoccupied to notice their surroundings. Lin Sanjiu explained to Hu Changzai without a hint of hesitation. Her voice loud and clear, "Gentlemen, we are merely here to take refuge. We mean no harm. Please, Continue. Her words were eloquent, yet her posture was tense, tightly gripping a metal rod. With a serious expression, Lin Sanjiu cautiously made her way to a metal filing cabinet along the wall. The fallen being across from her, adorned with a tiger tattoo on its arm, let out a derisive snort but remained unmoved. At that instant, Hu Changzai realized that Lin Sanjiu's gamble had paid off. He promptly shut the door, standing cautiously by her side. "Get out!" One of the creatures closer to them roared. Lin Sanjiu, observing its unmoving form, finally smiled. "You two are quite tall, with proboscises longer than most. At this distance, either of you could snatch the collar with a flick. Couldn't you? Keep a close watch, lest your squabble allows another to profit." Hu Changzai was nearly moved to commend her courage, were the situation less dire. Lin Sanjiu cocked her ear, hearing the approaching footsteps and the characteristic squelch of the fallen's viscous skin. "Listen, our pursuers are almost here. Do us a favor and get rid of them. Otherwise, if they swarm in, it won't be easy for you either, will it?" Her tone was somewhat impudent. She then nodded at Hu Changzai. "Go on, bandage your leg." She was confident that the two fallen would not allow the horde outside to barge in. As if on cue, the door was struck violently from the outside by a proboscis. Immediately, the two fallen inside emitted a piercing, high-pitched buzz almost simultaneously, and several screams could be heard faintly from beyond the door. The buzzing continued unabated for several minutes, and when silence returned, there was no sound to be heard outside. These two certainly don't appear to be ordinary adversaries. "Very well, once my companion's leg is tended to, we shall depart immediately." As Lin Sanjiu spoke, she knelt to examine Hu Changzai's leg wound. Hu Changzai, with a hint of gratitude, looked up. "I am unharmed. Let us proceed hence. This is not a place to linger." His tone faltered as he realized Lin Sanjiu was silently mouthing words to him. "Flee ahead, descend the stairs." She repeated the message several times until, filled with doubt, he nodded. "There, your leg is bandaged," she announced as she helped Hu Changzai to his feet. "We are grateful for your assistance. We shall take our leave." Upon opening the door, the corridor outside was, as expected, devoid of any fallen. Lin Sanjiu gently propelled Hu Changzai forward. He understood at once and dashed toward the staircase without hesitation. "I am merely curious," she said, turning around, her palms slick with perspiration. "What exactly is that collar? What is the nature of the collar that would cause you two to remain in confrontation for so long?" One of the fallen hissed impatiently. Although it remained still, Lin Sanjiu sought not an answer, but rather a fleeting lapse in their concentration. A card was launched swiftly into the air, surging upward as it reached the collar before plummeting down with considerable force. Chapter 47. What is your true potential? Descending the stairs was indeed a judicious choice. Tension, excitement, fear. A confluence of emotions seared her very core like a blazing fire. The air seemed to have never felt so thin, and her heartbeat had never been so vigorous. Just as her feet touched the ground of the first-floor hall, Lin Sanjiu barely had a moment to discern her direction before a strong hand yanked her arm, pulling her into a room. This was the very conference room from which a table had just been removed. Having just concealed herself, almost in the next heartbeat, two furious figures swept through the hall like a tempest, rushing out the main door. The conference room door stood wide open, and thus, those two fallen beings had no inkling to glance inside. No, she did not know. Lin Sanjiu took a deep breath, her lips involuntarily curving upwards, revealing a narrow smile. There was one thing she did not mention. From the moment she laid eyes on that collar, her keen intuition blared like a siren, leaving her with a singular thought. Possess it. She retrieved the blade. Mimicking Lu Zhe's previous actions, and with a swift stroke and push, a meticulously crafted metallic collar fell from the card. Although the card represented Lin Sanjiu's ability, once it manifested, it became a tangible entity. Hence, the notion that special items could merge in molecular form remained effective on the card. Lin Sanjiu seized it, the radiant golden-orange light illuminating half her face. How exquisite! The collar, composed of an unknown metal, shimmered like rippling water. Its geometric hollow patterns displayed audacious colors, predominantly golden-orange, complemented by a soft pink and a hint of sparkling blue. Though vibrant, the ensemble was lively and stunningly beautiful. Enthralled, Lin Sanjiu examined it for a moment, and with a thought, the collar transformed into a card. Pygmalion collar description. The name of this collar is derived from the renowned psychological phenomenon, the Pygmalion effect, also known as the expectancy effect. Just as individuals are influenced by the expectations others hold for them, thereby manifesting corresponding traits, the wearer of this collar will be subject to the impact of their companion's thoughts. Instructions. Upon donning, secure the clasp. Note: individuals with thicker necks should not force it. Then, have your companion envision an ability or characteristic. The ability or characteristic verbally depicted by your companion will genuinely manifest on the collar's wearer. Precautions. 1. Only constructive fantasies can be realized. For instance, he can fly is permissible, whereas he sinks upon encountering water is not. 2. Each fantasy can only be realized once, lasting for 5 minutes each time. The collar requires a 24-hour cooldown period before it can be used again. 3. Following the realization of the fantasy, the strength of the ability is constrained by the wearer's potential value. An individual with a potential value of only 5, even if they can fly, might only be able to levitate 30 centimeters above the ground. Therefore, regardless of who it is, dominating the universe is unattainable. Numbers are for illustrative purposes only. For once the collar is worn, it cannot be removed. Apart from violently destroying the collar, the only other way is to sever the wearer's head. Therefore, exercise extreme caution with your head. 5. The methods for acquiring companions and inducing them to articulate fantasies are unrestricted. Location hint. This collar appears in areas where teamwork is involved. The card's content was extensive. Lin Sanjiu scrolled twice before finishing reading it. First, Hu Changzai refrained from glancing at her out of a sense of propriety, but eventually, curiosity overwhelmed him, and he stole several furtive glances at her card. Once the card was fully read, and Lin Sanjiu had just transformed the collar, Hu Changzai urged her incessantly, "Hurry up and wear it. Let me see what it can do. I used to adore superhero movies." Faced with such an extraordinary treasure, he naturally assumed it rightfully belonged to Lin Sanjiu. She smiled at him, feeling no need for false modesty, as this was something she had risked her life to acquire. Unable to suppress her excitement, her fingers trembled slightly as she placed the collar around her neck. With a click, the metallic clasp secured perfectly at the back of her neck. She touched the cool surface of the collar and smiled at Hu Changzai. "All right, what power do you imagine I can conjure up?" A mouth, more formidable than that of a typical fallen creature, emerged, strong as granite. With a single wave, the wooden door and a section of the wall vanished, leaving behind a jagged hole. The hum of the fallen creature sent shivers down her spine. "Wonderful. It seems I am the first to find you." Lin Sanjiu fixed her gaze upon it, adopting a combative stance. "Remove that from your neck, and I shall grant you a swift end." Surprisingly, the fallen creature, despite seeing the Pygmalion collar, did not flee. Instead, it let out a cackling laugh. An idea suddenly struck Lin Sanjiu, recalling a comment from Master regarding special items. Typically, one ought to first examine the hints provided by the item itself, such as the ability enhancer. In the absence of guidance, one must find a way to activate and utilize an item at least once to grasp its general function. However, when faced with perilous situations, one may hesitate to employ such items or struggle to conceive their application, rendering even their names elusive. It is unlikely that anyone would anticipate the peculiar utilization of the Pygmalion collar, which ultimately falls upon the shoulders of a companion. This implies that the fallen being before them remains utterly ignorant of its capabilities. "Hey Hu Changzai, what was the last superhero movie you watched before the advent of the New World?" Lin Sanjiu inquired leisurely. A knowing smile spread across Hu Changzai's face as he wiped the blood and dirt smudged on his glasses, replying, "Iron Man." "Ah, is that something I could wear?" Lin Sanjiu remarked, observing the fallen one's bewildered yet wary expression, her demeanor nonchalant. "Doesn't seem very appealing, does it?" To her surprise, Hu Changzai countered, "Women should not impose such limitations upon themselves." "All right, let us give it a try." Lin Sanjiu's characteristic smirk re-emerged. The fallen being sensed an ominous turn of events. It abruptly flicked its mouthpiece, preparing to pounce. However, Lin Sanjiu's raised fist suddenly radiated a brilliant white light, followed by a ferocious gust akin to a whirlwind, accompanied by a thunderous roar that could shatter one's resolve. The fallen being was deprived of any opportunity to retaliate, as the very half of the building it occupied was reduced to mere dust, swirling through the air like powdered remnants. The remaining half of the building swayed violently as if intoxicated, causing a cascade of debris, bricks, dust, and wood shavings to fall. Chapter 48. Feng Qiqi alone. After exerting themselves for 10 minutes, the four of them had distanced themselves significantly from the place where they had become separated from Lin Sanjiu. The number of fallen creatures behind them had diminished greatly, and the remaining ones had been dispatched by Xiao Hui and Gao Fei in concert. Blood and pus splattered everywhere, creating a crimson path behind them. Fortunately, regardless of the circumstances, they had finally evaded danger. Gao Fei, panting heavily, sat down abruptly on the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow. Though it may not be appropriate to say this, he began, if Lu Zhe's friends had not met with misfortune, we likely would not have escaped so easily. Feng Qiqi's expression darkened noticeably at his words. He heavily wiped his face, his demeanor becoming somber and silent. Su Xiaoyang stood quietly nearby, while Xiao Hui stood guard beside her. I know I shouldn't speak, so please don't take it to heart, Gao Fei said, noticing Feng Qiqi's pallor. Although she is no longer with us, she was a kind-hearted girl. Let us not forget that she sacrificed herself to save others. Feng Qiqi covered his eyes with his hand. After a moment, he feigned calmness and lowered his hand, though the corners of his eyes were tinged with red. Seeing this, Gao Fei felt a pang of sympathy. He sighed softly, alas, both of you were good people. Had it not been for your timely shout just now, I might have found myself in grave peril. Upon hearing his words, Feng Qiqi offered a pale smile, responding, it was merely a simple matter of uttering a few words. It is nothing of great significance. The young man laughed heartily, and before Feng Qiqi could utter a word, he continued, I am 17, born in July. How old are you? 2 months younger than me? Ha! Then you must address me as Big Brother. Rest assured, as you have observed during our journey, my skills are quite practical. If any issues arise, I shall certainly assist you. Enough of your rambling. Have you rested well? Su Xiaoyang suddenly interjected. We must leave at once. You all go ahead. Do not mind me, Feng Qiqi replied with a sudden, feeble smile, diverting her gaze from Gao Fei's astonished expression. What are you saying? Are you planning to leave someone behind here for the fallen to devour? Even if I managed to keep up, I would merely be a burden to you all. Feng Qiqi sighed lightly, her face betraying her discomfort. In fact, just a moment ago, I twisted my ankle, and I can hardly stand now. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang quickly exchanged a glance with Xiao Hui. Gao Fei let out a profanity, then swiftly grabbed Feng Qiqi's arm, exclaiming, I thought it was something serious. It's just a twisted ankle. Must you act as if you are ready to make the ultimate sacrifice? I will carry you. Such a situation is untenable. Should we encounter a nefarious entity again, you would find it arduous to escape. Amidst Feng Qiqi's futile protests, Gao Fei hoisted him onto his shoulder with remarkable strength. Lu Zhe, standing just over 1.70 meters, fit perfectly upon the towering Gao Fei, who stood at nearly 1.90 meters. Gao Fei's extraordinary strength rendered Lu Zhe's weight inconsequential. With a grin, he raised his chin towards Su Xiaoyang and declared, Let us proceed. Mind your own business, murmured Xiao Hui under her breath, crouching down to allow Su Xiaoyang to mount her back. Thus the quartet set off. Lu Zhe, are you all right? Gao Fei inquired, his voice laced with concern. Behind them, Feng Qiqi's faint voice emerged. I think I have a fever. I feel so cold. What? Is that so? Let me take a look. Gao Fei exclaimed in alarm, halting abruptly. Su Xiaoyang, hearing the commotion, turned back to glance at them. In a fleeting moment before anyone could react, Gao Fei's neck was suddenly cleaved open, gushing forth a torrent of blood that stained the air crimson. His throat had been slashed, and blood poured into his trachea, rendering him speechless, only capable of producing gurgling sounds as he struggled. His eyes widened in terror. As his body swayed precariously, he desperately attempted to reach behind him. Feng Qiqi nimbly slid off his back, clutching a blood-soaked knife in her hand. With an impassive expression, She cast a GLA with a resounding thud. His towering frame collapsed onto the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. Blood gurgled forth from Gao Fei's neck, and soon his struggles ceased. In the stillness of the night, only the ochre-colored dust permeated the air, obscuring the shocking crimson beneath. Gradually, the dust settled, revealing Feng Qiqi's serene countenance and Lu Zhe's visage. Su Xiaoyang was utterly stunned, her knuckles white as she clutched the fabric on Little Gray's back. After a long moment, she finally managed to stammer, "Why? Why did you kill him?" The question escaped her lips with a dry, raspy quality. "Ah, you ask why?" Feng Qiqi scratched his face, as if in slight exasperation. "I thought you would have surmised it upon witnessing it." Su Xiaoyang's brow furrowed in confusion. If your friends hadn't perished, then eliminating those two would be far simpler than dealing with Miss Little Gray. Feng Qiqi took a couple of steps to the side, carefully avoiding Gao Fei's spilled blood. A few seconds of heavy silence hung in the air before Su Xiaoyang spoke, icily instructing Little Gray, "Let us depart." Chapter 49. Mather's predicament. The infirmary was probably the only place in the entire oasis, nay, the whole of Rising Sea City, that possessed a refrigerator. Mather mused with a hint of admiration. In such sweltering heat, syringes would melt, medications would degrade, and alcohol would explode. The only way to properly preserve medical supplies was to store them within a refrigerator. She reminisced about the first aid kit she had procured from a roadside pharmacy when Luther was injured, only to find the bandages tainted with mildew. She had been too anxious then. Fortuitously, Kurosiki's medication had been available. Lost in thought, she was startled by the infirmary door creaking open, revealing a face. "Oh, it's Officer Chen. I was just about to leave." Mather offered a smile as she closed the refrigerator. Chun Jinfeng entered, settling down at the examination table. "I encountered Tai Dao in the corridor earlier. You administered a very professional bandage," he remarked. "What did you do before?" "Just someone who worked in a laboratory," she replied nonchalantly. This piqued Chun Jinfeng's interest. "Oh, what specific area of research?" As she passed by him, he suddenly seized her wrist, smiling. "Don't rush off. I have something I'd like to discuss with you." After a pause, Chun Jinfeng began. "Look, the Oasis has a plethora of talent in various fields, but it lacks physicians. The infirmary currently has only one nurse, sufficient for minor injuries and ailments, but inadequate for more serious issues. Given your background as a life scientist, I presume you possess some medical knowledge? Are you suggesting I treat patients here?" Mather inquired, settling across from him, a hint of reservation in her tone. Chun Jinfeng clapped his hands together, beaming. "Precisely. Would you be willing? It's an opportunity to heal and save lives. It's not out of the question. I could come by when I'm not on assignment." As Ma Se pondered, she spoke, her words trailing off abruptly as she felt something enveloping her hand. Glancing down, she discovered Chun Jinfeng's coarse, short fingers gently caressing the back of her hand. Startled and enraged, Ma Se sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Chun Jinfeng was not at all taken aback by her reaction. He too rose to his feet. Though robust, he stood a half-head shorter than Ma Se, his gaze unabashedly roving over her figure. He chuckled. "I have devoted myself entirely to the affairs of the Oasis. While I have assisted many, I find myself quite lonely. The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed you were unlike anyone else." As he spoke, he shut the door with a decisive click, locking it behind him. "What are you doing?" Ma Se exclaimed, a flicker of panic in her voice, her eyes darting around in search of something for self-defense. "Do not be afraid. I merely wish to converse with you," Chun Jinfeng replied, settling onto a small bed in the medical room. He fixed his gaze upon Ma Se, a sticky smile gracing his lips. "There are hardly any humans left in the Oasis or indeed in the world. For humanity to flourish once more, mere survivors are insufficient. We must have a new generation. Therefore, my next step is to encourage everyone to engage in more copulation, without any taboos between men and women." He patted the bed, beckoning Ma Se to join him. Without a glance in his direction, Ma Se dashed to the door, twisting the lock with urgency. The lock clicked open, yet despite her efforts, the door remained immovable. Could this be some ability of his? Amidst Ma Se's bewilderment and fury, She suddenly heard Chun Jinfeng's damp and chilling voice resonate from behind her. Do you not wish to contribute to the revival of humanity? It is said that the further apart the races are, the smarter the offspring. Get away from me. Ma Se could no longer tolerate it and kicked towards Chun Jinfeng. Despite his short and stocky stature, he was unexpectedly agile, swiftly evading her attack. I advise you not to waste your efforts. Once my abilities are unleashed, this entire infirmary becomes my domain. Without my consent, you cannot escape, nor can anyone enter. He chuckled as he lunged at her. Ma Se was forcefully knocked down by his powerful assault, and soon after, Chun Jinfeng pinned her beneath him. He seemed to relish her futile struggles, gripping her arms firmly while sitting atop her. His eyes narrowed in amusement. Ah! Caucasian women are indeed different. So ample in both bosom and dairy. He chuckled, then suddenly delivered a heavy punch to her abdomen, causing her to curl up like a shrimp, stricken with pain and rendered speechless. Both possessed enhanced physical capabilities, so one would expect Ma Se to have some means of resistance. However, unbeknownst to her, within this lair, Chun Jinfeng's abilities were amplified. Without hesitation, he grasped her chest with great force. The fullness pressing against his palm was astonishingly soft. Wait, this sensation of fullness suddenly became peculiar. At times he opened his squinted eyes, gazing in confusion. The mather beneath him flickered like a distorted image on an old television screen, flashing in and out of existence, until suddenly, with a swift motion, it vanished, only to reappear with a sharp snap a moment later. When it disappeared, Chun Jinfeng's hand dropped straight to the ground. She was unaware of when she had ceased her struggles, lifting a face that resembled a blurred, deformed television picture, and demanded sharply, "Did you not say that it takes merely 20 minutes to walk to Longhua Road?" No sooner had her words left her lips than the mather vanished with a sharp crack. After a few seconds of waiting, the room remained desolate and empty. Unable to comprehend the situation, Chun Jinfeng hastily withdrew her abilities and, in a flurry, dashed out the door. 8 minutes later, Feng Qiqi clung to Gao Fei's back as their group made their way toward the oasis. Chapter 50. I'm sorry, I've wrecked the building indeed. The vibrations persisted in a rhythmic manner. How peculiar. The man sitting opposite him mumbled, then shifted the topic. Sitting here watching the gate all day is dreadfully dull. I wonder when we can go out on patrol. One of the men sitting at the entrance of the oasis immediately chuckled. You just want to step out for a smoke, don't you? I'm not oblivious to your intentions. Before he could finish his sentence, a leader-like figure silenced him with a sharp command. Someone is approaching, on alert. The guards sprang to their feet, scanning the distance. The lights of the oasis cast a fan-shaped halo at the entrance, while the night unfolded from afar, displaying a gradient of hues from deep to light. In this hue reminiscent of diluted ink, several figures indeed approached. Leading the way was a woman with long hair, her form marred by filth and festering wounds, appearing quite disheveled, with a young girl, little gray, strapped to her back. Su Xiaoyang straightened up on her back and waved towards the entrance from a distance. It is the small team that went out earlier. Let us first ascertain how many have returned, called the leader. Confirmed. There are only 3. This team has 3 slots. As Little Gray and her companion, Feng Qiqi, drew nearer, the leader gestured decisively, "Open the gate." Just as Little Gray was about to arrive, the iron gate began to slowly swing open. Throughout the journey, Su Xiaoyang had remained unscathed, his attire still remarkably clean. Yet at this moment he urgently shouted at those at the door, "Quickly, go alert the officials. A horde of fallen beings may pour in from Longhua Road." The gatekeepers were momentarily taken aback, turning their gazes toward the leader. After a few seconds of hesitation, before he could utter a word, a sudden gust of fine sand struck his face, compelling him to look up. Unbeknownst to them, a thick cloud of yellow dust had begun to swirl in the distance, resembling a miniature tornado, advancing with astonishing force towards the oasis entrance. Despite the considerable distance, mere seconds later, the fierce wind laden with sand bore down upon them, stinging their skin and rendering their eyes nearly unopenable. In the blink of an eye, the yellow sandstorm had enveloped them. Su Xiaoyang and his companions had long sensed that something was amiss, and they rushed through the entrance as though fleeing from danger. However, their speed could not rival that of the tempest. which had barely crossed the threshold when a fierce wind forcefully knocked everyone down at the doorway. As they lay on the ground, witnessing the sandstorm's impending destruction of the entrance, the tempest seemed to possess a will of its own, inexplicably halting just before the iron gate. The howling winds and swirling sands battered against the gate, leaving the onlookers, including the guards, in stunned silence as they beheld the enormous sandstorm that appeared almost sentient. Gradually, the yellow sands seemed to lose their momentum, gently cascading down from the air and revealing two figures at the center of the storm. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Su Xiaoyang and his companions gasped in astonishment. Are they still alive? Emerging from the swirling dust were none other than Lin Sanjiu and Hu Changzai. Suddenly, as the crowd looked on in bewilderment, Lin Sanjiu leaped up like a cat splashed with water, desperately spitting out sand while vigorously wiping his face. Hu Changzai, what kind of dreadful idea is this? I have sand in my eyes, mouth, and ears, he exclaimed. In movies, energy shockwaves don't stir up this much sand. Hu Changzai was not faring much better. His glasses were completely buried in the sand. Though Iron Man could soar through the skies, the Pygmalion collar could only manifest one illusion at a time. Thus, in order to navigate and simultaneously eradicate a multitude of fallen beings, the two had no choice but to employ energy shockwaves to rapidly agitate the air, forcefully creating a current that propelled them forward. I never anticipated that the side effects of this advancing airflow would be so profound. Lin Sanjiu, drenched in yellow sand and resembling a terracotta warrior, chuckled softly at the remark. I may have been a bit heavy-handed. Between the Oasis and Longhua Road, I've demolished quite a few buildings. He continued, you need not worry about the fallen species. Those that perished are dead, and those that fled have escaped, leaving hardly any behind. As her words faded, a distant building dramatically collapsed with a thunderous roar. The people inside were stunned. Feng Qiqi was the first to react, glaring at Lin Sanjiu. In the future, before you engage in such actions, give us a heads up. With that, he let out a sigh of relief, drawing curious glances from Su Xiaoyang and Xiao Hui beside him. Lin Sanjiu merely chuckled, pulling Hu Changzai toward the main entrance. Boss, the number of survivors in this squad has exceeded expectations. What do we do now? A man stationed at the gate grew anxious, whispering to the leader, they are about to come in. Should we stop them? Moreover, do you have confidence in defeating that woman? Hurry and find a superior officer. The leader instructed in a hushed tone. Such responsibility cannot rest upon us. The man then realized, oh, I will go immediately. In unison, they turned to see Chun Jinfeng standing behind them, his expression dark and forbidding. Chapter 51. Will you collaborate with me? Leading the way, Lin Sanjiu and Su Xiaoyang's small team was hailed as heroes of battle, welcomed into the building housing Chun Jinfeng's office amidst the cheers of the Oasis populace. In front of a multitude, Chun Jinfeng commended them with a beaming smile. However, as he turned to lead the way, his countenance underwent an abrupt transformation, becoming so somber it seemed capable of exuding moisture. Orchestrating the demise of those individuals during their mission was not an insurmountable task. Should this attempt prove unsuccessful, there would invariably be subsequent opportunities. His primary apprehension stemmed from the potential for those individuals to encounter Martha, thereby precipitating unforeseen complications. In the past, he possessed the confidence to suppress any disturbances that might arise. However, the sudden display of formidable abilities by the woman surnamed Lin had introduced a new dimension to the situation. Ultimately, the root cause lay in inaccurate intelligence. Despite assurances that her card abilities, along with her companion's transformations and data analysis, lacked significant practical value. Comrade Chun, do you happen to know Martha's whereabouts? At that precise moment, Lin Sanjiu's voice resonated from behind him. Chun Jinfeng, startled, paused momentarily before responding in a measured tone. I am endeavoring to locate her myself. Upon encountering her, please direct her to my office. I intend to assign her to duty in the infirmary. Lin Sanjiu responded with a dubious hum, refraining from further inquiries. In the dim illumination of the corridor lights, Feng Qiqi silently formed a smile. Chun Jinfeng's office was reached expeditiously. To the astonishment of all, they were indeed met with commendation. Upon reflection, it appeared that no alternative course of action presented itself under the prevailing circumstances. After offering a few words of lamentation for Gao Fei, Chun Jinfeng summoned an individual to bring in several boxes brimming with supplies as a reward. Upon inspecting the contents, Lin Sanjiu discovered a commendable assortment of items. In addition to a substantial quantity of sealed food, there were numerous daily necessities, such as pens, flashlights, and batteries. She was well stocked in both food and supplies, and after casually rummaging through the box, she unexpectedly unearthed a cockroach gel bait at the bottom. In the merciless and searing heat of this hellish environment, the only creatures that had managed to survive alongside humanity were the repugnant cockroaches. However, they had largely failed to evolve, relying solely on their innate physical structure to withstand the extreme temperatures, resulting in a significant decline in their numbers. With a spark of inspiration, Lin Sanjiu picked up the gel bait and smiled, remarking, "Just what I need for my room." She declared that the rest could be distributed among the others, as one was more than sufficient for her needs. She believed that her unique flair would be enough. But to her surprise, Su Xiaoyang, seated nearby, didn't even cast a glance at the box, and Xiao Hui remained utterly motionless. Feng Qiqi merely took 2 flashlights, leaving the remainder entirely for Hu Changzai, who seemed somewhat at a loss as to what to do with the bounty. Once everyone had claimed their share, Chun Jinfeng, radiating a beaming smile, uttered a few words. Even as the government melted away in the oppressive heat, his bureaucratic tone remained unscathed. Seizing the moment while he spoke, Lin Sanjiu discreetly covered her mouth as if to stifle a sneeze, and softly summoned the diary card. Perhaps fortune smiled upon her, for the diary card obediently revealed itself this time. As the card slid into her palm, she grasped it tightly and then unscrewed the cockroach gel bait, squeezing out a small amount of adhesive to apply to the back of the diary card. Instantly, a line of text appeared on the card. 12:58 a.m. Location: Chun Jinfeng's office. With a subtle act of protest, Lin Sanjiu discreetly affixed the repugnant cockroach bait to Benka's card, completely disregarding any potential repercussions. Her ability, Flat World, occasionally manifested a personality akin to a person's, a phenomenon she had grown accustomed to despite its uniqueness. Seizing the opportunity while Chun Jinfeng paused to hydrate himself, she gracefully arose and approached his desk. With a disarming smile, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Chen, for your consideration." As she spoke, she surreptitiously adhered the card beneath the edge of the desk. Oblivious, Chun Jinfeng responded with repeated assurances of it being his duty. Lin Sanjiu smiled and turned to face Feng Qiqi's gaze. "Did you see that?" she whispered to Feng Qiqi as she approached. "Thankfully, it was you and not someone else. I intend to uncover the extent of this Chen's secrets." Feng Qiqi nodded in acknowledgement. As the meeting drew to a close, he suggested, "Let's go." The two then proceeded towards the door. Casting a final glance at Chun Jinfeng's desk, Lin Sanjiu closed the door behind her. Silence once again enveloped the cramped, 10-square-meter office. Suddenly, a distinct thud reverberated against the door, as if struck by an object. With his enhanced hearing, Chun Jinfeng was certain that no one had passed by his door. After a few moments, he rose and opened the door. As expected, the doorway was empty, save for a solitary pebble on the floor. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed a familiar figure standing in the depths of the corridor. "What are you doing here?" Chun Jinfeng inquired as he approached the individual. "What brings you to seek my company?" 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. That should suffice. The man smiled and spoke. "I wish to inquire about what you have done to Ma Si. The dimensions of the room are 4 meters by 2.5 meters, totaling 10 square meters. The diary card has an effective range of 5 meters in all directions, amounting to 25 square meters. Thus this conversation will not be recorded." He was, of course, Feng Qiqi. "What are you saying?" "Spare your efforts." Feng Qiqi immediately interrupted him, stating that we have never mentioned Ma Si's medical training to you. After our departure, you indeed met her, did you not? Then, unbeknownst to us, something transpired, and now she has vanished. The man standing before him pressed his lips together, his gaze darkening. Upon witnessing this expression, Feng Qiqi could not help but smile in satisfaction, for he had guessed correctly. "Do not be hasty. I am not here to accuse you. I am fully aware of the reason behind Ma Si's disappearance. During this recent team operation, you intended to eliminate both me and Lin Sanjiu, did you not?" His smile remained unchanged. Killing me, well, that remains unsatisfactory for you at the moment. However, that woman, Lin Sanjiu, is indeed quite a nuisance. I too wish for her to disappear sooner rather than later. What say you, would you be inclined to collaborate with me? Chapter 52. The issues raised by Comrade Hu Changzai. Using the water obtained from Fongdan, the yellow sand washed off Lin Sanjiu was thick enough to cover the tops of her feet. As her skin regained its pristine glow, Fontaine, who was assisting her by fetching water, exclaimed, "When did you put this on? It's truly beautiful." The Pygmalion collar, once cloaked in yellow sand, now sparkled with renewed brilliance. No wonder no one had mentioned the collar during their journey. It must have been obscured by her sweat and the coating of sand, rendering even her hair nearly unrecognizable. After changing into a fresh outfit, Lin Sanjiu let her hair down, awkwardly attempting to conceal the collar. Earlier, Fontaine had mentioned that Hu Changzai had gone to the infirmary to tend to his wounds. According to Chen Jinfeng, it was possible that Master Ma was there as well. With this thought in mind, Lin Sanjiu pushed open the infirmary door. On the small bed inside lay a young man with one leg meticulously bandaged. "Is it just you here?" she asked, her tone betraying her disappointment. Hu Changzai sat up, donned his glasses with a hint of irritation, and replied, "Are you looking for the nurse? She stepped out a moment ago." "No, I was actually looking for Master Ma. It's strange. I haven't seen her anywhere," Lin Sanjiu said while searching around. Before long, she retrieved a roll of bandage from the cabinet. "How's your injury? It's not hurting as much now. The oasis is vast. It's normal not to find someone immediately," Hu Changzai casually remarked. "By the way, there's something I need to tell you." As he spoke, he suddenly looked up, his expression frozen in surprise. Ebony tresses cascaded over Lin Sanjiu's shoulders like liquid night, her amber eyes gleaming with a lucid luminescence. A visage that would have been inherently feminine, were it not for the stark white bandage coiled around her neck, lending her an aura of arresting severity. Not a peerless beauty, yet undeniably formidable. Concealed from view, is it not my collar? Lin Sanjiu patted the bandage, her gaze fixed. "Wherefore do you stare? What would you impart?" "Ah, that." Hu Changzai suppressed the sudden erratic palpitations of his heart, a flush rising on his cheeks. "Indeed, my verity unveiled has undergone an upgrade." Oblivious, Lin Sanjiu smiled, inquiring, "What matter did you seek me for?" The compulsion to utter only truth weighed upon Feng Qiqi's shoulders like a stone. After a moment's deliberation, he offered with a smile, "Dawn is nigh. Shall we partake in breakfast together anon?" Hu Changzai, with an unperturbed countenance, lifted his cup and ingested a pill. Such innocuous pleasantries posed no challenge. "Indeed. By the way, know you the whereabouts of Martha?" Feng Qiqi's heart plummeted. To profess ignorance would be a falsehood, as would any conjecture about her being summoned or otherwise occupied. Even the anticipation of her imminent return would be a deceit. Ergo, he must either remain silent or speak the unvarnished truth. With a gulp, Hu Changzai drained his cup, his gaze now piercing. Before comprehending Lin Sanjiu's newfound abilities, it is imperative not to arouse her suspicions. Feng Qiqi swiftly shifted her gaze towards her and, in a moment of desperation, exclaimed, "You've injured your neck, haven't you?" Well, actually, Lin Sanjiu was indeed diverted, and as her explanation barely began, Feng Qiqi sighed and interrupted, "How could you be so careless? Never mind. Just rest here for now. Don't concern yourself with anything else. I will come to call you for breakfast." At that moment, he could ill afford to dwell on this woman's matters. He needed to depart from here as soon as possible. To Lin Sanjiu, the phrase "other matters" naturally referred to Master, whereas to Hu Changzai it could hardly be deemed a falsehood. Feng Qiqi silently commended his quick-wittedness, relieved as he hurriedly exited the infirmary. However, unbeknownst to him, as soon as the door of the infirmary closed, Hu Changzai uttered a statement to Lin Sanjiu. "He lied to you." "Ah?" Lin Sanjiu was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "I'm not referring to just now." Hu Changzai scratched his head and explained, "After the upgrade of the falsehood detection ability, I acquired 2 new traits, one of which enables me to discern if someone has lied within the past 24 hours. Thus, was it before their departure, or during the mission? At that time, Master was still present, and there was no reason for them to mention her." What exactly did he lie to her about? The more Lin Sanjiu pondered, the more perplexed she became, her head spinning. Hu Changzai observed her brows furrowed into a tight knot, completely devoid of the calm beauty she had exuded moments ago. He let out a silent sigh, realizing that her earlier turmoil was likely due to the injury and blood loss she had suffered. With this thought, his spirits lifted considerably, and he collapsed onto the bed, declaring, "Take your time to ponder. As for me, this ailing patient needs to rest for a while." Having endured considerable strain on his wounded leg, he was utterly exhausted. "Be mindful. In my absence, there will be no one to discern your falsehoods," he cautioned, comfortably closing his eyes. Unexpectedly, Lin Sanjiu lunged forward, gripping his arm tightly. "Hey, I must ask you, can I discern truth from falsehood without relying on your abilities?" Faced with her large, cat-like eyes up close, Hu Changzai stammered, "Well, of course not. Discernment of truth is a result of my abilities." "What are you saying?" In that instant, Lin Sanjiu comprehended the nature of Feng Qiqi's deception. After a moment's contemplation, as Hu Changzai's skin became heated to the point of almost emitting steam, she remarked, "You're too close to me. A girl shouldn't." With a firm slap on the bedridden patient, she shouted, "Thanks," and promptly dashed out the door. Chapter 53. Already confused during a mission, Feng Qiqi once confided in herself, "In truth, I cannot utilize Lu Zhe's abilities." Lin Sanjiu moved with the swiftness of a fleeting shadow, yet her footsteps made not a sound. Ahead lay Qin Jinfeng's office, the door firmly shut, with light seeping through the crack beneath it. She halted, proceeding gradually to the portal. As thoughts swirled in her mind, Lin Sanjiu held her breath, listening intently for any sound from within. Lu Zhe's abilities encompassed both division and transformation. Ergo, if transformation was impossible, so too would be division. Consequently, it stood to reason that Mazer, a product of the division ability, would have encountered difficulties. Silence reigned within the room for an extended period, suggesting it was unoccupied. Lin Sanjiu cautiously rotated the doorknob. It was unlocked. Casting a swift glance, she slipped into the office, closing the door behind her. Once inside, she hastened to the desk and reached out, confirming the diary card was still present. Over the preceding 2 hours, the diary card had documented a full 10 pages, largely due to Chen Jinfeng's excessive verbosity. Familiar individuals were identified by name on the card, while unfamiliar ones were designated with generic labels such as A, B, C, or A, B, C. After a prolonged perusal, Lin Sanjiu discerned that, aside from Chen Jinfeng's initial 15-minute absence from the room, the entries primarily consisted of trivial matters, such as male subjects discussing miscellaneous affairs and female subjects inquiring about breakfast options. Upon reaching the 6th page, Lin Sanjiu's eyelids twitched, rendering her speechless. "Chen Jinfeng, you're still the best. Today, I sought the company of a foreign woman, desiring a taste, but she eluded me. Damn it, ungrateful wretch. Who knows where she's gone? Female C, disgusting, seeking others when you have me. Ah!" The scoundrel had even laid hands on Mazer. Lin Sanjiu's countenance darkened. Had the diary card been mere paper, she likely would have crushed it in her fist. Suppressing her fury, she swiftly perused the entire page. Yet Chen Jinfeng made no further mention of Mathers. She read the diary card until the very last page, but found nothing else noteworthy. Though Lin Sanjiu wasn't sure what she was seeking, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Suddenly, an exclamation escaped her lips as her gaze halted. 2:48 a.m. Tian Minbo arrived at the entrance of room 306 and knocked before entering. Tian Shu is in the oasis. The figure she had encountered on the negative first floor was indeed him. She stifled her astonishment and lowered her head to examine the card. "Tian Minbo, my information was accurate. There must be some misunderstanding." "Chen Jinfeng, misunderstanding? Then how do you account for Lin Sanjiu's display of skill?" "Tian Minbo, I believe she must have stumbled upon something advantageous." "Chief Chen, this is actually fortuitous for you. Once they are eliminated, both the copy that has separated from the mirror and that sandstorm will be yours." "Chen Jinfeng, Tian Shu, I have been exceedingly generous to you. Because you feared being discovered by them, I even dispatched Hu Changzai, who had witnessed you and knew them, on a mission. Now, it's time for you to be of use. Wouldn't you agree? Tianminbo, speak, please, speak. Chan Jinfeng. I happen to be heading out. I'll explain as we go. 2:50 a.m. The two departed the room, exiting the recording range of the card. It was at this precise moment that Chun Jinfeng left the office. Lin Sanjiu cursed through gritted teeth and pocketed the diary card. She furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment, yet could not unravel the tangled mess before her. Enough of this. If all else fails, I shall first give the field mouse a good thrashing, followed by a similar treatment for Feng Qiqi. Surely they will speak then. Displeased, she tossed aside her thoughts and decided to follow her instincts instead. To her surprise, as she lifted the door curtain, she nearly collided with someone. Upon raising her head, she was momentarily stunned. The person before her had a mane of tousled red hair and a fair complexion adorned with a few faint freckles. Who else could it be but Ma Si? Her keen intuition suddenly stirred like a jolt of electricity. Lin Sanjiu regarded her with suspicion, about to utter a word when she noticed another familiar figure approaching not far away. It was Feng Qiqi. Clearly, he had come with Ma Si. This was news she had only just gleaned from her diary card. Aside from those directly involved, it seemed no one else should be aware. Suddenly, Ma Si's expression shifted, and she scoffed. You know about Chun Jinfeng, do you? Fear not, I am fine. One day, I shall make him pay. Lin Sanjiu's gaze drifted to Feng Qiqi in the distance, and she leaned in to whisper. By the way, can Feng Qiqi utilize Lu Zhe's abilities? Of course not, came a gentle voice in reply. Chapter 54. Becoming indecent after leveling up upon encountering Ma Si once more, Lin Sanjiu felt an immense sense of relief. Although many questions lingered, she resolved to unravel them gradually. The next task at hand was to unearth the field mouse. Since the last encounter on the basement level, it became evident that the field mouse also resided in this building. With each room to explore, how could she possibly fail to find it? Yet, to Lin Sanjiu's astonishment, for 3 consecutive days, she had not caught even a glimpse of the elusive field mouse. During the past 3 days, she had stealthily risen in the early hours, once everyone had succumbed to slumber, to embark on her search. She meticulously scrutinized every single room in the basement, but yielded no results. To be thorough, Lin Sanjiu even turned the second basement level upside down, yet still found no trace of the field mouse. Was it possible that this individual did not reside within the building at all? If that were the case, it would indeed pose a predicament. Recently, the building's caretaker, Xiaoyu, seemed to be under some peculiar strain, her nerves perpetually taut. Each night, she would relocate a chair to the stairwell, as if fearing that someone might venture out during the day. Another unremarkable day passed without any fruitful discoveries. Lying in bed, Lin Sanjiu felt a growing restlessness within her. Over these days, her acute intuition buzzed incessantly in the recesses of her mind, disturbing her peace, as if something was amiss. Assisting the Oasis crew in the evenings provided a temporary respite from this anxiety. But the moment she lay in bed, it would inevitably return. Lin Sanjiu closed her eyes, inhaling deeply and slowly, then exhaling gradually. After repeating this several times, her focus shifted entirely to her breath, as stray thoughts began to dissolve like summer snow, fading into the corners of her consciousness. Her mind enveloped in a profound indigo hue, obscured from sight, akin to the tranquil depths of a silent ocean. Lin Sanjiu's current state is quite peculiar. She feels as though she is an outsider, quietly observing the depths of her own consciousness. Her gaze follows the gentle undulations of the waves, and suddenly, she discovers an immense, formless entity hidden beneath the water's surface. It is so vast that, at first glance, one might mistake it for the very sea itself. This colossal presence seems to possess a gravitational pull, drawing Lin Sanjiu in with increasing speed. Just as she believes she is about to collide with it, the entity erupts from the ocean with a thunderous roar. At that moment, Lin Sanjiu jolts awake, sitting up abruptly, gasping for breath. She distinctly senses that her keen intuition has been heightened. Heightened to what? Let me see. Lin Sanjiu closes her eyes, readjusts her breathing, and enters the meditative state she was in moments prior. Just as a violinist instinctively knows how to play a serenade. or a footballer understands how to maneuver the ball, a name naturally emerges in her mind. The brief moment spent sitting up felt like an instant, yet when she delves back into the depths of her consciousness, she discovers that the scenery has transformed entirely. Upon opening her eyes, she realizes she is seated on a small wooden stool, with a thick mat beneath her feet. The room is scattered with an array of toys, including teddy bears and toy cars. Looking down, she notices that she is holding a picture book, and a small red flower adorns her chest, which seems rather bizarre on the body of an adult woman. Where is this place? Lin Sanjiu gasps in astonishment, surveying her surroundings. In the room, aside from her, there were indeed several stools. However, upon them sat a teddy bear, Barbie, and a transformer. Clearly, this was merely a lesson being imparted to me. The speaker, unperturbed by the identity of its audience, began with a buoyant tone. You must be quite curious about the connection between intuition and consciousness. Yes? Intuition, in essence, is a judgment we make about our current circumstances based on past experiences, feelings, and various other factors. Therefore, even with keen intuition, there is no guarantee of its accuracy every time. The foundation of intuition lies within our subconscious, which remains largely unrecognized. Consciousness, on the other hand, is a formidable force that evolves from the subconscious. The speaker's tone resembled that of addressing a child, and so, we shall now learn how to harness consciousness. Once we master consciousness, we can transcend the unreliable nature of intuition and make optimal judgments at any time and place. Teddy bear, please refrain from touching Barbie's leg. Lin Sanjiu abruptly turned her head, curious to observe this kindergarten student who would undoubtedly be swept away in a crackdown in Dongguan. The teddy bear remained still, while Barbie maintained her ever-present smile. Indeed, it seemed that Lin Sanjiu's attention had been diverted by the teacher's attempt to enliven the atmosphere. You see, humans are quite peculiar. Even when situated in an extraordinary environment, they can easily be distracted by trivial gossip, the speaker proclaimed with satisfaction. What sort of teacher is this? Is there no seriousness at all? Deep within the recesses of human consciousness lies the profound influence of inherited genes. When it pertains to human reproduction, the subconscious mind inevitably directs its focus towards this matter. Every seemingly unconscious action you take is, in fact, orchestrated by your subconscious. It sounds as though one might be grasping at straws. Lin Sanjiu's expression remained quite dismal. As if he heard her grievances, the loudspeaker abruptly shifted topics. Now, let us commence today's learning session. Please raise the picture word cards you have in hand. Lin Sanjiu lifted her card, revealing a large eye depicted on the paper, with the word observe inscribed beneath it. If there were indeed a child present, they would surely be misled. Many individuals exert tremendous effort to enhance their observational skills, yet they remain oblivious to the vast quantities of information that their eyes, nose, ears, and even body have recorded in states of unawareness. However, this information is often inaccessible to the average person throughout their lifetime, as it resides within the subconscious. Upon acquiring conscious awareness, the subconscious will automatically filter and analyze the extensive information it has stored whenever needed. This may sound somewhat convoluted. Let us consider an example. Just as the loudspeaker's voice faded, a close-up of a bowl of instant noodles appeared on the screen. I truly detest that head of red hair. Maise's voice suddenly echoed through the loudspeaker, sounding as if it were emanating from afar. Two hands, which Lin Sanjiu recognized all too well, tore open the seasoning packet. She foolishly gazed at her hands, confirming that they were indeed her own. She recalled the bowl of noodles from her month spent in the underground supermarket, where she often indulged in such instant noodles. Yet, the words spoken by Mather eluded her memory entirely. What could be done? You have already been fragmented. This was the voice of Luz. Then you could transform me into Audrey Hepburn. Couldn't you? Don't jest, came the reply. Not only would maintaining such abilities exhaust me, but Audrey Hepburn as a fallen entity is truly terrifying. As the scene faded to black, Lin Sanjiu felt a shiver run down her spine, suddenly realizing something was amiss. The imagery shifted, presenting the moment she first encountered Luz and Mather at Zhu Mei's residence, where both had assumed the likeness of her parents. Luz possessed the power to transform another individual, aside from himself. How could she have forgotten something so evident from the outset? This implied that Feng Qiqi need not become Mather. He could simply find someone else to transform into Mather. Or perhaps turn that person into himself. Lin Sanjiu murmured to herself. Strangely, instead of feeling anger at this revelation, she experienced only a profound calmness. The screen abruptly went dark, and the voice of Teacher E resonated through the speakers. Because Lin Sanjiu, well, how should I put it? Her muscles surpass her intellect. Hence, she does not recall these matters. However, her subconscious remains faithfully observant, retaining everything. In less than 0.1 seconds of a glance, her subconscious could record content spanning dozens of pages. Through the application of one's consciousness, it becomes possible to extract valuable information, analyze it, and ultimately make judgments, culminating in an observational prowess akin to that of a renowned detective. The significance of such observational skills in practical scenarios remains for all students to explore. The kindergarten curriculum concludes here, and I encourage everyone to practice diligently in their daily lives, striving to advance to the elementary level as soon as possible. Class dismissed. Is this truly the end? Lin Sanjiu was filled with questions. Yet before she could voice a single one, the announcement faded away. Gradually, her surroundings blurred, and she opened her eyes once more. This time, her gaze fell upon her cramped little room. Chapter 55. The reasons not to kill him. The current state of Feng Qiqi is not her true self. After departing from the consciousness class, Lin Sanjiu, whose spirit had long been exhausted, succumbed almost immediately to sleep. Upon awakening, it was once again time to rise. The moment she opened her eyes, this thought surfaced within her mind, without a hint of hesitation. Xiaojiu, you're up too? As she lifted the curtain and stepped outside, she encountered Fang Dan emerging from the neighboring room. Lin Sanjiu's gaze swiftly swept over her figure, and suddenly, she comprehended the intent of that teacher's words. With an almost terrifying acuity, coupled with her exceptional senses, her eyes, ears, and skin constantly absorbed a wealth of information from the external world, as if a door had been opened to realms she had previously remained unaware of. If you dislike someone, just say so. Huh? What did you say? Fang Dan's face flushed crimson. Lin Sanjiu cast a sidelong glance at her, remarking, even if you accompany me, that admirer of yours might still pursue you relentlessly. Ah! How? How did you discern that? Fang Dan stammered, utterly taken aback. Lin Sanjiu chuckled softly. Before you stirred, there wasn't a peep from next door. The instant you descended from the bed springs emitted a telltale creak, followed swiftly by the sound of your footsteps rushing to the door, indicating you were anticipating my emergence. As the curtain was drawn aside, Lin Sanjiu noticed a pink card discarded on the floor. Just as she greeted Fang Dan, two women from the water well management team entered from the basement entrance, their eyes gleaming with gossipy intrigue as they cast a knowing look in Fang Dan's direction. Despite being nearly 200 meters away, their hushed conversation, laced with the cacophony of the basement, reached Lin Sanjiu's ears. She distinctly heard the phrase, "Smitten with her, wants to have dinner together." Even without knowledge of the recent rumors, one could surmise that an admirer awaits you at the entrance. Wouldn't you agree? After such an elaborate explanation, Fang Dan was rendered almost speechless. Then how did you know I don't reciprocate his feelings? I awoke late, after most of the residents had finished their meals, yet you remained hungry, awaiting my company. It's rather conspicuous, wouldn't you say? A rectangular bulge was subtly visible in Fang Dan's pocket, revealing her personal chopstick case. With chopsticks still in hand, it was evident that she had yet to dine. Observing her astonished expression, Lin Sanjiu calmly added, "By the way, tonight's meal features your least favorite dish, water-boiled mushrooms." This was due to the fact that the culinary skills at Oasis were rather subpar. The earthy aroma of the mushrooms, once boiled, could be detected even by those who had already dined. However, Lin Sanjiu refrained from voicing this thought, as she recognized that the effects of her consciousness academy were somewhat alarming. It was akin to how, after donning clothing, the brain tends to forget the sensation of fabric against the skin. The stimuli she had just experienced would have been filtered out by her mind in the past. Otherwise, the sheer volume of information encountered over a few days could easily overwhelm any supercomputer. Yet now, she felt as though all information and consciousness were operating seamlessly under a powerful orchestration. Was this what consciousness entailed? It appeared that Feng Qiqi and her companion had already gone to eat. As Lin Sanjiu approached the entrance, she glanced at Feng Dan, who seemed to be on high alert, and smiled. "Hey, I'll take care of that man for you, but could you do me a favor in return?" Feng Dan, nearly moved to tears with gratitude, responded, "Sister, just say the word. I would brave fire and water for you. While dining, seek out master, and tell her you have a headache, asking her to escort you to the infirmary for medication. Simple enough, right?" Lin Sanjiu's gaze turned cold and dark as she spoke. "If anyone inquires about my whereabouts, just say that I went to assist the well drilling team." Feng Dan, oblivious to any underlying tension, although slightly puzzled, confidently pledged, "No problem." As they conversed, the two had already stepped outside. Upon spotting Fantine, the man seated on the steps immediately surged forward with gleaming eyes, only to be intercepted by Lin Sanjiu before he could reach them. "Maintain your distance from her today, or I shall disfigure your face," she declared. With that solitary pronouncement, Fantine watched in astonishment as the man halted in his tracks, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, and silently watched them depart. Gazing at Lin Sanjiu, Fantine was momentarily speechless. It was the first time she had witnessed such formidable intensity emanating from her, and she felt a disconcerting weakness in her legs. "In any event, I should hasten to fulfill Grandma Lin's instructions," she muttered, wiping her brow and quickening her pace toward the cafeteria. Lin Sanjiu remained behind, patiently awaiting in a secluded spot. Approximately 20 minutes later, Mathers emerged from the cafeteria, supporting a visibly distressed Fantine. Lin Sanjiu remained motionless, continuing her vigilant surveillance of the cafeteria entrance. Before long, Feng Qiqi sauntered out, picking his teeth as he strolled. Upon reflection, it may have been the first instance in days that Feng Qiqi had been alone. He appeared quite leisurely, meandering about before yawning, dragging his feet, and making his way toward his residential building. Of late, the team had not been assigned any missions, leaving them feeling like idle freeloaders. Lin Sanjiu, as agile as a black cat in the night, executed her plan with stealth. The buildings in the factory district were closely spaced. As Feng Qiqi, oblivious to his surroundings, hummed a tune and passed by one of the buildings, he was suddenly propelled forward by a forceful kick to his back. Losing his balance, he tumbled into the narrow alleyway between the two structures. Before he could even utter a curse, an icy hand seized his throat, pinning him against the wall and hoisting him up. Cough, cough. Who? Who is it? The alley was shrouded in darkness, preventing him from discerning his assailant. A mirthless smile played upon Lin Sanjiu's lips, her pearly teeth the only discernible feature in the night. She whispered, "If you can't see, why not illuminate your surroundings with your phone? Tian Minbo?" The man beneath her fingers paused for a moment, then sputtered, "Sanjiu? You misunderstand. I'm not." His words ceased as he struggled in vain. Even with his enhanced physique, Lin Sanjiu wouldn't allow him to resist. A glint of metallic silver flashed as the chef's knife in her hand rested against his neck. He froze instantly, the cool blade a stark contrast against the sweltering air. "I'm not making idle threats," she said calmly. "I have no reason to let you live." The palpable aura of death finally broke him, and he collapsed, pleading, "Wait, wait. It wasn't my idea to deceive you like this." Still in the guise of Lu Zhe, it seemed Tian Minbo was unable to revert to his original form. Lin Sanjiu, utterly disgusted, chuckled softly. "I suppose I could spare you. I'll just break your legs and hand you over to Hei's Ji." Tian Minbo's face turned ashen, realizing Lin Sanjiu was acquainted with Hei's Ji. Entrusting matters to Kurosawa is less preferable than meeting one's demise at her hands. The thought alone sends shivers coursing through him. "You cannot do this," he exclaims. "Oh, why not?" After much effort, he retrieves a piece of paper from his pocket, his limbs trembling uncontrollably as he raises it aloft. "Because I am a visa officer." Chapter 56. With the presence of the field mouse, the narrative becomes significantly clearer. Visa effective date: 6 months prior to the arrival of the beautiful new world. Single entry visa, multiple entries prohibited. This visa is issued by the highest visa officer of the extreme Wormhill. "See? I told you so." The field mouse crumples under the threat of the blade, the visa trembling in his grasp. "This is for someone else. Thankfully, I had it on me. Lin Sanjiu scrutinizes the visa. It is indeed identical to the one discovered on Renan. Whom did you issue this to? There is no name here. As she speaks, she casually slips the visa into her pocket. The field mouse's face contorts into an expression of near despair, appearing utterly incongruous against Lu Zhe's countenance. I gave it to Feng Qiqi. Visas bear no names. Even if you take it, it would be of no use to you. Setting that aside, there are numerous inquiries I wish to make of you. Lin Sanjiu offers him a cold smile, denying him the opportunity to respond as she delivers a swift kick to his knee. Seizing the moment as the field mouse collapses, she grips the nape of his neck. I shall now escort you to a place where we can converse. I advise you to refrain from making any sudden movements. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate if that knife were to unexpectedly slip from my grasp. You are well aware of my abilities, and at worst, I would be willing to forego my visa. The coolness of my fingers, even through the fabric, felt as though they carried immense weight. The timid field mouse dared not move, responding only with meek affirmations. This slippery character had successfully deceived even a cunning old fox like Li Jijun, and to extract the truth from him, Hu Changzai's assistance would be imperative. Calculating the time, it had indeed been over 20 minutes. By now, Fong Dan and her companions should have departed. Listening closely, Lin Sanjiu opened the infirmary door and, with a resounding thud, tossed the field mouse to the ground, promptly shutting the door behind her, one foot firmly planted on his leg. Inside, it was evident that only Hu Changzai remained. Startled by the suddenness of it all, he nearly toppled from his small bed. What is going on here? Can't we have a civil conversation? Aren't you friends with him? At this moment, the field mouse was still intent on introducing him to a helper. Upon seeing the individual, his eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Utterly astonished that the assistant would be Lu Zhe, Chen Jinfeng then provided an explanation, allowing the field mouse to comprehend that the current Lu Zhe was no longer Lu Zhe, but rather Feng Qiqi, who stood firmly on his side. However, both the field mouse and Chen Jinfeng remained oblivious to the reason behind Ma Sei's sudden disappearance. Even when questioned, Feng Qiqi remained silent, transforming the field mouse into her own likeness while she assumed the guise of master. Together, they managed to deceive Lin Sanjiu for several days. Gazing at the familiar face before her, one that had fought alongside her through thick and thin, Lin Sanjiu felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. No wonder Master had been extolling the ferocity of the sandstorm on that fateful day. She must have been probing into my capabilities. Several times, Lin Sanjiu contemplated revealing the truth to Master, but her keen instincts had been agitated by a persistent alarm, leaving her in turmoil and unable to speak. Unexpectedly, Hu Changzai, who was nearby, turned pale upon hearing her words. Master is not the real person? He stammered, causing Lin Sanjiu's heart to skip a beat. Just earlier, when she and Fong Dan were collecting medicine and conversing, she had inadvertently disclosed the information. Her blood raced. Had it not been for the presence of the field mouse beside her, she might have cried out. Steadying her nerves amidst Hu Changzai's flustered explanations and apologies, she asked, "Did you reveal the principle of that thing?" No. I merely mentioned that you possess that item," Hu Changzai hurriedly replied. The field mouse's eyes darted around. Lin Sanjiu fell into silence. "Field mouse, let me ask you, does Chen Jinfeng know about your transformation with Feng Qiqi?" After a brief pause, she suddenly inquired. "I see." She glanced at the field mouse and then at the guilt-ridden Hu Changzai before quietly leaning in to whisper a few words into his ear. What are they truly discussing? Just as the thought of speculation began to surface, the field mouse was drawn to a peculiar sound resembling the flutter of wings emanating from its right shoulder. Turning to investigate, it discovered a colossal green mantis perched upon it, seemingly having arrived unnoticed. "I need you to accomplish a task for me. Should you disobey, this creature shall sever your head," Lin Sanjiu remarked with a faint smile. Chapter 57. The Return of Mather. Feng Qiqi, I just encountered Cadre Chun. The field mouse peeked into the room through the fabric curtain, wearing an oddly perplexed expression. "Did I not instruct you to call me Mather?" Mather, who was seated on the bed lost in contemplation, impatiently raised her head to admonish him before inquiring, "What does he want?" Yes. The field mouse entered the room, cautiously smiling as he continued. It seems he has had a bit to drink. His face is quite flushed. I'm not sure if he saw you somewhere, but upon spotting me, he insisted that Mather should visit his office. He is feeling rather lonely and wishes for your company. These implications were easily understood by any man, causing Feng Qiqi to lift his head in astonishment. He then muttered to himself, so it appears this fellow harbors such intentions towards Mather. It seems that during the mission that day, Chen Jinfeng intended to make his move. Forget it, let us not concern ourselves with him. He finally concluded after a moment of reflection, leaving the field mouse with a crestfallen expression. As he departed from the infirmary, Lin Sanjiu snapped her fingers, rendering the praying mantis on his shoulder invisible. Yet, even with the mantis unseen, he could still sense the chilling scythes, rising and falling in tandem with his Adam's apple. The formidable woman named Lin had made her intentions unequivocally clear. He must devise a method to summon the genuine Mathers, or she would, without regard for her visa, deliver him to Kurosawa Im. No, this won't do. Officer Chun, having indulged in quite a bit of alcohol, insisted repeatedly, Mathers must go. Or he will come looking for me. I only just managed to fob him off. You must find a solution, Field Mouse said in a fluster. Damn it. Feng Qiqi muttered under his breath, a headache washing over him. Offending Chun Jinfeng was undesirable, but he couldn't possibly offer himself up to drink with him, could he? After a moment's contemplation, he made a resolute decision. Fine, I'll coax Mathers into going. He won't succeed anyway. Before Field Mouse could fully grasp his meaning, Feng Qiqi rose to his feet and, with a wave of his hand, dispelled their transformed appearances. Field Mouse, restored to his original form, examined his short, stout hands and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Field Mouse nodded vigorously. She knows you. It won't do for her to see you. You should leave. Upon hearing this, Field Mouse felt as though he had been granted a pardon. He responded affirmatively and turned to exit the private room. His demeanor prompted Feng Qiqi to cast another glance in his direction, though he remained silent. As the curtain fell over the doorway and Field Mouse's footsteps faded into the distance, Feng Qiqi closed his eyes. After a while, as the veins on his forehead gradually bulged, his body suddenly flickered like an old film, and a figure abruptly emerged from him, stabilizing itself upon landing. It was Mather. Have you heard? Mather recalled Chun Jinfeng, his complexion instantly turning a shade of iron. I will not spare that scoundrel. Feng Qiqi nodded, about to speak when she suddenly noticed Mather's mouth agape. His expression one of astonishment, as his gaze shifted upward. Just as he was about to look up, a gust of wind rushed past his ear, followed by a heavy blow, plunging him into unconsciousness. What is happening? She wiped her face, seemingly in disbelief, glancing at the intact building materials. She signaled to Hu Changzai, and the two silently exited the room, leaving Mather and Feng Qiqi alone. His neck awkwardly strained to lean in the opposite direction, as if trying to evade the enormous mantis perched on his right shoulder. Lin Sanjiu cast him a sidelong glance. The mantis was a result of the Pygmalion collar's effect, which had expired 5 minutes prior. It was precisely for this reason that she had rendered the mantis invisible. This time, the fantasy Hu Changzai described to her involved summoning a terrifying, camouflaged insect, yet it did not encompass combat abilities. Had the field mouse possessed a bit more courage to resist, it would have long realized that the mantis was merely a paper tiger. You are far too cautious about your life, Lin Sanjiu sighed. Being overly protective leads to neglecting everything else. As she spoke, she reached out toward the field mouse's shoulder. The field mouse, overwhelmed with gratitude, leaned forward and managed to utter half a word of thanks when Lin Sanjiu suddenly struck with a decisive hand chop, rendering the second victim unconscious for the day. What do you intend to do with him? Hu Changzai, startled, adjusted his glasses and inquired. Bind him up. I shall extract a few visas from him when I have the time. Lin Sanjiu replied with a cold smile. Chapter 58. Do you believe you have anticipated the ensuing events? Just as the field mouse was tied up like a dumpling and tossed into the cargo hold of the truck, in a single room on the negative first floor, Maze knelt before Feng Qiqi. Hey, wake up, she said, while briskly slapping Feng Qiqi's face. Maze's emerald eyes fixed intently upon him. It's nothing. I just felt like having a chat with you. Why must you tie me up to converse? Is Lin Sanjiu here? Upon thinking of this, Feng Qiqi immediately became alert, raising his head to scan the surroundings, yet he found nothing amiss. Maze smiled at him and took a seat opposite him, their gazes locking in an unspoken exchange. Feng Qiqi, although our relationship is the most strained, and we argue at every opportunity, I must concede that since our encounter today, our interaction has been rather pleasant. Did Lin Sanjiu say something to you? Feng Qiqi retorted, clearing his throat a few times. I advise you to heed my words. Maze, disregarding his comment, chuckled softly to herself. Among the 11 personalities apart from myself, you are the second to last person I wish to see. These words seemed to possess an enchanting power, causing Feng Qiqi to fall silent, refraining from inquiring who the last person might be. It's certainly a relief that the sociopath hasn't emerged. Wouldn't you concur? Alas, my command of the Chinese language is not yet impeccable. What is the Chinese term for that? She glanced at the other person, continuing, You recall, do you not? The time when Lu Zhe was confined to the asylum, when a consortium of international experts diagnosed him, each independently confirming the existence of our 11 distinct personalities. Only the final persona remained elusive, unseen by any physician and unfamiliar to us all. Just when it was universally accepted that the 12th personality was non-existent, a female doctor arrived, quite fetching, as I recall. In her pursuit to comprehend this exceedingly rare case of dissociative identity disorder, she engaged in an entire night of discourse with Lu Zhe. The following day, she was discovered, unclothed, deceased in her office. Her abdomen was grotesquely distended, akin to that of a pregnant woman, filled with the very cushions and documents from her office, all reportedly saturated in blood. Upon the sutured incision of her abdomen was inscribed the 12th, accompanied by a heart. The 12th. All the physicians knew was this designation. None had ever laid eyes on this individual, male or female. Of what age? Bearing what name? All remained unknown. One could only deduce from his manifestations that he was alas, what is it called in Chinese? Feng Qiqi spoke with a gentle utterance. A sociopathic personality. His intonation was peculiar, his enunciation indistinct and ambiguous, soft, yet imbued with a distorted allure that compelled one to listen further. Neither Lu Zhe nor the former Feng Qiqi had ever spoken in such a manner. Mather's countenance underwent an immediate transformation. She endeavored to steady her trembling hands, inhaling deeply as she inquired, How can you substantiate that you are, in fact, the genuine Feng Qiqi? He raised his gaze, regarding Mather for a moment before offering a smile that bordered on the innocent. In that case, never mind. Maintaining the pretense of speaking in Feng Qiqi's manner is rather exhausting. The words that issued from his lips were soft, light, and somewhat indistinct, markedly different from before. Mather stared at him, speechless for a long while. Strange. I specifically feigned being your nemesis, Feng Qiqi, so you wouldn't realize. Wouldn't it be normal to antagonize you if I were him? How did you come to suspect me? Feng Qiqi, or rather 12, inquired with a puzzled tilt of his head. One's enemy knows them best, Mather uttered, her face ashen. 12 nodded, seemingly in agreement.
No wonder.
However, I am the one who now controls Luz's body. I can split you off and I can also reintegrate you. Though it would be somewhat troublesome. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Mather gritted her teeth, her nails elongating with a sharp sound as she fixed her gaze upon his eyes. Then by all means try it. 12 glanced at her nails, his brow furrowing slightly, extending them despite their ineffectiveness. Oh, I recall you underwent an upgrade during your slumber, it seems. At this juncture, a rigid smile appeared on his face. Let us see the extent of your upgrade, shall we? If a plastic mannequin were capable of smiling, it would undoubtedly resemble this expression. I warned you. Marth leapt to his feet, swiftly swiping his claws towards Subject 12, the gust of wind sweeping the curtain at the door. Do not make that expression with Luz's face. Even when bound tightly, Subject 12 remained as agile as a fish. He kicked his legs and rolled away, narrowly evading the lengthy claws while struggling to free himself from the ropes. Marth would not grant him such a chance. With fingers curled like talons, he lunged once more. Subject 12's eyelids flickered, revealing a moment of confusion. Marth's claws had transformed, no longer shimmering with a metallic sheen. The present claws appeared to possess a matte finish, their hardness alarming. The walls, gored by the claws, blossomed with deep gashes, through which one could even glimpse the adjacent bed. Understanding dawned upon him. "Thank you for helping me untie this knot," Subject 12 said politely, stepping out from the shattered noose. Instantly, Marth halted in his tracks. Subject 12 smiled and took a step forward, just as he was about to act. Suddenly, he expressed surprise. "Oh, the ability is gone, isn't it?" The woman across from him suddenly spoke, her tone laced with delight. "How unfortunate that you lack even basic abilities." Subject 12 looked up at her in astonishment. No matter the expression he wore, it always seemed to come from behind a veil, faint and devoid of authenticity. Suppressing her unease, Martha surged forward. Martha's new ability. The very soap used for cleansing becomes soiled. Introduction. When wounded by the nail, all evolutionary abilities, both basic and advanced, are nullified within 120 seconds. A nail tainted with the victim's blood cannot be used again for 24 hours. Only a pristine nail can activate the cleansing ability. Having subdued the formidable 12 with her newfound power, Martha felt a wave of relief wash over her, leaving her utterly enervated. Gazing at the comatose 12, she furrowed her brow, a sense of unease creeping in. After some deliberation, she concluded that it was best to apprise Xiaojiu of the situation. With a sigh, Martha shoved him under the bed and turned to leave. As she stood hesitantly at the entrance, unsure of where to find Xiaojiu, who had departed without mentioning her destination, a voice called out from afar, "Martha!" Had Lin Sanjiu been present, she would have immediately recognized Fong Dan. However, due to Lu Zhe's personality fragmentation and shape-shifting abilities, the situation had subtly grown intricate without anyone realizing it. During the days when 12 impersonated Martha, he had met Fong Dan numerous times through Lin Sanjiu, leading Fong Dan to recognize Martha. Yet, on the day Lin Sanjiu met Fong Dan, the real Martha had vanished, resulting in Martha's unfamiliarity with Fong Dan. "Who are you?" Martha inquired warily, her vigilance heightened after her recent encounters with individuals like 12 and Chen Jinfeng. Fong Dan opened her mouth, then hesitated, closing it again. She cast a furious glance at Maze, bewildered by the other's peculiar demeanor. "If you are looking for Xiaojiu, she is in the well management group." With that, she turned and walked away. Earlier, while heading to the cafeteria, Lin Sanjiu had instructed Fong Dan to inform Maze of her whereabouts if asked, specifically to mention the well management group. Although Maze had not inquired, Fong Dan had kept this instruction in mind. Maze's restless scanning of her surroundings clearly indicated she was searching for someone, prompting Fong Dan to willingly relay Lin Sanjiu's message. Despite her evident confusion, Maze proceeded to the well management group. The group was quite distant, and under these peculiar circumstances, by the time she realized that Xiaojiu was not present and returned after several futile laps, nearly 40 minutes had elapsed. Upon hearing Maze's account, Lin Sanjiu was taken aback. Rest assured, if the ability to split is to be retracted, it is not merely a matter of thought. Maze offered her a reassuring smile, yet the question of what to do next was a source of mild frustration. Nevertheless, they both descended the stairs towards Maze's room. Lin Sanjiu disclosed the identity of the field mouse to her, stating, "Now that we have located the visa officer, there is no need for us to linger here. Let us take the vehicle and depart." As she spoke, she lifted the curtain and crouched down to glance beneath the bed. Maze observed Lin Sanjiu still back and chuckled, "Did I beat him too badly?" Lin Sanjiu turned her head, her expression pale. "There is no one under the bed?" Chapter 59. The oasis of daylight reveals its fangs. Beneath the bed, only a torn piece of bed sheet lay. Upon seizing the bed sheet, Martha was seized by immediate regret, lamenting her oversight. Once the 120 seconds of reprieve had elapsed, the bedsheet would undoubtedly prove insufficient to restrain the physically enhanced 12. Regret, bewilderment, and a hint of trepidation swiftly overwhelmed her. Had she not squandered those 40-odd minutes, he might not have escaped. However, the most pressing issue loomed over them like a monolithic boulder. Should 12 deliberately venture far afield, would Martha once again face the specter of obliteration? At this thought, Lin Sanjiu was unable to remain seated. "Martha, do not fret. We shall seek him out forthwith. The oasis's gates are under guard. He cannot have absconded." Martha sighed, He remains within the oasis. I can sense it. Casting a glance at her companion, she elucidated with a touch of agitation. For instance, I can operate within a 100-meter radius centered on loser. When the distance between us approaches 70 meters, a sense of foreboding descends upon me. Yet, I perceive no such unease indicating his proximity. Of this I am certain. Lin Sanjiu sighed, uncertain whether this constituted good tidings. While Martha was not in immediate danger of vanishing, a homicidal maniac lurked in the shadows, fixated upon them. After a moment's contemplation, she clapped her hands together, her resolve solidified. Martha, let us depart. Her countenance was grave. I have a thought. The visa officer has now been located, and the situation in Oasis is exceedingly complicated. Not to mention, Chun Jinfeng harbors unfavorable intentions towards them. Had it not been for the constraints imposed a few days ago, it would be foolish to remain. Now 12 is missing. If our two companions can exit Oasis a moment earlier and lie in wait outside, they are bound to capture him. Although Oasis has been transformed from an industrial area, for safety reasons, the agricultural zones at the rear are fortified with high walls and iron gates. If 12 intends to leave, he must proceed from the front, scaling the walls or forcibly breaching the gates. Regardless of the method he chooses, our presence outside should suffice. Though still merely a rough idea, it possesses considerable feasibility. Masa's expression gradually brightened as her worries diminished. This indeed is a viable solution, she exclaimed with a hint of excitement. The only issue that needs addressing within this plan is how to ensure both individuals and vehicles depart without a sound. The people are manageable, but the convoy poses a significant challenge. Not only would it be impossible to drive out openly, even repositioning could attract unwanted attention. I propose that we stealthily venture out during the day to gather intelligence on the situation. Lin Sanjiu furrowed her brow, contemplating for an extended period, and ultimately conceived this rather inadequate suggestion. During daylight, when everyone is asleep, the vigilance would likely wane. Meanwhile, it is imperative that you remain vigilant. Should there be any occurrence of straying too far from 12, or getting too close, you must inform me immediately. Mas nodded, her expression tinged with unease. She can be considered an eyewitness to the incident involving the death of the female doctor. Previously, she coexisted within the same body as 12 others, and as long as they posed no threat to one another, all was well. However, the sudden emergence of the current circumstances has resurrected the shadows of the past. Lin Sanjiu observed the turmoil but felt powerless to intervene. After deliberating for a while on their course of action for the day, they both fell silent, burdened by their thoughts. With a murderer lurking nearby, they dared not separate, instead huddling together on Lin Sanjiu's single bed, managing to rest their eyes for a brief period. Time passed, and sounds began to filter up from the hall on the first floor, a cacophony that grew louder like the rising tide. As people moved about, the aroma of food gradually permeated the air. Lin Sanjiu realized that another day of toil had come to an end, signaling the time for dinner. Despite lacking an appetite due to the day's anxieties, the two of them forced down a considerable amount of food. After returning to bed, they lay there for another 2 or 3 hours. As the dim light in the basement brightened slightly, the inhabitants of the oasis gradually settled into silence, sinking into slumber, their breaths merging into a soft symphony. When Lin Sanjiu sensed that most people had fallen into a deep sleep, she quietly sat up and beckoned to Mather. The two of them stealthily made their way down the corridor, moving at an unhurried pace. In room 1628, Fong Dan set down a charred book, fixating on the 2 pairs of feet that had passed beneath the curtain, tilting her head in contemplation. I am a bit concerned about Lu Zhe, Mather suddenly whispered as they traversed the corridor composed of over 200 small compartments. Why? Lin Sanjiu inquired. He is completely unaware of the incident involving the female doctor. Mas forced a smile. When the matter came to light, it was precisely when another persona had taken over. The doctors, after conferring with the 10 of us, resolved to keep this from Luz. She sighed. Luz is still a minor. He is but a child. When he first met us, as you witnessed, he found the notion of dissociative identity disorder captivating and took pride in his multiple identities. If he were to discover that a monstrous entity resides within him, one that has used his own hands to cruelly take the life of an innocent woman. At this point, she could scarcely continue. Lin Sanjiu fell silent as well. Indeed, Luz, with his cheerful disposition and penchant for conversation, possessed a tender heart akin to that of many ordinary, kind-hearted young men. He would certainly be unable to bear such a revelation. Not only Luz, but were the situation to befall oneself, one would find it intolerable. Mas shared a deep bond with him, and Lin Sanjiu felt at a loss for words of comfort, instead gently patting her shoulder. After walking for a while longer, they arrived at the staircase. As anticipated, Xiaoyu was seated on a folding stool by the door, her weary face resting against the wall, eyes closed, her head nodding slightly. I found it curious. Why was she so afraid of going out during the day? Lin Sanjiu muttered a complaint, but in the next moment her gaze shifted, revealing the reason. Beside Xiaoyu was a cup of water and a folded piece of paper, from which faint markings of black ink were discernible on the back. 5 days prior, Lin Sanjiu had encountered a similar piece of paper near Xiaoyu. Almost instinctively, she summoned the imagery of that day from the Mind Mechanics Academy. The words that had bled through the paper were enlarged and inverted, allowing her to swiftly discern the contents inscribed upon it. It listed the names of 5 living officials from the Oasis, along with several pertinent notes. Upon comparing the 2 sheets, Lin Sanjiu realized that within the brief span of a few days, 3 of the officials had been replaced, one of whom was Sister Li. The reasons were similar. Someone from their building had ventured out during the day. Xiaoyu's heightened sensitivity likely stemmed from this. Be cautious. Let us circumvent her. Lin Sanjiu whispered quietly to Ma Se. Ma Se nodded, tiptoeing carefully over Xiaoyu's cup. Her movements were always exceedingly graceful, and she soon arrived at the stairway door, placing her hand on the handle and gradually, almost imperceptibly, began to open it. Throughout this, Xiaoyu remained blissfully unaware, her head having lolling onto her shoulder as she fell into a deep slumber. As the door was silently closed, a head peeked out from the nearby corridor. It was Fong Dan, who, driven by curiosity, had followed suit. How strange! What could Xiaoju possibly be sneaking out to do at this hour? And it appears she has reconciled with Ma Se. She murmured softly to herself as she approached the staircase, glancing around to ensure no one was present. With Xiaoyu sleeping soundly, she felt a rush of exhilaration, akin to that of a thief. Suddenly, Fong Dan imitated Ma Se's earlier actions and quietly opened the door. Exiting from the basement level, she encountered the staircase leading up to the first-floor hall. The footsteps of the 2 individuals were barely audible, and as Fong Dan listened intently, she ascended the stairs. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. As she groped her way upward, her foot unexpectedly stumbled, nearly tripping over several scattered bricks. She hastily regained her balance, causing one of the bricks to tumble down the stairs with a series of clattering sounds, crashing against the basement door. Fong Dan's heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest, and without a moment's hesitation, she hurried up the stairs, pushing through the door into the first-floor hall. Outside, it seemed darker than she had anticipated. Momentarily disoriented, she blinked in confusion. The harsh sunlight of day appeared to have lost some of its potency. Although the hall was considerably brighter than the lower level, it still bore an air of dimness. A quick glance revealed 2 figures standing motionless at the entrance, their silhouettes stark against the light streaming in. The shadows formed by the 2 figures, Lin Sanjiu and Ma Se, were deepened, almost as if they were enveloped in darkness. Fong Dan felt a mischievous urge to approach and greet them, hoping to startle them in the process. Outside, a throng of fallen beings had sprouted pairs of ebony wings, flitting about in the sky, obscuring the sunlight and casting a plethora of shadows on the ground. At the exit of several buildings in the oasis, numerous fallen beings had already plummeted to the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. Chapter 60. Announcement of the entire oasis, flat world. In the card collection of Lin Sanjiu, a baton. Description: the battery is nearly depleted. Please be cautious in its usage. 3 small knives. Description: inexpensive fruit knives. A mere adhesive bandage suffices to staunch the bleeding from a cut. A brick. Description: a construction material. It is said that the men of northeast China and Beijing are fond of brandishing this to call others. Pygmalion collar. Remaining cooling time: 8 hours and 09 minutes. A gentle reminder from Teacher E. Please prioritize your safety. The above information is sourced from Consciousness Academy. You must be jesting with me. Lin Sanjiu erupted in fury, abruptly seizing the incapacitated Xiaoyu from the ground, and in a frenzied manner, she turned and fled. Fong Dan and Ma Se, not daring to linger for even a second, closely followed in her wake towards the stairwell. However, before they could approach, a shadow had already leapt over their heads. Lin Sanjiu had lunged in front of Fong Dan, executing a powerful kick that forced back a fallen creature intent on attacking her. Indeed, the fallen were momentarily thrown into disarray, yet their assault became increasingly ferocious, as if they were determined to annihilate the trio before they could utter another sound. They were significantly more formidable than the usual fallen. Their mandibles moved with such speed that they were nearly impossible to perceive. Lin Sanjiu summoned the baton, disregarding the need to conserve power, and retaliated with wild ferocity, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, managing to withstand the combined onslaught of two fallen creatures. A piercing whistle rang out for nearly a minute, after which Fong Dan lowered the whistle and, with all her might, bellowed at the top of her lungs. Fallen creatures have invaded the oasis. Fallen creatures have invaded the oasis. Then came a series of sharp whistles. Despite being embroiled in a strenuous battle, Lin Sanjiu distinctly perceived the commotion erupting on the two subterranean levels. Soon, the tumultuous thud of footsteps ascended the staircase, and a man was the first to burst through the stairwell door. His eyes widened as his gaze fell upon the scene in the hall, but before he could react, a fallen creature abruptly lunged forward. With a swift unfurling of its proboscis, a human head soared through the air like a macabre ball. The edge of the proboscis was lined with a row of previously unseen, sharp, dense teeth. The headless body collapsed heavily onto the floor, immediately triggering a chorus of female screams behind him. This single act shattered the remaining doubts of the crowd, causing them to erupt into chaos. Some turned and fled, others cried out while pushing and shoving, and still others roared in anger, attempting to charge forward. The cacophony of sound swelled in waves, the vast hall amplifying the noise to carry far and wide. Fong Dan gritted his teeth and somersaulted out of the way. With a swift motion of her right hand, Lin Sanjiu launched two cards like projectiles towards the rear. A moment later, a pained screech echoed as two inexpensive fruit knives plunged deeply into the fallen creature's eyes. Meanwhile, two fallen creatures pursued the fleeing crowd down to the first basement level, cutting through them like vegetables, splattering blood everywhere. The other two in the hall, witnessing their companion's injury, let out a low hiss and pounced forward. At that moment, Fong Dan's heart-rending roar finally echoed from the distance. Arise and fight. The fallen creatures have invaded the oasis. A series of shouts, like thunderclaps, jolted the oasis awake. It took only a few brief seconds for the crowd to transition from initial bewilderment to terrified cries upon confirming the situation. Of what use is it to rouse them? Mazer's elongated steel armor braced against the oncoming mandibles, sweat pouring down his face. Was this not a futile sacrifice for those ordinary souls? Do you not comprehend? These fallen beings dwell within the oasis. Lin Sanjiu parried a counterattack, leaping gracefully as her baton traced an arc in the air, forcefully driving the fruit knife into the skull of the injured fallen creature. The entity staggered momentarily before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Mazer, momentarily stunned by this revelation, narrowly evaded a strike aimed at his back, rolling away just in time. They had not been here for merely a day or two. They typically concealed their presence and refrained from attacking humans. Lin Sanjiu's finger grazed the corpse on the ground, which instantly transformed into a card that she cradled in her palm. Their reluctance to expose themselves to the denizens of the oasis must surely have a reason. I must render them wary of reprisal. Although her words were resolute, the sight of two fallen beings descending the stairs, accompanied by the haunting cries echoing from the basement, weighed heavily upon her conscience, embodying the distressing notion that while she did not slay Bo-Run met his demise due to her actions. The chaos outside escalated, as terrified crowds fled in disarray, becoming a trapped pack of cornered beasts with no escape. Sporadic splashes of blood amidst the throng heightened the tension, rendering the atmosphere palpably suffoca in this hellish scene. A long whistle suddenly pierced the air from an unknown source. As if responding to a command, the fallen beings in the hall ceased their actions, and the two descending returned to their previous position. The words spoken by Lin Sanjiu had long reached their ears. One of them squinted at her, remaining silent. Subsequently, all four turned and soared out of the hall. Looking out from the entrance, the fallen beings, which had previously obscured the sun like dark clouds, flew away in a singular direction. A voice resonated. "Attention, all personnel. This is Professor Bai's office. According to credible witnesses, the tragic events of today are solely due to collusion between certain individuals within the oasis and the fallen beings, which led to their incursion. As the last hope for humanity's resurgence, we must not tolerate such circumstances. We will now announce the names of the traitors: Lin Sanjiu, Ma Se, Fong Dan. The traitors comprise 3 women, aged between 20 and 30, with possible accomplices. Notably, the ringleader Lin Sanjiu bears a bandage around her neck, while Ma Se is a red-haired Caucasian. All citizens of the oasis bear the responsibility to seek out and report the location of the traitors. Meanwhile, all guards are to cancel their shifts and strictly monitor the entrances and exits to prevent the escape of the traitors. I repeat, Chapter 61. I am reluctant to leave. Nightfall has arrived. Despite the fact that 7 hours have passed since the discovery of the fallen beings, Lin Sanjiu and her companions remain unfound. In the cafeteria, the hall, the water room, every location equipped with a loudspeaker reverberates with incessant broadcasts. At this moment, a trembling female voice emerged. I, as the life officer, sensed something amiss and quietly followed them. However, I never anticipated that these few individuals could be so depraved. They actually conspired with the fallen to bring them into the oasis to slaughter our compatriots. It was indeed the voice of Xiaoyu. Once she concluded her testimony as a witness, the authoritative yet emotionless male voice resonated again. If it were not for Xiaoyu alerting us today, we might have lost more than 210 lives. 3 women regard the lives of our 1,800 people as mere trifles. Can we allow such traitors to live? Sentence them to death. Let us avenge our brethren. A wave of irrational fury surged, sweeping across the entire oasis. Capture the traitors. A shout blended into the crowd of the power management group, swiftly merging into the cacophony, becoming indistinguishable from the rest. After Hu Chang uttered this cry, he lowered his arms and glanced around nervously. Fortunately, it seemed no one had noticed him, though his ability could not discern the authenticity of broadcasts or television. He still did not believe that Lin Sanjiu would truly collude with the fallen to commit murder. Nonetheless, such thoughts were ones he dared not voice, for he found himself amidst an exceedingly fervent crowd. Today's work shall conclude here, the team leader of the power group suddenly proclaimed loudly, waving his hand. Next, everyone must dig 3 feet into the ground to locate those women. Absolutely, the team members replied with enthusiasm. The team leader then revealed a box filled to the brim with flashlights and batteries. The members took turns to collect their flashlights, but when it was Hu Changzai's turn, the leader abruptly closed the box. I recall that you have a rather close relationship with that woman wrapped in bandages, he said, casting a sidelong glance at Hu Changzai. Hu Changzai felt a chill run down his spine, as if the hostility directed at him could pierce through his clothing. I was also deceived, he stammered, his face flushing crimson, for he had never uttered a single lie in his life. I was unaware and am quite upset. The team leader regarded him for a moment, perhaps swayed by Hu Changzai's usual honest demeanor, and chose not to press further. Instead, he pushed the box aside and nodded toward the dormitory building. You need not concern yourself with this matter today. Go and rest. Hu Changzai suppressed the urge to argue and silently turned to leave. At that moment, a man with a center-parted hairstyle stepped forward. Leader, why not let him join me in searching for the traitor? It would be a chance to see if he is truly loyal to Oasis. Hu Changzai paused, and before he could voice a response, the leader's voice rang out behind him. Very well, let it be so. Li Shi, he is now in your charge. Keep a close watch on him. Gazing at the upward curve of Li Shi's lips as he approached, Hu Changzai's countenance darkened in disbelief. Just a day prior, they had been engaged in amicable collaboration. The flashlight was, of course, firmly grasped in Li Shi's hand, leaving Hu Changzai to follow silently at his side, akin to a penitent criminal seeking redemption. After traversing some distance, apart from the fervent search team mirroring their zeal, Not a trace of a traitor was to be found. How curious, he mused. Where could they have hidden? Li Shi, growing increasingly impatient, uttered a curse. Those women had concealed themselves remarkably well. Surely, they could not have fled. They must still be here. All conceivable entrances and exits to the oasis were vigilantly guarded by 5 officials and their teams. With the presence of these 5 officials, it was a widely held belief among the inhabitants of the oasis that even if those women were piloting mechas, escape was virtually impossible. The officials, including Chun Jinfeng, indeed lived up to this reputation, each possessing formidable combat prowess. Pondering anxiously for a moment, Hu Changzai suddenly conceived an idea. He cast a glance at Li Shi. These areas had already been searched. There was surely nothing to be found. Li Shi, intrigued, responded, Indeed. You know them. Where do you think they might be hiding? Follow me, Hu Changzai replied with a smile, leading the way ahead. Li Shi hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to follow. It was only as Hu Changzai exited the power group's main entrance that he realized there were several blind spots within the search team's operational perimeter. The first of these was the building where the officials resided. This building boasts the most comprehensive thermal insulation measures, comprising 7 floors. From the 2nd to the 6th floor, each is occupied by a cadre, while the 7th floor serves as the office space for Professor Bai. With the cadres currently absent, might this structure paradoxically become the safest haven? Furthermore, it houses several crucial working groups. The operations of Oasis are inextricably linked to these teams, so even today, members diligently toil away, much like Hu Changzai and Li Shi did earlier. Yet, it is precisely this activity that has led the search teams to overlook these brightly lit, bustling areas. During the several hours of the backup power team's work, the search teams did not once intrude. Meanwhile, the well management group is also an indispensable entity. Feeling an inexplicable surge of apprehension, Hu Changzai led Li Shi towards the well group's workspace. To their astonishment, the well group was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any personnel. The lights were extinguished, and the usual tools were neatly arranged, stacked to one side. The well stood silently, shrouded in layers of insulation, its presence palpable in the gloom. For a moment, the two exchanged no words, merely illuminating their surroundings with flashlights. They scrutinized every nook capable of concealing a person, yet found nothing. Hu Changzai reached out to touch a bucket, discovering a faint trace of lingering moisture at the bottom, indicating that the well group had indeed arrived today but, like them, had departed early. No one's here. Let us go, Li Shi muttered, clearly displeased. Apparently, Xiao Jiu was indeed not present, and Hu Changzai could scarcely suppress the disappointment in his heart, inwardly sighing as he reluctantly followed. Scarcely had he taken a couple of steps outward when a subtle click echoed from behind. Had the broadcast from the loudspeaker not momentarily ceased, the sound would have undoubtedly escaped their notice. Li Shi whirled around abruptly, the beam of his flashlight casting upon the ground not far off. In the obscurity, only within the tangerine-hued circle of light was anything discernible. The circle, betraying its master's anxiety, trembled incessantly. The lid of the well stirred suddenly, sliding off onto the ground. A ghastly pale hand clasped the well's edge, followed by another, drawing a figure from the depths. Long, dark tresses, hanging low, completely veiled its countenance, while the white garment, saturated with water, left a trail of moisture in its wake. Despite the realization that this could potentially be the traitor, the lifelike apparition of Sadako caused Li Shi's heart to leap violently, his face paling. Just as his scream threatened to burst forth, a sudden ache assaulted the back of his head, and he collapsed to the ground. Hu Changzai, wielding the iron bucket, panted heavily. He had exerted excessive force, and blood now gurgled forth from the back of Li Shi's head. However, upon feeling his pulse, his breathing remained steady. The Sadako figure paused, sweeping her hair back to reveal the countenance of Fong Dan. "Thank you," she expressed. Hu Changzai nearly collapsed, gazing at Fong Dan with a wry smile. "How did you all end up like this? Where are Xiao Jiu and the others? The entire oasis is searching for you." Soon, 2 more sopping apparitions emerged from the well, one distinguished by her crimson hair. Confronted with the sight of the drenched women, particularly Lin Sanjiu, Hu Changzai wished he could pluck out his eyes and sequester them in his pocket. With his gaze averted and face flushed, he listened as Fong Dan elucidated. These two simpletons thought they could conceal themselves on the outdoor unit. The temperature is so high, they would have undoubtedly suffered heatstroke had they remained there all day. It was thanks to my foresight. Had I not known of a hiding place below, they would have been discovered long ago. The other two women cast a sidelong glance at her, and Mather could no longer restrain herself. In truth, all of this transpired because of you. Fong Dan remained unmoved, her expression unchanging. Lin Sanjiu, feeling a headache coming on, steered the conversation in a different direction. We heard the broadcast while we were in the well. Though the full picture remains unclear, I am now entirely certain that the fallen are being cultivated by the oasis. The prohibition against venturing out during the day is to prevent their discovery. Now, the oasis intends to silence us permanently. Hu Changzai was startled. He was acutely aware of the veracity of her words. Alarmed, he whispered, "This must be made public. How can we make it public? The moment we step forward, we will be apprehended. Moreover, we are ignorant of the oasis's motives for doing this. Who would believe us?" Fong Dan lamented. Lin Sanjiu paused, then quietly suggested, "There is a potential solution. Professor Bai's office contains a broadcast system that reaches the entire oasis. We could commandeer that. Perhaps the reason for cultivating the fallen can also be found there." Everyone fell silent. This is tantamount to courting death. After a prolonged silence, Fontaine murmured a response, although the risk of fleeing might be somewhat lesser. Lin Sanjiu suddenly slammed the ground and fiercely exclaimed, "But, to be forced into retreat like this, wouldn't it gnaw at my soul in the future? If I do not vent this frustration and turn this accursed place upside down, how could I ever bear to leave?" The others exchanged glances, and Master was the first to nod in agreement, stating, "I concur. Moreover, I have personal grievances with Chun Jinfeng that remain unresolved." Indeed, upon hearing Sanjiu's words, a sense of discontent began to stir within them, and it seemed rather entertaining as well. Fontaine chimed in, "I too feel the same." Hu Changzai, without a moment's hesitation, rose and quietly declared, "Then I shall assist you. There is a cadre named Hai Tianqing near Professor Bai's building. Listen carefully." The group understood that time was of the essence. They whispered amongst themselves while cautiously exiting the water well team. Moments later, as their silhouettes vanished into the darkness, a figure suddenly scrambled up from the ground. Li Shi pressed his hand against his wound, stumbling out of the water well team, only to nearly collide with a member of the search party. Meeting the astonished gaze of the other, he rasped, quickly, "Inform the cadres. I have found the traitor. They are headed to Professor Bai's office." Chapter 62. Lin Sanjiu may not be very numerate. Gazing down from directly above the oasis, clouds of dust were converging at an astonishing speed towards the cadre building. As the four plumes of smoke finally converged, the entire building of officials was swiftly engulfed by a whirlwind of dust, leaving only faint silhouettes visible. Hai Tianqing coughed twice from the irritation. Displeased, he waved his large hand, reminiscent of a fan, and remarked, "Do behave yourselves. What are you all so excited about? Merely a few insignificant shrimp?" Gradually, the dust began to settle, revealing a tall, slender man emerging from the yellow sand to his left. "Can you not hear the broadcast blaring?" he inquired. Just as his words faded, an irritable female voice emerged from the other side of the haze. A woman dressed in an office attire, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, stepped forth. Although her fitted skirt accentuated her voluptuous figure, the tightly wound bun at the back of her head and her stern expression evoked the image of a strict elementary school principal. The stylish individual let out an annoyed huff. Observing the immediate tension between the two upon their encounter, Chun Jinfeng hurriedly intervened. All right, for my sake, let us set aside our differences today and unite to vanquish the traitor." The sudden interjection of the fifth official, whose voice was high-pitched and sharp, pierced through, resembling a cartoon rabbit. From the swirling yellow sands emerged a brown-furred rabbit. Its coat, covered in dust, bore little difference from its clean state, displaying the same warm hues of brown. Yet the rabbit, seemingly disdainful, vigorously shook its body, dislodging grains of sand, before parting its three-pronged mouth to emit a chilling laugh reminiscent of humanity. Chun Jinfeng, I almost forgot to inquire whether you have secured that copy from the mirror. Has that foreign woman made her appearance yet? This grand commotion is all due to your negligence in handling affairs. The rabbit's tone was exceedingly venomous for its kind. Upon discovering the fallen species this morning, you were the first to seek out Professor Bai. And now look at the situation. It has spiraled beyond control. I am genuinely curious about the vile thoughts that churn within your wretched mind daily. Faced with such scornful ridicule from a mere rabbit, Chun Jinfeng surprisingly managed to remain silent, his face reddening with indignation. Haishanqing sighed and stepped closer. Enough. Let us cease this chatter. Once this matter has concluded, feel free to bicker as you wish. Rabbit, mind your words. Even if you are grumpy, do not overstep. The brown-furred rabbit appeared oblivious, lifting its hind leg to scratch its ear vigorously. The 5 individuals, though they could be considered a group, fell into silence, either standing or seated, awaiting the arrival of Lin Sanjiu and his companions. 10 minutes passed without anyone moving. 15 minutes elapsed, during which the dandy pulled out a mirror to inspect his reflection. After 25 minutes, Haishanqing finally sprang to his feet. Why have they not yet arrived? At that moment, Lin Sanjiu and his companions had indeed arrived, yet they were furrowing their brows, devising a strategy. Facing 5 against 4, the outlook appeared rather grim. After a moment of contemplation, the group found themselves devoid of any viable suggestions, ultimately leading Lin Sanjiu to decisively proclaim, "Let us charge ahead." The other 3 individuals exchanged incredulous glances and fervently shook their heads in disagreement. At this juncture, they were all rendered speechless.
No objections?
Very well. Let us deliberate on our combat strategy. Indeed, this is quintessential Xiaojiu style, relying heavily on sheer brawn to dictate the course of action. Fong Dan muttered under her breath, and soon the 4 heads huddled together, engaging in a low murmur for quite some time. Now, having spent nearly 20 minutes on strategizing, the leaders could only stew in frustration as they waited. Yapi had already adjusted his hair thrice. Haishanqing grumbled under his breath, plopping down on the stairs to take a breather. The OL woman, arms crossed and head bowed, concealed her expression, while the brown-furred rabbit curled into a furry ball, squinting its eyes, perhaps in slumber. Only Chun Jinfeng stood on his toes, his gaze incessantly scanning the distance. Let us all remain still. As soon as Chun Jinfeng took a step, the OL woman abruptly called out, halting the movements of Haishanqing and Yapi. Beware. They might be attempting a feint to lure us away. Upon hearing this, Yapi glanced up, a slow smile creeping across his face. No, that's not quite right. Their strategy isn't to lure us away. Rather, they intend to pick us off one by one. With that, he gestured toward a distant, diminutive figure. I am intrigued by that one. Allow me to handle it. Haishanqing grunted in acknowledgement, remaining in place as a silent agreement. The OL woman disdainfully furrowed her brow. After the dandy swiftly departed, she addressed the remaining man and rabbit, stating, "To think we can take them down one by one is rather naive. Even if we did pursue them, it would only reduce our numbers by 4. There's still 1 left to guard the door. Surely, none among them believe they could eliminate 2 officers in one fell swoop." With a sigh, she adjusted her glasses and nodded. Suddenly, a swirl of dust arose as Haishanqing hastily followed the silhouette of the retreating adversary. The OL woman's deduction proved accurate, and Lin Sanjiu's plan was, as anticipated, exceedingly reckless, akin to tending to the front while neglecting the rear. However, perhaps due to the anxiety of Fong Dan and Hu Chong, they both overlooked a critical detail. The sound of footsteps approached leisurely from a distance, prompting the OL woman to raise her head in alertness. The newcomer was Lin Sanjiu, hands casually tucked into her pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. It was precisely due to that overlooked matter that Lin Sanjiu altered her strategy, opting to draw the enemy away before revealing herself. When she was merely 20 meters away from the 2, Lin Sanjiu halted. She widened her eyes, observing the astonished OL woman, and inquired with a hint of confusion, "Wasn't it 5 officers? If it's just you, I am quite confident I could take you down." Chapter 63. Do you ever feel fear? The audacity with which Lin Sanjiu entered the encirclement of the 2 officers went unnoticed by the others, as they were all preoccupied with their tasks. With a soft whoosh, a fierce gust of air suddenly erupted, and Ma Se, who was desperately running, collided with the invisible barrier, nearly losing her balance. She reached out, feeling as if the once intangible atmosphere had transformed into an impenetrable wall, the boundaries unclear. Covering her nose, she turned to glance at Chen Jinfeng, who was not far away. His smile was unabated, radiating satisfaction as he rubbed his hands together and took a couple of steps forward. "Look, we meet again," he remarked. Ma Se regarded him coldly, lowering her hand as her nails elongated with a swift motion. Despite the searchlight striving to illuminate the oasis, without the metallic sheen of her transparent nails, it was nearly impossible to discern anything in the dimness of the night. Only when her gaze swept over her own fingers could she see that 2 of her pinky nails had broken, leaving them conspicuously bare. However, Chen Jinfeng appeared unfazed by her combative stance. His gaze lingered briefly on her chest before he remarked, "By the way, I've met Feng Chi-Chi." Ma Se's head snapped up. "It seems your relationship is rather strained." He continued, "This morning, he not only revealed to me the reason behind your previous disappearance but also shared some details regarding your nails." Chen Jinfeng's smile was insufferable, his voice dripping with malice. "In essence, if I were to snap each of your nails one by one, you wouldn't be able to harm me, would you? Have you visited Chen Jinfeng? Where is he now?" The smile on Chen Jinfeng's face faded as he clapped his hands twice. As the sound dissipated into the air, concentric ripples of color undulated outward from their epicenter, and in less than a breath, the surrounding vista had undergone a complete metamorphosis. The once dimly lit factory zone, punctuated by probing shafts of light from above, had vanished, supplanted by a sun-drenched jungle. Towering and exotic flora stood sentinel, their bases immersed in a sea of ankle-high grasses. The area where Mather stood was relatively open. Looking up, a patch of azure sky was visible through the dense verdure. The spot where Chen Jinfeng had been standing was now vacant, save for a few tender yellow blossoms. She took a few cautious steps, intently listening to the ambient sounds. Suddenly, Chen Jinfeng's voice resonated from the cerulean expanse above. "The nexus you witnessed me open previously was merely its rudimentary form. Today, I have fully unfurled it. What do you think? Beautiful, isn't it?" As his words trailed off, a rapidly spinning projectile hurtled from behind with such velocity that the resulting wind was almost imperceptible. It was only as it approached Mather's head that she reacted, instinctively dodging. The object whizzed past her and impacted the ground. A trickle of blood slowly welled up on her nose. Mather, still shaken, glanced at the projectile and realized it was a wildflower. The flower had been hardened, its petals rigidly splayed out, the edges glinting with a sharp, blade-like sheen, transforming it into a veritable miniature meat grinder when in motion. She picked up a flower and delicately sliced it through her hair, allowing crimson shards to cascade gently downwards. "Haha, what do you think? Quite remarkable, isn't it? I must tell you, everything within my lair can be transformed into a weapon. But do not merely heed the wildflowers." Glancing up at the source of the voice, in the next moment, Ma Se suddenly took flight, sprinting forward as a flurry of sharp, thin blades rained down densely behind her, seemingly in pursuit. It was not until she had run a good 20 meters that they ceased their descent. Truly, everything can indeed be weaponized. She cursed under her breath, her eyes swiftly surveying the lair. Although the azure sky appeared boundless and the jungle grew increasingly dense, this hideaway could not possibly be infinite. It must still adhere to the physical limitations of reality. Take, for instance, the infirmary from last time. It occupied merely a single room while outside, life continued to bustle. The pressing question now was, in this space that was not vast and limitless, where could Chen Jinfeng be concealed? Just then, the voice echoed once more, and at the very instant Ma Se lifted her gaze, a green shadow darted towards her. She swiftly rolled aside to evade it, only to discover that this time the attack was not aimed at her, but rather at the curling vines in her hand, which trembled in midair and released 2 elongated claws. Lowering her gaze, she found her left hand's ring and middle fingers bare, save for the remnants of broken nails. 8 voices of Chen Jinfeng's triumph were amplified. "Once your nails are all gone, I shall venture out to meet you, and we shall have our fun, shall we?" Yet, in truth, she had merely 6 nails remaining. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ma Se's forehead, her mood becoming increasingly agitated. She could not retract her nails. Once withdrawn, she would be devoid of even her last means of defense. Where could he be? She patted her pockets, only to be met with disappointment. Having spent too long in the oasis, she had grown accustomed to the glow of electric lights, losing the habit of carrying a lighter. Otherwise, she could have attempted to start a fire. From the corner of her vision, a shadow surged towards her with alarming speed. Uncertain of its nature, Masse dared not use her nails for defense and turned to flee. To her dismay, as she pivoted, a flurry of branches hurtled towards her. In a moment of panic, she curled her head down and rolled on the ground. Well, now there are only 7 left. Accompanied by Chun Jinfeng's laughter, yet another nail snapped, embedding itself in a branch. She was now left with a total of 5 nails. 2 on her left hand and 3 on her right. Suddenly, Masse paused in realization. In Chun Jinfeng's lair, the warm sun was not oppressive. The gentle sunlight bathed the green leaves and branches, reflecting the azure sky. Everything appeared pristine and clear, a stark contrast to the dim light of the oasis. In this nest, every detail was vividly apparent. So, why had Chun Jinfeng not yet noticed the discrepancy in the number of her nails? What was obscuring his vision? Masse swallowed hard, a lump forming in her throat. If this passive resistance continues, her nails will soon be completely shattered, and then she will truly become the fish on the chopping block. It would be better to take a risk. Her heart raced violently, shaking her chest. Masse glanced around, suddenly quickened her pace, and turned to dash into the dense, shadowy jungle. This time, she held nothing back and unleashed her utmost speed, darting like a fleeting shadow into the depths of the thicket. Behind her, countless leaves, branches, and flowers simultaneously soared into the air, densely packed, obscuring much of the sky, a sight that was truly breathtaking. What's the matter? Do you wish to hide? It was hard to tell if it was merely an illusion, but Chun Jinfeng's voice seemed a bit different from before. Immediately behind her, hundreds of transformed deadly flora surged into the jungle. Not only the pursuers behind her, but also within the jungle, countless branches and leaves flashing with a deadly gleam converged into a horrifying mass, raining down upon Masse. Even she was unaware of how she was moving forward. Her forearms, raised to shield her face, were already drenched in blood, with gaping wounds deep enough to expose bone. Sharp, steel-like flowers pierced her thighs. Each step felt as though it could sever the nerves in her legs. As for her clothing, it had long since disintegrated into tattered rags under the torrential assault, revealing her skin, a stark contrast of pristine white and blood red. Yet, his voice even carried a hint of trepidation. 6, 5, 4. He was counting down the number of fingernails that Mars had lost. 3. As he uttered 3 while Mars actually had only 1 left. It was as if the boundless forest had finally given way to a riverbank. The river's surface rippled, shimmering with flecks of gold in the sunlight. Gazing at the river, Mars's face, smeared with blood, broke into a smile that could almost be described as ferocious. The last remaining fingernail had long been protected by her body, and no matter how frenzied the attacks from behind became, Chun Jinfeng was ultimately unable to continue the countdown. I finally found it. Almost as soon as these words left her mouth, the rhythmic golden light on the river's surface shattered, water splashed in all directions, and a figure leaped out, fleeing as if his life depended on it. Are you afraid too?
Mars chuckled.
Never before had such power erupted from within her. Beneath the azure sky, radiating a halo of sunlight, the figure of a woman, bathed in blood, soared through the air, as if frozen in that moment. Her prey tumbled and crashed onto the ground. Chun Jinfeng felt a searing pain in his back, followed by a glimpse of a drop of his own blood in the corner of his eye. He had only just opened his mouth to utter a cry of anguish when the sunlight vanished. The azure sky also disappeared. The grass, the jungle, the stream, all the scenes blurred and gradually faded from his vision. The buildings and searchlights of the factory district reappeared before his eyes. The atmosphere abruptly transformed into a searing, oppressive heat. Each inhalation felt like a self-inflicted torment, and the instant his skin met the ground, it emitted a scorched, acrid vapor before the pain could even register. Was this the sensation of one unadapted to extreme temperatures? Chun Jinfeng gasped for air, feeling akin to a fish stranded on land. his internal organs on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a foot descended heavily upon his throat. "It seems we meet again," Masseur murmured, gazing down at him, her expression serene despite her numerous wounds. "However, I have no desire to see you again. And no, please. I beg you." Ignoring his entreaties, Masseur plunged her final, elongated claw deep into the center of Chun Jinfeng's forehead with the ease of slicing through tofu. To be continued, Chapter 64. Minor explosions and melancholy tales. How fortunate. In two separate locations, this sentiment was uttered almost simultaneously by two individuals. One was Hu Changzai, facing Hai Tianqing, and the other was the dandy confronting Fong Dan 3:02 a.m., southeastern corner of the oasis. "You imbecile, believe yourself fortunate to face me?" A vein throbbed on Hai Tianqing's forehead as he gripped an axe, the blood vessels on the back of his hand bulging. He spat, glaring at the sullen Hu Changzai, and growled, "Let us hope you maintain that sentiment in 5 minutes." The spittle he ejected struck the ground with such force that it stirred up a faint cloud of dust. Hu Changzai, feigning composure, adjusted his glasses and retreated a couple of steps. Having craned his neck to gaze at Hai Tianqing for an extended duration, his cervical region began to ache considerably. Never before in his existence had he been in such close proximity to an individual of such imposing stature. Could such a prodigious physique genuinely be classified as human? Though not particularly towering, he possessed a height of 1 meter 78 centimeters. However, when juxtaposed with Hai Tianqing, he felt diminutive. "You uttered a falsehood yesterday," he feebly articulated, the words barely escaping his lips. Before Hai Tianqing could respond, he perceived an anomalous presence within his left wrist, the cutaneous layer of his arm exhibiting a distinct protuberance. It rapidly coursed through his circulatory system, advancing towards his shoulder. Hai Tianqing promptly discarded the axe, endeavoring to suppress the anomaly with his other hand. With a resounding detonation, the rapidly advancing protuberance erupted near his left shoulder, expelling a profusion of blood, dermal fragments, and facial debris into the atmosphere, akin to a sanguinary precipitation, thoroughly drenching Hu Changzai. Hai Tianqing's entire arm was rendered unrecognizable. He collapsed to the ground, uttering a fragmented cry of agony. Disregarding his injury and the peculiar anomaly, he inquired with difficulty, "How did you discern the falsehood I uttered?" Hu Changzai, prostrate on the ground, coughed weakly, his lungs still ablaze with pain. "I am unaware," he rasped. "However, judging by the severity of your wounds, the falsehood must have been of considerable magnitude." The abilities of Hu Changzai. Truth Bomb Introduction. After upgrading to discern truth from falsehood, he can determine whether an individual has lied within the past 24 hours. When the target has indeed engaged in deceit, mere skin contact between the two enables Hu Changzai to implant a truth bomb within the other person. The greater the magnitude of the lie and the closer in time it occurred, the more powerful the truth bomb becomes. The intended destination of the truth bomb is the heart, yet if obstructed en route, it will detonate at the point of interference. At this moment, Hai Tianqing's injuries were perilously close to the heart. He gasped for breath, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. "I never imagined I would be felled by someone as frail as you. Will I perish?" Hai Tianqing glanced at his silhouette, suddenly exhaling sharply, shielding his eyes with his uninjured hand. "To think before I could exact my revenge. I am to meet my end," he murmured softly to himself. "And by a traitor of humanity no less 3:03 a.m., west side of the oasis." Fong Dan observed the man before her in silence. It was not that she wished to remain mute, but rather she found herself utterly speechless and immobile. The dandy stood too close for comfort. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, a lock of her hair caught between his fingers. "Fong Dan, is it?" There was a trace of nonchalance in his voice. "The records indicate you arrived at the oasis quite some time ago. Although a naturally evolved individual, your abilities are rather unremarkable, and your physical prowess remains unenhanced." Fong Dan bit her lip, striving to steady her trembling legs. As one of the 5 executives, Yapi, despite his seemingly narcissistic and unconventional demeanor, emanated a palpable sense of menace that quickened her pulse. Several moments elapsed. The man made no move to pursue her, and Fong Dan found herself utterly incapable of rising from the ground. Her internal organs felt as though they had been displaced. She strained to open her mouth, but something within her abdomen seemed to have snapped, rendering her voiceless. I didn't expect you to have genuinely not undergone physical enhancement, Yapi remarked, seemingly taken aback. He then shrugged with an air of ennui, so easily dispatched. How utterly tedious. He paused, pondering. Should I leave her alive? You're going to kill someone for such a trivial reason? Fong Dan's face contorted in anguish. She desperately wanted to move, to flee, but her body felt like a discarded rag, utterly devoid of strength. Yapi hummed an indiscernible tune, and suddenly, with brutal force, he stomped on her abdomen. Fong Dan, who had believed herself incapable of uttering a sound, managed to emit a faint, fragmented moan. Since you're going to die anyway, allow me to experiment with my new ability. In the dimness of the night, a look of excitement and anticipation flickered across Yapi's face. He nudged Fong Dan's head with his toe, and upon seeing her eyes open, her pupils still moving, he smiled. Good, you can still hear me. Verily, Providence is unjust. There are those, like you, who haven't even undergone physical enhancement, and then there are those, like me, who have just manifested a new ability yesterday. Yapi adjusted his waistcoat. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he murmured, Let it begin. The new ability of the dandy man. To captivate readers with one's tale, one must at the very least ensure logical coherence and engender belief. This is the fundamental requirement of every mediocre writer. One cannot be like a story devoid of boundaries. With a target as the protagonist, we've a brief narrative. If the tale flows logically and the premise is readily accepted, the target shall ultimately experience events akin to those within the story. Let us first attempt this. The dandy man, with his eyelids lowered, gazed upon the woman curled up at his feet. Though the world hardly harbors a more cliché narrative, the woman, Fong Dan, suddenly found her eyes brimming with tears, her lips parted as she lamented. Why must you treat me this way? I thought we were in love. The dandy man paused momentarily, observing Fong Dan's expression of anguish overflowing with emotion, before bursting into laughter. Ha! This is amusing, quite amusing indeed. With a mere wave of his hand, he dismissed the previous story, and Fong Dan's countenance immediately reverted to its original state. A flush rapidly spread from her ears, coloring her face not with shyness, but with indignation. Fong Dan hoarsely declared, If you wish to kill me, do so. Spare me the torment of playing with my feelings. The dandy man, undeterred, continued. After 7 years of courtship, her boyfriend was on the brink of marriage. Their new home was already purchased, and the wedding preparations were underway. She felt utterly content. After enduring countless hardships together for so many years, the prospect of finally achieving a fruitful conclusion was within reach. Suddenly, the fiery anger on Fong Dan's face dissipated as she lifted her gaze to the dandy. You hesitated for an extended period, ultimately deciding to bring the child into the world. The child is innocent. Moreover, upon reflection, the child's father found himself helplessly enamored with another. It was not his fault, for love is beyond anyone's control. You nurtured the fetus with peace for 9 months, reaching out to esteemed physicians, yet at the critical moment, the dandy's face loomed closer, his voice turned cold. The outcome was a stillborn child. Embracing the lifeless infant, you jumped from the building in despair. The scene fell into a profound silence, as the two individuals locked in a stare exchanged no words, only the howling night wind swirling dust around them. The more detailed the story, the more powerful it became. The dandy gazed at the woman's expressionless face on the ground, a smirk spreading across his lips. Suddenly, as if by magic, an invisible force hurled the dandy's body high into the air, and with a resounding thud, he fell to the ground like a shattered watermelon. Sprawled in an unnatural position, limbs contorted, blood oozing slowly from the corner of his mouth. Fong Dan struggled to rise from the ground. Their positions had reversed. She lowered her eyes, looking at the dandy, who lay in a state reminiscent. She furrowed her brow, revealing an expression akin to disgust. The first half of what you said has indeed transpired in my life. The dandy's eyes widened in astonishment. Trembling, he found himself at a loss for words. I detest men who are so self-assured. Fong Dan mimicked the dandy's earlier demeanor and playfully nudged his head with her toes. Given your appearance, It seems your abilities have a backlash, do they not? When a story fails to resonate with its subject, the conclusion inevitably befalls the storyteller. Truly, such a third-rate ability. The man on the ground could no longer hear her voice. Beneath his motionless body, blood gradually seeped into a pool. To be continued, Chapter 65. I apologize for my inutility. Is this a joke? A shadow darted around the administrative building, swiftly stirring up a cloud of yellow smoke. Within the haze, two figures, one large and one small, rapidly pursued the first shadow without relent. After a few seconds, the three shadows continued their playful chase in circles. Enough of the banter. Stop running so I can catch you. A furious high-pitched voice rang out behind Lin Sanjiu, belonging to a brown-furred rabbit that had leapt into the air due to its excessive speed. This is absurd. We agreed it would be the officials. Rabbits don't count. Why didn't you inform me that Oasis was short on personnel? She had no intention of halting, and her futile protests only served to further infuriate the brown-furred rabbit. Constrained by the dual assault of the two cadres, Lin Sanjiu dared not flee haphazardly with her pursuers, fearing she might inadvertently stumble upon others and implicate her companions. Thus, she was left with no alternative but to circle the cadre building repeatedly, the three of them having already run countless laps. Upon witnessing her movements, the brown-furred rabbit grew agitated and exclaimed to the OL woman, "I'll get you," before the words had fully escaped its lips. The rabbit's eyes blurred as a figure launched itself from its head, using its feet as a springboard, and lunged towards Lin Sanjiu. Daring not to allow the OL woman to approach, she swiftly dodged aside. At that moment, the rabbit cried out again. A wily rabbit has 3 burrows. Before Lin Sanjiu could react, 2 small rabbit legs landed upon her shoulders, as if struck by a shockwave. The next instant, flesh and blood erupted from the holes in her shoulders like a fountain, splattering across the ground. By uttering this, "I can bore holes into you," the brown-furred rabbit cackled, resuming its pouncing stance. Lowering her gaze to her wound, Lin Sanjiu's expression, upon raising her head once more, sent a shiver down the rabbit's spine. With a flick of her right hand, a blade materialized, and she lunged at the rabbit on the ground like a ravenous wolf. Startled, the brown-furred rabbit hastily rolled aside, narrowly evading the attack. The sudden appearance of the card caught her off guard, and just as it was about to reach her knee, it abruptly transformed into a long fingernail, piercing the OL woman's knee. She let out a faint cry, her body swaying, and before she could fall, the dazzling radiance enveloping her had already vanished. The fresh nails, recently pried from Ma Si's hand, bore the remnants of laundry soap, rendering them dirty. However, detached from their source, the nails could only exist for a mere 10 minutes. Devoid of power, the OL woman was nothing more than flesh, and with just 2 blows, Lin Sanjiu rendered her unconscious. This entire sequence unfolded within the span of 5 seconds, while the brown-furred rabbit stood by, watching in bewilderment. Using the guise of chasing itself, it successfully tumbled to the ground, enticing the OL woman to pursue without raising her defenses, and somehow, it was able to expel the power that resided within her. The precision of the actions was astonishing, as if the rabbit had eyes on the back of its head. Was such a scheme conceived in an instant by this traitor? Before the thought could dissipate, the rabbit felt itself rising. No, it was being lifted. Lin Sanjiu grasped its ears, casting a cold smirk at it. Braised or barbecued, the brown-furred rabbit shivered, suspended in mid-air, its short legs unable to reach Lin Sanjiu. Even with the previous effects of the cunning rabbit's burrows, it was futile to attempt. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable. It had no choice but to resort to that tactic. Despite its furry rabbit visage, Lin Sanjiu somehow discerned a cold smirk. The brown-furred rabbit opened its mouth, split into 3 parts, and murmured, "The carrots are all mine. All carrots belong to me." Introduction. Extracting the most formidable advanced ability from a hostile target grants a 5-minute usage privilege. After 5 minutes, "All carrots belong to me" enters a cooldown phase, during which no rabbit-related idioms may be employed. Ah, are you foolish? Your greatest combat power now resides within me. Feeling a familiar surge of warmth coursing through its body, the brown-furred rabbit chuckled arrogantly. "Let me see. What is this?" Flipping its paw revealed a diary card. "No need to try. Just a glance makes it clear it's of no use. Lin Sanjiu regarded it with an impassive expression. For some reason, the brown-furred rabbit suddenly felt a twinge of panic. Wait, hold on. Aha, a baton. The two rabbit paws embraced the baton, which emitted a crackling sound before losing all power. And there's also. This claw, you just used it, right? The card depicting the Mauser claw dissipated into smoke. 10 minutes have elapsed. Have you had enough fun? Lin Sanjiu glared coldly at it. The brown-furred rabbit finally broke down. How can this be? Is this truly your primary combat ability? How have you survived until now? I refuse to believe it. There must be some hidden killer move you're concealing. The corners of Lin Sanjiu's mouth twitched. My advanced ability consists of but a single skill, and it is so ineffectual. My sincerest apologies. I haven't savored barbecue in ages. I have a preference for roasted meat. How about you? If rabbits possess tear ducts, the brown-furred rabbit would likely be shedding tears by now. Desist, I implore you. A familiar voice echoed from behind the woman and rabbit. Lin Sanjiu, clutching the rabbit's ears, pivoted to face the sound. Standing beside Xiao Hui were two figures of differing heights. It was Su Xiaoyang who had spoken. Have you come to fight as well? Lin Sanjiu inquired icily, brandishing the rabbit. The cool-down period for the Pygmalion collar had elapsed, and she had yet to employ it. It presented an opportune moment to compel the rabbit to delineate an ability. A chance for triumph.
Unet pesti, su xiaoang de mut.
Nay. I have not come to engage in combat. I am aware that you are not a traitor to humanity. The matter of the fallen is not attributable to you. I have a request, and I earnestly hope that you will accede to it. A hush fell over the air, punctuated only by the whistling wind and the embers left by the OL woman, casting a crimson glow upon the faces of those present. Chapter 66. You imbecile. In the distance, a shadow resembling a small hill gradually crept toward her. Mather, immediately on her guard, halted in her tracks. Despite its immensity, the shadow's pace was exceedingly slow. She deposited her first aid kit and waited with folded arms for several minutes until the colossal shadow drew near, revealing its true form. Upon recognizing it, Mather raised an eyebrow in surprise. What, pray tell, are you doing? The figure was none other than Hu Changzai. A rope of unknown origin was draped over his shoulder, with the other end tethered to the unconscious He Tongking, who was being dragged forward with relentless effort, reminiscent of a chick tugging at a camel. Hu Changzai, panting like a bull, felt his eyes bulge with exertion. Help! Help me! Upon looking up, he found himself momentarily stunned. Mazer, what on earth happened to you? Mazer was a sight to behold, her body marred, adorned with bandages and ointments, to the extent that her original skin tone was scarcely discernible. With a resigned sigh, she explained, there were too many wounds earlier, so I went to the infirmary to tend to them and gathered some supplies that I thought might be useful. Do not worry, they are merely flesh wounds. But you, Chun Jinfeng, have been incapacitated by me. What is the meaning of dragging your adversary along? As soon as Hu Changzai's gaze fell upon the first aid kit, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, feebly waving his hand. First, treat his wounds. He shares a common enemy with us. The specifics can wait until I have caught my breath. Given his insistence, Mazer proceeded to retrieve alcohol and thread, tending to He Tongking's wounds with simplicity. Once completed, she administered medication and, with a touch of self-deprecation, wiped the blood from her hands with a cloth. Since arriving at the oasis, I have nearly become a surgeon. Very well, let him rest here. The remainder he must endure on his own. Regardless of the formidable physique of Hai Tianqing, any movement proved arduous for Hu Changzai. Suddenly, a series of coughs echoed from a distance, followed by a low inquiry. Is that Master Ma? The two raised their heads to see a figure staggering out of the darkness. It was Fong Dan. Her skin bore extensive bruises, devoid of any open wounds, yet her complexion was alarmingly pale. At last, I found you, she uttered, but before she could finish her sentence, her body began to slide downward. Hu Changzai was quick to catch her, while Master Ma hurried over to assess her condition, only to be taken aback. You have at least 3 broken ribs. How can you still be moving around? This is far too dangerous. Where is your opponent? Fong Dan managed a feeble yet triumphant smile. I am still alive. Naturally, he is dead. Hu Changzai promptly provided her with a brief explanation, which allowed Fong Dan to breathe a sigh of relief. Master Ma proceeded to administer some urgent care, realizing that her condition rendered her incapable of further movement. The two supported her as they lay down beside Hai Tianqing. Fong Dan nodded, leaning against Hai Tianqing's robust arm, akin to a small tree trunk, her demeanor gradually easing. Noticing her eyes flutter shut, Master Ma and Hu Changzai dared not linger, hastening their pace towards the cadre building. It was unexpected. Fong Dan was quite formidable as well. What was her ability? Hu Changzai, struggling to keep pace with Master Ma, gasped out a question. He paused for a moment but soon dismissed it, knowing there would be ample opportunity to inquire once Fong Dan was in better shape. Within less than a minute of running, the cadre building was already in sight. The dust stirred by the two individuals as they sprinted had long captured the attention of a few people in front of the building. 1, 2, 3. Wait, there are not just the little drink but 3 individuals here. Moreover, it seemed that the little drink was holding something. Maze tilted her head in confusion. Although she stood alone before 3, Lin Sanjiu appeared utterly unfazed. She spotted Maze from a distance and leisurely turned to wave, calling out, "Maze, you're here? Come over." Amidst the swirling dust, Maze halted beside her, brimming with questions. She glanced at the 3 individuals facing Lin Sanjiu, 2 of whom she recognized as Su Xiaoyang and Xiao Hui. The other was a middle-aged woman clad in a white coat, sporting short hair, and looking rather unfamiliar. Maze had never encountered her before. After a moment's contemplation, Maze posed the most pressing question. "Where did you catch the rabbit? Is it edible?" It was hardly her fault. She hadn't consumed meat in 28 months. "I am not food, you foolish woman." Despite having her ears still clutched in another's grip, the brown-furred rabbit, feeling a sense of solidarity, regained its brash demeanor. "Don't look at me. Get away." Upon hearing this query, the individuals opposite perked up their ears. Except for Hai Tianqing, the other 2 were deceased. Maze lifted her chin, casting a sidelong glance at the 3 mysterious figures across from her, noticing their expressions change. She then lowered her voice to add, "Fong Dan is seriously injured and is currently recuperating with Hai Tianqing." Seeing her expression momentarily stunned, Hu Changzai hurriedly interjected, "I will explain that later. By the way, what about you, Xiaojiu? Aren't there still 2 cadres?" "Ah, this is it." Lin Sanjiu raised her arm and shook the rabbit in her hand. "Come, say hello." The rabbit remained silent, its face sullen, and there's another one, unaware in the back. Observing the astonishment on the faces of the 2, Lin Sanjiu shrugged. Before Ma Se and the others could react, Su Xiaoyang let out a disbelieving sigh. "Your numbers are scarce, and some have not enhanced their physical abilities. I truly cannot comprehend how you managed to defeat the cadres." Oh, right, it seemed that her words finally sparked a realization in Lin Sanjiu. She tilted her chin toward the opposite side and said, "Captain Su just mentioned she has a request, and there's still time to address it. Since you are also here, let us all listen." Su Xiaoyang lowered her eyelids, her expression somber, appearing far from a child at that moment. Her gaze wandered to the middle-aged woman beside her. She reached out and tugged at the hem of her clothing, unable to suppress a soft sigh. "I hope you won't harm my mother." "Your mother?" Su Xiaoyang nodded, her pigtails sliding beside her downcast face. "I am the daughter of Professor Bai." Immediately, the gazes of several individuals converged upon the middle-aged woman. Su Xiaoyang's voice was almost inaudible. "My mother is also one of those who took the high-temperature adaptation pills. She possesses no potential value herself. Hence she has not evolved any abilities. But if you intend to harm her, I would rather perish." So she is indeed Professor Bai. Her tone had just taken on a resolute edge when Lin Sanjiu, in a daze, abruptly interrupted, "We actually do not know who Professor Bai is. If you hadn't mentioned it, I was planning to let her go." Su Xiaoyang quickly lifted his head, his features frozen in a countenance of profound regret. "Now that I am aware, I cannot easily allow her to depart. At least not until I have clarified the matter." Lin Sanjiu, with a hint of apology, nodded towards her, then turned to inquire, "Why do you harbor fallen beings?" Su Xiaoyang trembled slightly, unable to restrain himself from speaking. However, Professor Bai gently placed a hand on her daughter's shoulder, stifling her words. The brown-furred rabbit paused for a moment, then scoffed. What nonsense are you spouting? I do not require your compassion. The voice of the middle-aged woman opposite interrupted it, causing the brown-furred rabbit to gaze blankly in her direction. She then shifted her gaze towards the Oasis dormitory building, observing it for a while before softly stating, "What I have done, you will never comprehend. Look over there, in those 5 buildings, live 1,600 individuals. They are both male and female, the majority being young adults with countless tomorrows ahead of them. Oasis serves as a model for a reconstructed human society, and they are the embers of humanity's continuation." Taking a deep breath, a satisfied smile graced Professor Bai's face. In order to preserve these embers, to ensure the propagation of humanity, I would dirty my hands without a hint of remorse. Hu Chong was momentarily taken aback, nodding subtly to his companions before murmuring, "Every word she speaks is heartfelt. What does this have to do with the fallen ones?" Professor Bai's gaze swept over them, and she replied, "What if I were to say that the Oasis owes its current magnitude entirely to the fallen ones?" The 3 individuals and a rabbit across from her gasped in astonishment, rendered speechless by her assertion. "You believe that your evolved abilities grant you superiority over the ordinary, yet that is not the reality. You are merely a small fraction of the mutations. The true lineage that must persist consists of those ordinary 1,600 individuals over there. My endeavor is to sacrifice a minor portion to save the greater whole. Regrettably, the majority of the technology that has salvaged the people of the Oasis did not originate from me. A fallen one imparted to me the technology for heat-resistant crops, provided me with temperature-adaptive tablets, and taught me methods for water source collection. All that he and his companions required were a few naturally evolved individuals. Clearly, the fallen ones also require evolution, and their means of evolution is through the consumption of evolved beings." Despite her tone remaining gentle and her gaze toward the Oasis brimming with emotion, an atmosphere of madness had gradually permeated the space. After a prolonged silence, someone finally spoke up. "In other words, you lured countless naturally evolved individuals with the promise of the Oasis living conditions, only to lead them to their doom, just as you did with us?" Lin Sanjiu's voice was deep and resonant. Matters of this nature had always been managed by Comrade Chun, the sole individual privy to the truth of the situation. "So you have undertaken such a mission before," Professor Bai remarked, nodding as she gazed at them earnestly. "On behalf of our compatriots in the Oasis, I express gratitude for the sacrifices made by every naturally evolved individual." Suddenly, Lin Sanjiu, who had been keeping her head down, erupted with an angry shout, "You foolish woman!" Immediately following this outburst, she clenched her fist and lunged forward. Meanwhile, Fong Dan, who had been resting beside Hai Tianqing, stirred slightly. It seemed she had heard a sound, and as she slowly opened her eyes, she beheld the figure emerging from the night, breaking into a smile. "It's you. I knew you would be all right. Has everything gone smoothly?" Chapter 67. Good evening, fellow compatriots. Just as Lin Sanjiu's fist was about to reach Professor Bai, Xiao Hui's arm rapidly expanded, stepping forward silently to deliver a fierce swipe toward her face. Lin Sanjiu evaded by bending backward, creating distance as she coldly confronted Xiao Hui. The brown-furred rabbit she clutched in her hand was nearly beside itself with rage. "If you seek death, do not drag me into it. Let me go." Lin Sanjiu remained unfazed, her heaving chest and the tension in her temples betraying her considerable anger. Su Xiaoyang's expression mirrored her distress. "I warned you, if you dare to harm my mother, I will show no mercy. Are you out of your mind?" Lin Sanjiu did not cast a glance in her direction, instead fixating on Professor Bai, exclaiming, "You have caused the demise of countless natural evolutionists, all for the sake of allowing them to survive for merely 14 months. What do you have to say for yourself?" Professor Bai regarded her with a bemused expression, reminiscent of one observing a petulant child. "I have stated that my intention is to assist these sparks in continuing to propagate until humanity can once again rebuild civilization. My mother may have wronged you, but her motives were ultimately for the greater good." Su Xiaoyang, equally indignant, chimed in, her youthful face flushed with anger due to Lin Sanjiu's earlier remarks. Lin Sanjiu paused, suddenly realizing something profound. She exchanged a glance with Ma Se, both of them now filled with astonishment. Upon reflection, it struck her that during their time in the Oasis, no one had ever mentioned She glanced at Hu Changzai, who appeared equally bewildered. Lin Sanjiu lifted the rabbit in her grasp and, in a hushed voice, inquired, Hu Changzai, about the rabbit. I must ask you both if you know anything regarding dice and the next world. Ma Se let out a deep sigh, covering her face with her hand. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Hu Changzai became anxious. What next world? Please clarify. Professor Bai also furrowed his brow slightly. Good heavens. Lin Sanjiu felt a bitter taste in her mouth, struggling to articulate the gravity of the situation. Humanity could only reside in each world for a mere 14 months. Once that time elapsed, one would be transported to another randomly selected realm. Alas, it was yet another apocalyptic scenario for humankind, and one that promised even harsher conditions. Apart from her and Master, the others wore expressions that suggested disbelief, as though she were uttering madness. Yet, her words bore truth. Master took a step forward, his demeanor solemn as he spoke. I myself have traversed from another world. In my realm, a highly lethal mutated virus was unleashed during an experiment. As it was airborne, before experts could find an antidote, 95% of the Earth's population had already perished. Professor Bai's previously indifferent facade finally showed signs of cracking. She gaped at Master, murmuring in a barely audible voice, I cannot comprehend. How could such a thing be possible? Hu Chang, in a state of despair, slumped to the ground, bitterly reflecting to himself. This is, astonishingly, the truth. If I am not mistaken, the fallen species that is helping you originates from another world. Lin Sanjiu shook her head as she spoke. If he were not from another world, how else could one explain the advanced technologies he possessed? Prior to the impending heat, any of his inventions could incite a technological upheaval. Had he never questioned this? Professor Bai stared blankly at her, lost in thought, when suddenly his face turned ashen. Wait a moment, he stammered. Lin Sanjiu sighed. Indeed. Professor Bai, you have administered medication to 600 ordinary individuals, forcibly igniting high-temperature adaptability in those devoid of potential. Now, they are compelled to venture into the next world. When I first heard Chen Jinfeng speak of the mission of the Oasis, disbelief flooded my heart. In retrospect, it is all due to the so-called embers you have gathered, which are soon to be scattered to the winds, never to reunite. If you yourself cannot remain here, how can you speak of revitalizing humanity? These fragile individuals, once thrust into a different environment, I assure you, will meet a fate far more tragic than here. Do you comprehend this? In terms of difficulty, our world is merely rated D, quite manageable indeed. From the outset, your understanding has been flawed. Naturally evolved humans are not a mere aberration but the very hope for humanity's survival. And to date, how many hopes have you dispatched to their demise? Lin Sanjiu wished to continue, but Ma Si approached and gently patted her. Xiaojiu. It was then that she realized Professor Bai had somehow sunk to the ground, dazed and ashen, his face resembling that of a corpse. Her lips trembled uncontrollably, and tears welled incessantly at the corners of her eyes. Su Xiaoyang, frightened, leapt into her embrace, repeatedly calling for Mama. Yet he could not articulate a single complete word of comfort. How could this be? He has never confided such matters to me. I had always believed I was acting with noble intentions. Although Professor Bai's methods are indeed open to scrutiny, her sincerity is beyond doubt. To suddenly discover that my lifelong pursuit has been nothing but an illusion is truly a devastating blow. Not only Professor Bai, but even the brown-furred rabbit appeared utterly incredulous. After a moment of silence, Lin Sanjiu, observing the two women, who looked as if they were mourning a great loss, finally spoke up. Professor Bai, I understand that your emotions must be in turmoil right now. Yet, I must inquire, where is that fallen individual with whom you collaborated? Professor Bai seemed completely oblivious to her question, remaining dazedly seated on the ground, her gaze fixed in the direction of the dormitory building, uttering not a single word. Just as Lin Sanjiu was about to repeat her query, she suddenly felt a searing sensation on her thigh, as if something from her pocket had burned her. Hastily, she switched the rabbit to the other hand and reached into her pocket, pulling out a piece of paper, the visa she had received from the field mouse. However, this visa now appeared entirely altered. All the information had been heavily crossed out with thick black lines, and the paper was so hot it was nearly unbearable to hold. At the bottom, a line of bright red letters had appeared. The visa holder is deceased. This visa is immediately rendered void. Lin Sanjiu's heart sank as she instinctively cast her gaze toward Master 12. Had he perished? Would Master vanish as well? Had Lu Zhe also met the same fate? To her astonishment, Master was right beside her, appearing perfectly fine, everything seemingly as usual. With her head tilted in confusion, she asked, "What's wrong? Could it be a delayed reaction? If 12 is dead, what would you do?" Lin Sanjiu forced herself to utter these words, feeling a fear she had never experienced before, even when she was on the brink of being devoured by Ren Nan. Then I would instantly cease to exist. Lu Zhe is the foundation of my being. If his physical form perishes, I cannot survive. Mather paused, her red hair blowing against her cheek in the night breeze. What prompted you to ask that? Lin Sanjiu gazed at her with trepidation, causing Mather to feel somewhat uneasy. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her, and she slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "I've been deceived." Su Xiaoyang, with tear-filled eyes, lifted her head, while Hu Changzai also stood up, approaching with a hint of unease. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to set aside the matter of the field mice for the time being. The real issue lay with the fallen species that Professor Bai had mentioned. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, as if someone had struck the microphone, resonating loudly from the loudspeakers mounted on the exterior walls of the cadres building. For a moment, everyone was taken aback, looking up in bewilderment. "Good evening, fellow inhabitants of the oasis." The man whose voice had filled the loudspeakers all day spoke again, his tone steady, as if he intended to deliver a new announcement. Not only from the cadres building but also from the dormitories and the cafeteria, the same voice reverberated simultaneously through the numerous loudspeakers scattered throughout Oasis, subtly vibrating in the night sky, rippling outward and enveloping the entire factory area. From the direction of the dormitories, a vague commotion arose. "Hey, at this point, what more do you have to say?" Lin Sanjiu scratched his head, expressing his impatience. "Just tell me where that fallen is. Please remain calm, humans. When I refer to my compatriots, I do not mean you." These words seemed to press a pause button, freezing the movements of those present. They stood there, heads tilted back and mouths agape, momentarily stunned. As the broadcast concluded, a multitude of fallen began to ascend from the rooftops of each factory building, coalescing into a dense mass that obscured the sky. Shimmering black, shell-like wings unfurled in the night, and a pungent stench filled the air with each movement of their mandibles. Please refrain from inflicting severe injuries on the humans to avoid wasting resources. The corpses will be uniformly stored. Even with the knowledge that the fallen responsible for luring Professor Bai was just above them, Lin Sanjiu and the others found themselves paralyzed, unable to act. From the rooftop of the administrative building, a swarm of fallen surged forth, their numbers exceeding those from any other location. Nearly every pair of eyes was fixed upon them. Chapter 68. The death of the chief visa officer. The sky had become utterly obscured. The sounds of heavy breathing and pounding footsteps merged into a disorienting cacophony. Leading the charge, Lin Sanjiu and her team pushed themselves to the limit, racing with all their might between the structures of the oasis. Their objective was clear. If they could reach the convoy, pick up Fontaine and his companion, they could escape the oasis. The atmosphere was layered, with the expanse from sky to ground divided into 3 distinct tiers, like being doused with a bucket of ice-cold water from head to toe. Lin Sanjiu clutched her combat trousers tightly, her shoulders trembling as words eluded her. Ma Sei's countenance was exceedingly grim. Who but 12 could transform into Lin Sanjiu's likeness and murder Fong Dan? Why would 12 wish to take her life? The two bore no enmity towards one another. Lin Sanjiu's voice became indistinct. In her daze, she discovered that her pocket had inexplicably grown warm once more, searing her leg with discomfort. Numbly, she reached in and retrieved the visa. Beneath it, a new line of crimson letters proclaimed, "Extremely Warm Hell's chief visa officer is deceased. All visas are rendered void." Simultaneously, she and Ma Sei turned their gaze toward Hai Tianqing. At that moment, Hu Changzai stood beside Hai Tianqing, elucidating, "Lin Sanjiu has been fighting alongside us all along. It is utterly impossible for her to have split herself to kill Fong Dan. Even the brown-furred rabbit and Su Xiaoyang had been summoned to attest to this. Initially, Hai Tianqing listened with a degree of skepticism, but his eyes suddenly fell upon Lin Sanjiu's hands, prompting him to exclaim loudly, "No, it was her. That woman just asked Fong Dan for some visa," and Fong Dan laughed, saying, "I can't believe you discovered this useless ability," before handing her an identical document. After she received that paper, she proceeded to kill Fong Dan. Hai Tianqing continued, "The moment she died, that woman cursed, exclaiming, 'So it turns out it can't be used once dead.'" It was at this point he finally grasped something was amiss. "Wait, that woman left from the direction of the main entrance. Yet you came from here." He furrowed his brow. "It's the opposite direction." Each word tasted like bile as Lin Sanjiu spoke. "Hu Changzai, could you please help Fong Dan into the vehicle? We cannot abandon her here. She would be consumed by the fallen. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford any delays. Let's depart." The final words had never felt so weighty. At this moment, there remained 1 minute and 46 seconds until the Pygmalion collar cooled. Yet, Martha remained stationary. Not only did she not move, but she also halted Hu Changzai, entrusting him with the keys to the bus. "Martha, what are you doing?" Lin Sanjiu inquired, turning her head with a mixture of shock and suspicion. Before her words had even faded, Martha, standing enshrouded in the night, flickered like a television screen plagued by poor reception. Chapter 69. 30 seconds. Oasis's demise before the weather escalated to a deadly, scorching heat. I was merely an ordinary man, blessed with an ordinary family. My life, shared with my wife of nearly 6 years and our twin daughters of 3 years, was both mundane and blissful. Even after the advent of humanity's end, I still considered myself fortunate. My wife and daughters had successfully evolved with adaptations to the extreme heat. Among our family, I alone developed an advanced ability, and though not as formidable as it is now, I exerted my utmost effort to safeguard their well-being. Sustenance, water, shelter. I procured them all. I have always been a robust man, and every fallen one that dared to assail us never even had the chance to approach my precious daughters. That day, our automobile traversed a considerable distance, leading to an overheated engine that necessitated coolant, and our gasoline reserves were dwindling. I was cognizant of a filling station situated a few blocks hence, which also featured a sizable automotive supply store. Naturally, I would never imprudently usher my wife and daughters into an unfamiliar locale without due diligence. Hence, prior to parking the vehicle adjacent to the filling station, I reconnoitered the entire premises no fewer than 3 times, leaving no stone unturned in my scrutiny. The vicinity appeared secure. There was no sign of any depraved entities, or indeed any human presence at all. Within the store, I procured several items that proved to be precisely what we required. As I was exiting, I espied a collection of sizable rubber duck effigies arrayed near the entrance. I was elated and promptly selected 2 pristine yellow ducks. In times past, my daughters would insist on having a gaggle of these avian toys accompanying them during their ablutions. Though a bathtub was no longer among our amenities, they could at least possess a pair of these cheerful waterfowl. Burdened with coolant, gasoline, blackout cloth, and a pair of rubber ducks, I was compelled to crane my neck to maintain a clear view of the path ahead. Upon emerging from the filling station, I discerned a pair of prostrate, beetle-like silhouettes flanking either side of our vehicle. For a span of 60 seconds, I was utterly unable to identify the creatures before me. Perhaps it was an involuntary utterance on my part that prompted the entities to straighten up and swivel their heads in my direction, at which juncture I noted the proboscis adorning their otherwise humanoid countenances. From the proboscis of the one nearest to me, blood, indubitably belonging to my wife, was audibly dripping. "Well, have you had your fill? Let's depart. This one appears formidable." I distinctly recall the fallen one standing beside my wife's ashen, lifeless face, remarking to another, "There's still a small one left, quite tender." My memory grows hazy. In a daze, I seem to have cast aside everything, rushing forward to rescue my daughter, who might not have been entirely gone. "Ah, I've got it, let's do this." Impaled on its elongated proboscis were my 2 precious daughters. The proboscis pierced through their heads, skewering them like a shish kebab, dragging their small bodies from the car. Amidst my heart-wrenching cries, they leisurely unfurled their wings, revealing why they had appeared so suddenly. Since then, I had never encountered a winged fallen one again. Yet here it was, right beside me. Hating's gaze remained fixed on the air, the corridor. No sooner had he spoken than the weapons that had formed from the 7th floor plummeted, reverting to their original forms. I'm gonna take a gamble. You guys hold on. With that, Lin Sanjiu's body suddenly trembled slightly, a reaction to pushing her abilities to their utmost limit. Sweat streamed down her body like rivulets, instantly drenching her vest and combat trousers. Cooling countdown 5 seconds. The fallen one's offensive intensified. Even with hating sand barbells, Little Ash still sustained numerous injuries. The buildings within the oasis, as if their words had been whittled away, had finally become part of this cloud of dust. In the profound silence that enveloped the crowd, Lin Sanjiu's body weakened, and she tumbled from the front of the vehicle, only to be swiftly caught by Haetonking. Within 30 seconds, the oasis lay in ruins. Chapter 70, What did you say? In a state of muddled consciousness, a faint crackling sound echoed in Lin Sanjiu's ears, persistently jarring her fatigued nerves. Despite being in a half-dream state, the sensation of jolting motion suggested that she was indeed in a vehicle. The warmth of the rainwater, reminiscent of the temperature just after boiling, would have typically scalded a person. However, when poured over Lin Sanjiu's hands, it felt pleasantly warm and comforting. The scent of sulfur was undeniably strong. Wait, is this not a hot spring? Ever since the arrival of the extreme heat of hell, Lin Sanjiu had been sweating profusely and had not enjoyed a proper bath. Suddenly, a yearning desire welled up within her. For the past 2 months, she had become akin to a wild boar, her skin coated with layers of sweat, dirt, and grime, rendering it coarse to the touch. She immediately instructed Hu Changzai to halt the vehicle and called for Haetonking's truck, persuading both men to accompany her in search of a bucket. Though buckets seemed to be ubiquitous, locating one proved challenging, especially with many plastic items having warped under the intense heat. After a fruitless search, Lin Sanjiu resolutely rolled up her sleeves and began digging a pit about half her height. She then lined the bottom and sides with a tarp and stones to prevent water leakage. With the rain pouring steadily, it wasn't long before the pit filled with steaming hot spring water. Though the water may not be deemed entirely pristine, it is undoubtedly a luxurious indulgence. The 2 men, swayed by the allure, sought out another spot to dig a hole. Lin Sanjiu seized a brown-furred rabbit and, with a playful gesture, plunged it into the water, exclaiming, "Come, partake in this delight." With that, she shed her outer garments and leapt into the pool. The rabbit, emerging indignantly from the surface, protested, "Rabbits do not bathe." Lin Sanjiu regarded it with a bemused expression, as if to say, "So what? You are still a mere rabbit." Even if it possessed the ability to speak, its fluffy and unassuming appearance rendered it utterly unembarrassing. After a brief pause, the American brown rabbit, with a hint of melancholy, continued, "Reflecting on it now, it is astonishing that there was once grass. At that time, I was but a foolish rabbit, devouring it greedily. Ever since I consumed that grass, wisdom began to dawn upon me, and abilities flourished. In contrast, my master could not endure, ultimately succumbing to fate. That grass must have been a rare artifact from the genesis of a new world. I never imagined that even a rabbit could experience such profound separations." Lin Sanjiu, momentarily moved, gently caressed its head. The brown rabbit solemnly declared, "Now you understand. I too possess a name. Henceforth you may call me father." Almost instantly, a hand descended upon its head, submerging it beneath the water's surface. After a playful tussle with the re-emerging rabbit, Lin Sanjiu found herself splashed and drenched. Whether it was the joy of play or the refreshing bath, her spirits were undeniably lifted. As she emerged from the water, having nearly finished her cleansing ritual, Lin Sanjiu, weary from a week of slumber and famished, reluctantly changed into the clean clothes she had prepared. The scalding rain continued to pour from the heavens, seemingly compensating for the prior drought. Thick clouds of white mist were stirred up from the ground, gradually rising into the air. The incessant flow of new fog mingled with the earlier haze, enveloping the world in a soft obscurity, blurring the vision. "Hey Hu Changzai, are you finished washing? Where are you? We are on our way," she called out into the distance. "Hurry and get dressed." A flustered response came echoing back from afar. I already said I'm a male rabbit, it's them who should be embarrassed, grumbled the brown-furred rabbit. Having discerned the direction, the duo, one human and one rabbit, made their way towards the source of Hu Changzai's voice. The thick mist rendered the path ahead indistinct, making their progress somewhat laborious. Yet, surely it shouldn't take more than 20 minutes to reach their destination? Moreover, both possessed enhanced physiques. After several loud calls yielded no reply, Lin Sanjiu halted, her expression turning grave. The brown-furred rabbit sensed something amiss as well. How strange that voice clearly came from this direction, it remarked. Exchanging wary glances, they silently heightened their vigilance. Just as they were about to take a step forward, a sharp, resonant sound of a gong shattered the stillness of the misty world, startling them. Almost immediately, a cheerful voice rang out from an unknown source. Good afternoon, everyone. At that moment, it seemed that figures were approaching from the mist nearby, rustling softly from various directions, indicating that there was more than one. The two individuals closest to them appeared even more frantic than Lin Sanjiu and her companions, whispering anxiously to one another. Although visibility was poor, the atmosphere was steadily growing tense. Soon, the loud voice spoke up again. Is everyone here? I am delighted to represent all the dungeons of the extreme warm hell in welcoming you to the year-end red and white competition. Chapter 71. Rules of the red and white competition. Upon reflection, it indeed was the end of December, and in preparation for the arrival of the new world, everyone must have been busy readying for the new year. However, alas, the fog was too thick, and the participants could not see one another. Let us clear the air, the loud voice complained, and immediately began to blow forcefully. Surprisingly, the enveloping white mist gradually began to shift and disperse, revealing the true essence of the world. No, that was not right. This was certainly not the world's true essence. Lin Sanjiu fixed her gaze on the ground, her eyes widening. Beneath her feet lay a vast circle, divided in half by a central line, one side painted red and the other white. Not far from her stood 4 unfamiliar men and women. Together with Lin Sanjiu and the rabbit, a total of 6 individuals stood on the red side. In addition, on the white half, approximately 50 meters away from them, stood 6 individuals. Among them, 2 were quite familiar to her. One bespectacled and solemn, the other, a robust figure whose mere presence commanded retreat. None other than Hu Changzai and Hai Tianqing. The trio and a rabbit exchanged astonished glances, each bearing a somewhat foolish expression. Hu Changzai, his face a mask of anxiety, opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, gesturing with his hands for an extended period, yet no sound escaped. It felt as though something had severed the connection to his voice. It was not until the earlier high-pitched voice echoed again that Lin Sanjiu snapped back to reality, hastily turning to locate the source of the sound. Curiously, although the wind had clearly blown from that direction, dispersing the white mist around them, the speaker or entity remained shrouded in dense fog, their features obscured. I am Mr. Dian, the moderator of this scenario. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Have you all spotted your teammates? Before you lies your adversary. Now, let us take a moment to familiarize ourselves with one another before commencing our red and white competition. No sooner had Mr. Dian's words fallen than a man beside Lin Sanjiu erupted. Hey, are you out of your mind? What time is it? And you still want to engage in some New Year's celebration competition? I have no time for games. This individual appeared youthful, likely just in his early 20s, with very short hair on the sides, exuding an impatient demeanor as he shouted, Are you all just going to stand there? Seeing that no one spoke, he disregarded the crowd and turned to leave. Soon, his figure vanished into the swirling mist. Mr. Dian seemed utterly unconcerned by the man's abrupt exit, remaining silent as if awaiting introductions among the others. The remaining 5 members of the red team, due to the man's presence, found themselves in a hushed atmosphere, each perhaps harboring a singular thought, to witness whether that man could indeed make his way out. Among the 3 remaining members of the red team, aside from Lin Sanjiu and the rabbit, one couple was unmistakably apparent. The petite girl with bangs appeared visibly anxious, clutching her boyfriend's shirt tightly. Her boyfriend, though not tall, had a complexion even fairer than Lin Sanjiu's, and his slightly plump figure revealed his deep concern for her, as he murmured soothing words to comfort her. Another individual stood apart, a middle-aged man with a shiny visage, his eyes darting around restlessly. The relentless downpour continued to drench the earth from above, leaving everyone thoroughly soaked, their clothes clinging to their forms in a semi-transparent state. The man's prominent belly was starkly evident beneath his wet shirt, yet his gaze roamed over the women present, even scrutinizing those in the distant white team. Clad in a black-fitted tank top and loose combat trousers, Lin Sanjiu's appearance offered little allure. Pity the girl in the cotton linen dress, who looked uncomfortable as she sought refuge behind her boyfriend. Boundaries could not be crossed, nor could one hear another's voice. Lin Sanjiu's eyes met Hu Chang's eyes, both reflecting a shared uncertainty. Olivia cast her gaze upon the members of the white team, subsequently shaking her head in the direction of Hu Chang's eye, uncertain whether the latter had truly comprehended her intent. Ha! Just then, a voice recently heard echoed from behind the white team. Olivia turned to see the quick-tempered individual from earlier standing behind the five, a look of bewildered astonishment on their face. She, however, was not at all surprised. I must have taken a wrong turn? The impetuous one muttered under their breath, reluctantly turning to leave. Don't bother, Olivia couldn't help but say, finally calling out to them. Haven't you heard? This place is a copy. Upon hearing this, the members of the red team were taken aback. Nevertheless, with the knowledge of the copy, at least none of them would entertain thoughts of fleeing or attacking Mr. Dot. Approximately 5 minutes later, the sound of clapping hands emanated from Mr. Dot's direction, interrupting the red and white team's respective conversations. Seeing you all interacting so pleasantly with your teammates fills old Dot with joy. Mr. Dot chuckled, his tone lighthearted. However, his subsequent words were far from comforting for the red team. However, one member of the red team failed to adhere to my suggested course of action, instead attempting to leave without authorization. Therefore, before the game even begins, I regretfully must deduct 1 point from the red team. As he spoke, a -1 materialized on the ground of the red team's side, near the boundary line, emitting a faint glimmer. Although the implications of this -1 remained unknown, the faces of the red team members fell, sensing a foreboding unease. Failing to adhere to the suggested actions results in point deductions? Yet just moments ago, our 5 members did not engage in conversation with one another. Up until now, Lin Sanjiu is oblivious to the names of the other members, resorting to assigning them codenames in his mind. Could this truly be considered a form of acquaintance? As these thoughts lingered, a voice from over there spoke up. Fortunately, a member of the red team has enlightened their teammates on the basics of the dungeon, thus awarding the red team a treasure chest. Though the nature of the treasure chest remains unknown, it certainly sounds promising. With this, perhaps the disparity between the red and white teams shall not be so pronounced. The expressions of the red team members brightened slightly when Mr. Point continued. For the same reason, the white team shall also receive a treasure chest. One might wonder about the significance of these treasure chests. Therefore, allow me to elucidate the rules of this competition. The year-end red-white face-off participants, 6 members from each team, totaling 12 individuals. Competition rules 1. Mr. Point will designate 6 games. Participation from both teams is not mandatory for all members, provided the total number meets the minimum requirement for each game, and that the number of participants from both teams is equal. 2. There is no limit to the number of games each member may partake in, yet every individual must participate at least twice, or face a penalty of elimination. 3. The participants for each round of games must be determined by a team vote, with only those who receive the majority vote permitted to compete. 4. Certain games may feature scoring opportunities. If a member of a team successfully identifies and secures a scoring point, that team shall earn 1 point. Earning a point is possible by winning a round of the game, with the team accumulating the most points ultimately emerging victorious. Conversely, setbacks may occur during the game, leading to point deductions. Occasionally, extraordinary circumstances may arise, resulting in the acquisition of bonus chests. Upon opening these chests, a spectrum of outcomes is conceivable, ranging from an astounding reward of 10 points to a detrimental penalty of -10 points. Prior to each round, non-participating members from both the red and white teams are required to contribute an item of their own as a prize. This prize may manifest as a unique artifact from the New World or an advanced ability possessed by the individual. Upon the provision of the prize, should the team be defeated, the prize shall be forfeited to the opposing team. As an illustrative example, should player A of the red team, who is not participating, contribute their ability to levitate upon flatulence, but the red team's participating players are unsuccessful, the aforementioned ability shall be transferred to a member of the white team. In the event of full team participation, the prizes shall be selected at random by Mr. Point. The determination of which member of the victorious team is entitled to the prize shall be contingent upon the outcome of team deliberations. In the event of an impasse, Mr. Point shall render a judgment based on the magnitude of each individual's contribution, with the individual deemed to have made the greatest contribution receiving the prize. The team that suffers defeat in the contest shall not only be obligated to return all previously acquired prizes, but shall also forfeit their advanced abilities and unique artifacts, which shall be bestowed upon the victorious team as the ultimate prize. Furthermore, each member of the victorious team may request a special reward from Mr. Point. Upon the resolution of the contest, the instance shall be terminated. Following the recitation of these 10 extensive rules, the attention of nearly all present was captivated by the implications of the 6th and 7th stipulations. Could it be that undesirable items can be discovered within a treasure chest? What purpose does it serve then? Exclaims the irascible voice. I am more concerned about the prizes, the fair-skinned one remarked with some trepidation. Although the nature of the game remains unknown, we would be at a distinct disadvantage if the opposition were to acquire an additional ability. Upon hearing this, the one with the blunt bangs turned ashen, vehemently shaking her head. I implore you not to make me surrender my ability as a prize. Without it, I might perish swiftly. Noticing his girlfriend's distress, the fair-skinned one promptly grasped her hand, tenderly reassuring her, "Fear not, my dear. No one shall coerce you." The portly one, though silent, finally averted his gaze from the waist and hips of the one with the blunt bangs. Lin Sanjiu and the rabbit exchanged a somber glance. First glance, the 10 rules exuded an inexplicable sense of foreboding, as if fraught with peril. Moreover, the pressure upon her and the rabbit was more substantial. Not only must they emerge victorious, but they must also consider the plight of Hu Changzai and Hai Tianqing. The rules have been elucidated. Now, may the members from both teams who have rendered a contribution step forward to draw lots. Within the red team, Lin Sanjiu was the natural choice. She paused, her gaze sweeping towards the white team. The one emerging to draw lots from the white team was likely to be a formidable adversary. One who possesses knowledge of the fundamental aspects of the dungeon, potentially originating from another world. To her surprise, her gaze met that of a diminutive old woman. The elderly lady seemed oblivious to her age, her face a tapestry of wrinkles, and her downturned, weary triangular eyes hinted at a lack of vitality. Her tightly pursed lips rendered her unapproachable. She cast a fleeting glance at Lin Sanjiu before expressionlessly turning her head away and walking straight into the mist. It was only then that Lin Sanjiu realized her own oversight. She hastily set the rabbit down from her shoulder and followed suit into the fog. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes for a moment and suddenly flung open the lid of the box. With a resounding ding, the wooden lid lifted to reveal the box's empty interior. Lin Sanjiu stared in astonishment, disbelief washing over her as she reached inside to feel the surface. Just an ordinary wooden box, devoid of contents. Did this imply that she had drawn nothing? The voice of Mr. Dian unexpectedly broke the silence. Although her mind was a whirl of confusion, Lin Sanjiu stood up to leave, curiously touching the box once more, thankful that Mr. Dian seemed to have overlooked her actions and said nothing. On her way back, she glanced at the elderly lady emerging from the opposite side of the mist, noticing her deeply furrowed brow, which echoed Lin Sanjiu's own perplexity. Shaking her head in resignation, she signaled her own uncertainty. Just then, Mr. Dian spoke at an opportune moment. I shall now announce the prizes for the red and white teams. Congratulations to the red team for winning a pass opportunity, allowing you to exempt yourself from one obligation in the game. Unfortunately, the white team is not so fortunate. You have drawn a witch's curse, which means that during your next scoring of 2 points, 1 point will be deducted. Given that we are not at a disadvantage, engaging in this contest could prove advantageous. Unexpectedly, the rotund individual, who had been stationed in the corner, commenced speaking, rubbing his hands together with an unmistakable, albeit suppressed, excitement. If we triumph in the competition, we stand to gain the abilities and possessions of others. Does this prospect not entice you? His candidness took the others by surprise. The irascible one licked his lips, casting a glance in the direction of the white team, and murmured, "That is indeed a valid point. That large fellow over there appears formidable. I would certainly benefit from acquiring his abilities." The large fellow was undoubtedly a reference to Hai Tianqing. Despite their relatively short acquaintance, they had fought side by side. Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but cast a disapproving glance at the irascible one. The fair-skinned man offered a wry smile, stating softly, "But wouldn't that be tantamount to benefiting at the expense of others?" Alas, the woman with the blunt bangs tugged at his sleeve, gently advising, "Husband, these are merely the rules of the competition. We did not establish them ourselves. As for me, I would be content as long as we do not lose." Her statement was skillfully crafted. In such a competition, not losing is equivalent to winning. In essence, the woman with blunt bangs shared the same sentiments as the other two, but her phrasing was more palatable. As anticipated, the other two nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiments, making it difficult for the fair-skinned man to object further. With a few words exchanged, they reached a consensus. Although they had been assigned to the same team, it was only now, driven by self-interest, that they began to exhibit a sense of camaraderie. A rotund figure extended a plump hand, smiling as he introduced himself. "My surname is Wang. In the past, I owned a few companies. But let's not dwell on that now." "Ah, it is General Wang," the hot-tempered individual exclaimed without hesitation, grasping his hand firmly. "I am Chun, just call me Xiaofan. I tend to be rather impulsive, so I hope you can understand. Just call me Old Wang. There's no need for formalities," he replied, retracting his hand and directing it towards the straight-across bangs of another. Upon hearing Old Wang, he cast a glance at the fair-skinned Zhong Junkai, seemingly lost in thought, before extending his hand towards Lin Sanjiu. In terms of appearance alone, Lin Sanjiu was indeed more attractive than Lian Xiaolian. However, clad in a utilitarian vest and combat pants, with hefty boots that lacked any semblance of femininity, her neck and shoulders wrapped in bandages emanated a chilling aura of danger, rendering her far less appealing compared to the delicate and innocent-looking Lian Xiaolian. Before long, everyone had gathered around her, engaging in conversation. Following their initial introductions, the atmosphere grew markedly warmer. Although they remained ensnared in the scenario, smiles graced their faces. A glance towards the direction of the white team revealed a similar scene. Aside from Hu Changzai and Hai Tianqing, the others were animated, their eyes sparkling with eagerness, evidently viewing the red team as a tantalizing opportunity. Lin Sanjiu feigned interest in her surroundings, stepping a few paces away, and whispered softly to the brown-furred rabbit perched on her shoulder, "Shall we place a bet?" The brown-haired rabbit was quite displeased, having been overlooked during the introductions while everyone else shared their names. With an expression of discontent, it pondered, "How long can this cordial atmosphere truly last?" The rabbit felt a chill at the corners of its smile. "Have you not noticed? Those 10 rules are rather peculiar. The restrictions imposed on the members of the same team are extraordinarily numerous. If I am not mistaken, it seems that merely overcoming one's opponents may not suffice in this competition. Moreover, the maintenance of such interests is exceedingly fragile. I suspect that by the second round of games, the atmosphere will have completely transformed. Correct?" The rabbit widened its dark eyes in surprise. "So soon? Indeed. Your small stature makes you easily overlooked when you remain silent, and I hope you can assist me in keeping a vigilant eye." At this point, Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. "I once possessed an ability to observe, but for some reason, ever since I awakened, it has become unusable." During the fierce battles in the oasis, she had vaguely heard Teacher Yi's voice, seemingly asking her if she wanted something. She had nearly forgotten this matter upon waking. However, Lin Sanjiu soon realized something was amiss. When she attempted to enter the Consciousness Academy, all she saw was a lifeless, gray haze, as if this ability had been entirely sealed away. Reflecting on it, it was indeed astonishing that, with her former capabilities, she could have annihilated the entire oasis. This is undoubtedly related to the closure of the Consciousness Academy. Yet before she could grasp the situation, they unexpectedly burst into the instance. Mr. Diane's voice resonated with enthusiasm. Seeing everyone engaged in lively conversation brings me great joy. Since we are all becoming more familiar with one another, it is time to commence the first round of the game. Although visibility was obscured, a multitude of anxious yet eager gazes immediately turned towards the depths of the white mist. The title of the first game is Destiny Depends on Human Dice. Game description. The dice game is a widely celebrated board game, most famously embodied by Monopoly. In a typical dice game, participants take turns rolling the dice, moving forward the number of spaces indicated, and the first to reach the finish line is declared the victor. However, in Destiny Depends on Human Dice, the mechanics possess a slight twist. Within the territories of the red and white teams, a path composed of 16 small squares will materialize. Players will commence from either end, and upon reaching the boundary at the end of the path, there lies a solitary square that marks the finish line. Each player will start from the first square of their respective team, and the first to traverse all 16 squares and reach the finishing square will be the winner. However, the number of spaces advanced depends upon the opponent. What? As soon as Mr. Dian finished speaking, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from both the red and white teams. To reach victory first. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't allow my opponent to succeed, right? Even Xiao Lian, with a puzzled expression, looked up at her boyfriend. However, Mr. Dian had yet to finish his words. The rules of the game are as follows. When determining the number of spaces the opponent may advance, the minimum number is 1, and the maximum cannot exceed the remaining spaces. For instance, if the opponent is currently on the second space, the highest number they can declare is 16 to 214 spaces, which corresponds to the space just before the finish line. It is prohibited to refrain from declaring a number, to declare 0, or to call for the opponent to retreat. Thus, although the number of spaces advanced lies in the hands of the opponent, one can still advance. At the very least, by 1 space. Lin Sanjiu mused to himself, the white team decides our advancement, but likewise we also determine the advancement of the white team. To ensure absolute fairness, there is no notion of alternating turns in this game. Mr. Diane's voice sounded cheerful. After the red and white teams report their numbers to me, I shall announce the respective advancements, and both sides will move forward simultaneously. This way, there is no distinction of turns. In the event that both sides reach the finish line simultaneously, the outcome will be determined by duel. The minimum total number of participants required for this game is 2, and the maximum total number is also 2. Once the game commences, all occurrences will remain known solely to the participants. Public announcements will only be made after the conclusion of the game. They speak of a game of double sixes, yet is it not still the might that ultimately determines the victor? Even Xiao Lian's mind was racing, as she wiped the water from her face and complained, who would allow their opponent to advance a few spaces? It's bound to be a simultaneous arrival at the finish line, followed by a duel. Rest assured, I believe no one will let you ascend in this round of the game. Zhong Junkai hurriedly offered her a gentle reassurance. Nearby, Chen Fan raised his voice and remarked, if it comes to a duel, it will surely be up to us men. Not far away, as if commanded by some unseen force, a series of squares began to materialize on the ground, forming a path. Just as Mr. Dian had stated, at the convergence of the two paths lay a distinctive yellow finishing square. However, apart from the finishing square, each individual square bore a question mark, shrouded in mystery. Is everyone prepared? In 5 minutes, please decide on your chosen participant. With Mr. Dian's words, the first round of the game commenced. Chapter 73. Destiny lies in the hands of the players. Almost simultaneously as Mr. Dian finished speaking, an unusual expression crossed the faces of several individuals. This round of the game permitted only 1 participant per team. According to Rule 7, each non-participant was required to present a prize. It was evident that everyone wished to be selected as a contestant rather than be left behind. After all, as a contestant, there would be no penalties even in defeat. Yet, should one surrender a prize and subsequently lose, the loss would be borne solely by oneself. Even before the first round officially began, these strangers were already calculating their strategies. Well, who should we send out for the first game? Lian Xiaolian tentatively inquired. Chun Fan, without a hint of hesitation, replied, didn't we just discuss this? This game will ultimately be decided by a duel, so it is only fitting that one of the men among us participates. Lin Xiaolian's expression faltered, momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief contemplation, she seemed eager to rectify the situation, stating, "That's not entirely accurate. After all, this is a battle of skills rather than mere physical strength. Besides, if the white team sends a female contestant, I, along with Miss Lin, would be more than capable of participating." Old Wang glanced at Lin Xiaolian, this time not focusing on her figure, and chuckled, "Little sister, you are quite naive. The pressure in the first round is immense. As a delicate young lady, how will you cope with it?" He added, "If you don't mind, I too can join the competition." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere among the remaining participants, excluding the silent Lin Sanjiu and the rabbit, grew somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Sanjiu, having listened quietly to their back-and-forth banter, suddenly raised her voice, "Mr. Dian, may I inquire how victory and defeat are determined in a duel?" Her abrupt question silenced the others, all awaiting Mr. Dian's response. What a coincidence, the white team has posed the same query. Mr. Dian paused for a few seconds before responding. Since it is a duel, the conclusion is reached when one party meets their demise. The brown-furred rabbit stumbled, nearly toppling off Lin Sanjiu's shoulder. The members of the red team formed a small circle and fell into an immediate silence. No one had anticipated that it would turn into a life-and-death duel. Who would be willing to stake their life for such a gamble? Just moments ago, they had been fervently enthusiastic, yet now, they were reluctant to retract their earlier bravado. After a prolonged pause, it was old Wang who hesitantly broke the silence. "If the competitor from the opposing team is that elderly lady, I might be willing to give it a try." The white team comprised primarily of robust young adults, with Hai Tianqing being a formidable presence. His mere stance exuded an aura of intimidation. The woman in the red skirt, tall and with long legs, possessed a fierce demeanor. The remaining members, including Hu Changzai, appeared to be sturdy young men. Only the elderly woman with white hair seemed to be the softest target among them. Thus, when old Wang articulated his thoughts so frankly, everyone found it both amusing and exasperating. This old fellow certainly had a unique talent for expressing his reluctance in such a candid manner. Just as the red team was in a state of indecision, Mr. Dian's voice suddenly rose in pitch. "All right, it seems the white team has finalized their selection. Please have the white team contestant step forward to the starting point. Red team, you have 2 minutes remaining." The members of the red team quickly turned to see a rather ordinary-looking young man, yet towering at a height of 6 feet, emerging from the direction of the white team. He flashed a grin at the red team, cracking his shoulders and neck with an audible pop before stepping into the square marked as the starting point. Upon coming to a halt, the young man suddenly struck the ground with a powerful fist, unleashing a myriad of white mist. The force was so tremendous that it caused a tremor even on the side of the red team. When he rose again, a deep pit, as large as a human head, had formed beside the square. Faced with such a straightforward yet effective display of strength, the red team fell into a momentary silence. While the loss of the prize was indeed disheartening, the preservation of life took precedence. "Thus I shall participate." In the midst of this silence, Lin Sanjiu unexpectedly spoke up. It was as if they had been rescued, as the expressions of everyone softened considerably. Even Xiao Lian, with her pale countenance, managed to smile, saying, "Ah, Miss Lin, your words suggest you possess great confidence in your abilities, don't they?" "I must admit, I feel quite inferior." Chun Fan interjected, "How can we allow a woman to sigh? Well, since you are so determined to go, there is little we can do." Old Wang simply chuckled. Zhong Junkai furrowed his brow. "Miss Lin, if you are concerned about the prize, it is truly unnecessary to risk your life." Lin Sanjiu flashed him a smile, her amber eyes sparkling with clarity. "No worries, I have made up my mind." With that, she stood up, casting a final glance around. "Does anyone have any objections? If you agree to my participation, please raise your hand, for the rules stipulate that a vote is required." For hands swiftly rose in succession. With a hint of hesitation, a small rabbit paw finally lifted into the air. The brown-furred rabbit lowered its voice and whispered in Lin Sanjiu's ear, "Hey, do you feel confident? Your pathetic abilities would lead to your swift demise in combat." Lin Sanjiu retorted, casting a glare at it. "Let's just take things as they come." As the russet rabbit grew anxious and was about to speak, it was interrupted. The red team has also made their selection. Red team contestant, please proceed to the starting point. Ignoring the astonished gazes of Hu Changzai and Hai Tianqing across from her, Lin Sanjiu set down the russet rabbit and stepped into the starting grid. Like the finish grid, it bore no question mark, only the word start. Though 34 squares lay between them, the direct distance to the young man was not far. She could discern the expression on his face clearly. He grinned at her, seemingly confident in his chances. The contestants are now in position. Next is the exchange of prizes. The remaining 5 members of each team, red and white, entered the white mist in turn, just as Lin Sanjiu had done when opening the treasure chest. What each person surrendered remained a mystery to the others. Upon emerging from the mist, their faces were grave, yet buoyed by the hope of victory, they were filled with anticipation. In the first round, I have received 5 unique items from the white team and 5 unique items from the red team as prizes. Strive for these precious rewards, contestants, Mr. Dot announced with a beaming smile, much to Lin Sanjiu's surprise. She had not anticipated such an abundance of unique items among the participants. Not even a single advanced ability was offered in the initial exchange of prizes. Alas, I had anticipated that the other party would exhibit some capabilities. Chun Fan muttered with a hint of disappointment. He was not alone in his disillusionment. From the direction of Lin Sanjiu, the atmosphere within the white team appeared to be similarly grim. Are we all prepared? The first round of the game, Fate Depends on the Player's Ludo, officially commences now. At Mr. Diane's command, the brown-furred rabbit, now relieved of one of its collars, stood upright in a state of tension, balancing on its hind legs as it gazed towards Lin Sanjiu. The communication barrier between the red and white teams remained intact, allowing only Mr. Diane's voice to resonate in everyone's ears. All right, the white team has already submitted their count. Now, the red team, please determine the number of spaces your opponent will advance. 1 space, Lin Sanjiu replied without a moment's hesitation. In this game, the minimum call is 1. Calling 0 is not permitted, nor can the opponent be instructed to retreat. Thus, it was evident that the opposing team would also call for 1. Well then, I shall now announce the initial counts. Mr. Diane's voice rose in volume. The white team advances 1 space, and the red team advances 1 space. As expected, both sides had indeed called for 1. Lin Sanjiu's gaze met that of a young man in the air for a fleeting moment before they both averted their eyes and stepped forward, entering the first space. With a familiar chime, the question mark beneath their feet vanished, revealing a weeping cartoon figure and a dog materializing on the ground. Before Lin Sanjiu's bewilderment could manifest on her face, Mr. Jian remarked, "Ah, it appears that both sides are rather unfortunate. Due to an unfortunate incident involving a player from the white team colliding with an elderly gentleman, one of the team's prizes was deducted to cover the medical expenses." Both teams were momentarily stunned, only realizing the implications after a few seconds, as they had been entirely captivated by the unique rules of this particular game of Do-Si. Hardly anyone remembered that while playing Monopoly, standing on different spaces could yield varying rewards or penalties, such as winning 5 million or being sent to jail. Without any regard for the player's emotions, Mr. Jian continued, stating that even if the white team emerged victorious in this game, the prizes they could claim would amount to only 4 from their own team and 5 from the opposing team. The deducted prize would be placed in a random treasure chest, serving as a private reward for whoever opened it. A private reward, meaning it would not be counted among the team's prizes? Lin Sanjiu from the red team immediately perked up at this revelation. Meanwhile, a red team player accidentally stepped on a dog's tail and was chased down 2 streets, losing a shoe in the process. To procure a new pair, this player had no choice but to sell one of their prizes. In a similar fashion, this prize was also added to the treasure chest. Merely 3 minutes into the game, both teams had already lost 1 prize each. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, they would only be able to claim 4 prizes from their team and 4 from the opponent, totaling 8. Although the 2 lost items were now in the treasure chest, no one could ascertain how to access it or whether it would indeed yield a reward upon being opened. The expressions of both teams grew grave as the reality of the situation sank in. Chapter 74. Destiny depends on one's dice. All right, the white team has reported their count. Now, may the red team present theirs. Mr. Diao called out for the second time. Following the initial count, both Lin Sanjiu of the red team and an unfamiliar tall youth stood in the first square. Observing the question marks in those two squares, she couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. What could possibly lie beneath those question marks? She reported the same answer once more. For the second count, the white team advanced one square, and the red team also moved forward one square. As soon as Mr. Diao's words echoed, the teammates positioned behind both the red and white camps displayed expressions that suggested, as anticipated, the design of this game appeared utterly senseless. The advancement was entirely dependent on the opponent. Thus, to ensure their adversaries progressed at the slowest pace possible, both sides would merely inch forward square by square until ultimately determining the victor through a duel. But is it truly so? Lin Sanjiu pondered as she stepped into the second square. If the outcome could solely be decided through combat, why not simply commence with a martial contest from the outset? Another chime resonated, and the second question mark beneath her feet vanished once again, replaced by a depiction of a street bustling with a congested line of vehicles. Lin Sanjiu glanced up at the man opposite her, noticing that he too wore a furrowed brow and an expression of confusion. "Oh dear!" Mr. Diao exclaimed dramatically. Just as the two contestants stepped onto the squares, the New Year's bell rang out. The white team incurred a penalty for recklessly setting off fireworks in the square, resulting in a deduction of 1 point, white team minus 1 point. The thought that the new year had already arrived lingered in their minds as the red and white teams gazed vacantly into the depths of the white mist. However, unlike the members of the white team, the red team members quickly erupted in excitement, their faces alight with joy. In stark contrast, a young man from the white team wore a furious expression, as if he were on the verge of charging into the fog to confront Mr. Point. "Hey, are you serious? SNT a point awarded only when one wins the match. How can you so casually deduct points like this? Even if I win, it would be an empty victory." Hu Chongzai and Hai Tianqing, standing behind him, exchanged glances, uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. Despite their complex emotions, they managed to maintain a facade, concealing their true feelings, for they were aware of Lin Sanjiu's subtle gesture. The members of the white team remained oblivious to the fact that friends had hidden among the red team. "Have you forgotten the rules regarding scoring points and losing points?" Mr. Point's voice remained unwavering, showing no signs of being swayed. "If you wish to earn more points, focus on identifying the scoring opportunities." The young man spat on the ground in frustration, glaring at the squares beneath him as if he could discern a difference among the numerous identical question marks. Meanwhile, Mr. Point continued, stating that there were simply too many people wishing to view the New Year's fireworks, and the red team had unfortunately found themselves stuck in traffic, leading to the next pause. The word pause swiftly extinguished the smiles of the red team members. Was this a joke? Even Xiao Lian stood up in disbelief. A pause meant they could not advance any further. What does it matter? In this scenario, the opponent is assuredly on the path to victory. Due to the limitations imposed by the rules, Lin Sanjiu can only call out the smallest number, which is 1. Thus, in a state where he is trailing by 1 space, even if both players advance 1 space at a time, the eventual loss of the game is entirely foreseeable. No, that cannot be right. With a furrowed brow, Zhong Junkai pondered for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, "The penalty of pausing advancement is indeed a potent weapon that can turn the tide of the game. Surely, we cannot be the only ones with pause spaces. That would be exceedingly unfair. The opponent must have them as well." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his argument. Old Wang clapped his hands in enthusiastic approval. "Xiao Zhong is absolutely correct. It seems the crux of this game lies within these pause spaces. Those who are unfortunate enough to land on them frequently will inevitably face defeat." The brown-furred rabbit cast a glance at the group, remaining silent. From the lack of inquiry regarding its name during the introductions, it suddenly realized a possibility. Could it be that these individuals merely viewed it as a peculiar pet? Contemplating this notion, the brown-furred rabbit resolved to refrain from speaking, choosing instead to sit quietly like a proper rabbit. The 4 members of the red team continued their discussion for a while, and then Mr. Diao commenced the third count. The white team advances 1 space, while the red team remains stationary. The young man, having experienced a significant reduction in points earlier, felt much of his irritation dissipate. He glanced at Lin Sanjiu, stepping with a hint of pride into the third square. At the company's year-end gala, a member of the white team drew a treasure chest. Upon inspection, the box revealed itself to be tattered and grimy, inscribed with the ominous phrase "box of misfortune." The question arose, should the player from the white team dare to open it? Although communication between the contestants was prohibited, they could still see each other, and a mere nod or shake of the head sufficed to convey their intentions. Apart from the elderly lady who cautiously nodded, the others frowned and shook their heads in disapproval. After all, the inscription on the box was clear. It was a box of misfortune. Why risk opening it? The white team player wisely chose not to open the box, thereby rendering the venomous snakes within harmless. Uncertain of the consequences of a potential bite, the young man exhaled in relief. Since the commencement of the game, they had only traversed 3 squares, yet the losses had been considerable. Thus, he felt incredibly fortunate to have avoided this calamity. During the next count, both teams advanced another square without any surprises. This time, the red team, represented by Lin Sanjiu, lost a prize due to unpaid high-interest debts, while the white team faced a delay because their vehicle broke down. As anticipated by Old Wang, both teams encountered squares that required pauses. When they counted for the 4th time, both stood on the 4th square, once again at an impasse. This time, fortune smiled slightly more favorably upon them. The red team player took a brief respite at the inn, emerging without losses or gains, while the white team player discovered a treasure chest. Upon opening it, he was granted the opportunity to retract a move. At this moment, the red team has 3 remaining prizes, a score of -1, 1 pass opportunity, and is positioned in the 4th square. The white team possesses 4 remaining prizes, a score of -1, 1 opportunity to retract a move, and is burdened by a penalty curse also situated in the 4th square. Upon the 5th count, both teams advance 1 square, and this time each team loses a prize simultaneously. Witnessing their once considerable collection dwindle to merely 2 prizes, the expressions on the faces of the red team members darkened. Chun Fan even speculated whether this was a ruse to swindle others out of their possessions. Yet, despite his conjectures, he could never muster the courage to step into the white mist to seek confirmation from Mr. Jian. After 7 counts, the red team has 2 prizes, a score of -2, 1 pass opportunity, and a 5-minute halftime opportunity. Meanwhile, the white team holds 3 prizes, a score of -2, 1 opportunity to retract a move, and remains under the weight of a penalty curse. Both teams currently occupy the 7th square, maintaining an equal standing. In this atmosphere, it was the brown-furred rabbit who first noticed an anomaly. The sound for the 8th count had yet to resonate. Filled with curiosity, it looked up to see Lin Sanjiu partially turned, facing the depths of the white mist, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone. That direction held no one but Mr. Jian. Although the words exchanged were inaudible, her actions swiftly captured the attention of both teams, who turned their gazes toward Lin Sanjiu. After a brief moment, Mr. Jian suddenly uttered a "all right," yet the conversation fell into silence thereafter. "Excuse me? Am I mistaken? Or does it appear that Miss Lin is conversing with that gentleman?" Xiao Lian pondered aloud after observing the scene for a while. Could it be that she was requesting to speak with a member of the white team? Her words prompted the red team to cast astonished glances at the unfolding situation in the gaming arena. Although Lin Sanjiu had her back turned to the members of the red team, the expressions of the young man from the white team, who stood directly opposite her, were unmistakably visible to all. Initially, the young man appeared taken aback, but soon his brow furrowed, and he cast a nervous glance in Lin Sanjiu's direction. Lin Sanjiu's silhouette exuded a palpable excitement as she gestured animatedly for an extended period. Eventually, the young man hesitantly nodded, suggesting they had reached some form of understanding. With the opponent's consent, Lin Sanjiu visibly relaxed, as though a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. In no time, amidst the intense curiosity and uncertainty of both teams, Mr. Jian began his 8th count. The white team advances 3 spaces, while the red team progresses by just 1 space. Chapter 75. Fate depends on the player's dice. The rain, resembling silver threads, cascaded from the heavens, merging with the warmth of the air to create an ever-thickening mist. Enveloped in this heavy veil of vapor, the members of the red team found themselves wishing fervently that their muddled ears were merely a result of the prolonged downpour, causing them to mishear the announcement. The white team advances 3 spaces? Chun Fan was the first to spring up. Had it not been for his consideration of Mr. Dian, he might have already rushed forward to seize Lin Sanjiu by the collar and shake him vigorously. What on earth was that woman thinking? Why did she allow Team White to advance 3 spaces? Aside from the brown-furred rabbit, the expressions of the others were equally dismal, as grim as one could imagine. As if hearing the unvoiced sentiments of Team Red, a young man from Team White cheerfully took 3 steps forward before halting, his gaze towards Lin Sanjiu and Team Red brimming with delightful mirth. He chuckled several times before gesturing towards Lin Sanjiu, seemingly saying something that left him in fits of laughter. Just as the members of Team Red were engulfed in confusion and ire, Mr. Diane's voice resonated at an opportune moment. Ah, who would have thought that the combat strategy of Team Red has faltered? Now, allow me to elucidate what transpired earlier. The Team Red contestant had requested an opportunity to converse with a member of Team White. She expressed her hope for collaboration, urging that they should not always advance by just 1 space. It was evident that advancing solely by 1 space would lead to greater losses without any tangible benefit. Rather than suffer substantial losses before engaging in a duel, it would be far more advantageous to confront the duel earlier. Upon hearing this proposal, the Team White contestant had concurred, stating that he would report 3 spaces next time. However, in the subsequent 8th count, the Team White contestant unilaterally breached the agreement, reporting only 1 space, while the Team Red contestant adhered to the pact by reporting 3 spaces. Hence, the current disparity ensued. As soon as Mr. Dian finished his explanation, Zhong Junkai's face flushed with anger. He glared fiercely at the young man from the white team and exclaimed, "Mr. Dian, isn't there any punishment for such blatant breach of contract?" Lao Wang's expression darkened, and he muttered with his thick lips that Miss Lin may seem fierce, but in reality, she is just rather naive. Her intentions are commendable, but she ought to consider the appropriateness of the situation. Indeed, Brother Zhong, Chun Fan interjected, she practically walked right into a trap. Honestly, even if it were me, I would have made the exact same choice without a doubt. Zhong Junkai stared at them in astonishment, and after a moment, his gaze shifted to his girlfriend. Lien Xiaolian softly advised, "Please don't go against Mr. Dian. What if you face some punishment? What will I do then?" Her words wafted through the air like a gentle breeze, instantly extinguishing Zhong Junkai's fury. He glanced at everyone and finally sighed in silence. Nearby, the brown-furred rabbit, resting with its eyes closed, opened one eye to observe them before shutting it again, seemingly on the verge of slumber. As if sensing that their discussion had reached its conclusion, Mr. Dian spoke up. The white team player has moved 3 spaces and arrived at the lottery point, where he purchased a ticket and opened a treasure chest. White team player, do you wish to open this treasure chest? The young man, brimming with pride, shouted joyfully, clearly forming the word yes with his lips. Congratulations, white team player. You have opened 2 points. However, due to the curse of a witch, you will only receive 1 point. Therefore, your current score stands at -1 points. Even a mere score of 1 point is an immense surprise. The young man appeared astonished that his choice could yield such fortuitous results. His face lighting up with a radiant smile, his demeanor significantly more relaxed. The red team, having displayed remarkable prowess on the bus, apprehended a lecher, a rogue, and a thief, earning a commendation of 3 points from the Public Security Bureau. As it stood, the red team's score was 1 point. The young man's smile faltered. At this moment, the red team possessed 2 prizes, held a score of 1 point, had 1 opportunity to pass, and enjoyed a 5-minute intermission, situated at the 8th square. In contrast, the white team had 3 prizes, a score of -1, 1 opportunity to reconsider a move, and was positioned at the 10th square. Unexpectedly, her luck appeared to be quite favorable, as she had managed to elevate her score to a +1. Old Wang chuckled, slapping his thigh, his round belly jiggling with the motion. Upon reflection, considering that the lad across the way was still 6 squares from the finish, if he could land on a few pause squares, victory was not entirely out of reach. Chun Fan nodded in agreement, just voicing his hope for such an outcome when suddenly, he caught sight of Lin Sanjiu's silhouette and was momentarily stunned. Not only him, but the entire audience seemed momentarily dazed, for Lin Sanjiu once again engaged in the same actions as before. first conversing with Mr. Point, receiving his consent, and then turning to speak with the young man for an extended period. As her words were inaudible, the members of the red team could only widen their eyes, scrutinizing every nuance of expression on the young man's face. Even the raindrops rolling down it were closely observed. The young man seemed utterly incredulous, remaining motionless for quite some time. After scrutinizing Lin Sanjiu from head to toe repeatedly, he finally nodded once more. A sudden pang of anxiety struck Lien Zhao's heart, and she clutched her boyfriend's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Honey, she wouldn't, would she? Surely no one could be that foolish." Simultaneously, a shared possibility dawned upon the red team members, draining the color from their faces. Just then, Mr. Dot spoke in his perpetually cheerful tone. "Ninth count. White team advances 3 squares. Red team advances 1 square." If the white team's side could be heard, the young man's laughter would likely have echoed through the heavens. After eagerly traversing another 3 squares, he now stood on the 13th square, merely 3 steps away from the finish line and victory. Abruptly, Chun Fan leaped up, veins throbbing on his forehead, and charged toward the game arena. None of the others present managed to restrain him. However, before he could reach Lin Sanjiu, a bolt of lightning erupted from the white mist, striking him with tremendous force. Immediately, the air filled with the acrid stench of burning flesh. Lin Sanjiu indifferently glanced at Chun Fan, who stood not far away, his clothes smoldering. Ignoring him, she turned her head to watch the young man on the opposite side, drawing ever closer to the finish line. A warning is issued to the red team members. Any further attempts to interfere with the contestants will be met with the penalty of death. The white team contestant discovered 1 point among his grandmother's belongings. White team 1 point, current score 0. Mr. Jian once again commenced the announcement of rewards and penalties. As a member of the red team visited the bank to deposit money, they became the 100th customer and received a treasure chest. Should the chest be opened? Indeed. Lin Sanjiu gazed at the box before her and replied calmly, "Congratulations. A prize has been unveiled by the red team participant." Amidst the varied reactions of those present, her expression remained serene. Following the conclusion of the 9th count, a comparison of the red and white teams revealed the following. The red team possessed 2 prizes, had accumulated 1 point and held 1 opportunity to pass, along with a 5-minute break, occupying the 9th square. Contestant Lin Sanjiu received 1 personal prize. In contrast, the white team boasted 3 prizes, scored no points, and had 1 opportunity to retract a move, situated in the 13th square. In the subsequent counts, the 10th, 11th, and 12th, both teams advanced merely 1 square. It appeared that Lin Sanjiu had come to her senses and would no longer be deceived. However, the gap between the teams had widened to 4 squares, rendering victory inevitable. It was indeed too late to lament. Nevertheless, throughout these 3 counts, both teams had made considerable gains. Within the 3 squares traversed, each was predominantly filled with treasure chests or rewards, captivating the attention of all present. Upon the conclusion of the 12th count, a further comparison indicated. The red team retained 2 prizes, accumulated 3 points, maintained 1 opportunity to pass, enjoyed a 5-minute break, and occupied the 12th square. Contestant Lin Sanjiu had secured 2 personal prizes. The white team possesses 3 prizes, a score of 2 points, 1 opportunity to retract a move, 1 chance for external assistance, and is situated on the 16th square. A white team contestant has acquired a personal prize. Being on the 16th square signifies that the game, where destiny is contingent upon human agency, has 1 final count remaining, after which the white team will emerge victorious. Among the red team members, not a single countenance was pleasant. Their conclusion was that Lin Sanjiu had deliberately forfeited the game to evade a life-or-death duel. For the 13th count, the white team remained stationary, while the red team advanced 1 square. As the red team competitor utilized a pass opportunity, thereby waiving an obligation to count, the white team contestant was compelled to remain in place this time. Mr. Dot elucidated with considerate understanding. The young man was now a mere step away from the boundary line. He glanced at Lin Sanjiu, his brow furrowed. This futile struggle is manifestly pointless, is it not? Lin Sanjiu lowered her eyelids, averting her gaze, as Mr. Dot's voice permeated her ears. During a corporate cocktail party, The red team contestant inadvertently spilled wine on an elderly gentleman, thereby making the acquaintance of one of the world's top 3 wealthiest individuals. Subsequently, the two were wed, and the red team contestant received 1 point and a treasure chest as a wedding gift. Do you wish to open the treasure chest? Yes. Congratulations. The red team contestant has unveiled a personal prize. The young man suddenly widened his eyes, hastily raising his head toward Mr. Dot, uttering something with an expression of anxious urgency. Oh, the white team contestant has just requested to utilize the retract a move opportunity. Mr. Diane's words astonished everyone. However, it is regrettable that your advancement is determined by the players of the red team. Thus, you may only retreat when your opponent employs the regret a move option. With that said, will you still choose to continue? Chapter 76. Fate depends on human dice. The situation suddenly grew peculiar. Why would one wish to retreat when victory was within reach? If that were the case, why did the player from the white team wear such a remorseful expression? Upon the 14th count, the red team advanced 1 space, followed by the white team also moving forward by 1 space. The phrase "it is over" briefly flickered in everyone's minds. This strange game would soon unveil its answers. When Mr. Dian announced the advancement, inexplicably, the order of red and white teams was reversed. Among all present, it seemed that only Lin Sanjiu and the young man from the white team noticed this anomaly. The young man stepped forward with what could only be described as heavy strides, his expression grim as he entered the square marked with victory. Simultaneously, Lin Sanjiu advanced another space, arriving at the 14th square. The question mark vanished, revealing an image of a wallet. The red team player found a wallet and, upon opening it, received a private prize. The white team player stepped into the victory square, securing the ultimate triumph of this game. The white team scored 1 point, winning all 2 prizes from the red team. Congratulations to the white team on their victorious debut. Had I known that you would deliberately allow the opponent to win out of fear, I would have. Hey, how could you be deceived by that fellow not once, but twice? Now we've lost all our prizes. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Lin Sanjiu furrowed her brow, swatting away Chun Fan's finger that hovered before her nose, and coldly remarked, "Are you all fools?" The others were momentarily taken aback, surprised that the first words from the defeated party were such. Even Xiao Lian glared at her. Uncomfortable. "Miss Lin, how can you speak so casually? What do you mean by that? Can you not see it?" Lin Sanjiu replied with a mocking smile. "Do you still believe that the objective of this game is merely to reach the finish line first?" Her shocking statement left everyone in astonishment. After a pause, Xiao Lian stammered, "What do you mean?" "But the rules. The game rules and introductions are merely a smokescreen." Lin Sanjiu scoffed, placing the brown-furred rabbit on her shoulder. "The crux of the game actually lies in 2 pivotal points." As she began to explain, the 4 members of the red team fell silent. Firstly, the manner in which one progresses in this game differs significantly from a typical Monopoly game. Here, the number of spaces moved forward is determined by the opponents, which is the fundamental distinction, hence it is undoubtedly crucial. She paused for effect before slowly continuing. "You must have thought so, right? In a standard Monopoly game, there is indeed a sequence of turns, correct? Having traversed the course, your subsequent navigation determines the victor, contingent upon terminal arrival precedence. However, the idiosyncratic locomotion intrinsic to this contest mandates concurrent advancement to ensure equitable parity." Surveying the assembly's lingering perplexity, Lin Sanjiu articulated softly, "This connotes that even if one contingent anticipates imminent culmination, the opposing faction shall nonetheless progress in unison, mirroring the preceding denouement." Veritably, as the white team contestant breached the terminal square, Lin Sanjiu of the red team synchronously executed a stride. In conventional Monopoly, the white team's ingress into the square would obviate the red team's progression, thereby conceding defeat. Even so, Zhong Junkai queried, having elucidated the intricacies, "What utility does it serve?" This pertains to the second pivotal facet. The incentives and penalties inherent within the squares, Lin Sanjiu elucidated, redirecting her gaze towards the white team's vicinity. The aforementioned youth was encircled by inquiries. However, his demeanor lacked Lin Sanjiu's composure, as he languished upon the ground, evidently dispirited. "Initially, traversing 7 squares and incurring losses at each juncture aroused my suspicion. if both teams ultimately amass substantial negative scores, deplete their prizes, and exhaust their abilities, what significance does this contest possess? Would not immediate confrontation and plunder expedite matters? I pondered that if misfortune exists within the grid, then surely fortune must also reside there. The initial half of the path was predominantly fraught with misfortune, suggesting that the latter half harbored a significant probability of being fortunate. Based on this notion, I embarked on an experiment. I requested Mr. Dian to engage in a dialogue with the white team, only to be tricked by them, as you are all aware. However, it was precisely because both he and I revealed something beneficial that I confirmed a crucial insight. Indeed, the latter half of the road was as I had anticipated, filled with good fortune. By allowing the opponent to advance 2 spaces more than I aimed to achieve another objective. If we continued to progress 1 space at a time as before, the secrets of this path would likely be uncovered in no time. What better way to divert their attention than to bring them tantalizingly close to victory? As anticipated, the white team's players, having advanced 2 spaces consecutively, were so elated that they overlooked the secrets of the remaining path. Why did I wish to keep the secrets of this route hidden from them? It all stems from the first pivotal point. Now do you comprehend? The crux of this game lies in how to gain a slight advantage while ultimately losing the game. Perhaps it is merely my good fortune, but the red team still possesses a pass opportunity. When I requested the dialogue, I had already confirmed with Mr. Dian that if this opportunity were utilized, the white team players would momentarily halt in their tracks. A single pause signifies the absence of reward. Yet he cannot employ the same tactic against me. Thus I am able to take a step forward and garner yet another reward. Therefore, the current situation is that, despite my loss in the game, I have 2 more opportunities to obtain rewards than the white team. Observe the score. At this moment, the red team possesses no prizes, having accrued 4 points with a 5-minute halftime opportunity. Red team player Lin Sanjiu has acquired 4 personal prizes. The white team, on the other hand, holds 5 prizes, with a score of 3 points, along with 1 opportunity to retract a move and 1 opportunity for external assistance. The player from the white team has obtained 1 personal prize. Really? Murmured Zhong Junkai, we clearly lost the game. Yet our team's score surpasses that of the white team by 1 point. After hearing this intricate explanation, Chun Fan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Old Wang. Upon seeing the latter nod, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "What does a higher score matter? It's merely an intangible concept. The 5 prizes we submitted are all gone." Old Wang's eyes lit up at this remark, but he quickly masked his expression, adopting a shrewd smile as he replied, "Aren't those 4 prizes your personal rewards? Ultimately, they are still our possessions, but for now they belong to you." Just then, Mr. Dian's voice rang out, cutting through the air. "Now, we invite the players from both the red and white teams to come forth and collect their personal rewards." Amidst the suddenly fervent gazes of the 4 members of the red team, Lin Sanjiu calmly turned and walked toward the mist. Perched upon her shoulder, the brown-furred rabbit had been holding its silence, but at last, it seized the opportunity to inquire, "Hey, you don't genuinely intend to return the reward to them, do you? Let me tell you, during your recent competition, they, rest assured, there is one thing I have not disclosed to them." Lin Sanjiu gently stroked its damp forehead, replying, "Earlier, I mentioned that the crux of this game lies in how to lose with a slight advantage. Correct? This statement is partly true and partly false. For me personally, it indeed represents an advantage. However, for them, it signifies an undeniable downturn. In this contest, one must never regard teammates merely as ordinary allies. To ensure the fulfillment of my objectives, I must compel these individuals from the red team to act according to my will. And what could possibly be more effective in keeping them compliant than these 4 rewards?" The brown-furred rabbit turned its head, gazing at Lin Sanjiu in astonishment. After a moment, it exclaimed, "Your current expression should not belong to the protagonist. This line is more fitting for the antagonist." "What are you babbling about?" Lin Sanjiu shot it a glance. Just then, they were nearing the mist, and she set the rabbit down from her shoulder and stepped into the depths of the fog. Before her lay an ordinary wooden chest, identical to the one they had encountered during their previous treasure hunt, quietly awaiting her attention. Chapter 77. Private rewards. The humid warmth enveloping the world rendered the atmosphere stifling, blurring the surroundings in a haze akin to being perpetually ensconced in a winter steam room. The rain had lessened considerably, falling in delicate wisps resembling fine hair, mingling with the mist, causing one's garments to cling uncomfortably, a state that heightened the discomfort. In such peculiar, steamy weather, every endeavor felt like an uphill battle, inevitably leading to a languorous reluctance to move. Thus, Li Jijun found himself akin to a lethargic sloth, languid and devoid of vigor. "Are you not going to move?" For reasons unknown, the ever-dry He Ziji, not far from him, called out. "Ah! Allow me a moment to rest." Li Jijun lifted his lackluster visage, lamenting the discomfort of his damp attire. Ironically, the rain, which he loathed above all else, left him powerless compared to his companions, forcing him to squint against the torment of each raindrop. His usual poise had vanished, leaving him resembling a drenched puppy, awkwardly glancing about. "Shall we seek shelter from the rain? There is but one ongoing instance nearby. Do you intend to enter?" Iseiji raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with restrained amusement. Li Jijun's eyes instantly sparkled with hope. "Is it permissible, Jigu? That is a game-type instance. I shall await you at the entrance." Li Jijun's expression promptly fell once more. Upon entering the game-like dungeon, it is akin to walking into a trap, where one must accompany the unfortunate characters within to traverse all the challenges before they can escape. Even possessing formidable strength proves utterly futile. With a sigh he rose, producing a small single lens from seemingly nowhere. Peering through one eye, he gazed into the distant white mist. To his surprise, it was yet another open-air game dungeon, the host of which appeared rather impoverished. Nevertheless, it seemed intriguing, perhaps celebrating the arrival of the new year. He lowered the lens and turned to his companion, Ji, exclaiming, "Your kind is also inside." His irritable companion's veins visibly tensed. "Do not refer to them as kind." After a brief pause, he too glanced curiously towards the distance, noting, "That woman is exceptionally unfortunate, having entered 2 dungeons in such a short span." Ji grunted in acknowledgement. Despite each individual possessing considerable potential, they all began as feeble beings, their abilities seemingly ineffectual. What was that girl's ability again? Ah, right, the card for storing items. Ji instinctively wanted to counter, but upon reflection, he realized that Lin Sanjiu's cards presently served little purpose beyond functioning as a mere backpack. "I have heard that due to the weakness of early growth stages, many do not survive the first 3 worlds." Li Jijun curiously leaned in. "Is that true?" "Indeed," the discontented man replied curtly. "What was your initial ability?" Li Jijun drew closer, his sparkling eyes reflecting curiosity. "In this challenging world, are there not many individuals who continue to grow? How do they persevere? How do you manage to survive?" "Will my words bring you peace?" Li Jijun smiled brightly and nodded. "Oh, then how have you managed to endure?" Li Jijun inquired in surprise, recalling that your birthplace seemed to be a rank world. He Ziji appeared to anticipate his words and interjected. "It is merely that through the struggle for survival, I have gradually acquired some insights into the art of killing." Li Jijun halted in his tracks. "Ahaye. What did you do before the advent of the New World?" "I was an ordinary high school student." After speaking, He Ziji disregarded the astonished gazes from behind and continued forward. His companion hurriedly called out, "Wait for me," and rushed after him. Soon, the silhouettes of the two vanished into the ethereal white mist enveloping the realm. Lin Sanjiu, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that she was indeed among the fortunate. At that moment, she stood in shock, staring at the wooden box before her, her mouth agape in astonishment. Although she understood that the special items of the New World were likely to be extraordinary, this was rather. Private Reward 2. A bag of cat litter. Private Reward 3. An inedible lunch. Private Reward 4. Oh no, my wallet is missing. As Lin Sanjiu opened the box, a brightly decorated fast food container was found crushed beneath a bag of cat litter. Upon closer inspection, a delicate and melodious voice could be discerned, emanating from the vicinity of the cat litter bag, giggling softly, almost spectral in nature, as if to accentuate the theme of absence. The 3 entities. Can a voice be considered an entity? congregated on the right side of the box, leaving the left side conspicuously barren. Had she not attempted to transform every tangible object within into cards, Lin Sanjiu might have suspected that Mr. Dot had shortchanged her by one item. It would seem, then, that the sole casualty was the brown rabbit's hair tie, though admittedly they are now in your possession. Having received this anticipated response, Lin Sanjiu rose to her feet and began to peruse the 4 cards as she ambled towards the exit. New World Special Item Description. A sweet maiden, enraptured by the throes of first love, smiles tenderly at her beloved as a gentle breeze caresses her. Ah, such a sound is truly priceless. This item was painstakingly extracted from the cherished memories of a pitiable 35-year-old man who has not experienced love since his first romance concluded at the age of 16. Effect. Dispels all malevolent, hateful, and violent emotions from the listener's heart. Upon hearing the pristine voice of the innocent girl, the mind is cleansed for 1 minute, leaving no room for wicked thoughts. Note: utterly ineffective on females. Is this name not merely an attempt to pad the word count? Lin Sanjiu mused, picking up the next card. Cat litter description. Felines, in an effort to conceal their scent and whereabouts after defecation, will utilize soil to bury their excrement. Despite the conspicuous tangerine hue of this cat litter, which clashes with virtually any environment, it possesses the uncanny ability to conceal the user's whereabouts. Instructions. Sprinkle a scant amount of litter in areas you have traversed or lingered, and even the most adept hunters will be unable to locate you. Note: capacity of 5 liters. Dispose of after use. While convenient, it leaves one with a subtle feeling of being scolded. Next item. Inedible luncheon description. The packaging is adorned with vibrant colors and patterns, interspersed with images of human eyes and skulls, striving to evoke the impression of a poisonous mushroom. A yellow warning symbol in the lower right corner of the box proclaims, "Toxic, do not consume." Upon opening the package, one finds delectable stir-fried eggs with scallions, braised pig trotters, stir-fried Chinese kale, and a portion of steamed rice. Instructions. Place in mouth and masticate with molars. Effect: causes death in the consumer. Note: only those who have seen the packaging are able to perceive the food within. Attempting to discard the packaging and offer the food to someone else is futile. What use is that? Alas, my wallet is gone. Description. After completing a circuit on the infamous Route 300 bus, one pats oneself down only to discover that even one's trouser pockets have been pilfered. A pitiable 35-year-old man, unable to attend his appointment as a result, extracted this impassioned sentiment after lamenting his misfortune and crafted this item. Instructions. Inquire of the adversary, have you ever ridden Route 300? This item will then activate. Effect. Imbues the opponent with the sensation of being utterly robbed, causing all special items in their possession to be frozen for 1 hour, rendering them unusable during that period. Note: although theoretically this item can be used infinitely, it cannot be employed on the same individual more than once. Considering this, aside from Zhong Jun Kai, there is little necessity for others to present 2 items. How extravagant. Lin Sanjiu composed herself, her expression neutral as she stepped out of the white mist. Just as she emerged from the fog, Mr. Jian spoke. Are you all ready to participate in the second round of the game? Chapter 78. Encounters at the crossroads. Since the first round of the game relied entirely on luck, we shall introduce a touch of intrigue to the second round. Mr. Diane's buoyant voice penetrated the layers of white mist, effortlessly reaching the ears of every participant. Now, let me introduce the second round of the red and white competition. Encounters at the crossroads. Gameplay introduction. A boundary line will divide the 2 teams, with a grid appearing on each side measuring 5 squares vertically and 5 horizontally, comprising a total of 25 smaller squares. A luminous barrier will rise in the center of the grid, obscuring the view between the red and white teams, rendering them oblivious to the happenings on the opposite side. Once the luminous barrier ascends, members from both teams may freely choose a square to enter. As Mr. Diane's words concluded, the 2 paths that had appeared during the first round abruptly vanished. In their place, a vast grid defined by gentle golden light emerged on the red team's side. Conversely, the white team also saw a precisely identical grid, but soon, the view on their side was gradually consumed by a slowly rising black barrier. Upon the vertical edge of the grid, from top to bottom, are inscribed the letters A, B, C, D, E, while along the horizontal edge, from left to right, are the numerals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Behold these grids? The speaker gestured. Contestants Lin of the red team and AI of the white team, would you please step forward and provide a demonstration by entering a grid at random? Lin Sanjiu cast a dubious glance in the direction of Mr. Dot, cautiously selecting a grid and stepping into it. Taking contestant Lin of the red team as an exemplar, the speaker continued, she now occupies the grid that lies in road along the vertical edge and in the fourth position along the horizontal edge. Thus, the designation of this grid is D4. Is this readily comprehensible? The assembled crowd nodded in unison, their gazes darting about the grid. The white team is also in position. I shall now lower the light barrier. As the ebony light barrier descended, the figure of another young man, clad in a floral shirt, materialized before the eyes of the red team. The instant the light barrier dissipated, the red team's collective gaze instinctively dropped to the ground. Contestant AI of the white team currently stands in row B along the vertical edge and in the second position along the horizontal edge. Therefore, his square is designated B2. Thus, in this initial round of positioning, congratulations to you both for avoiding a collision. Amidst a silence unbroken by applause, Mr. Dot clapped his hands together, then announced, as the contestants have successfully avoided a collision, we shall commence the second round of positioning. Please direct your gaze downwards. Once more, the ebony light barrier obscured the field of vision. Lin Sanjiu suddenly heard a chime and, glancing down, beheld a line of text inscribed beneath her feet. She hastily lifted a hiking boot, finally discerning the complete message etched on the ground. A reward of 1 point awaits in a grid located to your upper left. Each repositioning is limited to a single step, advancing into an adjacent grid. Now, contestants, please re-establish your positions. Upper left. Lin Sanjiu surveyed her surroundings and stepped into grid C3. Excellent, both participants are now in position. The luminous barrier descends. This time, a subdued murmur rippled through the ranks of both the red and white teams. The reason was evident. Lin Sanjiu and the youth named AI stood together in grid C3. In this round of positioning, contestants from opposing sides occupied the same square. In such instances, a duel is necessary to determine the victor. The loser exits, while the winner remains to participate in the subsequent round of positioning. For instance, should Lin be defeated, she will be required to withdraw. Lin Sanjiu silently exited the grid. Only when AI stands alone in C3 will the point indication manifest. AI, the message beneath your feet reads, a penalty of -1 point lies in a grid directly ahead of you. Indeed, these constitute the scoring and penalty zones for this round. Please heed the indications carefully. Throughout this process, the team whose numbers dwindle to less than half first forfeits the round. The victors of this round, in addition to claiming the opposing team's prizes, will also receive a bonus of 1 point. Game rules. 1. The duel concludes when one party concedes, perishes, falls from the arena, or loses the ability to act. 2. When repositioning, one may choose to remain stationary, but the number of consecutive immobile turns must not exceed 1. 3. The duration for each light barrier to descend is 15 seconds. 4. The scoring notifications for both the red and white teams are identical. It is strongly recommended that all participants engage in this game. The reward system for this game possesses a unique distinction, so please pay careful attention. In addition to randomly selecting a special item or ability from one of the 6 participants as a communal prize, it is important to note that should one lose a duel in this round, a specific advanced ability from the defeated party will become a private reward for the victor. Despite Mr. Diane's tone remaining lighthearted and cheerful, the expressions of the members from both the red and white teams soured immediately. From both a public and private perspective, conceding for self-preservation was not an option. Thus, each duel would inevitably become a fierce battle. Thank you, Miss Lin, Zhong Junkai said with an embarrassed smile. It would indeed be quite troublesome if someone's ability were to be randomly taken away. The rabbit, with its originally innocent, dark eyes, suddenly narrowed them into a malevolent shape. Before it could utter a word, Lin Sanjiu swiftly covered its rabbit face. No name, no name. It hasn't spoken enough yet. Ha ha! Just as the rabbit nibbled at her palm, Mr. Diane's voice announcing the start of the game resonated throughout every inch of the vast circular arena. The ascent of the luminous barrier, titled Encounter at the Crossroads, has officially commenced. Now, I implore the two teams of contestants to take their positions. How should we arrange ourselves? Chun Fan wiped the droplets of water from his face, gazing at the vast grid beneath him, and, feeling somewhat agitated, inquired. He was not particularly adept at such games. Rather, he excelled in brawls that required little cerebral engagement. During this initial placement, with no guidance and uncertainty regarding the opponent's location, I propose we disperse and position ourselves randomly. Zhong Junkai concurred, promptly selecting a grid and stepping into it. Though unspoken, there seemed to be a shared sentiment among the others as they scanned their surroundings. In less than a minute, everyone had chosen their respective spots. The red team is in position, Mr. Dian announced. However, following this declaration, the luminous barrier remained suspended for an unusually long time. It appeared that the white team had not yet settled into their positions. The members of the red team, with their arms crossed, waited for several more minutes, feeling increasingly anxious and puzzled. At last, Mr. Dian spoke again. The white team is in position. The luminous barrier descends. A collective sigh of relief escaped as the illusory barrier slowly descended before them, allowing the red and white team members to finally confront one another face to face. An elderly lady with a solemn expression, a woman with long legs clad in a strikingly short red skirt, a young man in a floral shirt, one who had previously suffered defeat in the inaugural game. The members of the red team beheld their adversaries with a newfound closeness, scrutinizing them intently for the first time. As her gaze settled upon the familiar visages of Hu Changzai and Hai Tianqing, Lin Sanjiu suppressed the surge of emotions within her, impassively averting her eyes. A sudden realization struck her. Hold on, she mused, the white team's positioning seems. Before Lin Sanjiu could fully process her thoughts, Mr. Dot cheerfully proclaimed, for the initial positioning, no one has landed on a penalty square. Now let's announce the positions. White team's positions. Old Woman E1, Hai Tianqing C3, Defeated General E5, Long Legs A1, Hu Changzai A3, Hawaiian Shirt A5. Red team's positions. Lin Sanjiu C5, Lian Shaolian C3, Zhong Junkai D4, Chun Fan E3, Old Wang C2, Brown Rabbit B3. Serendipitously, two players have converged on position C3. Contestants, please exit the grid. Though the opposing team's voices were inaudible, the atmosphere of the white team underwent a swift transformation upon Mr. Dot's pronouncement. The old woman's lips curled into a subtle smirk, long legs flashed a wide grin, and Hawaiian Shirt even went so far as to insert his fingers into his mouth, emitting a whistling sound, as if they had anticipated a duel from the very first round of positioning. A smooth, seemingly 20-square-meter large slab of bluestone emerged from the depths of the white mist, hovering motionless in the open space beside the grid. It appeared to be the designated dueling arena. The appearance of the bluestone cast a pall over the red team's spirits. Unexpectedly, my initial match pitted me against Lian Shaolian, who appeared to be the most formidable member of the white team, her face paling as she cast a trembling, tearful gaze at her boyfriend. Husband, she whimpered, what should I do? I can't possibly do this. Zhong Junkai's countenance was also grim. After a moment of deliberation, he inquired in a loud voice, Mr. Dot, may I request to duel in her stead? Certainly not. Red team contestant, please enter the dueling arena. As Hai Tianqing took a running leap and vaulted onto the bluestone, Lian Shaolian shakily approached the stone, her hands gripping the edge as she struggled to climb, making little progress even after considerable effort. Eventually, Zhong Junkai obtained Mr. Dot's permission and rushed over to assist, finally hoisting Lian Shaolian up onto the stone. Observing this spectacle, several members of the white team nearly collapsed with laughter, while the red team wore expressions of utter embarrassment. Hey, Rabbit! Taking advantage of a moment when no one was paying attention, Lin Sanjiu softly called out towards the brown rabbit's B3 square, her voice so faint that she could barely hear herself. Although the odds of two individuals occupying the same square out of 25, with only 12 combatants, were relatively high, it seemed rather improbable that their initial placements would coincide, particularly in the very center. Fortunately, the other party is a rabbit, Lin Sanjiu murmured even more quietly. I have an idea. For the next positioning, move to C3. That should put you in a match against Hai Tianqing. What? the rabbit's composure instantly vanished. Me? Fight Hai Tianqing? Who would emerge victorious? Chapter 79. A meeting at the crossroads, too damn it. Indeed, Lin Xiaolian fell to the bluestone pavement, her face ashen, struggling to rise as she coughed several times, yet remained on the ground for an extended period. In stark contrast, Lin Sanjiu found it astonishing that Lin Xiaolian had managed to endure for more than a minute. After all, she had fought alongside Hai Shenqing, who, in the mere 30 seconds during the destruction of the oasis, had obliterated countless winged, formidable fallen beings. Although Lin Xiaolian appeared frail, could she, in fact, possess strength surpassing that of many fallen? Supporting her boyfriend's arm, Lin Xiaolian moved her lips, whispering a few words, but her distance rendered them inaudible. Mr. Diane's announcement soon echoed. Red Team members, please step into the white mist and submit your advancement abilities. As they observed her gradually vanishing into the mist, a sense of impending doom began to envelop each heart. Oh, Mr. Jian suddenly uttered a note of surprise, as if conversing with someone. Yes, that is correct. No, as long as one is in this instance, even a corpse can. Yes, if teammates do not comply, there will be consequences. Though obscured by the light barrier, it was evident that he was speaking with someone from the white team. But what were they discussing? What about corpses? As the members of the red team wore expressions of uncertainty, the pale-faced Lin Xiaolian, tears glistening in her eyes, slowly emerged from the white mist and plopped down at the edge of the grid with a soft thud, subsequently sobbing quietly. The other party flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, and nodded vigorously. Now, everyone, please take a look at the prompt beneath your feet. With a chime, text materialized on the ground. Among the 5 remaining members of the red team, Lao Wang received a prompt indicating a reward of 1 point below him, while the brown-furred rabbit was notified of a penalty of -1 point to his left. Meanwhile, Lin Sanjiu, Chun Fan, and Zhong Junkai discovered that there seemed to be no scores written beneath them. The second positioning began. At Mr. Diane's command, the red team members, feeling a twinge of anxiety, glanced around before making their moves. The brown-furred rabbit leaped into the C3 grid where Lin Xiaolian had just been, squinting his eyes as he crouched down. Before long, the second positioning for the red team concluded. Lacking any discernible strategy, the members simply avoided the locations of their opponents that they had overheard previously. After a few minutes of waiting, Mr. Dian announced, "The white team's positioning is complete. All right." The light wall descends. The black light wall slowly dropped once more, and this time, a certain spot within the white team's grid suddenly emitted a shimmering glow. Congratulations to the white team members for earning a reward of 1 point. The red team members stiffened and looked up only to see, in the row where Lao Wang stood, a grid joyfully radiating a red light, signifying congratulations. The radiance illuminated the face of the grid master, accentuating the deep lines of his wrinkles, reminiscent of the parched and cracked red earth. Faced with the sudden, fearful gaze of old Wang, the elderly lady slowly smiled. Now reporting positions. The white team stands as follows. Long-legged A2, Hu Chong at A3, floral shirt at B5, Hai Tianqing at C3, the elderly lady at D2, and the defeated one at E4. The red team's positions are Lin Sanjiu at C5, Brown Rabbit at C3, Old Wang at C2, Chun Fan at D4, and Zhong Junkai at D5. As the black luminous barrier gradually obscured the scene before them, the red team, apart from Lin Sanjiu and the rabbit, seemed to be rendered speechless, as if silence had gripped their throats. Suddenly, a hoarse voice shattered the stillness. Chun Fan, with reddened eyes, fixed his gaze upon old Wang. "Uncle Wang, you didn't move from your position just now, did you?" This statement immediately captured everyone's attention. Lin Sanjiu had also remained stationary, yet for some inexplicable reason, Chun Fan's focus was solely on old Wang. Wasn't that rather peculiar? It was one thing for Miss Lin to stay put, but you clearly received a prompt indicating a reward of 1 point below you, and yet you remained immobile. As Chun Fan spoke, veins throbbed upon his forehead. By coincidence, the elderly lady from the white team has moved into the square you might have occupied, thus allowing you to evade the duel. Did you sense something amiss? Meanwhile, Lin Xiaolian, from outside the fray, anxiously shouted, "Speak up! Why didn't you go for that point? Even if we lose the game, as long as our score surpasses that of our opponent, it still equates to victory in the match. Why did you give up that point just now? Silence. Suddenly, Lao Wang bellowed, turning sharply to confront Lin Xiaolian. You, with your dependence on men, have no right to criticize me. Were you not the one who could barely last even 2 minutes? He took a couple of deep breaths, glaring at the astonished Chen Fan and Zhong Junkai, and shouted, Surely you haven't realized it, have you? Think carefully, you fool. The positioning of the white team in the first round carries significance. Zhong Junkai, who was about to defend his girlfriend, was momentarily taken aback. For some reason, he immediately glanced up at Lin Sanjiu. However, from his vantage point, he could only see her back as she nodded towards the brown-furred rabbit, which promptly scampered out of the grid, hopping energetically onto the dueling platform. It was undoubtedly a duel destined for failure, lacking any value to observe. Chun Fan didn't even spare a glance at the dueling platform and demanded, What do you mean? Speak clearly. Humph. With 25 squares, there is no need for 6 individuals. 5 will suffice to form in shape. Adding 1 more individual taking the central position in row A ensures that no matter where we stand, there is always a white team member merely a step away from us. Furthermore, the center of the grid, which is the most likely point of collision, is occupied by the most formidable member of the white team. Have you not pondered why that is? Chun Fan contemplated this, his expression gradually darkening. When combined with their movements in the second round, have you still not discerned the truth? Had I not remained stationary, a collision with the elderly woman would have been unavoidable. Simultaneously, a member of the white team approached Miss Lin. Despite the apparent absence of any score-related objectives in the vicinity, he persistently advanced in her direction. It was remarkable how astute old Wang was, despite his corpulent and unrefined appearance. The white team is hunting us down, he exclaimed. Apart from the bespectacled individual, who appears to pose little threat, the others must possess a certain degree of confidence to dare pursue us. In conclusion, old Wang delivered a definitive assessment. Upon hearing this, Zhong Junkai, having forgotten his initial intention to defend his girlfriend's honor, turned to Lin Sanjiu, his voice trembling slightly. Miss Lin, what do you think? Is this the case? Perhaps due to her performance in the first round. Even Chun Fan turned his gaze towards her. The disappointment emanating from the two behind her rapidly permeated every inch of the air around her. After a moment, Zhong Junkai was the first to notice something amiss, and he raised his head in surprise. Miss Lin, your rabbit is quite formidable. His gaze fixed on the dueling platform, and he stammered, It has been 5 or 6 minutes, hasn't it? The crowd immediately turned their attention to the dueling platform, realizing that they had not yet heard the announcement of the red team's defeat. It seemed that Hating Qing's physique was so immense that the brown rabbit's size was almost imperceptible to him. With each powerful and decisive blow, the colossal shadow representing Hating Qing would invariably miss a small, agile yellow figure that, though battered, remained remarkably nimble. It evades swiftly, yet to persist in evasion will not secure victory in the duel. Lin Sanjiu crossed her arms and sighed, as if to echo her sentiments. No sooner had Lin Sanjiu's words faded than a small yellow shadow was struck by a punch, soaring away from the dueling platform and landing motionless on the ground. The red team has been defeated. Please have the red team members step into the fog and surrender their abilities. Chapter 80. An encounter at the crossroads in a duel. Should the vanquished party perish, the victorious party would receive no reward. It was only at this moment that the red team realized that the question posed by the white team to Mr. Point during their previous positioning was precisely this. Thus, for the unconscious and incapacitated brown-furred rabbit, the situation was no different. Lin Sanjiu quietly approached, and as she lifted the small bundle of yellow fur, the rabbit's body immediately slumped lifelessly from her grasp, evidently having lost all consciousness. The remaining members of the red team watched as Lin Sanjiu's silhouette gradually vanished into the encroaching white mist, casting anxious glances at one another. What shall we do next? Chun Fan, drenched in cold sweat, turned to Zhong Junkai and said, It's one thing for the others, but we absolutely cannot collide with that giant. However, he was just at C3 and has no idea where he will move next. Zhong Junkai tightly sealed his lips, equally at a loss. The current situation was dire for them. Since the scoring prompts for both the red and white teams were identical, it meant that if they pursued the scores, they would undoubtedly fall prey to the lurking members of the white team. However, if the white team refrains from scoring, they will undoubtedly seize points with reckless abandon. Should the gap in scores widen excessively, it will ultimately culminate in a dismal defeat. Upon reflection, the most formidable opponent for the red team is undoubtedly that towering figure, isn't it? Zhong Junkai expressed his uncertainty, saying, if we were to face the other team members, it wouldn't necessarily mean our defeat. Chen Fan listened, nodding vacantly. Indeed, it's best to score without colliding. He was aware that his words were rather futile. The scene behind the luminous barrier gradually revealed the anxious expressions of the red team contrasted with the composed demeanor of the white team. The grids on both sides remained eerily still, indicating that no one had scored or lost points. Current positions. White team. Tall legs at B2, Hu Chong at A2, floral shirt at B4, defeated at D4, Hai Tianqing at D3, and the elderly lady at C3. Red team. Old Wang at C1, Lin Sanjiu at B5, Zhong Junkai at C4, and Chun Fan at C3. This time, without needing Mr. Dian's instruction, Chun Fan leapt up, fixating his gaze on the elderly lady who occupied the same row and column as him, stammering. How could this possibly be? Standing far away in the first grid, Old Wang snorted, are you thinking that the tall one must move this time, thus leaving C3 vacant, which would ironically become the safest spot? Chun Fan wiped his face, unsure if it was cold sweat or rainwater, and turned to glance at the dueling platform. Earlier, it was mentioned that the members of the white team are pursuing us. Thus, your line of thought has undoubtedly been anticipated by them. As soon as the giant departs, someone will immediately take his place. At this moment, Mr. Dian's voice urging the contestants to ascend the duel platform has already resounded. Chun Fan steadied himself and forced a smile, saying, what if we collide? The opponent is an elderly lady. I refuse to believe that I cannot best even her. With that, he turned and exited the grid, approaching the bluestone, extending both hands to grasp it, and leaped upward, propelling himself onto the duel platform. Old Wang let out a low scoff, his gaze heavily fixated on the elderly lady, who slowly emerged from behind the luminous barrier. She appeared to be no taller than 1.60 meters, her back hunched high, and her sparse gray-white hair trimmed to her ears, presenting the image of a typical, unremarkable old woman. Before he could complete that thought, she moved, and in an instant, a gray shadow seemed to be swept away by a fierce wind, and in the blink of an eye, the old lady had vanished from sight. Chun Fan, now facing the elderly woman who had somehow appeared before him, felt his calves tremble. Granny, at your age you still fight so fiercely. He encouraged himself, though your legs are nimble, my abilities are formidable. The old lady remained expressionless, not even blinking, merely assuming a combat-ready stance. Indeed, silence enveloped the scene. Chun Fan's smile faltered slightly. Do you know my name? I am Chun Fan. Such an ordinary name, akin to Li Chong. Haha, do you know that names this unremarkable are paradoxically favored in online novels? I frequently find myself sharing names with the protagonists. Oh dear grandmother, you must be oblivious to what online novels are. As he chuckled, he raised his right hand, starting from the thumb. His 5 fingers appeared to be tinged with gold dust, gradually transforming in color and emanating a faint golden glow. My ability is the golden finger. Dear grandmother, do you comprehend what a golden finger is? It is the back door that grants me fortune. Once my fingers turn entirely golden, the latter part of his sentence was abruptly shattered by a force akin to an explosive impact, disintegrating into countless fragments, mingled with a gushing stream of blood and numerous visceral remnants, erupting from Chun Fan's mouth. The elderly lady wrinkled her brow in apparent disgust, then tilted her head aside, as the bloodied column narrowly grazed her ear, leaving several droplets upon her deeply lined visage. She then bent slightly, firmly stepping upon Chun Fan, whose body had been propelled backward by the force, halting him at the edge of the bluestone. A smirk slowly crept upon her lips. Young man, the reason you cannot hear anything down there is due to that boundary line. Once you ascend, I hear everything you utter with perfect clarity. Chun Fan's eyes, wide and filled with disbelief, welled with tears mixed with blood that seeped from the sea with considerable effort. His gaze shifted towards his right hand, revealing a patch of raw, crimson flesh at the corner of his eye. His right hand, with only a sliver of the little fingernail remaining, was on the cusp of complete transformation into gold. Had you not indulged in such superfluous discourse, I would have remained ignorant of the necessity to strike before your hand completed its metamorphosis. My gratitude, with the old woman's indifferent and emotionless tone, she brought her cloth shoe-clad foot down with a stomp. Chun Fan erupted in what would be his final, desperate cry before succumbing to stillness. The members of the red team were momentarily struck dumb with astonishment. A red team contestant has perished in the duel. Send forth a member of the same team to relinquish the deceased's advanced abilities, Mr. Point stated, his tone as even as if he were deliberating over the evening's meal. The old woman retreated a step, then abruptly kicked Chun Fan in the waist. The corpse tumbled from the air, landing on the ground with a resounding thud, splattering a mixture of mud and blood. Lin Sanjiu's grid was nearest to the dueling platform, and the spray struck her face. She blinked, wiping away the grime. Observing the utter bewilderment of the other two, she wordlessly exited her grid, seized the corpse by its feet, and began dragging it step by step towards the white mist. Chun Fan's demise was gruesome, his chest and neck a ravaged expanse of bloody wounds. Though our acquaintance was brief, our conversations few, and our rapport not particularly strong. Lin Sanjiu muttered to herself, head bowed as she hauled his feet, your death is nonetheless a pitiable one. With a creak, Lin Sanjiu lifted the lid of the box. After all, we are somewhat acquainted. Rest assured. Her expression remained calm as she placed one of the corpse's hands into the wooden box, watching as a faint glimmer was drawn from Chun Fan's palm, swaying gently before settling at the bottom of the box. I shall avenge you. Chun Fan's ascension ability was duly surrendered. She retrieved the corpse's hand, closed the lid, but did not depart. Instead, she lifted one corner of the box and felt the bottom, as if to confirm something, nodding in acknowledgement. Dragging the body once more from the white mist, Lin Sanjiu tossed Chun Fan onto the edge of the grid with a splash. Little Lien caught sight of this and immediately emitted several retching sounds, hastily crawling several steps away. Lin Sanjiu glanced down to see her prompt information, identical to the last time, indicating a reward of 1 point ahead. If she were to advance a single step further, her position would shift to F5, which is the final cell in the upper right corner of this grid. Therefore, it is certain that the reward lies within cell A5. However, based on the positioning of the white team she had overheard previously, the floral shirt in A4 must also have received the prompt indicating a reward of 1 point to the right, suggesting that they might collide. The fourth positioning begins. Chapter 81. Encounter at the crossroads. 4 white team positioning. Floral shirt A5, Hu Changzai A1, Long Legs C1, Old Lady C3, Hai Tianqing D3. Defeated C4. Red team positioning. Lin Sanjiu A5, Old Wang E2, Zhong Junkai D5. What unfortunate circumstances. Both the white team and the red team have chosen the A5 grid. The solitary point reward within this grid seems destined to belong solely to the victor of the duel. Mr. Dian, with a thoughtful expression, remarked while smacking his lips, should the red team face defeat once more, this round of the game will come to an end, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Upon hearing this, the remaining 2 members of the red team turned pale. The lifeless body of Chun Fan lay beside the grid, his blood-red eyes wide open in shock and disbelief, a haunting sight that overshadowed even his gruesome wounds. Under the watchful gaze of death, Zhong Junkai felt his body weaken, his mind enveloped in confusion. As Lin Sanjiu had anticipated, the floral shirt of the white team indeed stepped into the same grid as her. The A5 grids of both teams were in close proximity, almost face to face. With a mere lift of her gaze, she could see the sinister smile of the floral shirt. Miss Lin, you absolutely must not lose. As Lin Sanjiu began to move, she heard Zhong Junkai's anxious voice from behind. A loss in this round would grant the white team 3 points and 3 advanced abilities, a significant advantage given the uncertainty of the upcoming rounds. The dueling arena rose to a height of more than a person, and with Lin Sanjiu's stature not being diminutive, she could see even the back half of the white team's area from her position atop the bluestone platform. At that moment, The members of the white team were engaged in conversation, perhaps deliberating their next positions. Glancing towards Mr. Dian, she was met only with a veil of mist, obscuring any further clarity. "Hello, are you truly so leisurely as to wander about?" A coarse voice emanated from a stranger, echoing from the front. Lin Sanjiu turned around, encountering the floral shirt that had just leaped onto the scene, without a hint of surprise. The man chuckled. "Well, it is the last time in life. One must take a good look." The floral shirt paused, seemingly unable to comprehend her words. However, Lin Sanjiu was acutely aware of the situation at hand. 10 minutes prior, as she stepped into the white mist with the brown-furred rabbit, the creature, which had been barely alive outside, suddenly lifted its head and declared, "All is proceeding smoothly." "Oh, what did Captain Hai say?" Lin Sanjiu inquired with a smile, placing the rabbit on her shoulder and deliberately slowing her pace to a crawl. "Humph. To bide time while engaging in a skirmish and whispering simultaneously is truly challenging." The brown-furred rabbit remained silent for a moment, first grooming its disheveled fur, before proudly stating, "According to Captain Hai, their team's strategy is indeed as that Wang fellow described. They plan to encircle us and pursue relentlessly. Who often claims he hasn't evolved physically. Thus he has become more of a peripheral character, excluded from matters. However, given Captain Hai's stature, even if he feigned modesty, no one would believe him, which has led to him becoming the primary combatant stationed at C3. Lin Sanjiu nodded slightly and whispered, "Be discreet. If Mr. Dian discovers this, I may be expelled." No sooner had she spoken than the brown-furred rabbit flopped dramatically onto her shoulder, adopting a feeble demeanor. "However, it is the elderly lady that truly warrants our utmost attention," the rabbit whispered. "It is said that she hails from another world, her heart dark and her hands ruthless, with formidable martial prowess. It appears she has taken many lives in the past. As for the man who fell to you, while his abilities are commendable, they are ultimately limited, lacking any real potential. The one in the floral shirt is nothing more than a paper tiger. Though he may seem vile and deranged." The sea officer remarked that a mere test of his capabilities would reveal his utter incompetence, for he possesses nothing but a mouth that excels in instilling fear. "Oh, and by the way," the sea officer also recounted that during his duel with Lien Xiaolian, the woman wept and lamented her plight, claiming her life was fraught with misfortune. She promised that if he spared her, she would willingly remain by his side after the contest. TSK, TSK, TSK. As Lin Sanjiu reminisced about this, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a sudden movement in the wind before her. A fist hurtled swiftly towards her abdomen. Yet, with her enhanced physical capabilities, the strike appeared to her as though it were moving in slow motion. Stepping back a pace, she seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful kick to the hollow of the floral shirt's knee, producing a resounding thud as he collapsed to the stone platform. Without waiting for him to rise, her foot, like a gust of wind, came crashing down upon his thigh. With a sickening crack, the floral shirt let out a pitiful wail, tears streaming down his face. He clawed at the ground in vain for quite some time, unable to rise. Having felled a man who towered over her by half a head, Lin Sanjiu's hands remained firmly in her pockets. "Though fractured, you are not paralyzed," she remarked, crouching down to examine him, offering a strange consolation. "Count your blessings. There is no animosity between us. Thus I exercised restraint and refrained from shattering your spine. Cease your lamentations and heed my words." The floral shirt man ceased his sobs with a shudder, gazing up at her. He nodded hastily. "If you comprehend, concede defeat promptly." Lin Sanjiu, in a show of dominance, placed a foot upon his back. "I concede without a moment's delay." The floral shirt man, as if fearing to understate, repeated several times, "I concede, I concede." At that moment, a chime resonated, and point notifications surfaced beneath the red team's feet, diverting the attention of the crowd. Old Wang received a +1 point bonus ahead. Zhong Junkai received a -1 point penalty ahead, while Lin Sanjiu received no score at all. As soon as the prompts vanished, the fifth positioning concluded at Mr. Dot's command. The black light wall, with its now familiar pace, gradually revealed the positions of the red and white teams once more. However, as soon as the light wall descended, the white team's grid shimmered with a radiant red glow. A long-legged woman in a red miniskirt stood within the red light, arms crossed. Her face a mixture of triumph and disappointment, her provocative gaze sweeping over the red team repeatedly. Gazing at her, Lin Sanjiu exchanged a glance with the brown-furred rabbit beside her, simultaneously recalling Hai Tianqing's words. This time, the positioning strategy for hunting the red team was largely devised by that woman in the short skirt. Though she may not appear so, she is, in fact, a perilous individual. It is truly hard to believe, for no matter how one looks at it, she seems impulsive. Oh! A white team member has stepped onto the 1-point reward. White team scores 1 point. Mr. Diane's tone suddenly became languid. The score has leveled so swiftly, now standing at 5-5. Now, allow me to announce the positions. White team positions. Hu Changzai at B2, Hai Tianqing at C3, Longlegs at D2, the elderly lady at B4, and the defeated at D5. Red team positions. Old Wang at E1, Zhong Junkai at E4, and Lin Sanjiu at B4. Once again, the red and white teams have collided. It seems that Lin Sanjiu's threat has proven quite effective. Even the limping floral shirt has conveyed her message. She glanced up at the elderly lady standing in the same row and offered a smile. Although she had just defeated the floral shirt, it did little to uplift their morale. Judging by Old Wang's positioning, he would rather forfeit the nearby 1-point reward than risk colliding with the white team. Zhong Junkai also seemed shaken by Chun Fan's demise, only daring to navigate around the squares occupied by the white team members. With a sigh, Lin Sanjiu stepped out of the grid. Ultimately, she could only rely on herself. Not far away, on a floating azure stone platform, a figure was already standing. Noticing the elderly lady's gaze scrutinizing her from above, Lin Sanjiu swiftly flipped onto the dueling platform. In the process of dragging Chun Fan's corpse to submit his advanced ability, Lin Sanjiu had scrutinized his death with meticulous attention. The old woman had dispatched Chun Fan with merely a punch and a kick. However, the injuries on Chun Fan's chest were a dense collection of bloody holes, akin to a pulverized honeycomb, causing a tingling sensation on the scalp at first glance. No matter how great the force of a fist, it could never create such wounds. As soon as the thought arose, a fierce gust of fist wind suddenly assailed her face. This fist wind was peculiar, not a single mass, but rather like dozens of sharp thorns, instantly enveloping the upper half of Lin Sanjiu's body. If this punch were to land, it would likely be even more tragic than Chun Fan's demise, immediately turning her into a sieve. She immediately understood. Her heart filled with shock, and the muscles throughout her body seemed to come alive, twisting her body in an inconceivable posture to narrowly avoid the blow. A lock of black hair was snapped off by the fist wind with a whoosh, scattering in the air. Oh, is that comprehensive physical enhancement? The flesh on the old woman's face twitched twice, and she audibly identified her basic ability in one breath. My fist, ordinary physical enhancements can never avoid it. Are you also from another world? The hair on the left side of Lin Sanjiu's head was now short, only reaching her collarbone. She stared at the old woman and said no. The battle situation was not favorable for her. Although I had long suspected that the old woman was formidable, it was only after experiencing that recent punch that Lin Sanjiu truly grasped her nearly terrifying lethality. It seemed that the force of that strike was merely a probing tactic, and the old woman undoubtedly had numerous hidden skills in reserve. In contrast, having just awakened from a week-long stupor, Lin Sanjiu found her consciousness sealed away, and not a single suitable weapon was present in her inventory. Not so? Ha! Then your potential must be quite substantial. The old woman suddenly let out a hearty laugh, her deep wrinkles converging into a single expression. Your advancement abilities must be impressive. Why not bestow them upon me? With that final word barely escaping her lips, she lunged toward Lin Sanjiu. A flurry of rapid punches surged forth, resembling a storm of sharp thorns, threatening to overwhelm her. If Chun Fan were to witness this scene, he might find solace in the fact that he had not met his demise in a violent explosion of blood. Lin Sanjiu's adrenaline surged, propelling her to a speed she herself did not anticipate, her movements so swift they nearly left an afterimage. Yet, even with such agility, she could only barely evade the ferocity of the punches, sustaining countless tiny lacerations upon her arms. As she dodged, her mind raced with anxiety. Laughter? No, that would have no effect on a woman. Litter boxes are not implements of combat. Even if one were to nullify the adversary's unique possessions via the 300 bus route, the elderly woman would still possess advanced capabilities. Thus, it seems the Pygmalion collar is the only potentially useful item. Yet its primary deficiency lies in its inefficacy without someone to articulate the abilities of Lin Sanjiu. What is to be done? Why do you persistently evade? The old woman's successive punches grew increasingly acute. But alas, Lin Sanjiu was as slippery as an eel and too swift, consistently avoiding injury. The old woman, growing impatient, retracted her fist and cautioned, "If this represents the extent of your prowess, do not fault me for employing greater force." Lin Sanjiu instinctively touched her neck, suddenly struck by an idea. She lifted her gaze and smiled, stating, "I feared that if I revealed my true abilities, your aged frame would not endure. Do you know the reason I summoned you? It is because Chun Fan was my sibling." She uttered this falsehood without a blush or hesitation. "You extinguished my brother before he could unleash his power. Therefore, I shall employ our shared ability to extinguish you as well." The old woman, indeed taken aback, glanced at her hand. "Your ability is also a gold finger? Yet your hand has not changed color." The collar beneath the bandage grew faintly warm, but the sensation soon dissipated. It appeared that this alone was insufficient. Lin Sanjiu was utterly oblivious to the purpose of the so-called golden finger or the color-changing phenomenon. However, at this juncture, she had no choice but to seize the opportunity with tenacity. Indeed, although the transformation of her fingers was progressing at a sluggish pace, once the metamorphosis was complete, it would be too late for her adversary to plead for mercy. "Ha ha!" The elderly woman laughed heartily, asserting that after the change, one would merely possess a few backdoor advantages or a stroke of good fortune. She could not possibly rely on this to defeat her. Just as her words hung in the air, the woman's gaze faltered. This was because Lin Sanjiu's right hand was undergoing a swift transformation into a golden hue at an astonishing speed beyond Chun Fan's comprehension. By the time she realized she needed to strike first, Lin Sanjiu's 5 fingers had entirely assumed a metallic texture. The Pygmalion collar had finally activated. Lin Sanjiu glanced at her fingers, exhaled in relief, and smiled at the elderly lady, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation." Golden finger introduction. A common trope in online literature where the protagonist enjoys significant advantages, primarily manifested through pervasive strokes of luck. One might stumble in a way that leads them to discover supernatural treasures hidden among bricks, or find an ancient bracelet in their mother's drawer that opens the door to a celestial realm, accompanied by a mysterious, ancient voice that reveals the presence of formidable powers from antiquity. This ability, upon activation, brings forth varying fortunes for a duration of 10 minutes. Stay tuned for the unfolding events. Note: the more ordinary the name, the greater the golden finger. Although the elderly woman was unclear about what had just transpired, she felt an unsettling sense of having been deceived. With a dark glare cast in Lin Sanjiu's direction, she swiftly lunged forward once again. This time, the force of the punch dissipated, leaving only the old woman's palms to strike Lin Sanjiu's. Huh? Her back? No, something wasn't right. Just moments ago, they were face to face. As this thought surfaced in her mind, the ability in her hands was already activated, instantly dissecting the body before her into countless pieces of flesh. Butcher's dexterity description. Anything touched by the palms will be broken down into numerous pieces, including living beings. However, when used on a living person, the effectiveness of this ability is constrained by the discrepancy in potential between the user and the target. For instance, if the opposing target's potential far exceeds that of the ability's initiator, perhaps only a sliver of skin might be removed. Conversely, if the target's potential is significantly lower, an entire arm might be severed. In more extreme cases, even the heart could be extracted. Before she could fully react, a whip-like streak of metallic sheen lashed out from under the cover of the corpse rain, hurtling towards the old woman with ferocious speed. Startled, she dodged to the side, only to inadvertently step on a finger. The finger, slick with corpse fluid, rolled beneath her foot, causing the old woman to lose her footing. Ordinarily, this would be inconsequential, and a fall would be unexpected. However, strangely, no matter how hard the old woman tried to regain control of her body, she was irresistibly pulled down to the ground, landing with a heavy thud. The elongated shadow behind her followed in quick pursuit, piercing her lower abdomen with a sickening squelch. Only then, as the rain of severed limbs, flesh, and organs subsided, did Lin Sanjiu emerge into view, wielding the mouthpart of a fallen seed in her hand. Gazing at the elderly woman sprawled on the ground, she wiped the remnants of blood and flesh from her face, letting out a sigh of discontent. "So this is the fortune bestowed upon me by the golden finger," she mused. The old woman could not suppress a cough, blood escaping her lips, her eyes still fixated in disbelief upon the orifice within her abdomen. It was fortunate that she had collected the remains of the deceased fallen seed during her time in the oasis. Just moments ago, Lin Sanjiu had transformed the carcass of the fallen seed into a barrier to protect herself. However, she had not anticipated that the elderly woman's ability was precisely that of butchering an ox. Once the body was disassembled, the orifice naturally became an exquisite weapon. Coupled with the old woman's fall, this golden finger, though modest, proved to be of some utility. Without uttering a word, Lin Sanjiu stepped forward and abruptly extracted the orifice. As blood gushed forth from the elderly woman's abdomen, she gripped the front end of the orifice tightly and swiftly incapacitated her opponent by shattering her knees. Amidst the hoarse cries of anguish, Lin Sanjiu deftly fractured the old woman's elbows as well. Seeing that the elderly woman could no longer move, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, she can no longer resist? The old woman's venomous glare remained fixed upon her. But what of it? Lin Sanjiu spoke with unwavering confidence, for the elderly woman had lost her capacity for action. According to the rules, the duel had concluded. Indeed, no sooner had the old woman finished her statement than a cheerful voice rang out. "Congratulations to the red team competitor for winning the duel. By all accounts, the two should have departed the arena at this juncture, while the 7 others on the ground awaited, gazing upward. As if deaf to the surrounding clamor, Lin Sanjiu instead crouched beside the old woman. Her subsequent actions widened the eyes of both the red and white teams, rendering them utterly dumbfounded. "I've long suspected there was something peculiar about your bracelet. I trust you won't mind if I take a look?" she remarked, her hands moving with astonishing speed as she frisked the old woman. "Though Mr. Jian hasn't stipulated an immediate departure post-duel, I'd best make haste." The onlookers, including the victimized old woman, gaped in disbelief as Lin Sanjiu, akin to a groundhog, unearthed several items from her person, soon amassing a small pile on the ground. "Isn't this outright robbery?" Yet, even Mr. Jian remained silent, for no rule explicitly forbade plundering one's opponent. "Anything else?" Lin Sanjiu inquired, halting her actions with a hint of reluctance. Having suffered a grievous, eviscerating wound to her abdomen while simultaneously being robbed, the old woman was by now bereft of speech. With near callousness, Lin Sanjiu rose to her feet, converting the retrieved items into cards before beckoning the white team to retrieve their compatriot. Having sustained such injuries, survival through the next 2 rounds of the game would be a stroke of immense fortune. Participation was out of the question. Having perused the prompt, the 6th positioning concluded amidst a somber atmosphere. This time, the perpetually fleeing old Wang finally collided with the white team's long-legged member. However, contrary to expectations, he didn't even exit the grid, instead proclaiming, "I concede," from his original spot. Thus, amidst Lin Xiaolian's indignant imprecations, the 2nd round of the game concluded with the red team's defeat. At this juncture, the score stood at 5-6, with the red team trailing by a single point. Chapter 83. The Mouse Labyrinth. From teammates to sustenance who possesses a means of ignition? Upon hearing this, old Wang released his grip on the brown-furred rabbit and rummaged through his pockets, only to recall with chagrin that his lighter had been discarded due to water damage. "Regardless, let us proceed with skinning it. If necessary, I shall consume it raw." Lin Xiaolian, unable to restrain herself any longer, seized the inert rabbit and thrust it into her boyfriend's arms. "You possess a blade, do you not? Hasten to flay it." Zhong Junkai hesitated, reticent to act. "This is Miss Lin's rabbit," he murmured, suggesting perhaps we should reconsider. However, before he could complete his thought, a resounding rumble emanated from his abdomen, interrupting his utterance. He dared not gaze upon the rabbit, lest he succumb to the ravenous hunger that gnawed at him. His stomach was being consumed by waves of famishment. an unprecedented sensation in his life. If we do not consume this rabbit, we shall all perish from starvation. Lin Xiaolian's eyes widened with an unsettling intensity. Would you condemn me to starve, my dear husband? Zhong Junkai bit his lip, remaining mute. Make haste. If you continue to dawdle, that woman will overtake us. Lin Xiaolian shoved him forcefully, and upon witnessing her boyfriend's continued inaction, she rebuked him with exasperation. You spineless wretch! From the outset, old Wang's famished, verdant eyes remained fixated on the rabbit. His condition was scarcely better than Lin Xiaolian's. His cheeks were deeply sunken, and even his once prominent belly had diminished noticeably. Lin Xiaolian, having successfully located a folding knife, brandished it with a gleam of excitement in her eyes, the blade snapping open with a swift flourish. She positioned the rabbit belly up, and with a sudden motion, plunged the knife downwards. Just as the onlookers anticipated the rabbit's imminent demise, a whip-like streak of metallic light lashed out from behind them. Lin Xiaolian, caught unawares, was struck squarely, staggering backward as the knife was flung from her grasp. Only then did a laceration on her face begin to bleed. Clutching her wounded cheek, Lin Xiaolian howled like a she-wolf towards her assailant. You dare to mar my face? At that moment, Lin Sanjiu emerged from around the corner of the narrow passageway, wielding the appendage of a fallen kind. Despite having disarmed Lin Xiaolian, her own condition was the most precarious of all. The preceding attack, executed with what felt like her utmost strength, had merely grazed Lin Xiaolian's face. Panting heavily, Lin Sanjiu struggled to ignore the enervating weakness in her trembling legs and the gnawing hunger in her stomach. I crave sustenance, she thought, leaning against the wall for support. She rasped, her voice hoarse. Release the rabbit, or face the consequences of my wrath. To understand the situation, one must rewind not merely 10 minutes, but rather 10 days prior. After the conclusion of the second round of the game, the grid and luminous walls of the arena slowly melted away like ice cream, reverting to their original half-red, half-white appearance. However, this time, one side bore a lifeless corpse, while the other housed a near corpse, a dying individual rendered motionless. The members of both the red and white teams displayed pallid expressions, silently awaiting Mr. Dot's introduction to the next game. Yet this time Mr. Dots remained unexpectedly silent for an extended period. As perplexity grew among the crowd and restlessness began to stir, countless walls suddenly rose from the ground. These walls, akin to young saplings, ascended gradually before their astonished gaze, ultimately transforming into towering walls that vanished into the heavens. Gazing along the thick, black walls, one could only see a series of narrow passageways that seemed to stretch into infinity. Lin Sanjiu, momentarily captivated by the walls, only registered her surroundings when she heard Mr. Dot's voice, realizing with alarm that she had been separated from everyone else without her noticing. The walls that emerged among the red team members appeared to have isolated her from the rest. Behold, this is the third round of the game, the labyrinth of mice, Mr. Dots chuckled, adding, it is quite a substantial maze. The entrance for the red team is on this side, while the entrance for the white team lies on the opposite side. The task for this game is remarkably straightforward. You simply need to reach one of the small compartments within the maze to complete the task and earn a reward of 1 point. The third round of the game, the mouse maze. Game rules, none. Gameplay. The red and white teams commence their journey from their respective entrances, and upon reaching a small compartment within the labyrinth, regardless of order, their team is awarded 1 point. However, within this compartment lies a dinner table adorned with a white cloth, laden with a feast for 4. Only the first to arrive may partake in the delicacies. Of course, if the first arrival deliberately refrains from eating, the subsequent arrivals may indulge as well. Mr. Dian humorously entertained himself with this notion, pondering whether anyone would truly bypass such culinary delights. After all, in such a chaotic setting, who would dare consume those dubious offerings? Just as Lin Sanjiu silently mused, a rumbling sound emanated from her own stomach. There is something I have yet to disclose to everyone. Mr. Diane's subsequent tone hinted at an ominous revelation. In this competition, there exists a temporal isolation from the outside world. You may have heard the saying, a day in the heavens is a year on earth, or perhaps the tale of Urashimataro and the Dragon Palace beneath the sea. Each minute spent in this contest equates to an entire day outside. since entering the competition a total of, 43 minutes have elapsed. Thus, 43 days have passed in the outside world. In the third round of the game, I shall lift this temporal isolation. Although you remain immersed in the game, the passage of time feels indistinguishable from the outside world. Mr. Jian seemed to elaborate further, yet Lin Sanjiu could not grasp his words as a sudden dizziness enveloped her, leaving her limbs feeble and devoid of strength, causing her to involuntarily slide down the wall to the floor. It was only when her face met the warm puddle on the ground that she jolted awake. In other words, only the 4 individuals who locate that dinner table can hope to survive. Additionally, it is crucial for everyone to note that this game does not prohibit violence, so it is advisable to collaborate with your teammates and remain vigilant against adversaries. After delivering this statement, Mr. Jian cheerfully proclaimed, "All right, let the game officially commence." Upon hearing Mr. Dian's whimsical announcement, Lin Sanjiu dared not linger on the ground for even a moment longer, mustering her strength to rise. Though she possessed not merely enhanced physical abilities, but a comprehensive augmentation of her physical prowess, she had been unconscious for an entire week prior to entering this scenario, subsisting on a thin gruel made from crushed biscuits soaked in water. In terms of her current physical condition, Lin Sanjiu was no stronger than anyone else. Gazing around, the labyrinth revealed only identical corridors, twisting and turning, flanked by towering black walls that extended endlessly in various directions. With a sigh, she relinquished her intention of meeting the rabbit and chose instead to wander alone in any direction she could find. It was a dire situation. Lin Sanjiu found herself traversing 2 paths that, after mere minutes, culminated in dead ends. Twice in succession, the way ahead transformed into an impenetrable wall, coldly blocking her passage. Such a labyrinth was inherently exhausting, especially under the strain of having gone days without sustenance. As she wandered in a daze, her mind unconsciously conjured images of delectable dishes from a small compartment. It was at that moment that she suddenly heard a faint yet familiar shout, laced with irritation. "Why are you attacking me, you bastards?" The sound, muffled by towering walls, reached her ears only as a vague utterance of the word eat. Instantly, a chill coursed through her veins. Lin Sanjiu pivoted and ran towards the source of the voice, summoning an unknown reservoir of strength. With all her might, she bellowed, "If you dare touch it, I will kill you." The noise abruptly ceased in that direction. In the previous round of the game, after the old woman lost the duel, the ability she relinquished happened to be Chun Fan's golden finger. Upon acquiring this ability from a wooden box, Lin Sanjiu realized that due to the uniqueness of her name, she could only access a modicum of good fortune. Yet it was this slight stroke of luck that proved invaluable in that moment. Lin Sanjiu activated the golden finger, and her right hand gradually transformed in the dimly lit passageway. She randomly selected a narrow path and plunged into it, never anticipating that it would guide her, unimpeded, toward the red team. Observing the 3 figures of Old Wang and his companions desperately fleeing, Lin Sanjiu suppressed her thoughts and hastened in pursuit. Chapter 84. Labyrinth of Rats. Guidance from the deceased Huff the proboscis lunged directly at Old Wang, causing him to recoil in terror. The mouth part, lined with rows of sharp teeth, scraped a long gash into the wall, sending a shower of brick and stone cascading down upon him. "To hell with this! Nobody run!" Old Wang, regaining his resolve, roared with fierce determination, seizing Lin Xiaolian's arm. "I refuse to believe that the 3 of us can't overcome her alone. Didn't we jointly subdue that rabbit? Perhaps that's our only recourse." However, that was because the rabbit lacked an advanced ability, but Shi Junkai, with a hint of anxiety, implored his girlfriend, "Why don't you return the rabbit to Miss Lin? Let's seek out a small compartment together, shall we?" Lin Xiaolian frowned in disgust, her voice icy as she retorted, "Are you even a man? Among us, you're the only one whose advanced abilities remain intact. I think Old Wang is right. Are you going to help or not?" "She's as weakened as we are." Old Wang grinned at Zhong Junkai, who was glaring at his girlfriend, speechless. "Besides, you still have Miss Lin and me." As Lin Sanjiu gradually approached with a few companions, Zhong Junkai felt a sudden push from behind. Xiao Lian urged him, "Hurry up, or do you wish for my demise?" Gritting his teeth, he finally bent down, adopting a sprinting posture, and surged toward Lin Sanjiu. She overheard their conversation and, fully on alert, noticed the astonishing speed at which he was charging. Unable to confront him directly, she swiftly sidestepped, but to her astonishment, Zhong Junkai seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. He made a sharp turn and barreled toward her with renewed ferocity. The abilities exclusive to the privileged class endowed him with a speed akin to a Formula One car, with a weight that could reach several tons. Anyone struck by such a force would either perish or suffer grave injuries. Yet, as the assailant, he could effortlessly escape the scene unscathed. The corridor of the maze was exceedingly narrow. Lin Sanjiu managed to evade once, but soon realized that she had no room left to dodge. As Zhong Junkai's figure bore down on her like a wild bull, she quickly devised a plan, hurling her weapon towards the upper wall, where the sharp tip embedded itself. Using this momentum, she propelled herself into the air. With a thunderous crash, Zhong Junkai collided with the wall, causing the towering, endless black structure to shudder. Perhaps he had not anticipated that Lin Sanjiu, trapped in a predicament, would suddenly vanish before his eyes. He paused, leaning against his shoulder, momentarily stunned. However, in that fleeting moment, Lin Sanjiu had already gripped the mouthpiece and swung down again, delivering a heavy kick to his face. He had no chance to resist and fell to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. The courage he had mustered moments before was shattered with that single blow, and given his initial reluctance to engage in the fight, at this moment, Zhong Junkai was utterly devoid of fighting spirit. Lin Sanjiu cast him a glance, disregarded him, and turned to head towards Lao Wang and the others. Yet, as she lifted her gaze, she found herself momentarily stunned. At the other end of the corridor, it was now eerily empty, devoid of any human presence. "You fool!" She couldn't help but vent her frustration on the fallen Zhong Junkai. "They were merely using you as a pawn. You believed everything they said. Have you been completely duped?" "No, it can't be. Xiao Lian." Zhong Junkai's face paled further, and disregarding Lin Sanjiu's incredulous gaze, he hastily stood up and shouted, "Xiao Lian, I'm fine. Where are you?" His anxious voice echoed in the dim space, muffled by the heavy walls, and by the time it reached Xiao Lian it was reduced to a vague, indistinct noise. Beside her, Lao Wang, panting heavily, glanced at Xiao Lian and chuckled breathlessly. You're quite fierce." The petite girl remained silent, her bangs blown aside by the wind, revealing an expression of unwavering composure. "With this flight, your boyfriend will starve too, heh heh." Lao Wang attempted to wipe the sweat from his brow, but his arms felt too weak to lift. Why go through such great lengths just to attach oneself to a wealthy heir? Why are you so full of nonsense? Lin Xiaolian cast an impatient glance at him, secretly feeling a twinge of alarm. "What do you mean by attaching oneself?" As they conversed, the path before them came to an end, revealing two diverging routes. Lin Xiaolian halted, took a moment to ponder, and, catching her breath, ventured into the right passage. Lao Wang hurried after her, his chatter unceasing. "Isn't Zhong Junkai the son of the CEO of Wanbao Real Estate?" "Heh. I used to run a company. I've crossed paths with him." Within less than half a minute on the right path, they reached a dead end. This felt akin to having not eaten for half a day, as her stomach churned, producing acid. Lin Xiaolian was so famished that she felt as though her stomach might consume her other organs. Irritated by Lao Wang's words, she retorted, "So what?" As they spoke, the two turned back to explore the alternative path. Several companies that conduct business with Wanbao have heard. Boss Zhong's son is about to get married, yet he broke up with his fiancée for a woman of dubious origins. Lao Wang chuckled darkly. "The world is crumbling, yet you still linger by his side?" Lin Xiaolian, gazing at a distant high wall, felt a sudden urge to scream in frustration, but after taking a few more steps, she discovered a small path to the right before that wall. Relieved, Lin Xiaolian muttered in response, "Who are you calling of dubious origins? He is rather fortunate, possessing both talent and a plethora of possessions." "What is this?" A plastic sheet fluttered against the wall, rustling in the breeze. The two approached with a hint of skepticism and peeled it away. Old Wang flipped it over and muttered to himself, "What kind of painting is this?" His words trailed off as he stood there, dumbfounded. In the corridor ahead, not far off the ground, lay an assortment of food. The enticing aroma wafted up from the steaming dishes, capable of stirring even the most dormant of appetites. How long had it been since he had encountered such fresh, warm fare? The vibrant yellow of a large egg was adorned with sprigs of emerald green scallions. The braised pork trotters, with their rich, quivering skin, glistened with a layer of glistening red oil, enhancing the lush green of the stir-fried kale beside it. The two stood in stunned silence for a moment before charging forward without exchanging a single word. Yet, wasn't Mr. Dian supposed to have mentioned a table here? Old Wang struggled to contain the flood of saliva that surged in his mouth, his tongue swimming in drool, rendering his words somewhat incoherent. This certainly did not appear to be enough for 4 people. So where did all this food come from? Without even raising her eyelids, Xiao Lian, fearing the slightest delay, swiftly seized a large piece of tender, oily egg and stuffed it into her mouth. Weren't there supposed to be 4 items in total? She chewed hastily, perfunctorily, eager to let the steaming egg soothe her ravenous, demanding stomach. Upon observing her movement, Old Wang hastily seized a piece of pork knuckle, followed by a small portion of steamed rice, and with his mouth agape, he conveyed them together down his gullet. Delectable. The flavor was exquisitely savory, not merely attributable to his ravenous hunger, but to the food's inherent unparalleled deliciousness. The rich, mellow, and intensely fragrant taste, accompanied by a perfectly proportioned layer of fatty skin, glided through his mouth as if on the verge of dissolution, transforming into a delectable essence between his lips and teeth. Cognizant of the potential harm to his body from consuming meat after such prolonged starvation, Old Wang consciously masticated each mouthful several times before reluctantly swallowing the pork knuckle. As he reached for an egg, he noticed that Lin Xiaolian's cheeks, fully stuffed, had abruptly ceased their chewing motion, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Seizing the opportunity, Old Wang gathered all the eggs from the box into his hands, casting a questioning glance at her before proceeding to stuff them into his mouth. Suddenly, with a thud, Lin Xiaolian's eyes widened, and her body collapsed stiffly to the ground. Froth, mingled with partially masticated kale, erupted from the corner of her mouth. 2 minutes after their demise, a figure staggered around the corner. The unconsumable lunch. How could it be here? Lin Sanjiu, her face ashen, stared in bewildered astonishment at the scene before her. Amidst the scattered rice and dishes, 2 rigid bodies lay, their skin gradually turning yellow at a perceptible rate. After a prolonged moment of observation, she finally comprehended the situation and hastily knelt down to rummage through Lin Xiaolian's pockets. The inert, plush rabbit, its abdomen subtly rising and falling, was extracted from her pocket. Good heavens, I was scared stiff. Lin Sanjiu breathed a sigh of relief, nestling the rabbit into her combat trousers pocket. Her nostrils were assailed by the aroma of cooked victuals, compelling her to pinch her skin fiercely to resist lunging for the food. Abruptly, a dark silhouette surged from behind, lunging towards the repast with grasping hands, emitting a guttural growl, none other than Zhong Junkai. Lin Sanjiu exerted considerable force to restrain him, exclaiming vehemently, "Don't consume it. Can't you observe that both of them succumbed to poisoning?" It was then that Zhong Junkai discerned the jaundiced complexion and rigid form of his paramour. Lin Sanjiu regarded him with incredulity. "Is this not your possession? A special item? The inedible luncheon?" However, Zhong Junkai, fixated on the victuals, shook his head vehemently, seemingly deranged. Nay, 'tis not mine." Lin Sanjiu furrowed her brow in contemplation, then, with a sudden realization, struck her forehead. Given the labyrinth's vastness, and the convergence of the crimson and ivory teams from opposing ends, it follows. Lin Sanjiu muttered to herself, stepping over the cadavers and advancing forward. Ergo, we have nearly traversed to the labyrinth's epicenter. It stands to reason that the cubicle would not be situated disproportionately proximate to either faction, lest it be deemed inequitable. With this notion, she experienced a jolt, promptly casting her gaze about. The evening repast must be in close proximity. Chapter 85. Who is it? Exhausted and unable to run any longer, Lin Sanjiu dragged her feet, leaning against the wall, moving step by step, oblivious to her direction. When she finally encountered the 2 diverging paths before her again, she could no longer endure the strain and collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Ever since she had discovered the lifeless bodies of Old Wang and Lin Xiaolian, Despite her efforts to hasten her pace, a full 10 minutes had elapsed without her locating the small compartment. This meant that her body had endured yet another 10 days without sustenance. In total, she had been starving for nearly 2 months. Had she been an ordinary person, she would have succumbed to starvation long ago. Although she had not yet perished, even Lin Sanjiu, endowed with extraordinary physical enhancements, was nearing her limits. Her vision had long since blurred, and her surroundings flickered before her eyes, while a cacophony of indistinct sounds surged in her ears like an encroaching tide. If this continued, her fate would inevitably lead to unconsciousness and death. The brown-furred rabbit, which she had yanked from her pocket by its ear, appeared to have just awakened, its gaze disoriented, its mouth opening and closing in a daze, emitting faint cries. Lin Sanjiu pulled it away, hoarsely chiding. "Why are you biting my leg? That fabric is from my tactical pants." She wished to retort further, but lacked the strength to speak. With pale lips, she found herself in a similarly dire state. Both she and the rabbit, famished and befuddled, lay on the ground for a moment before she mustered the strength to rise and take several sips from the stagnant water nearby. After consuming the murky water mixed with mud, they deceived their stomachs, which provided them with a fleeting sense of relief. It is no wonder that in ancient times, people on the brink of starvation resorted to eating dirt. Now that they had regained some clarity, they felt compelled to continue their journey. Lin Sanjiu, seizing the last vestiges of strength, was about to take a step forward when the brown-furred rabbit on her shoulder softly urged her to pause. It then raised its delicate pink nose, which began to quiver with remarkable rapidity as if it had caught a scent. Although its enhanced abilities were not on par with Lin Sanjiu's, being a rabbit endowed it with a natural superiority in both olfactory and auditory senses. After a few moments, the rabbit turned its head and announced, "There is a faint scent of blood down the right fork." Instantly invigorated, Lin Sanjiu exclaimed, "Let's investigate." The right path was long, and after several twists and turns, they encountered yet another fork. Had it not been for the brown-furred rabbit's keen pursuit of that nearly imperceptible scent of blood, Lin Sanjiu would have surely lost her way again. Summoning all her remaining energy, she ran for 5 minutes, just as she felt on the verge of fainting when she finally noticed something amiss. Blood. Traces of blood? Over the course of 5 days, Lin Sanjiu had managed to digest only a small amount of dirt, leaving her in a woeful state, her cheeks sunken deeply. The brown-furred rabbit had long since lost the strength to remain perched on her shoulder. It poked its head out from her pocket to inspect the road ahead. A few drops of blood splattered on the ground formed a tenuous trail, intermittently leading into the distance. "Should we proceed?" the rabbit inquired weakly. "It is possible that danger lies ahead. If we abstain from proceeding, our demise will be imminent." Her vision blurring, Lin Sanjiu was scarcely cognizant of how she propelled herself forward. She steadied herself against the wall, advancing step by trembling step along the trail of blood into the profound corridor. Perhaps due to her proximity to the precipice of mortality, her eyesight began to wane, casting everything into a dim, obscure haze. After a period of mechanical and desensitized movement, Lin Sanjiu abruptly squinted, realizing her eyes were catching a glint of light. Light? From whence did it emanate? Had others arrived? A voice, foreign, low, and hoarse as though each word was an arduous effort, suddenly echoed. Startled, Lin Sanjiu lifted her gaze, finally discerning the anomaly before her. In her dazed state, she had failed to notice the corridor now teeming with figures. Closest to her stood a long-legged woman in a scarlet dress, its original vibrancy sullied by the grime of the surroundings. She was the speaker. Across from them stood the emaciated visages of Hai Tianqing and Hu Changzai, their pallor betraying their starvation. Her former adversary from the initial game leaned against the wall, fixing Lin Sanjiu with a baleful stare. The source of the blood was easily identified. The floral-shirt man whose leg she had broken now lay prostrate, his hand clutched tightly at his throat, unequivocally deceased. Yet, none of this was as captivating as the warm radiance emanating from the left. Behind a pristine glass door, a warm yellow light gently suffused the space with an orange hue. In this embrace of golden radiance, the snow-white tablecloth appeared even more tender, and the transparent glass cups sparkled like diamonds. Although a door stood in the way, Lin Sanjiu could distinctly sense the tantalizing steam and aroma wafting from the 4 plates concealed beneath circular covers. The dinner table. Lin Sanjiu's eyes widened in astonishment, and as she moved, a small metallic glint suddenly shot towards her face. Perhaps it was the allure of the food that ignited a surge of strength within her. She summoned a card, transformed her mouthpiece, and with a swift motion, she deflected the object mid-air, executing the maneuver flawlessly. With a clatter, the object fell to the ground, and Lin Sanjiu discovered it was a steel needle. The woman in the red dress, her expression dark, gestured dismissively, revealing another steel needle in her hand. A young man stepped forward, his fists clenched tightly. "You truly have unfortunate luck." The woman's smile, though feeble, could not conceal its malice. "Even an extra member from our own ranks must be eliminated, let alone a foe like you." Although Lin Sanjiu had heard whispers of this woman's darker side, she was momentarily taken aback. There were only 4 sets of utensils on the table, and if everyone shared the meal, couldn't they all survive? Why resort to murder? The young man lunged forward, a shadow flitting through the air, wielding a scythe-like weapon aimed viciously at Lin Sanjiu's face. However, before the blade could even graze her, a powerful arm emerged from nowhere, sending the young man hurtling against the black wall, splattering blood in the wake of his impact. As he slumped down the wall, his eyes closed, he slipped into unconsciousness. "What are you doing?" exclaimed the long-legged woman, taken aback by the sudden turn of events as she stepped back several paces from Hai Tianqing. "Why did you suddenly intervene on her behalf?" "Apologies, but we are allies with her," Hai Tianqing replied in silence. It was Hu Changzai beside him who nodded slightly, his expression tinged with remorse. "We'll conclude this game before you perish from hunger." "Stop joking," the long-legged woman shouted in fury, yet her legs trembled involuntarily. "In the end, the losing side will be stripped of everything, right? Under such circumstances, who cares about allies or foes?" Despite his pallor, Hu Changzai remained composed. He glanced at Lin Sanjiu and offered a faint smile. "Regarding this, Xiaojiu, are you certain you have a plan to counter it?" "About 70 to 80% sure," Lin Sanjiu panted, gazing at the familiar faces with a gentle smile. At that moment, a rabbit's head poked out from her pocket, greeting Hai Tianqing playfully. "Hello, Captain Hai." The long-legged woman, seemingly aware of her impending defeat, sank to the ground in despair, her face ashen. Following his gesture, Lin Sanjiu noticed a few lines inscribed on the floor before the glass door. Sustenance allocated for a quartet is, without question, intended for 4 individuals. Access to the chamber beyond this portal is restricted to 4 contestants exclusively. The removal of victuals from this area is strictly forbidden, with transgression punishable by execution. A realization dawned upon her. The long-legged woman was cognizant that she was facing the prospect of starvation. With a sense of bewilderment, Lin Sanjiu trailed behind her companions and took a seat at the dining table. Only moments prior, she had endured the ordeal of a teammate's poisoning, Zhong Juankai's disappearance, and clashes with the white team within the somber labyrinth. Now, she found herself in a setting of pristine elegance, bathed in radiant light, poised with silverware in hand, ready to partake in a meal, a sensation so surreal. Upon unveiling the dish cover, Lin Sanjiu's heart nearly ceased its cadence due to the enveloping, steaming aroma that wafted forth. It was sublime. A ravenous entity seemed to dwell within her abdomen, clamoring for sustenance to be crammed into her being. Pause arrested her spoon. The crimson and gold soup, adorned with carrot segments, the cottony and yielding bread, the verdant salad. All were encased in a plastic film. Affixed to the plastic wrap was a parchment inscribed with bold, ebony lettering. Round 4. Among your quartet, which one is Mr. Dot? Chapter 86. Whom do you suspect? The light of a warm tangerine hue cascaded upon the pristine tablecloth, as silverware and plates radiated a gentle luminescence. At this moment, seated around an exquisitely elegant dining table, were 4 individuals, their faces devoid of vitality, accompanied by a rabbit. Situated in an infernal heat, there was no concern about the dinner growing cold. Yet the 4 individuals, teetering on the brink of despair, fixated on the steaming dishes before them, utterly motionless. "I can't take it anymore." After a prolonged silence, the most irritable among them, a brown-furred rabbit, could no longer contain itself. With a sudden leap, it sprang onto the table and exclaimed defiantly, "To hell with it! Let me perish from gluttony." With that, the rabbit swiftly swiped at the thin film covering the dish, tearing it aside and casting it away. Before the other three could intervene, the rabbit plunged its head into the bowl of soup, producing a cacophony of slurping sounds. Lin Sanjiu, feeling faint from hunger, instinctively grasped the rabbit by one of its hind legs, exclaiming, "Calm down, don't eat that, spit it out." As she spoke, she made a concerted effort to avert her gaze from the tempting food, as though afraid to confront the sumptuous feast laid before her. Hai Tianqing and Hu Changzai hurriedly assisted in extracting the rabbit from the bowl, but it was evidently too late. Within mere seconds, the golden red broth had been completely devoured, licked clean by the ravenous brown-furred creature. With a morsel of carrot clinging to its snout, the rabbit, though restrained by 3 individuals, endeavored to maneuver the carrot into its mouth. Mumbling through chews, it exclaimed, "Ah, ah, at long last, I have sustenance once more." Observing the rabbit, its fur matted and drenched, plastered against its face, yet bearing an expression of unyielding contentment, Lin Sanjiu was at a loss for words. After a protracted silence, she slammed a sheet of paper onto the table, her voice barely a whisper. "Despite having read this missive, how could you be so audacious? Now, all we can do is beseech that your repast is untainted." The pristine, substantial paper quivered upon the table. The script, bathed in resplendent light, appeared all the more distinct. "Esteemed contestants," it read, "Greetings, I am Mr. Point, the host of the Red and White Tournament. It is with great pleasure that I join you at this dinner table during the 4th round of games." Upon beholding the prompt, you were likely taken aback. Were you not? However, there is no need for astonishment, for in the tournament, there is little that I cannot accomplish. Among the 4 seated here, one individual rabbit has been impersonated by me since the inaugural game. Amidst the ensuing silence, a sudden belch startled the assembly. All eyes turned to the brown-furred rabbit, whose wide, obsidian eyes blinked innocently as it patted its belly and declared, I am quite replete. I dare say my plate is free of poison. Do partake, my friends?" Upon its plate remained a generous portion of salmon steak, pan-seared in butter. Indeed, for rabbits do not partake of fish. As the remaining few felt a sense of relief wash over them, their eyes sparkled with surprise, and no one dared to utter a single word. In a swift motion, they divided the fish among themselves. Lin Sanjiu savored the tender meat, instinctively glancing at the others. Was Mr. Dian truly among them? He feigned a hunger just like the rest, devouring his share with fervor. Although the portion was meager after dividing it among 3, the warm, succulent fish slid down her throat, reviving her spirit. After such an extended period of emptiness, her stomach, now filled with meat, began to ache slightly. Who exactly is Mr. Dian? Lin Sanjiu pushed her plate aside in mild frustration, revealing a red voting slip beneath, presumably prepared for the members of the red team. She picked up the paper and inquired, "How do we go about finding him?" Hu Chang, having regained a slight semblance of energy, adjusted his glasses and scrutinized each individual carefully, only to shake his head in disappointment. "It won't do. Everyone appears exactly the same as before. I cannot discern any differences. I could verify whether you are lying, but that does not prove I am not Mr. Jian. That's absurd." The well-fed rabbit collapsed onto the dining table, gasping from overindulgence. "Regardless, I absolutely do not wish to enter the 5th round of the game. We must uncover Mr. Dian." Naturally, another chimed in. If a 5th round occurs, even the author might abandon the narrative. If not, how about each of us shares something that can verify our identity? After a prolonged silence, Haitian Qing surprisingly proposed a commendable suggestion. "Mr. Dian, surely wouldn't he be aware of our memories before arriving here, right?" "That makes sense. I shall go first," Hu Chang responded promptly. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "A certain drink saved my life." Lin Sanjiu nodded and continued, "The idea of taking a bath was proposed by me. Her advanced ability is the most useless I have ever encountered, without exception." The brown-furred rabbit pointed a claw at Lin Sanjiu, who shot her a glare in return. Haitian Qing lowered his head and softly confessed, "I once had a wife and 2 daughters." Once he finished speaking, the 4 exchanged glances, discovering that none bore any flaws this time. Remarkably, Mr. Dian showed no signs of suspicion whatsoever. What should we do now? Is it possible that Mr. Dian, while masquerading as an individual, is also privy to his past experiences? This is simply unbelievable. The group couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. After a short while, Lin Sanjiu's gaze swept across the group. For reasons unknown, none of them lifted their heads, deliberately avoiding eye contact. After a brief pause, she finally uttered the words that had lingered in her mind for so long. In that case, why don't we discuss our suspicions? As soon as the words left her mouth, the previously light-hearted atmosphere shifted dramatically. Chapter 87. The Elected One is. Lin Sanjiu could hardly believe her ears. The first person under suspicion was none other than herself. I find Sanjiu rather dubious, Hu Changzai said, his demeanor visibly strained as he averted his gaze from her, stammering, "No matter how I ponder, I simply cannot fathom how she might avoid the predicament of having our abilities stripped away." Lin Sanjiu's mouth fell agape, unable to resist casting a glance at Haitian and the brown-furred rabbit. Haitian suddenly exhibited an intense fascination with the objects on the table, engrossed in fiddling with a fork as if he had never encountered one before. The brown-furred rabbit buried his face in the plate, refusing to lift his head, leaving only a fuzzy rear end visible, mumbling honestly, "I find you a bit peculiar. You always seem so confident." As they spoke, even the usually reticent and honest Haitian joined in with a pointed remark. Indeed, when everyone shared their experiences, the only one whose account was closest to this scenario was hers. Lin Sanjiu felt a surge of anxiety, beads of sweat forming on her brow. "Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. I am not Mr. Diao." The moment her words left her lips, Hu Changzai paused, squinting at her for a moment before declaring, "She did not lie just now. It appears that Sanjiu is indeed not the culprit." At long last, trust was bestowed upon him. Yet before Lin Sanjiu could exhale a sigh of relief, he noticed the brown-furred rabbit raising its pair of coal-black eyes, gazing at Hu Changzai with a look rife with suspicion. "Perhaps you are indeed Mr. Dian? Maybe you have deliberately uttered those words to assure us of Xiao Zhou's safety, while subconsciously leading us to place our faith in you instantly." Hu Changzai sprang from his chair in a frenzy. "What are you saying? If that were the case, knowing full well that the food might be poisoned yet choosing to consume it would be highly dubious." "Nonsense. I was simply famished. Besides, if I truly were Mr. Dian, wouldn't it be more prudent for me to avoid such actions?" "Not necessarily. You might simply be pretending to be carefree, thus making it easier to earn trust with your wealth of experience. You must indeed be Mr. Dian." "Rabbit, why do you keep oscillating between accusing him and me? What is your stance? Enough of this bickering." Amidst the escalating cacophony, Hai Tianqing could no longer endure the tumult. He slammed his palm onto the table, a furious roar silencing the three individuals. The force of his strike sent silverware and glassware trembling, and a fractured piece of the dining table plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud. A profound silence enveloped the room. After a moment, it was once again the brown-furred rabbit that shattered the stillness. Hu Changzai, in a fit of vexation, raked his fingers through his hair. Who could it be? Lin Sanjiu cast a glance at him, suddenly uttering coldly, "Assentia you?" This statement immediately captured the attention of all present, as the brown-furred rabbit and Hai Tianqing turned their gazes toward Hu Changzai. "In my haste to prove that I was not Mr. Dian, I had forgotten to ponder the matter more deeply." Lin Sanjiu rested her chin on her hand, her expression markedly indifferent. "Let us put it this way, if Mr. Dian were to transform into anyone other than yourself, the moment he claimed he was not Mr. Dian, you would immediately discern the truth, correct?" Hu Changzai, momentarily taken aback, nodded slowly, seemingly struggling to grasp the concept. Given Hu Changzai's character, once he identified someone as Mr. Dian, he would undoubtedly exclaim it without hesitation. Even if he attempted to divert attention, the risk for Mr. Dian would be far too great. Lin Sanjiu then turned to the remaining individuals, one person and one rabbit, to elucidate, however, if Mr. Dian were to become Hu Changzai, that peril would dissipate. Not only would the danger vanish, but because he is aware that the three of us are not Mr. Dian, he could feign the ability to distinguish between the genuine and the false, thereby alleviating our suspicions towards him. Indeed, The rabbit quivered its ears and exchanged a glance with Hai Tianqing. Moreover, there is another matter that perplexes me, Lin Sanjiu remarked. Her gaze fixed on the beads of sweat trickling down Hu Changzai's forehead, her countenance devoid of emotion. Whenever she faced an adversary, her demeanor transformed into one of icy resolve. Hu Changzai, having yet to evolve his physical capabilities, still possessed the constitution of an ordinary individual. Is it conceivable that he could endure starvation for over 2 months? Logically, he should have perished long ago. This assertion struck the assembly like thunder, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. The brown-furred rabbit regarded him solemnly. Please, elaborate. When the maze first emerged, I was indeed starved for 43 days, and I genuinely felt as though death was imminent, he replied. However, in the past week, as Xiao Zhou has remained in a state of unconsciousness, I have been compelled to prepare a concoction of biscuits for her on a daily basis, several times a day. Consequently, I have grown accustomed to carrying a packet of biscuits in my pocket at all times. Initially, I relied on these biscuits to sustain myself, a fact that Hai Ganbu is well aware of. Hai Tianqing nodded, confirming this assertion. Lin Sanjiu was taken aback, not expecting the situation to unfold in such a manner. Yet, how could a single packet of biscuits sustain one for over a month when every passing minute felt like a day? It seemed too coincidental that such a crucial physical enhancement occurred in a moment of solitude. Furrowing his brow, Hai Tianqing inquired with some skepticism. You never mentioned this to me before, did you? Hu Changzai offered a wry smile. That was because you were surrounded by several others at the time. No one could verify the truth of this matter. The atmosphere fell into another silence, as uncertainty loomed over everyone. It was a sharp pang of hunger that jolted Lin Sanjiu from her reverie. The few bites of fish she had consumed felt utterly negligible, akin to not having eaten at all over what felt like 20 days. Enduring a wave of dizziness caused by low blood sugar, she seized a pen and paper, not sparing a glance at Hu Changzai. If we continue this conversation, we shall surely starve. Let us cease this discussion and proceed with the voting. Hu Changzai was immediately flustered, glancing at the rabbit and then at Hai Tianqing, nervously imploring, You cannot truly intend to vote for me, can you? I am certainly not Mr. Diao. Lin Sanjiu disregarded his tearful expression and swiftly completed her voting paper. Inspired by her influence, Hai Tianqing lowered his head and, with a sullen expression, inscribed a line on his white ballot paper. Only the brown-furred rabbit, adorned with fuzzy paws, was unable to grasp a pen. Its gaze wandered across the table, ultimately selecting Lin Sanjiu as its scribe. Xiao Zhou, please write for me. I wish to cast my vote for Hu Changzai. Upon hearing this, Hu Changzai's face paled, realizing that this would undoubtedly lead to a 5th round of the game. Shortly thereafter, amidst his deep sighs, 2 red papers and 1 white paper were placed on the table, indicating that the 2 members of the red team and Hai Tianqing had completed their voting. Even Hu Changzai, who was suspected of being the point man, glanced at his 3 companions by the table and, with gritted teeth, finally completed his final ballot, laying it atop the other 3 slips of paper. At the moment those 4 ballots were arranged on the table, it seemed as though they could all hear the palpable sound of their anxious heartbeats. Lin Sanjiu felt her throat dry, suddenly filled with doubt regarding her earlier deductions. She cast a hesitant glance at Hu Changzai and murmured, It's time to open the votes. Hai Tianqing, why don't you do it? The tall and robust man remained silent for a moment, then, with a hint of hesitation, reached out to reveal the first ballot, Hu Changzai's just placed vote. On the white paper, the words brown-furred rabbit were inscribed. The rabbit immediately scoffed disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Hu Changzai. Are you choosing me in a desperate struggle? No, not at all. I merely believe that the most unlikely person is the criminal. SNT that how it's often portrayed in novels. Hu Changzai presented an exceedingly feeble argument, his name boldly inscribed in crude lettering. This time, even Hu Changzai himself did not exhibit any surprise. He merely sighed in resignation. The subsequent moment heralded the voting from the red team, the origin of which remained uncertain, whether it was Lin Sanjiu's or Rabbit's. Hai Tianqing, with his enormous fingers, gingerly unfolded the 3rd ballot. The name Hai Tianqing glaringly appeared on the paper. What a jest! He immediately furrowed his brow and shot a glare at Lin Sanjiu. At this juncture, The three individuals had each received a vote, implying that at most only one valid suspect could emerge. Lin Sanjiu took a deep breath as the fourth ballot was revealed, bearing the name Hai Tianqing. The room was suddenly enveloped in an overwhelming silence. Chapter 88. The aftermath of poisoning. As if unable to fathom that he had become the sole valid suspect, Hai Tianqing fixated on the four ballots before him, his expression growing increasingly inscrutable. Even the air seemed to cease its flow, solidifying into a heavy weight pressing upon each individual's head. Lin Sanjiu, having satisfied his hunger to some extent, felt no urgency as he tore into the roasted chicken on his plate, remarking, "But that item, I am all too familiar with it. It is a peculiar object known as the inedible lunch. Consuming it will swiftly lead to demise." At that moment, an unrelated thought struck me. Into whose hands did that object fall within the white team? The rules governing the distribution of rewards stipulate that either unanimous consent must be reached to bestow upon a particular individual, or it should be directly allocated to the one who contributed the most. In the second round of the game, who is most likely to claim the prize? Hai Tianqing swiftly eliminated two members of the red team, making a significant contribution. Given his formidable prowess, it is unlikely that anyone would dare to contest his claim. No matter how one contemplates the situation, I cannot shake the feeling that the unattainable lunch has inevitably fallen into Hai Tianqing's grasp. Zhongmadu furrowed his brow in contemplation and finally spoke. "But you cannot definitively conclude that this is a trap set by Captain Hai, can you? It is also possible that the long-legged woman obtained the lunch from him and then devised her own trap." Lin Sanjiu nonchalantly took a bite of chicken before smiling and responding, "Have you considered where your impression of that woman as the mastermind behind a series of actions against the red team originated?" Zhongmatu was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that this notion had come from his own encounter with Hai Tianqing during the second round of the game. I had always found it astonishing that such an impulsive individual would think, "All right, since you have completed the game, the contest must also come to an end." Gazing into the distance, it appeared that a few individuals lay sprawled on the ground, presumably the members of the white team. "The contest has concluded. Are you prepared to accept the ensuing rewards and penalties?"